Since Ing Ruoying had already caught Scarface's attention, she hadn't been staying in the big city lately. She just had everyone bring all the daily necessities they collected to Shi Yuebai's place. After all, Shi Yuebai's Tongzi block was close to the city anyway. Very soon, Shi Yuebai's place was piled high with daily necessities. Laundry Disinfectant X158. Deep Moisturizing Body Wash X689. Hydrating Hand Cream X632. Whitening Toothpaste X2468. Shi Yuebai then had Su Xuejiao distribute whatever could be handed out from the stockpile in Tongzi block to her people. The elderly folks who scavenged and dug irrigation ditches each received, in a single day, 2 bottles of laundry disinfectant, 10 bottles of body wash, 20 tubes of hand cream, and 100 tubes of toothpaste, and so on. Some of the old folks bared their teeth and counted the few they had left. Honestly, they didn't really need that much toothpaste. Most of them barely had any teeth left. Even if they used it for years, they probably wouldn't finish it all. But Yuebai said everyone should keep their breath fresh, so when they talked to her, there'd be no bad breath. So everyone obediently accepted the supplies and squatted outside the second wall every morning and evening to brush their teeth. But even with this kind of extravagance, the daily necessities Ing Ruoying collected kept piling up day by day. After giving everyone 10 sets of new clothes, Shi Yuebai had Su Xuejiao organize people to move all the supplies piled up in Tongzi block to behind the public toilets. Previously, Ija had used a teleportation array to send Shi Yuebai a lot of tarps. The rolls of tarp were stacked 2 stories high. Shi Yuebai had people cover the supplies with these tarps. Even after covering a football field-sized pile of supplies, there was still a lot of tarp left. Not wanting to waste space, Shi Yuebai had them add another layer. These tarps were common in the team. Many poorer, less capable teams couldn't get good tents, so they'd use tarps to enclose their living spaces. Some people used the same tarp for years, full of holes, with no way to get a new one. Ahong squatted on top of the supplies, helping Nong Yasi below secure the second layer of tarp. A cold wind blew, and Ahong shivered. She looked ahead. The distance was shrouded in gray. How many days has it been this cold? Why hasn't the sun come out? Ahong grumbled, but didn't think much of it. The weather in the wasteland changed abruptly. When it was hot, it could roast you alive. When it turned cold, it was suddenly winter. Days like this, getting colder and colder, with no sun for a long time. It was abnormal. But in the wasteland, that was normal. Shi Yuebai stood by the reservoir, her palm pressed to its wall. Inside the huge reservoir, waves were rising higher and higher. The reservoir, which had been half empty, quickly filled up again. Shi Yuebai checked her current weight internally. Today marked the 7th month of Shi Xiangrui, and she had successfully slimmed herself down to 683 jin, about 341.5 kilograms. Behind Shi Yuebai, Xiao Jiao came running up in a hurry. "Auntie, more supplies have arrived." Shi Yuebai was numb to it by now. She didn't even turn her head. "See if there are any diapers, pick out all the baby and adult diapers. Send the rest to the supply depot." The football field-sized supply dump was now called the supply depot. Inside, boxes were stacked on top of boxes. If something wasn't boxed, it was packed in plastic bags, tied tight and piled together. And just as Shi Yuebai's daily necessities were reaching ridiculous quantities, the supply exchange office for the city's management class experienced its first slow day. A woman working at the counter held up a small mirror, looking at her sallow, dark face. That was a face washed with 100% radiation-polluted water. She held a tube of lipstick and asked her colleague across from her, "Why are fewer and fewer people bringing daily necessities to exchange these days? We're about to get off work and not a single person has come to trade today." Her colleague rolled her eyes. "Good, less work for us and we don't have to smell those people's stench. And we've had less to do lately, what's wrong with that?" Anyone who could get into the management system, even just as a low-level clerk at the exchange office, had a powerful background. Since the apocalypse began, they'd lived without worry. It was only after the Wasteland era began that life got harder for them. But compared to ordinary survivors, they were still much better off. Everyone else was filthy, but only the management class could take a bath every 10 days or so. The woman applying lipstick pulled her cardigan tighter. That's true, hee. Before the two could finish enjoying their break, their supervisor rushed down from upstairs. He looked anxious. Did any mercenaries bring daily necessities today? The woman with the lipstick pouted. Nope. The supervisor immediately got angry. What are those mercenaries doing? How long has it been since they brought daily necessities? Not only were they not bringing daily necessities, they weren't even bringing ready-made food. Did they still want to buy water or not? No way. The supervisor told the two clerks, raise the price of water for mercenaries by another 0.5%. Those mercenaries, in order to buy water, would have to hurry and find more ready-made food and daily necessities to exchange for points. The management upstairs were running out of ready-made food and daily necessities. Don't be fooled by how the management keeps the point value of daily necessities so low. In reality, the management needs daily necessities too. In fact, they live even more extravagantly than the average survivor. The higher up the management, the more daily necessities they consume. For now, their stockpiles of daily necessities and ready-made food are sufficient. But the burden on management is heavy. Many people want to become administrators in the management class. Because not only do they have plenty of food and supplies, they also get to oversee the survivors both inside and outside the city. Every possible connection and backdoor has already been exploited to the fullest. That's why there are so many administrators in the management building. To live lavishly and support so many administrators, they rely on relentless exploitation of those below. Upper management is already very dissatisfied with the mercenaries slacking off lately. In the empty exchange office, the supervisor lectured two subordinates. If you see mercenaries coming to exchange points, don't worry, make things difficult for them. The two subordinates happily agreed. Say what you will, but the mercenaries always have a lot of high-quality daily necessities. They're generous, too. Every time they come to exchange points, to make the process go smoother, they always slip some extra benefits to the administrators at the exchange. If you hassle the mercenaries, they'll give even more. The supervisor left, satisfied, muttering as he went. Could it be that because of the cold weather, those scattered scavengers aren't coming into the city to sell daily necessities anymore? Scarface hadn't been paying much attention to the changes in and around the city these past couple of days. He'd noticed something strange about Ing Ruoying's villa. He had previously stationed dozens of his men in Ing Ruoying's villa. But now, not a single one of them had come to report to him. Scarface gathered some men and stormed into Ing Ruoying's villa again. But this time, the villa was completely empty. The ready-made food that had been hidden in the basement had long since been eaten by Scarface's men. Where the hell are my guys? Scarface barked at his subordinates. But they couldn't give him any answers. Just a short while ago, there had been so many people here. The plan was to lie in ambush and wait for the team behind the scenes to show up, then catch them all in one go. But now the villa was deserted, not even a corpse left behind. It felt downright eerie. Leave a few men here to keep watch. Maybe they all went off whoring together, wait for them to come back. Scarface was thoroughly pissed. He'd been busy running errands for the office manager lately and didn't have the energy to deal with turf wars. If he could have kept watch here himself, he'd know exactly where his men had gone off to whore around. Yeah, that had to be it. They'd gone off together to mess around. He didn't believe that so many of his men could have run into trouble. There hadn't been any bad rumors from inside or outside the city reaching Scarface's ears. This time, Scarface left 10 men in the villa. He also stationed 5 more outside, just in case anything unusual happened. Before leaving, he gave his men strict instructions to keep a close eye on things this time. No sooner had he left than Yuebai got word another 10 people had arrived. She called over Xiao Jiao and Xiao Lingyun, but didn't bring second sister-in-law Shi or Ing Ruoying this time. The 3 of them teleported into the villa. The 10 men inside hadn't even realized what was happening before Xiao Lingyun and Xiao Jiao charged in. This time, the two worked well together. Xiao Lingyun tanked in front, while Xiao Jiao swung her staff with fierce energy from behind. The 10 men were taken down easily. They didn't even make it out of the living room. By the time they hit the floor, they were all out cold. Chao Lingyun's clothes got slashed up again. He wiped the blood off his unscathed skin, grabbed 2 men, 1 in each hand, and dragged those knocked out by Xiao Jiao's staff down to the basement for teleportation. The 15 men Shi Yuebai had previously captured all had varying degrees of injuries. Shi Yuebai hadn't treated them. But since they'd been eating food with 0 radiation every day, the lighter wounds had started to scab over. Even the more seriously injured, who'd been barely hanging on, began to regain some strength after a couple of days. Give them a few more days to recover, and they'd be ready to dig in the sewers. When the 10 new arrivals met the 15 already there, every face was filled with shock. What the hell is this place? A man named Luo Yuping asked the person in front of him. He'd been knocked out by Xiao Jiao, a cute, petite girl, with a single swing of her staff. When he woke up, he was shackled and brought here. The cold made people shiver, and their bodies were covered in wounds. They felt miserable. Zhuang Ziqian sighed and sat wearily on the cold ground. We've been kidnapped. This is some freaky shit. Anyone able to join a private team in the city had to be in decent shape. But no matter how tough they were, none of them had done this kind of work before. Every day, all they did was eat and dig, then rest when it was time. At first, everyone was injured, some even looked like they were on the verge of death. All they could do was follow Chao Lingyun's instructions. But now most of their wounds had healed, and another 10 of their own had arrived. Zhuang Ziqian lowered his voice and said to Luo Yuping and the others, "How about we make a run for it?" Another man replied in disbelief, "Are you crazy? Did you forget what that fat lady said?" They were still shackled. Anyone who tried to escape would be shot. Honestly, there was food and water here. Sure, they were shackled and digging was hard work, but it wasn't unlivable. Trying to escape would be risking their lives. Zhuang Ziqian's eyes flashed with venom as he looked at the cowering man. "You want to stay here and be beaten and treated like a slave? Not me." He'd only been knocked out by Xiao Jiao's staff. He was still full of energy and hadn't realized just how terrifying Shi Yuebai's people could be. Luo Yuping nodded. "From what I've observed these past few days, the security here is pretty lax. That Chao Lingyun guy isn't watching us all the time. Did you see those 2 pregnant women? They're about to give birth. When that happens, things here will get chaotic." He lowered his voice and shared his plan with his fellow captives. After all, back in the city, following Scarface meant food, drink, women, and a place to sleep. No need to dig like this. Most of the men agreed to his plan. Meanwhile, the old folks nearby kept their heads down, digging in silence, a hint of mockery in their eyes. Chao Lingyun changed into a fresh set of clothes and hurried over to the canal. He cracked his little whip. "Slacking off, are you? I'll beat you to death. Hurry up and get to work. Go, bag. Keep it up." That very night, both pregnant women went into labor. Gnome Yasi had been prepared for this. She brought out the simple medical and birthing tools she'd managed to collect. Some instruments were missing, so Gnome Yasi had to make do with household substitutes. For example, she hadn't found any proper surgical scissors yet, so she just used regular household scissors. As for disinfectant, all the disinfectant Shi Yuebai's family had collected last time had been given to the mercenary group. So Gnome Yasi could only use water conjured by Shi Yuebai as a substitute. Honestly, in these wastelands, to tell the truth, Shi Yuebai's water was probably more effective than any disinfectant. That's how blindly Gnome Yasi worshipped Shi Yuebai. The 2 pregnant women were moved into a tent. Cries of pain echoed out as the cold wind howled outside. Chao Lingyun shouted, "Move aside. All of you make way." He was carrying a basin of boiling water, bustling around to assist Gnome Yasi. He volunteered for this. After all, he was the security team captain, a leader, even if only a small one. Yuebai had chosen him for this position. Otherwise, why would she have overlooked everyone else? Out of the 7 misfits, only Chao Lingyun had been promoted. That was because Yuebai valued him. So how could Chao Lingyun not do his best? He wished he could go out fighting with Yuebai every day, blade in hand. After all, he couldn't die here. At worst, he'd take a few cuts and get used to the pain. But since there was no fighting to be done now, Chao Lingyun put his energy elsewhere. He hurried around, boiling water, fetching towels, handing Nong Yasi medical tools. He did it all. Su Xuejiao, Ah Hong, and second sister Shi rushed over as well. Everyone was bundled up in warm down jackets. These had been collected earlier but never used. But tonight was especially cold, so everyone dug out their down jackets. Ah Hong stamped her feet outside the pregnant women's tent and said, "It's freezing. Do you think it'll snow tonight? Snow in the wasteland?" No one had ever seen that. Second sister Shi stood silently, her eyes unfocused, holding a crossbow. She still hadn't fully absorbed the effects of the Qiji medicine, so she was seeing 7 or 8 of everyone. But second sister Shi was calm now. She no longer relied on what she saw. She couldn't tell what was real and what wasn't. So her brain gradually separated what her eyes saw from what her ears heard. Second sister Shi listened carefully. Besides the wind and the cries of labor, she could hear the sounds of Luo Yupeng, Zhuang Ziqian, and other men moving around in the cold. They were already trying to escape in the chaos. Second sister Shi closed her eyes and asked Shi Yuebai, who was limping over with a staff. "Yuebai, should I kill them?" Shi Yuebai stopped and nodded. "Kill them." She didn't feel any pity. Whether in the wasteland or among the Wu tribe, human life was cheap. She'd made it clear, anyone who tried to run would die. She couldn't go back on her word. Second sister Shi raised her crossbow. Luo Yupeng and Zhuang Ziqian, leading 20 others, had already slipped several meters away in the dark. They didn't believe the chains on their feet would trigger any alarms. See? They were running, and nothing had happened, no sound at all. As he ran, Luo Yupeng started to feel cold. He hunched over, hugging himself. Damn this weather. How long has it been since we've seen the sun? They weren't important enough to get thick clothes from Shi Yuebai. But those who helped dig the canal had all received warm clothes in batches. The precious down jackets were reserved for women. Everyone else got a military greatcoat. The thick kind that kept your hands and feet warm as soon as you put it on. Before, Luo Yupeng and Zhuang Ziqian had never cared about these supplies. To them, supplies were just junk. But in this hellish weather, they really wished they had a greatcoat. The men running behind them were shivering from the cold. They'd chosen to escape in the dead of night, around 1 a.m. It was much colder than during the day. There had been 25 captives in total. 2 of them refused to run. No one knew what those 2 were thinking, but they didn't go with the group. The cold wind kept blowing. Of the 23 who ran, someone finally stopped and said, "Shouldn't we go back and grab a few greatcoats before we run? It's too cold." Someone else said, "We're not far from the big city. Let's go back and tell Scarface, have him bring people to rob them." Bullshit. You think there'll be any greatcoats left for us if Scarface comes? Scarface had over 800 men. And that number was still growing. The harder life got for survivors, the more they clung to groups. But Shi Yuebai only had a handful of greatcoats here. Even if they stole them all, it wouldn't be enough. Besides, once they got back to the city, it's not like they couldn't find a greatcoat there. The weather wouldn't stay this cold forever. With the wasteland's unpredictable climate, for all they knew, it could be scorching hot by morning. Everyone thought so, so no one went back for a coat. Just then, Luo Yupeng, at the front, opened his mouth to say something. A crossbow bolt shot through the back of his head, the bloody tip emerging from his open mouth, dripping with blood and brain matter. He was dead beyond dead. Zhuang Ziqian, beside him, hadn't reacted yet. He nudged Luo Yupeng, who'd stopped in his tracks. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" Before he finished speaking, a second bolt pierced his skull. Both men collapsed to the ground. The 21 men behind them froze, some still hadn't processed what happened, while others immediately bolted. "We've been found. Shit, Shi Yuebai really is killing us. How could there be such a ruthless fatty in this world? It's not like they'd killed Shi Yuebai's whole family. Why did she have to wipe them all out?" A third bolt flew out, and the man running ahead dropped dead. The escapees scattered like startled birds, some thinking the darkness would let them slip away unnoticed. But then, their shackles started blaring in the silent night. On the boundless horizon is my love, at the foot of the endless green hills the flowers are blooming. Someone stared at the shackles blaring this ridiculous song and cursed. Wasn't this supposed to be an alarm? Why the hell is it singing? The song was so loud and dramatic, even they thought it was kind of badass. Amid the singing, bolts kept flying and men kept falling. A few men at the back, before their shackles started singing, just dropped to the ground, hands over their heads. Don't kill me. Please. I'll go back. Some even threw up their hands and ran back. I'll dig. I'm willing to dig. I'll never run again. Just let me go out. Of the 23 who tried to escape, 13 came back on their own. Yuebai stood in silence, watching the 13 men crouched before her, heads in their hands, shivering from the cold. In front of them, 10 corpses were laid out in neat rows. The other 2 who hadn't tried to escape were standing off to the side, receiving military coats. Second sister-in-law Shur was carefully wiping the blood off each crossbow that had been retrieved. She put them away. Leaning on her cane, Yuebai walked forward slowly, her steps heavy and her movements awkward. She stopped in front of one of the men, raised her staff, and brought it down hard, knocking him flat to the ground. Run. Why don't you run now? Her face was cold. You think my words mean nothing? You thought I wouldn't kill you. Everyone always assumed she was kind. Who gave them the courage to believe that? The remaining 12 men trembled even harder. Yuebai said, still have the strength to run? Clearly you didn't work hard enough today. Qiaolingyun immediately bent over, eager to please. Yuebai, there are 24 hours in a day. We can make them work for 20. If they don't appreciate the good life, we'll just work them to death. A vicious look appeared on his face. Yuebai glanced at him. Qiaolingyun puffed out his chest and slapped it loudly. Yuebai, leave it to me. I guarantee I'll make them wish they were dead. He was so enthusiastic, Yuebai almost wanted to pin a little red flower on his chest. Fine. If they try to run again, don't stop them. If they die, we'll just go capture more. Scarface has plenty of men. Yuebai handed the rest of the men over to Qiaolingyun. She had just turned around when Nong Yasi came running out. She's given birth. It's a girl. Su Xuejiao, Ah Hong, and the others waiting outside all breathed a sigh of relief. But inside the tent, the new mother's sobs could be heard. Yuebai stood at the entrance, watching as Nong Yasi cleaned the newborn and wrapped her in cloth. The woman lying on the ground covered her face and cried out in pain. Why is it a girl? Why? Yuebai frowned. Is that so bad? Of course it's bad. The woman, who'd been so muddle-headed before that she could only dig straight ditches, now sobbed. Women on the Wasteland have such hard lives. A son might have a slim chance at survival. But a daughter, girls were born to suffer here. Many little girls were hurt before they even understood the world. The crying woman still couldn't say who the father of her child was. She seemed to have been in a daze for a long time. By the time she regained some sense of self, she was already pregnant. Truly, being born a girl in these chaotic times was a misfortune. Yuebai raised an eyebrow. A son wouldn't necessarily fare much better. Just look at Xiaolingyun, now forced to wear a cheongsam and chained up in a tent buying ruiying. His business was even better than Duan Xiangtong and the others. In troubled times, whether you live well or not doesn't depend on gender, but on your own abilities. With that, Yuebai let Ah Hong take the newborn girl. Ah Hong held the baby up for Yuebai. Webai, give her a name. Yuebai stroked the baby's cheek. Let's call her Jixiang, auspicious Shur. The next one, boy or girl, will be Rui, wishful Shur. When it came to naming, Yuebai was hopeless. Anyway, none of these women knew who the fathers were. So all the children would take Yuebai's surname. Inside, the woman who'd just given birth finally stopped crying. Being able to give her child Yuebai's surname made her feel much more at ease. Even though they weren't allowed near Xiangrui and Fuse, they could still see from a distance that those 2 children were being raised very well in the Shur family. Healthy and fair-skinned, Xiangrui and Fuse were destined for happy lives. No sooner had Yuebai named Jixiang than Rui was born. Another girl. The second mother didn't cry, though she was so exhausted she fell asleep. Ah Hong carried both babies back to the Shur family's tent. Shi Xiangrui had just woken up in the middle of the night. She sat up, grabbed her bottle, and started drinking. When she saw Ahong come in with 2 newborns, Shi Xiangrui babbled at her. Ahong didn't know what Shi Xiangrui was trying to say. She just placed the 2 babies in the tent and told her, "Auntie's going to get some water for your little sisters. You be good and finish your bottle, then go back to sleep." Shi Xiangrui grinned, showing her 2 front baby teeth. As soon as Ahong left, Shi Xiangrui crawled quickly across the floor, rolled over, and with her bottle in hand, scooted over to Shi Jixiang and Shi Rui. Paper person number 1 and number 2 hurried over. Number 1 whispered, "Xiangrui, little gold devourer, go to sleep. Don't mess with them." Number 2 tugged at her sleeve. "Go to sleep, I'll tell you a story." But Shi Xiangrui ignored them. She rolled over to Shi Jixiang, stuck her bottle at the baby's mouth to give her water. She missed, and the bottle's nipple poked Shi Jixiang in the face. Shi Jixiang immediately started wailing. Shi Rui next to her started crying too. It was like a chain reaction. Soon, Shi Fuse, who'd been asleep, joined in the chorus. Suddenly, the whole Shi family tent was filled with the sound of crying babies. Outside, Shi Yuebai listened coolly, with no intention of helping. Ahong, clutching 2 bottles, came running. "Shi Xiangrui, get back to sleep right now," she yelled in exasperation. After a whole night of chaos, what was Shi Xiangrui up to now? Shi Xiangrui felt utterly wronged. She buried her face in a baby pillow, stuck her butt in the air, and howled. Ahong, spinning like a top, scooped her up and tried to soothe her. Number 1 and number 2 sighed in relief. The 2 paper people worked together to feed Shi Jixiang some water. But the crying continued. These kids just couldn't be calmed. Unable to sleep through the noise, Shi Yuebai suddenly sat up, grabbed a few sheets of white paper, and tore out several more paper people. Numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, reporting for duty. A squad of paper people lined up in the cold wind. "Salute." Number 3 shouted, and all 6 paper people dropped to one knee before Shi Yuebai. Number 3, childcare squad assembled. Awaiting orders, Shi Yuebai. "Shi Yuebai, go." Number 3, move out. Charge. Number 3 raised a hand and led the childcare squad, who dashed into the inflatable tent with military precision. Ahong was frantically busy when she suddenly heard a chorus of rustling and chattering. Number 4 has reached the battlefield. Number 8 is ready. Number 7 is about to start singing. "Oh my darling, don't pick the wildflowers by the roadside, don't pick them." Ahong was instantly covered in black lines. What on earth were they singing? The Shi family's babies, starting with Shi Xiangrui, have never had formula since birth. What they drink from their bottles is always water condensed by Shi Yuebai. Every day, Shi Yuebai infuses each of these little babies with about 1.5 gene of energy. Recently, Shi Xiangrui has grown 2 teeth. To help her develop chewing skills, Gnome Yasi mashes up homegrown vegetables, mixes them with Shi Yuebai's water, and feeds them to Shi Xiangrui. She never gives too much at once, just a spoonful or 2, maybe 3 or 4 at most. As for the other babies, Shi Yuebai takes care of them. Shi Yuebai can still manage when she's only infusing fat energy into Shi Xiangrui and Shi Fuse. But now, with 2 more babies added to the mix, Shi Yuebai is starting to get impatient. Infusing fat energy into babies is nothing like doing it for adults. With adults, Shi Yuebai is rough and straightforward. She just plumps up their fat layers and calls it a day. But with babies, she has to be much more careful. She worries that giving them too much fat will make them unhealthy and overweight, but too little and they'll end up skinny and malnourished. Now that Shi Xiangrui has started eating vegetable mush, Shi Yuebai decides to take a different approach. She finds a 15-liter plastic bucket and washes it until it's spotless. Then, she draws a spirit-gathering array on the bottom of the bucket. She begins channeling spiritual energy into the bucket. Soon, the 15-liter bucket is filled with white mist. But Shi Yuebai doesn't stop channeling. She keeps her fingers locked in a hand seal, eyes fixed on the bucket. Her weight starts to drop, slowly. 683.9 gene. 683.89 gene. 683.88 gene. Sure Yuebai keeps compressing the spiritual energy inside the bucket. Gradually, droplets of spirit do begin to condense on the inside walls of the clear plastic. The droplets are so large they slide down, one after another, collecting at the bottom of the bucket. The spirit dew at the bottom glistens with a crystalline sheen. If you look closely, you can see a fine silver shimmer swirling inside each drop. Sure Yuebai uses up a full 2 gene of fat to condense a whole 15-liter bucket of spirit dew. Now she's down to 681 gene. Sure Yuebai sets the bucket of spirit dew outside the inflatable tent and borrows an electric water pump from Guai Guai. Guai Guai has already installed plenty of outlets inside the Tongzi frame. The electrical wiring is hooked up to solar panels by the public restroom and the canal. The electricity collected by these solar panels is more than enough to meet everyone's lighting needs in the Tongzi frame. Charging an electric water pump is no problem at all. At feeding time, paper people number 1 through number 8 each carry a baby bottle, climb up to the spirit dew bucket, and fill the bottles. The 8 paper people then go around, feeding each child with a bottle of spirit dew. Now Sure Yuebai can finally relax. She no longer has to personally infuse each baby with fat energy, saving herself a lot of time and trouble. Not long after, Ah Hong comes to Sure Yuebai to complain. Xiangrui is such a handful now. She rolls around everywhere, all the way to the spirit dew bucket, insisting on filling her own bottle. She gets spirit dew everywhere. If you try to stop her, she screams and cries. Yuebai, maybe she needs a spanking. Ah Hong doesn't need to ask. Just watching the babies drink the spirit dew, she can tell it's something special. She knows for sure this bucket is full of good stuff. Right now, Sure Xiangrui can't quite press the button on the spirit dew dispenser, and she often misses the spout with her bottle. Every time Ah Hong isn't looking, Xiangrui makes a mess, wasting spirit dew everywhere. It's really quite a waste. Sure Yuebai doesn't even lift her eyelids. It's not like it's anything valuable, but a spanking is still necessary. Who would have thought? She's finally reached a day when spirit dew feels cheap. In her past life among the Wu clan, Sure Yuebai would have fought tooth and nail for even a bit of spiritual energy. Let alone spirit dew, which is thousands of times richer than ordinary spiritual energy. But now, this stuff just isn't rare to Sure Yuebai anymore. If she runs out, she can just convert more fat into it. She's got plenty of fat to spare anyway. Sure Yuebai leaves Ah Hong behind and heads toward the public restroom, leaning on her staff. Behind her, Ah Hong picks up Sure Xiangrui, who's rolled back to the spirit dew bucket. She gives Xiangrui a light smack on the butt, not too hard. Xiangrui wails, reaching her little hands toward Sure Yuebai, grabbing at the air as she stretches. Sure Yuebai slips away into the big city villa. Scarface is raging inside the empty villa. He slaps one of his men across the face. Didn't I tell you to keep watch outside the villa? Where are they? How did they disappear again, huh? They've lost people twice now and still have no idea where they went. Scarface is getting frantic. His subordinate, holding his cheek, mutters, "Boss, is this villa haunted?" They really did keep their eyes wide open, watching the villa doors. They took shifts all night, no breaks. But people still disappeared. If that's not ghosts, what is it? Scarface slaps him again. Ghosts my ass. This is the Wasteland, not some haunted house. He storms off, barking orders as he goes. Get out there, all of you. Post more men and keep this villa surrounded. I refuse to believe this place is actually haunted. All his men leave, and the villa is empty. Sure Yuebai walks through the villa, frowning deeply. Ying Ruoying had cleaned all 3 floors thoroughly before. But after Scarface's men trashed the place a few times, there's garbage everywhere. The blood from the last fight has long since dried on the floor. Since there are no bodies, Scarface doesn't know if his men are dead or captured. This unknown threat is making him anxious. Sure Yuebai sits on the sofa and reviews the progress of the canal project. They're still short on manpower. She decides to snatch a few more of Scarface's men to dig the canal for her. Just then, her communicator beeps. Second sister-in-law Sher's voice comes through. Whereby, another group of elderly people has arrived, and there's a new team too. The new team was recruited by Zhang Xueyao earlier. Second sister-in-law says that Duan Xiangtong has now become the leader among the group of hostesses. That's because Duan Xiangtong has paired up with Gong Qin, the very capable leader of the new team. He's the one who put her in charge. Duan Xiangtong made a big decision. She rallied the women and, with Gong Qin, stirred up trouble outside the second wall. But after failing to achieve anything, Duan Xiangtong invited Gong Chen's team to move under the bridge. When second sister-in-law calls Webai, Gong Chen and his people are already setting up camp on the riverbed. Webai, what should we do? Second sister-in-law feels this is dangerous. Because just this morning, Gong Chen's people have already scouted around outside the second wall several times. Gong Chen was a combat squad leader in their team, so he had a lot of say. Even Duan Xiangtong herself probably hadn't expected that the man she'd latched onto would actually be so capable. So after Gong Chen discussed things with Bai Hansong, the two of them joined forces with a few others and moved their team to under the bridge outside the big city. In some ways, the struggles outside the city were even fiercer than those inside. Territory was seized by force. Whichever team was stronger could expand their turf endlessly. The weaker teams would have their territory eaten away, or even be swallowed up entirely by others. Bai Hansong and Gong Chen's team had already absorbed Duan Xiangtong and her group of working girls without any trouble. From the look of things, they also had their eyes on taking over Shi Yuebai's base. After hanging up on Shi Erseo, Shi Webai called over Ying Ruoying, Xiao Jiao, and Shi Erseo. She told the three of them to stay in the villa, and from time to time go out to capture Scarface's men. They were always short on labor. This villa was Shi Yuebai's property. Just because the management pretended to be deaf and blind didn't mean they could shield Scarface. Scarface had blatantly sent people into Shi Yuebai's villa, and not a single manager said a word. Fine, then Shi Webai would show everyone with her strength that even if she didn't live in this villa, no one else should even think about taking it. Ying Ruoying was smart, Shi Erseo could attack from a distance, and Xiao Jiao's staff skills were so good that no one could get close. The three of them working together to capture laborers didn't even need Shi Yuebai to back them up with healing spells. She could leave them to it and focus on dealing with Gong Qin and Bai Hansong's team. As soon as Shi Yuebai left, Ying Ruoying put on a cheongsam and a fur coat, then opened the courtyard gate. Late at night, she stood there, her cheongsam perfectly outlining her figure, her long hair loosely coiled, her face clean and fresh. Leaning against the doorframe, Ying Ruoying was alluring and seductive even without doing anything. The two of Scarface's men guarding the door were instantly entranced. They followed Ying Ruoying into the courtyard. They thought they were in for a romantic encounter. But the iron gate clanged shut behind them. Two muffled grunts sounded. Two more laborers captured, effortlessly. At Shi Yuebai's base, Bai Hansong arrived again at the outer wall, bringing two men with him, all bundled up in thick clothes. Bai Hansong was the one Zhang Xueyao had recruited back then, the one who'd decided to make this place their team's base. He'd heard of the Shi family long ago and knew they had mercenaries backing them. So last time, when Gong Chen had accompanied Duan Xiangtong and the others to the outer wall, crying and making a scene, it was Bai Hansong who stepped in and told Gong Chen to rein it in. Their team was a complicated mix. Half were scavengers, focused on survival. The other half were fighters, active between the safe zone and the danger zone, capable of handling mutant beasts, but not strong enough to go it alone without the mercenaries. They still needed to maintain a good relationship with the mercenaries. Bai Hansong felt something cold on his face. He looked up at the sky in surprise. Is it really snowing? The two men behind him were just as shocked, pulling their clothes tighter. Damn, no wonder it's so cold. What kind of hellhole snows in times like these? The weather on the Wasteland was always unpredictable. But it had never snowed before. After the apocalypse, survivors already had it tough, struggling to live in the cracks. And now it was snowing? Snow, my ass. Bai Hansong looked up and shouted at the sky. Then, in a foul mood, he yelled toward the second wall. Hey, anyone from the Shi family in there? I've got something to say. By now, the second wall had been completely rebuilt. Yuebai had even had Guai install sharp iron spikes, pointing downward from the top. The wall was 2 meters high, standing outside. You couldn't see a thing inside. Bai Hansong shouted again. After a while, the big iron gate in the second wall creaked open in the cold wind. Su Xuejiao stood inside, with Yuebai behind her. It looked like Su Xuejiao was in charge here. Bai Hansong didn't even glance at Yuebai. He just smiled at Su Xuejiao and said, "Madam Qiao, long time no see. I never thought your business would get this big." Mercenaries really did make a lot of money, enough to set up a pleasure house outside the city. Su Xuejiao looked at Bai Hansong expressionlessly. "What do you want?" She knew Bai Hansong. When the apocalypse first hit, he'd been very active, passionately helping with rescue efforts. Back then, Captain Qiao and Su Xuejiao had settled the survivors by the river. At that time, the river hadn't dried up yet. But as the river gradually withered and people's hearts changed, Bai Hansong had left with a group of people. Su Xuejiao hadn't expected to meet him again like this. Outside the gate, Bai Hansong smiled and said, "It's nothing too important. You're running a business, we've got supplies, just looking for some entertainment. We'd like you to open your doors and do business." To be honest, Bai Hansong had seen De Jiao and Xiao Jiao before. The two girls were young back then, but already very pretty. The women in Duan Xiangtong's group all had sallow skin and looked dirty, with a stench from not bathing for years. It was disgusting. If they'd had any other choice, they wouldn't have picked them. The mercenaries, of course, wanted the best. The key was, Bai Hansong's team was here. If they could take over the Shi family, they'd be even more closely tied to the mercenaries. Running a pleasure house together, wouldn't that be a win-win? Su Xuejiao's face was pale and clean, but her expression was colder than the snowy day. "We don't do business with anyone." Bai Hansong's smile faded. "So, you're looking down on us? Not giving us any respect?" The man behind him pointed at Su Xuejiao and snapped, "Bitch, don't be so shameless." Standing behind Su Xuejiao, Yuebai said quietly, "No need to say more. Close the gate." It was getting colder and colder. Since they weren't attacking, Yuebai couldn't be bothered to deal with them. Su Xuejiao hunched her neck and slammed the iron gate shut. Maybe it was Yuebai's power at work, but the temperature outside the second wall was much colder than inside. Much colder outside. Bai Hansong and his men had never met such brazen women. Furious, they stepped forward and kicked the gate. "Hey, you bitches, open up." But the gate was welded firmly to the wall. There was no way to break it down. The cold wind, mixed with snowflakes, crept down Bai Hansong and his men's necks. Bai Hansong was so furious, he just wanted to rush in and kill someone. After all these years in the Wasteland, Su Xuejiao was still as proud as ever, and that was infuriating. Everyone else had been forced by the harsh reality to become neither quite human nor ghost. So what made her think she could stay the same as before? Wasn't she just selling herself? And even brought her 2 daughters along to do the same. If you're selling, what difference does it make who you sell to? Why couldn't she just sell to them? Completely clueless. The men behind Bai Hansong grumbled. But it was just too cold, so they had no choice but to turn back. Besides, there was plenty to do within their own team. They really didn't have the time to waste here. Bracing themselves against the increasingly heavy snow, they turned and left. Inside the second wall, Su Xuejiao hunched her neck against the cold and snorted. "What a bunch of idiots." Yuebai didn't respond. She just kept her head down, drawing and scribbling with a long stick at the base of the wall. Her protective array still wasn't finished. Because the formation was so complicated and her own abilities limited, she'd only managed to complete less than 1/10 of it. But even that small part was enough to keep out the cold. It was still cold, of course. But compared to the temperature outside the second wall, Yuebai's lair was at least 1 or 2 degrees warmer. While she kept working, she instructed Su Xuejiao. "It'll probably get even colder tonight. You and Ahong go check the supply depot and see if there's any more gear for keeping warm. Hand some out to everyone, including the people we captured from Scarface's gang." It wasn't that Yuebai cared about their lives. But in this weather, making Ingruing wear a qipao to seduce prisoners was just pitiful. If someone died, they'd just have to go capture more. Might as well make do with the ones they had. Ingruing, Xiao Jiao, and second sister Sher had been pretty effective. In just one night, using the fishing method, they'd lured all 15 of Scarface's men hiding near the villa into the courtyard. Then they knocked them out, dragged them onto the teleportation subarray in the basement, and transported them over. Now those 15 new laborers were shivering by the canal. Su Xuejiao immediately followed Shi Yubai's orders and went with a Hong to the supply depot with a flashlight. A while later, Su Xuejiao hurried back and said, "Yubai, we found over 1,000 hot water bottles. Should we hand these out? There are also 975 fleece blankets, 532 puffer blankets, and 690 self-inflating camping mattresses, double-sized ones." All of it was brand new. Mercenaries had given all this to Shi Yubai as payment when the weather was still good. No one had expected that, after 5 years without snow in the Wasteland, it would actually snow. Shi Yubai had a bit of a hoarder's instinct. She didn't care if she'd need it or not. Might as well stash it away, who knows when it might come in handy. Give everyone 2 hot water bottles, 2 mattresses, and 2 blankets each. Get a group to start boiling water. Shi Yubai looked up at the sky. Snowflakes drifted down, passing through an invisible transparent dome, sending out ripples. It actually looked kind of pretty. The snowflakes would pause for a moment on the dome, then flutter down into the protective array. Shi Yubai told Su Xuejiao, "Don't waste my water. Have them collect the snow on the ground, boil it, and fill the hot water bottles." Shi Yubai's water wasn't exactly valuable, but the snow was dirty and yellowish and looked disgusting. Since it had to be swept away anyway, might as well put it to use. While Shi Yubai and Su Xuejiao were talking, a thin layer of snow had already built up on the ground. Su Xuejiao quickly sent people to take care of it, worried that as the night got colder, someone might freeze to death. The 15 new captives from Scarface's gang were cursing by the canal. The others stayed silent. Especially those who'd been captured earlier, they all kept their heads down. "Why don't you run?" The new laborers shouted at the old ones. "We had it good in the big city, and now we're suffering here. Damn it, let's team up and escape." The old laborers still said nothing. If running was an option, they'd have done it already. It wasn't like they hadn't tried, but the price for that? It was bloody. This batch of new laborers seemed pretty indignant. But what good did that do? They couldn't escape Shi Yubai's grasp. Shi Yubai really was a damn monster. But before the new guys could even find a chance to escape, they were beaten down by the cold. Everyone under Shi Yubai got their own tent. And not just cheap single-layer tents, but professional camping tents. The kind meant for camping enthusiasts in extreme cold. Before the Wasteland, these tents would have cost thousands, even tens of thousands, apiece. The angry, shouting new laborers didn't get tents at all. They didn't even get a hot water bottle. All the new laborers were shackled by the ankles by Chao Lingyun and tossed aside. He and Da Jiao handed out the warm supplies one by one. They had the old folks sweep up the snow, light a fire in the open space, and boil the snow. Those who got hot water bottles would come get hot water before going to rest. Then, clutching their steaming hot water bottles, they'd crawl into their tents. Everyone was bundled up and looked like they weren't afraid of the cold at all. By around 3 in the morning, the 15 new laborers curled up by the canal just couldn't take it anymore. Their throats were hoarse from cursing, and the cold had left them stiff all over. So they swallowed their pride, squatted outside the old laborers' tents, and pleaded, "Bro, let me in for a bit. It's too cold out here, seriously, it's freezing." The old laborers inside the tents didn't want to move. In the middle of the night, their tents were warm and cozy, perfect for sleeping. If they opened the tent flap, the cold air would rush in and they'd freeze too. If they didn't sleep well tonight, they'd have no energy to dig canals tomorrow. Honestly, they'd gotten used to this life. Back when they were with Scarface, every day was about fighting and scrambling for food. They'd done bad things, sunk deep into the abyss. But now, they didn't have to think about anything. Every day was just digging, eating, and sleeping. It was like life only had a few things to do, and it was actually pretty simple. Sometimes, when Chaoling was in a good mood, he'd let them rest for a bit. Then they'd listen to the old folks chat. Sometimes, it was actually kind of interesting. At 4 in the morning, deep in the night, the temperature kept dropping. No one knew exactly how cold it was now, they just knew that in 5 years on the Wasteland, they had never felt this cold before. Outside the tents, the new laborers were curled up in tight balls, shivering. At first, they tried to negotiate softly, but soon their voices turned to pleading. So many people begging eventually woke up the old folks and pregnant women camped by the canal. Chaoling, irritable as ever, crawled out of his tent and kicked at the old laborers, the first batch of men captured from Scarface's group. "Are you done yet? Can you act like human beings?" The other old folks in the tents chimed in. "Yeah. Weren't you all brothers in the same team before? Why can't you even take in a few people? You did all sorts of bad things before, but your hearts are still this hard?" Exactly. A chorus of criticism echoed along the canal. The old laborers, with no other choice and under pressure, reluctantly unzipped their tents. Each tent took in 1 or 2 people. Among this group of old laborers, 2 had not taken part in the first escape attempt. One of them, Yang Wenyao, scowled and grumbled at his former teammates. "What did I do to deserve knowing a bunch of idiots like you?" He'd always been a nobody in Scarface's crew. If you wanted to talk about evil deeds, he really hadn't done any. He never bullied men or women. But in a world like this, if he tried to stop his teammates from doing bad things, he'd probably be the first to get beaten to death as a warning. When he was captured and forced to work, he just kept his head down and did what he was told. When it was time to eat, he ate. When Luo Yuping and the others plotted to escape, he kept quiet, didn't snitch, but didn't join in either. Now, he just wanted to mind his own business and not worry about anyone else. But after his former teammates finished cursing everyone out and completely offended Yue, they came to fight over his tent. Yang Wenyao felt a deep sense of injustice. With a cold face, he let the man into his tent, then wrapped himself tightly in 2 quilts. He had 2 hot water bottles inside the blankets. He didn't give a single one to his old teammate. As soon as the guy got in, he zipped up the tent, finally sheltered from the snow, and let out a huge sigh of relief. But when he turned around, he saw Yang Wenyao bundled up like a silkworm cocoon. The old teammate tried to snatch a quilt. "Damn it, you're using both quilts? Are you trying to die?" Yang Wenyao snapped. He couldn't take it anymore and punched his old teammate in the face. "Trying to take my tent, huh? Trying to take my quilt, huh? You're the one looking for trouble." The beaten man tried to fight back. But he was no match for Yang Wenyao. Lately, Yang Wenyao had been eating food with 0 radiation and doing hard labor every day. He'd gotten stronger without even realizing it. Anyone qualified to join a big city team was already in decent shape. With no radiation in his food, his body was getting healthier by the day. Chaoling stood outside, kicking the tent. "Yang Wenyao, keep it down. There are old folks and women here." His tone was less irritable now. He didn't even tell Yang Wenyao to stop fighting, just to keep it quiet. So Yang Wenyao landed a hard punch, knocking his old teammate out cold. Then he found a rope and tied up the new laborer's hands behind his back. He had no choice, it was really late, and everyone needed to sleep, himself included. Yue had assigned them a ton of work. Without sleep, they'd have no energy for the next day's tasks. Yang Wenyao was also afraid that if he fell asleep, the guy in his tent would try to slit his throat. So he tied his hands behind his back. The situation in the other tents was pretty much the same. Only a few tents ended up with actual fighting. Gradually, the tents along the canal quieted down. The next day at 8 a.m., it was still dark. Chaoling banged a gong to wake everyone up. Get up, get up. Some of you need to clear the snow, or you won't have hot water for your bottles tonight." Everyone got up one after another. Chaoling called out to Yang Wenyao. "Webai wants to see you. Come with me after breakfast." Jiao wore her hair in 2 braids and a brand new pink vest embroidered with big floral patterns. The collar, cuffs, and hem of the vest were trimmed with white rabbit fur. She wore a pale yellow pleated skirt and pulled a cart behind her. The path from the ditch to the canal had been leveled and paved with stone slabs. The slabs were made by Pang Ziyuan with his mechanical arms. He could make anything now. He could even play cat's cradle with De Jiao while wearing the mechanical arms. As soon as De Jiao, so pretty and lively, appeared, she caught the eyes of many new laborers. A man approached her, deliberately breathing into her ear. "Hey little girl, what's for breakfast today?" De Jiao turned around, looked at the man standing less than a foot away, and blinked her big, bright eyes. Auntie said, "Any man who gets within a foot of me must die." As she spoke, she pulled a dagger from her sleeve and stabbed the man beside her. This was the knife her aunt had given her. Everything Auntie said was right. From the moment she could understand the world, De Jiao's worldview had been shaped by her aunt. Her aunt was her ruler. Her aunt was the sky for all of them, their faith, their one true God. The stabbed man doubled over, clutching his stomach, and staggered back in disbelief. He looked at De Jiao's innocent, sweet face, completely unaware of how terrifying her actions were. De Jiao said, "Why did you get so close to me? See, you're bleeding so much, you totally deserve it." The man raised his blood-stained hand, trembling as he pointed at De Jiao. Yang Wenyao and the other old laborers, old folks and women all witnessed this scene. They couldn't help but curse idiot. Sure, Yue Bai had managed to bring them here to dig dirt without anyone noticing. That alone proved she was extraordinary. If you paid attention, you'd see that all the kids around her were unusual. Don't be fooled by De Jiao's pretty looks, her innocent, pure demeanor, as if she didn't know the dangers of the Wasteland. In reality, she and her sister Xiao Jiao had their entire worldview twisted by Yue Bai. They might seem naive and silly, but if you tried to take advantage of that, even a little, no way. Not my problem. You can suffer. If you die, we'll just bury you and plant vegetables over you. De Jiao grinned, wiped the blood off her knife with a clean cloth, and slipped it back into her sleeve. With a sweet smile and a soft, girlish voice, she called out, "Breakfast time. Everyone, line up nicely. If you don't behave or cut in line, you'll get stabbed too." After breakfast, everyone was sent off by Chao Lingyun to dig the irrigation ditch. Everyone except Yang Wenyao and the two women who had just given birth. Yue Bai said that given the limited conditions, she couldn't provide proper postpartum care for the two women, but they could rest for a month and didn't have to do any hard labor. As for Yang Wenyao, for the first time, he was allowed to walk along the canal by the second wall, enter through a side gate, and step inside the second enclosure. The moment he entered the second wall, Yang Wenyao felt himself relax. In this cold weather, even a difference of 1 or 2 degrees in temperature could make a big difference in comfort. But when he looked ahead, he was immediately stunned by what he saw. Above the canal by the second wall, thick white mist floated and rolled. The canal, whose depth was unknown, couldn't contain all that mist, so it spilled over, drifting outside the ditch. Because Yue Bai's headquarters was right by the riverbed, the terrain near the second wall was a bit lower, causing the white mist to roll down to the base of the wall. Beneath the second wall, there were dozens of tents. Each tent was well made, some even had awnings. When Yang Wenyao walked over, the elderly people resting by the tents, preparing to go scavenging, all turned to look at him. They regarded Yang Wenyao as an outsider, their eyes full of wariness. "Excuse me, how do I get over there?" Yang Wenyao forced himself to ask. Yue Bai asked me to come find her. The group of elderly people fell silent. Not a single one was willing to give him directions. Yang Wenyao was one of Scarface's men. He'd been brought here by force by Yue Bai, so he was naturally not one of them. Yang Wenyao felt out of place, standing there awkwardly. Finally, it was Xiao Jiao who stood at the tong frame and waved at him. "Uncle, over here. This way." She was holding a stick, pointing it toward a ladder shrouded in the white mist. Because the mist was so thick, the ladder was barely visible. For someone unfamiliar with the place, even if they stepped onto the ladder, it would be easy to lose their footing and fall. No one knew what was hidden in the mist. How deep was the canal? How many traps lay at the bottom? With a trace of fear, Yang Wenyao carefully stepped onto the ladder, inching forward slowly, using his feet to brush aside the mist so he could see where to step next. By the time he crossed the few-meter-long ladder, his forehead was covered in sweat. Finally stepping onto the so-called Tong frame, Yang Wenyao looked at Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao was a year younger than De Jiao and even more delicate in appearance. If De Jiao had the air of a lady from a noble family, Xiao Jiao had the charm of a gentle, refined girl. Of course, it would have been better if she wasn't holding that stick. She wore the same style of vest and skirt as her sister, but her two braids were tied with a little bell hair tie. This was so that when she went out with second sister Shi and Ying Ruoying to capture people, second sister Shi could better keep track of her position. That way, at night, if second sister Shi shot arrows, she wouldn't accidentally hit Xiao Jiao. Ying Ruoying also wore a similar bell on her ankle. "Uncle, come with me," Xiao Jiao said, leading Yang Wenyao straight to Guai Guai's house. Shi Weibai was inside, looking at blueprints. Guai Guai's living conditions had improved a bit. He'd scavenged 2 large tables, each 3 meters long and 1.8 meters wide. He'd pushed the tables together under the awning, with several lights hanging down from above. Guai Guai usually worked on parts of these tables. Shi Weibai sat at the edge of the table, which was piled with parts, leaving just enough space for a blueprint. The blueprint was drawn by Guai Guai. When she saw Yang Wenyao come in, Shi Weibai pointed at the canal on the blueprint. "Progress on this little ditch is too slow. I'm planning to get more people and dig from both sides." This canal would circle the second wall, surrounding Shi Weibai's headquarters and turning it into an island. But right now, they were only digging from one side. Aside from the elderly scavengers, Ahong and Nong Yasi were still cleaning up trash behind the public toilets and expanding the supply yard. Shi Weibai had sent every available worker to dig the canal. Guai Guai was at the other end of the table, busy dismantling parts. "The weather's getting too cold. If it gets any colder, the ground will freeze and progress will slow even more," he said. Shi Weibai patted the table. "That's why we're short on people. We need to dig from both sides and meet in the middle." Just then, Shi Chengyu, who was squatting outside Guai Guai's yard, suddenly shouted, "When Yao and Shun ruled with virtue, people loved their rulers as parents. When Qin ruled by force, people saw their rulers as enemies. Therefore, to handle external threats, you must first secure your own people." Yang Wenyao couldn't help but feel that Shi Weibai's place was full of talent. Compared to Scarface's crew, Shi Weibai's group was on a whole other level. They had fighters, they had scholars. And now, seeing Guai Guai, Yang Wenyao realized they had tech too. But whether it was Shi Weibai, Guai Guai, or even Xiao Jiao, none of them paid any attention to Shi Chengyu. She always kept quiet, curling up in a corner like a quail, but every now and then she'd spout some classical Chinese. She was clearly a bit crazy. Shi Weibai didn't bother with her, and so no one else minded her either. "Weibai, what do you want me to do for you?" Yang Wenyao asked. This was the first time in 5 years on the Wasteland that he'd shown such a proactive attitude, no longer holding himself back. Shi Weibai's round face broke into a smile. "What can you do for me?" She knew that last night, Yang Wenyao had nearly beaten one of his old teammates to death in the tent. She also knew that when they first tried to escape, Yang Wenyao and another person hadn't left. He was mostly silent, but he wasn't stupid. Yang Wenyao could read the situation. Whether he'd be stuck digging ditches for the rest of his life depended on what he could do for Shi Weibai now. Yang Wenyao lowered his eyes and said, "I'm strong. I can keep Scarface's men in line." These past few days, he'd clearly felt himself getting stronger. He could also see that as more people joined the ditch digging, Chao Lingyun couldn't manage them all alone. And Scarface's men were different from the elderly and women. Even with shackles on their feet, they were tough and hard to control. Sometimes Chao Lingyun had to go out with Shi Weibai, and the worksite would get unruly. Chao Lingyun needed help. If they started digging from both sides, they'd be even more short-handed when it came to supervisors. Yang Wenyao felt he was the best candidate for the job. He had a strong sense of fairness. He wouldn't take revenge on anyone, not even Scarface's men, but he wouldn't show favoritism either. Sure, Web-Eye nodded. All right. She tossed him a key. I'll take off your shackles. Go ahead. After Yang Wenyao left, Web-Eye studied the blueprints for a while longer before having Xiao Jiao accompany her to the vegetable garden behind the Shi family house. Over the past few days, Peng Zhonggong and a few elders had finally finished clearing out the underground shopping street behind the visitor center. They'd even cleared out some collapsed sections. Every shop that could be excavated had been dug out. Anything that could be used as firewood, Peng Zhonggong hauled over to Web-Eye's old base and gave to Dejiao. Dejiao used it to light fires and cook big pots of food. Anything that couldn't be used as firewood, Peng Ziyuan crushed to pieces. While clearing out one of the underground shops, Peng Zhonggong found several packets of seeds, white radish, chili peppers, and tomatoes. He also discovered that if they kept digging along the underground shopping street, there was actually a large underground mall ahead. However, that mall had completely collapsed and was almost entirely filled with rubble. If they wanted to excavate it, they'd have to start clearing debris from above. After so long scavenging and digging, starting from the cistern behind the public restroom all the way to the underground shopping street, the entire area had been cleared. Even the remains of the old visitor center had been thoroughly cleaned up by Ahong and Nong Yasi. That whole area was now the supply depot. If they wanted to expand the supply depot, they'd have to clear out the collapsed underground mall as well. So now, if you stood behind the public restroom and looked out over the supply depot, everything was neat and orderly. Not a trace of ruins was left. As for the vegetable seeds Peng Zhonggong found, Web-Eye had Ahong plant them behind the Peng family's place. The potatoes, mushrooms, scallions, and other crops they'd planted earlier were growing densely. These vegetables hadn't stopped growing despite the changing weather. It seemed temperature didn't affect them much. Not only did these vegetables meet the daily consumption needs of the mercenaries, they also fed Web-Eye's people. Except for the people captured from Scarface's group, who still ate processed foods, everyone else was eating vegetables now. Yet, even with such high daily consumption, the harvested vegetables only kept increasing. The ditches were piled high with vacuum-packed vegetables. Web-Eye estimated that once they harvested the radishes, chilies, and tomatoes, even the ditches wouldn't be enough. She'd have to stack the surplus in the supply depot. There was no more room behind the Shi family house to plant new vegetables. There was still a bit of empty land behind the Peng family. If that wasn't enough, Web-Eye had her eye on the front yard of Guai's house. Behind his house was just a bridge pier, no space for planting, and every spot that could be used for storage was already piled with parts. Only the front yard still had a patch of open ground for planting. Since everyone else had given up their yard space for vegetables, why shouldn't Guai do the same with his front yard, right? Web-Eye walked ahead, leading Xiao Jiao as they pushed through the thick vegetable leaves. Aside from a narrow path from the back of the Shi house to the public restroom, just wide enough for people to pass, the rest was a sea of dense leaves. Push aside any leaf and you'd see crimson lingji mushrooms growing underneath. The largest one was already as big as a human face. No wonder Web-Eye felt that the spiritual energy in her spirit-gathering array had been depleting faster than ever lately. The ground was covered with these crimson lingji. They were like invasive pests, aggressively taking over much of the garden. Even the original mushrooms had stopped growing. There was no space left because of the lingji. Frowning, Web-Eye yanked up a face-sized lingji and handed it to Xiao Jiao behind her. Take this to your sister, have her make soup for everyone today. Who knew how much of Web-Eye's spiritual energy this huge lingji had absorbed? In any case, this kind of lingji couldn't be given to any one person to eat alone. Otherwise, the excess spiritual energy would make their body explode. The people Web-Eye was raising could, at most, handle a palm-sized lingji, just like the one second sister-in-law ate before. But even to fully absorb the spiritual energy from a palm-sized lingji, it would take them more than half a month. And during that time, they might experience things like double vision or bursts of energy, just like second sister-in-law did. So a face-sized lingji was best used to make a big pot of soup for everyone to share. Xiao Jiao grabbed the big Lingji and ran off. When she was gone, Shi Yuebai used her staff to poke around in the garden. Under the leaves, the ground was covered with thumb-sized crimson Lingji. What a menace! Shi Yuebai muttered, a little annoyed. If this stuff had existed in her previous life, she could have wiped out so many enemies. But now, not only were these Lingji draining her spirit-gathering array, they were also taking over the vegetable patch. The king of the vegetable patch, nothing could compete with the crimson Lingji. When Xiao Jiao came back, Shi Yuebai instructed her. Go to the supply depot and see if there's any plastic wrap. Pick all these nail-sized Lingji and wrap them up individually. She planned to clear out the pests from the garden. Lingji this size were only a little less effective than enhancement agents. She could sell them to Ija's mercenary group. Mercenaries were always active in dangerous zones, exposed to radiation and fighting mutant beasts. Their bodies were constantly under attack from the viruses carried by mutants. So mercenary groups desperately needed enhancement agents to boost their physical strength. But enhancement agents were expensive, so mercenaries usually had to settle for medical supplies instead. Medical supplies were also expensive, but at least they could afford them with some effort. Enhancement agents, on the other hand, were tightly controlled by the authorities and couldn't be bought with points. They were given out as rewards for those who made contributions to the city. Shi Yuebai had ended up here in the first place because second sister-in-law used one of Big Brother Shi Da's enhancement agents on her. Shi Da's enhancement agent had come from Ija. That's a long story, going back to the early days of the Xiangqing mercenary group when they were still the Xiangqing garrison. In short, mercenaries needed enhancement agents, they were their lifeline. Just like the spiritual medicine Shi Yuebai used in the Wu tribe. She had Xiao Jiao wrap up the nail-sized Lingji, one per packet. In total, they packed 400 portions. Then Shi Yuebai called over to Jiao and Xiao Jiao. She led the two of them to the teleportation array at the perimeter. Ija had set up a command post next to the teleportation array. When he got word that Shi Yuebai was coming in person, Ija rushed over from the front lines. He ran toward Shi Yuebai, watching her walk step by step with her staff. Under her specially made long skirt, the flesh on her legs wobbled with every step. But no mercenary present dared laugh at her. Xiao Jiao blocked Ija with her staff and said, Uncle, Auntie says this enhancement medicine is 100,000 points per piece. As she spoke, she opened her backpack, which was full of plastic-wrapped packets. The Lingji were so small, you could barely see them. Little sister. Hu Chengui came running out, covered in dirt and grime, flashing a bright white smile at Shi Yuebai. Thanks to Shi Yuebai, the mercenary corps had recently established a new squad. The cooking team. Basically, after returning from the front lines, while other squads could go rest, this team still had to light fires and cook hot pot. After all, the vegetables Shi Yuebai provided were all fresh and raw. They had to be cooked before eating. No one wanted to join the cooking team. After 5 years in the Wasteland, not a single one of the 200 mercenaries had lit a fire or cooked a meal in all that time. None of them could cook anything properly. They either boiled the vegetables into mush or burned the pot dry. They were all experts at fighting mutant monsters, but when it came to cooking, they were hopeless. Fortunately, Shi Yuebai's vegetables tasted great. Even eaten raw, they had a unique flavor. Still, a cooking team was necessary. The Xiangqing Mercenary Corps had evolved from the now-defunct Xiangqing garrison. Ija stubbornly insisted that a cooking team was standard equipment for them. So, with 200 mercenaries, they had no choice but to draw lots for cooking duty. Hu Chengui had terrible luck. He drew the short straw 10 times in a row. So lately, every day after coming back from the front lines, he was either on his way to cook or already cooking. Hey sis, what kind of enhancement drug is this? How's it different from a regular enhancer? Hu Chengui pulled a strip of plastic film from Xiao Jiao's backpack. He peeled away layer after layer of plastic, finally revealing something the size of a nail. Is this edible? Hu Chengui held up the red fungus and asked. Shi Yuebai turned around. She had a big face and thick, jet black hair cut to her shoulders. She looked a bit like a fluffy lion. This is called an enhancement fungus. Sure, Yuebai made up a name on the spot and encouraged Huichengue. Why don't you try it and see how it compares to an enhancer? With Sure Yuebai's encouraging look, Huichengue popped the red fungus into his mouth. At first it tastes a little astringent, but not too strong. Then there's this lingering sweetness. He closed his eyes and gave a poetic review. The best ingredients always require patience. Gradually, I feel a warmth spreading through my chest. No, this is such a familiar feeling. It's just like when I used to inject enhancers. Back then, enhancers weren't as rare as they are now. The Xianqing authorities weren't so strict, either. As long as the mercenary corps performed well, every member would get an enhancer as a reward. That's still the rule now, but it's much harder to earn one. In the past, defending a major city counted as a big achievement and earned you an enhancer. Now, even if you clear out a new safe zone, it doesn't count as a merit. That's just considered a business transaction. The city management pays points to hire Ija and his team. It's a straightforward deal. For the management, it's just business. Ija and the others can't do anything about it. They haven't received any enhancers in a long time. If this keeps up, Ija doesn't know how much longer his mercenaries' bodies can hold out. Now, with Sure Yuebai's zero-radiation vegetables, at least they can eat healthily and suffer less from radiation. Maybe it'll slow down the rate at which their bodies mutate. Ija looked at Huichengue. After eating that so-called enhancement fungus, Huichengue seemed off. His face, originally covered in dirt, now glowed red beneath the grime. His body was visibly changing. You okay? Qinyong walked over, concerned. He wasn't worried that Sure Yuebai would poison Huichengue with some toxic mutant fungus. He was just worried that if Huichengue went down, he'd be next in line for the cooking team. That's right, because of the lack of manpower, the newly formed cooking team only had one member. They'd drawn lots for 10 rounds, and every single time, it was Huichengue. Under Ija and Qinyong's watchful eyes, Huichengue clutched his stomach. Oh man, my stomach hurts, gotta go. He pointed behind the command tent, left or right, and took off running. Although the command post was set up here, the mercenaries didn't have any fixed toilets. Whenever nature called, they just found a hidden spot and squatted. As soon as Huichengue ran off, Ija turned to Sure Yuebai and asked, "Does one of these really cost that much? Can't you give us a discount?" He didn't bother asking about the effects of the enhancement fungus. He knew Sure Yuebai would never harm them. Her stuff always brought unexpected benefits. But with 200 people and each enhancement fungus costing 100,000 points, that meant he'd owe her 20 million points in one go. Sure Yuebai shook her head. Just put it on your tab. Ija wiped his face. Fine by me. At this point, what's a little more debt? He already owed Sure Yuebai over 8 million points, and the number kept climbing. Since we're already in debt, Yuebai, could you sell us some water too? Qinyong chimed in. He knew Sure Yuebai had water, and glanced at her and the two girls, De Jiao and Xiao Jiao. The three of them were so clean it was almost unnatural. The water the mercenaries used to cook vegetables was all dug up from the ruins in the danger zone. You didn't need a radiation detector to know it was heavily contaminated. Everyone could feel that eating Sure Yuebai's vegetables raw had no negative effects. Sometimes, it even made them more energetic and focused. But if they cooked the vegetables with the contaminated water, the benefits weren't as strong. Sure Yuebai looked at Ija and said, "Water's sold by the ton. You'll have to bring your own containers and come get it from me." Things were getting busier and busier. Sure Yuebai didn't have time to run around delivering water to everyone. Anyway, the reservoir behind the public toilets was big enough. She could just fill it up all at once, and Ija could send people to fetch water every day. Seeing Ija had no objections, Sure Yuebai was about to say something when her communicator beeped. It was a message from Ruoying. "Webai, our base is surrounded by Scarface's men." The base was where Xiao Lingye and the others did business. For the past few days, Ruoying had been secretly capturing Scarface's men. Scarface couldn't catch the elusive Ruoying, but he finally figured out her connection to the base. He brought a large group to surround the base and also sent people to block her at the city villa. Ing Ruiying couldn't be in two places at once, so she messaged Shi Yuebai for help. Looks like a big fight is brewing. Shi Yuebai turned off her communicator and asked Ija and Qinyong with curiosity. You owe me so many points. When do you plan to pay me back with your bodies? I'm so mad, so mad, so mad. Cough, cough, cough. Qinyong choked on his own saliva. He lowered his head and took a step back behind Ija. Ija, on the other hand, stood tall and answered with resolve, any time is fine. Shi Yuebai nodded. All right then, pick a team and come with me to the big city. We'll have a little chat with that Scarface, the leader of the city gang. A ruthless glint flashed across Shi Yuebai's face. Tell him, either he gives us a piece of turf, or we'll fight to the bitter end. If it works out, I'll knock 5 million points off your debt. Right now, the mercenary group owed Shi Yuebai a total of 18 million points. That was a sum Ija had no hope of ever paying back. And that was after they'd been constantly bringing in supplies to offset the debt. But there was no helping it, Yuebai's vegetables were just too delicious. Ija and his mercenaries would rather run at a loss than go back to eating those expired processed foods. And now, they even had to buy water from Yuebai. The debt was only going to get bigger. Shi Yuebai had Su Xuejiao on her side, who kept all the accounts with the mercenaries crystal clear. Fair and square. Ija lowered his eyes, deep in thought. He was a former garrison soldier, the straight arrow, by-the-book type. Now he had a chance. If he took his team and helped Yuebai fight, he could wipe out 5 million points of debt. He hesitated. Behind him, Qinyong lowered his voice. What are you waiting for? If you don't go, Captain, I will. Another mercenary, Xiao Qian, also urged him in a low voice. Don't overthink it, Captain. We're only going to owe Yuebai more and more. If we don't find a way to pay him back, we'll just sink deeper. Sure, they all had, lofty ideals and noble character and all that. But now, with their debt approaching 20 million points, Yuebai was by far their biggest creditor. None of them had ever owed anyone so much in their lives. Xiao Sun anxiously chimed in, Scarface is a pushover. Beating him up is like playing a game, right? Ija nodded, his eyes resolute and righteous. Yuebai, whether or not the debt gets cleared isn't the point. The main thing is, Scarface is just a scumbag. He's done all kinds of evil, and I've been wanting to bring him to justice for a long time. However many people you need, just tell me. Qinyong and the other mercenaries all put on expressions of righteous indignation, ready to rid the world of evil. Shi Yuebai glanced around the command center. I won't take up too much of your time. Everyone here, come with me. When it comes to a gang fight, numbers are everything. Shi Yuebai was naturally all about making a strong impression. Now that she was in the Wasteland, stuck in this body, she couldn't be as flashy as she wanted. But whenever she had a chance to make a scene, Shi Yuebai never played it low-key. There were 30 people in the command center who had just come off duty, including Hu Chengui, who came running in, still pulling up his pants. Shi Yuebai had them all follow Ija into the teleportation array. She herself stood outside. Ija and Hu Chengui turned back. Hu Chengui waved at Shi Yuebai. Come on, girl, what are you standing there for? A smile appeared on Shi Yuebai's round, pale face. I'm just waiting to see you scream. As soon as she finished speaking, the staff in her hand floated in front of her. Shi Yuebai formed a hand seal and pushed forward. Go! Hu Chengui, 30 mercenaries who could face down mutant beasts without blinking now felt like they were on a roller coaster. It was as if the ground had become the sky, and the sky the ground. They lost all sense of gravity. By the time Hu Chengui's scream faded, they had already been teleported to the riverbank under the bridge. Shi Yuebai, meanwhile, was pale as a sheet, gripping her floating staff, sweat beading on her forehead. She'd finally managed to improve her physique, but just to show off, she'd teleported 32 people at once, counting to Jiao and Xiaojiao. That was already pushing her abilities to the limit. Shi Yuebai leaned on her staff, sat down on a nearby bench, and checked her current weight. 680.6 gene. She caught her breath, then stood up and teleported herself back to her base. When Ing Ruiying set the base point, She deliberately picked a spot close to Duan Xiangtong and her group of working girls. It was the closest spot to Shi Yuebai's base. The idea was that if there was ever trouble at the base point, Ying Ruoying could quickly ask Shi Yuebai for help. At this moment, Ying Ruoying was hiding behind the second wall, peering across the river with binoculars. When she saw Ija and the others arrive, she hurried toward the mercenaries. But Ija and his group didn't wait for her. As soon as they landed, they immediately began getting ready. When it came to fighting, they were professionals. As for the crazy teleportation they'd just experienced, well, that was over and done with. No point dwelling on it. By the time Ying Ruoying reached them, Shi Yuebai's figure flickered and appeared in front of everyone. That way. She pointed with her staff. Ija glanced at Shi Yuebai, then led Qinyang, Hua Chenggui, Xiao Qian, Xiao Sun, and the other mercenaries straight toward the base point. Ying Ruoying hurried after them, but Shi Yuebai blocked her with her staff. Yuebai, I want to check on Xiao Lingye. She didn't care about anyone else, she just worried Xiao Lingye would escape. The 18 levels of hell weren't finished yet. Xiao Lingye couldn't be allowed to slip away. Shi Yuebai reached out and smoothed Ying Ruoying's messy hair. You're the boss lady. You have to make your entrance last. Don't panic, show them your big sister aura. Ying Ruoying looked at Shi Yuebai. In the thin layer of snow, her eyes grew red. Go on, Shi Yuebai gestured toward the base point. The cold wind carried fine snow. The temperature hadn't dropped suddenly, but at this rate, it probably wouldn't warm up any time soon. For scavengers in and around the city, life was getting harder and harder. Ying Ruoying sniffled, then straightened her back, put on her heiress air, and strode step by step through the snow toward the base point. Over there, Scarface's men had surrounded the tents at the base point. Master Bao, Little Bao, and the bodyguards Ying Ruoying had hired with processed food were all being beaten in a circle by Scarface's men. They didn't even spare Little Bao, a child. The dirty, yellow-black snow was stained with blood. Scarface's eyes were cold and sinister. Talk. Who's backing you? He'd known for a while that Xiao Lingye was trapped here, selling himself. At first, Scarface hadn't cared about this base point. He thought it was just some city office supervisor's doing. But this morning, he got word that Master Bao and Little Bao had been spotted here. This base point was closely tied to that villa in the city. Damn it, not talking, huh? Scarface jerked his head, pulled out a watermelon knife, and walked over to Little Bao. He held the knife to Little Bao's neck and threatened Master Bao. If you don't tell me who's behind you, I'll chop this little bastard up. Grandpa Bao shook his head in pain. He was pinned to the ground, unable to get up no matter how hard he tried. After all, he was old. Even though he'd been eating well lately, he still couldn't compare to those young people. Let him go. He's just a child. Grandpa Bao's eyes blazed with anger. To be honest, aside from his anger, Grandpa Bao wasn't really afraid of dying with his grandson. If they hadn't met Ying Ruoying and the boss behind her, he and his grandson would probably have died long ago either from hunger, thirst, or exhaustion. The days they'd lived until now had already far exceeded what the two of them ever expected. Every extra day felt like it was stolen from fate. Most scavengers in the Wasteland weren't actually afraid of death. People who had survived great disasters tended to be indifferent, not just to others, but to their own lives as well. Seeing how stubborn Grandpa Bao was, refusing to say a word, Scarface looked up at the gray sky. In this freezing weather, I really don't want to be out here. You deadweights, why can't you just let me have a break? Since these people had nothing to do with the office supervisor, Scarface saw no reason to hold back. He twisted his neck, a vicious look flashing across his face. But to make sure he cut off Baozai's head perfectly, he gripped his machete with both hands and forced Grandpa Bao to watch. You animal. He's just a child. Let him go. Grandpa Bao cried out, his voice hoarse with grief. Baozai, however, stopped struggling and lay still. He was only a little over 7 years old, but he'd already seen the cruelty of this world. From as far back as he could remember, the world had never been kind. It wasn't just survival of the fittest, human nature itself could be unimaginably cruel. Baozai looked at his grandfather numb. His face pressed against the ground, he suddenly smiled. Grandpa, even though the wasteland is so hopeless, I've still seen the good side of people. Because of Grandpa, Baozai had survived to the age of 7. Grandpa carried him while scavenging. When others beat them, Grandpa shielded him with his own body. So maybe the wasteland wasn't entirely dark after all. Precisely because everything around him was so black, the little bit of kindness Grandpa showed him shone all the brighter. And now, Baozai had met a lot of good people. Sistering was nice, and the boss behind her must be a good person too. Recently, Baozai had been helping out at the base. Sometimes he'd go far, even across the river. He'd even met a big sister named Shi Yao. She seemed to be growing taller, and her legs hurt every day. But she didn't want her family to worry, so whenever the pain got bad, she'd go alone to the wide riverbed to pick up stones. Whenever Baozai was free, he'd go help her. Yao said the stones would be used to build a wall. It was the first time in Baozai's life he'd had a playmate. Thinking about it, Baozai felt like maybe the wasteland wasn't so bad after all. He really didn't want to die. What should he do? Scarface let out a shout. Grandpa Bao, Baozai, and many others couldn't help but close their eyes. They still didn't dare to look. Off to the side, Xiao Lingya, emaciated, covered in whip marks, wearing nothing but a ragged pair of briefs, couldn't help but laugh out loud. These people all deserve to die. That little brat Baozai deserved to die. That bitch Ying Ruiying deserved it even more. But in the next instant, everyone was stunned. Scarface's machete didn't land on Baozai's neck. Instead, Ija shot forward like lightning and punched Scarface in the gut, sending him flying. When he hit the ground, Scarface couldn't even stand. Clutching his stomach, before he could even see who'd hit him, he curled up and vomited violently. Blood came out. From a distance, Bai Hansong asked his subordinate, why did the mercenaries suddenly show up? Before their team moved here, they already knew there were a few prostitutes in the area. Some of their own people had even visited. To be honest, it was a unique experience. Since it was their first time living so close to the big city, Bai Hansong needed to maintain good relations with the city teams and the nearby groups. It was by chance, while coming and going from the city, that he learned Scarface was looking for a pair of grandfather and grandson. But Bai Hansong never expected this brothel would somehow get involved with the mercenaries. Are the mercenaries interested in prostitutes too? The man beside Bai Hansong shook his head. What do we do now? What else could they do? They still had to venture deep into the danger zone, so it was best to stay on good terms with the mercenaries. Bai Hansong led his people and quietly withdrew. Scarface finished vomiting blood and stared at Ija in horror. Captain E, what's the meaning of this? Ija pursed his lips and shook out his fist. That's exactly what I mean. There was no need to say more. Judging from the situation, the team backing Grandpa Bao, Baozai, and Ying Ruiying was the mercenary group. Scarface's chest churned with nausea. He forced down the metallic taste in his mouth. Captain E, aren't you overstepping? Have you forgotten who you need to rely on to survive? Hu Chenggui stepped forward and kicked Scarface in the chest. Scarface couldn't hold it in any longer and started vomiting blood again. Hu Chenggui said, we don't need you to survive anyway. More and more mercenaries gathered in the open space, staring at Scarface's men. Compared to the mercenaries, Scarface's once burly gang now looked weak and pathetic. Scarface's men slowly put away their arrogance and ceded the field to the mercenaries. Most of the mercenaries had been soldiers before the Wasteland, or at the very least, students at the police academy. Even before the apocalypse, they were physically stronger than most. And after the Wasteland, they'd been active in the danger zones. Anyone who survived was a terrifying fighter. Even the weakest, Hu Chenggui, was a head taller than the so-called tough guys. Not to mention, after taking the strengthening fungus from Yubai's little sister, he was now brimming with strength and heat. In this weather, if you stopped moving, you'd freeze stiff. But he was different. Hu Chenggui almost wanted to strip naked and run a few laps. Scarface lay curled up on the ground like a shrimp, unable to speak for a long time. Behind Hu Chenggui, Ying Ruiying approached in high heels, wearing a black cheongsam adorned with tiny diamonds and draped in black fur. She lifted her hand, nails painted bright red, and swept her wavy hair behind her shoulder. Ruoying smiled down at Scarface and said, "This isn't how I wanted us to meet, Scarface. We just wanted to live our lives in peace, but since you came knocking and made a scene, our boss had no choice but to ask Captain E to step in. The boss says, draw a line, otherwise, we'll just keep fighting to the bitter end." There was someone else behind Ruoying, a real boss. It wasn't Ija, but Ija seemed to have a good relationship with this boss. At the very least, this boss could command a mercenary group to back him up. That's exactly how things stood now. In fact, Scarface was the one who started all this. The boss behind Ruoying was just collecting daily necessities in a villa in the big city. He never intended to compete with Scarface for territory. All that boss wanted was to collect supplies. He didn't care at all about how the interests in the city were divided up. But Scarface sent people to storm the villa, forcing Ruoying to flee, and even beat up the bodyguards she'd hired. All the trouble that followed started from that. Scarface coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood from the pain. Supported by his men, he sat up and gasped, asking Ruoying, "What about all the brothers I lost? If I remember right, you haven't lost a single person here." Back when they stormed the villa, Ruoying had used some unknown method to escape. Scarface only managed to catch a few of her bodyguards and hung them up in the yard for a beating. But now, those bodyguards were all with Xiaolingye. Yet Scarface had lost dozens of men in total. A cold smile played on Ruoying's beautiful face. "Blame your own bad luck, what else can I say? If I'd ended up in your hands, I'd probably be wishing for death by now. And if I'm not mistaken, you were just about to kill this kid." Scarface was no good guy. He'd probably done even more evil than Xiaolingye. He just hadn't had the chance to show it yet. Scarface glared viciously at Ruoying, then at Ija and the mercenaries standing nearby. He gritted his teeth. "Fine, we'll withdraw. You can collect supplies in the city. I won't interfere anymore. But I'm not the only crew in this city. If someone else decides to kill you, that's none of my business." The mercenaries made their living off the city's management. But for now, there really wasn't any civilian group that dared challenge the mercenaries. Now that Ruoying had the mercenaries backing her, she was out in the open. From now on, she could freely and openly collect supplies in and around the city. As for Scarface's parting threat before he left, that was just him trying to save face, unable to accept how badly he'd lost today. A group of Scarface's men followed behind him. They'd swaggered in, but now they left with their heads down, utterly dejected. Baozi helped his grandfather over to Ruoying. Ruoying patted Baozi's head. "All right, everyone. Back to what you were doing. It's over." Out of sight, Ruoying let out a huge sigh of relief. She might have looked like a big boss just now, full of presence. But inside, she'd been panicking. Still, after this incident, Ruoying realized there wasn't really anything to be afraid of. She had Sure Webai behind her, and Sure Webai was so powerful she could even call on mercenaries for backup. So, what was there to be scared of? "You bitch." Lying by the tent, Xiaolingye, now skin and bones, glared at Ruoying. His eyes were full of hatred. He wanted nothing more than to tear her to pieces. Ruoying turned and walked over to the tent. On the open ground nearby, the mercenaries were still standing around, and her hired bodyguards had all gotten themselves sorted out. The few backsides Ruoying had captured earlier had also been herded back into the tent. The bodyguards would get them cleaned up, ready for business that night. Looking at the now completely changed Xiaolingye, Ruoying couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh wow, I barely recognized you. Driver Xiao, how did you get so skinny?" Being called driver stung Xiaolingye more than any of the humiliations he'd suffered lately. He could barely walk, and had been tormented by all sorts of customers until he was nothing but skin and bones. "Shut up, you bitch. Have you forgotten what I did to you?" Xiaolingye hated anyone bringing up his past. Before the apocalypse, he'd been a poor driver for the Ing family, full of ambition but always dismissed as overreaching, unrealistic, and all talk. Even when he tried to get close to Ruoying, her suitors would sneer, a toad trying to eat swan meat. Xiao Lingya hated that frustrated, unsuccessful version of himself from before the apocalypse. He never understood what made him inferior to those rich kids. Those second-generation heirs who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. What did they have besides a rich dad? Ing Ruoying bent down and slapped Xiao Lingya twice, hard, across the face. And you? Have you forgotten how you're being used day and night now? Seeing the pain on Xiao Lingya's face, Ing Ruoying laughed heartily. In this world, no one has the right to look down on anyone else. We all have our time in the mud. So what matters now is who laughs last. And clearly, Xiao Lingya, that's not you. Xiao Lingya wouldn't last much longer. He was evil, but there were people even more evil in this wasteland. He had endless ways to torment Ing Ruoying. But there were also endless people using all sorts of methods to torment him. Xiao Lingya let out a beast-like howl. But soon, Ing Ruoying's bodyguards rushed over and dragged him back into the tent. The mercenaries on the open ground all pretended not to see. They chatted among themselves, giving Ing Ruoying plenty of face. Not long after, Ija came to say goodbye to Ing Ruoying. He took Hui Chengui and Qin Yong's men and headed straight to Shi Yuebai's place to fetch water. Shi Yuebai lifted her eyelids and led Ija and the others slowly up to the public restroom. She climbed slowly, given her size. Going up and down those steps every day was a real ordeal. But Ija and his men just followed quietly and orderly behind her. Not a single one dared to overtake her. We're here. Shi Yuebai finally made it to the flat area in front of the restroom. She pointed at a faucet installed by the public restroom. Resources are limited. From now on, you'll get your water here. This faucet had been installed recently, based on a diagram drawn by Guai Guai, with a pump drawing water from the reservoir. Next to it was a mop sink, and a power outlet had been installed on the restroom wall. Beside the mop sink were several washing machines. Ija and the others were stunned. Especially since outside the restroom, a canopy had been set up, with clotheslines strung underneath. Clothes were hanging everywhere. Shi Yuebai explained impatiently. It's too cold. I don't have enough firewood for them to boil water and wash clothes by hand. So I picked up a few washing machines for them to use. She was sick to death of supporting this group of people. Why hand wash so many clothes every day? Can't they just change into clean ones when they're dirty? Swelling up their hands washing clothes, just an excuse to get out of work, right? The washing machines at Shi Yuebai's place are powered by electricity generated from solar panels. Granted, a single solar panel doesn't generate much electricity in this kind of weather. But what if you have thousands, even tens of thousands of solar panels? Not long ago, Grandpa Bao and Little Bao had been frantically hauling solar panels for Ing Ruoying. Lately, the two of them had been busy helping Xiao Lingya, but they'd told an acquaintance of theirs where to scavenge for solar panels. This acquaintance could deliver several loads of panels to Ing Ruoying every day. So, at Shi Yuebai's place, there were already over 9,000 solar panels in use. Every available rooftop was covered with solar panels. Even the tops of the first and second perimeter walls were lined with rows of solar panels. Most of the remaining panels were stacked on top of the tarps covering the supplies depot. Shi Yuebai wasn't embarrassed to admit that, honestly, she just thought there were too many solar panels. So she decided to use them to weigh down the tarps. After all, those tarps were so light, even with 2 layers covering the supply crates, a strong wind could blow them away. She needed something to hold them down, right? Why bother picking up rocks when there were so many solar panels just lying around? Shi Yuebai felt like a real genius for coming up with this. This way, her base had plenty of electricity, the surplus panels had somewhere to go, and they were actually useful. Now, not only could she power several washing machines, but she could also run the printers, all the lighting, and anything else that needed electricity. No more worrying about power. In fact, Grandpa Bao's acquaintance was still delivering more panels non-stop. Shi Yuebai was planning to keep expanding her supply depot. However many panels showed up, she'd install them all. Ija was amazed at the way Shi Yuebai lived. And it wasn't just him. Every mercenary behind him was looking on with envy. Ija furrowed his brows and asked Shuyuebai, "Can you help us wash our clothes here?" Then, very sensibly, he added, "We're not asking you to do it for free, we'll pay in points." He paused, probably remembering that he already owed Shuyuebai 13 million points. After they collected their water, that debt would probably grow even bigger. He added, "Put it on my tab." Shuyuebai nodded. "One load of laundry will cost you 1,000 points." Ija, Chinyong, Wachungwe, and the others all nodded eagerly. Just 1,000 points to wash a whole load of clothes? What a deal. You had to understand, a lot of mercenaries had been wearing the same clothes for 5 years. Honestly, they'd never wash them. And they couldn't just change into something else. Most of their clothes were specialized gear, and they didn't have spares. Being able to wash their clothes now was pure luxury. Otherwise, who knew what kind of smells were stuck to their clothes? Shuyuebai watched them light up with joy, like they'd just scored a huge bargain. She didn't quite get it. One load of laundry cost 1,000 points, and a mercenary would probably have to strip off all their gear and wash several loads. And once they got used to this, they'd want to wash their clothes regularly. To really feel clean, you'd have to wash every few days. But how many points did the city authorities give them each month? Not enough to wash their clothes more than a few times. Shuyuebai pursed her lips, then pointed to the public restroom and said coldly, "There's a shower in there. If you want to bathe, you can. But it'll cost you 10,000 points per shower." Worried that Ija and the others would think it was too expensive, she added, "This price, others couldn't even get a shower here if they wanted to. I don't open this up to outsiders." See? How ruthless she was, squeezing the mercenary core dry. But little did she know, Ija and the other mercenaries instantly got excited. All 30 mercenaries rushed into the public restroom. "What? There's water for showers. Wow, there's hot water and cold water too. For real? Just 10,000 points for a shower? I'm in. Where are the buckets? Give me a bucket. You idiot, it's a shower. There's even body wash, damn, there's shampoo too." They crowded into the men's shower room, gawking like country bumpkins visiting a palace. Huachengue was so thrilled, he didn't even want to call Shuyuebai sis anymore. He wanted to call her dad. Why, oh why, did a person like Shuyuebai exist in this wasteland? Was she sent by the creator to save the desperate mercenary corps? Someone rushed into the shower first. Before anyone could yell at him, he slammed the door shut. A whole crowd of mercenaries, black as coal and reeking to high heaven, anxiously waited outside. Ija frowned and pounded on the door. "Hurry up. Don't take all day in there." There were still 29 hungry mercenaries waiting their turn. The sound of running water came from inside, and the mercenary inside sobbed with joy. "It's hot water. I want to drink my fill." He was showering and drinking the shower water at the same time. Life was just that good. Clear, hot water flowed from the showerhead. Shuyuebai had noticed the weather was cold, and since she had plenty of electricity and happened to have a few electric water heaters in her stash, she'd installed them. 3 in the men's room, 3 in the women's. But since there weren't that many people in her group, they only used one showerhead. Her people showered every day, so they didn't get very dirty. They washed up quickly. The water heaters in both restrooms were more than enough. But seeing the current situation, Shuyuebai realized that if she wanted to earn more shower points from the mercenaries, this amount of hot water wouldn't cut it. She might as well build a proper bathhouse. No sooner said than done. Shuyuebai pulled out her communicator and messaged her crew. "Shuyuebai, brainstorm time. I want to build a bathhouse, separate for men and women. Figure out how to get it done." She sent this message to everyone under her command, including Ing Ruoying, who now had a communicator. Not long after, Su Shuejiao from the main compound came rushing in, banging a gong. "Meeting time. Everyone, come discuss how to build the bathhouse." The meeting was held at Guai Guai's house. That way, if anyone had ideas, Guai Guai could draw up the plans on the spot. He watched, feeling aggrieved, as Su Shuejiao, Commander Chiao, Peng Zhonggong, Ah Hong, Nong Yasi, Second Sister Shi, Ing Ruoying, Big Jiao, Little Jiao, Shi Yaoao, Peng Ziyuan, and others all crowded into his yard. They even wheeled in Shi Xiangrui, Shi Fuse, Shi Jixiang, and Shi Rui. Behind the kids, 8 papermen with toothpicks followed. Even the crazy Shi Chengyu had turned around and was squatting in a corner of Guai Guai's house. Guai Guai looked up at the sky. He, a master mechanic. He, a peerless genius. He, once the hope of the world, expected to design invincible battle armor to save humanity from the apocalypse. He, once courted by countless high-tech powers. And now he was building a bathhouse. I want to go to the bathhouse and get my back scrubbed. Everyone started chattering, discussing how to quickly build the bathhouse. Meanwhile, Ija had already helped several mercenaries wash up. Shi Yuebai was in front of the public restroom, drawing and writing on the ground with a long stick. Ija walked over and asked, "Webai, what are you drawing?" Without even looking up, Shi Webai replied, "From now on, you'll take the bath tokens I give you and come wash your clothes and bathe on your own. I'm drawing a passageway for you here." As she spoke, she handed a stone token to Ija. The so-called stone token was actually a teleportation talisman infused with her soul power. It was covered in complicated runes. Ija couldn't understand them, and Shi Yuebai couldn't really explain the shaman tribe stuff to Wastelanders. But since she said it was a bath token, Ija got the idea. He put the bath token away and quietly looked at Shi Yuebai again. After a while, Hua Chenggui and Qin Yong finished washing up too. Since they didn't have any clean clothes to change into for now, they were still wearing their old, stinky clothes. Although it made them uncomfortable, at least the mercenaries' living conditions were starting to show a glimmer of hope. "Hey sis, are you working on an art project?" Hua Chenggui couldn't make sense of what she was drawing. But he knew Shi Yuebai had studied art since she was a kid. So if she was drawing on the ground, it must be a masterpiece. Shi Yuebai didn't bother to argue. While drawing the teleportation array, she said to Hua Chenggui, Ija, and the others, "There are clean clothes and a dryer over there. Take care of it yourselves." After finishing the teleportation array, she leaned on her stick and slowly wandered down the steps. From now on, the mercenary group could use the bath token to teleport directly to the public restroom. No need for Shi Yuebai to escort them. The clothes she'd prepared for the mercenaries were mostly underwear she'd collected from survivors a long time ago, plus some thermal tops and long johns. With this weather, it was time for thermals. And they were all men's clothes in all sizes. As for the outer gear the mercenaries wore, Shi Yuebai couldn't provide that. But she could give them some clean military coats. That way, after they took off their dirty clothes and before their laundry was done and dried, they could wear the coats to keep warm. Of course, all of this cost points. Everything, absolutely everything, required points. Shi Yuebai couldn't be bothered to keep track of who took what clothes. She just told Ija and the others to keep track themselves. Anyway, she knew they'd never be able to pay it all back, so she just let them owe it. The mercenary group had already given up on caring, they'd just keep running up the tab. These days, as long as you could owe, that was good enough. As soon as Shi Yuebai left, the freshly washed mercenaries started rummaging through the boxes of new clothes under the eaves. The new clothes were packed in boxes, from underwear to military coats. Shi Yuebai had even prepared socks for them. Hua Chenggui took the initiative to keep the debt ledger. "Everyone behave. I'm telling you, my sister is amazing. If you want to keep getting good stuff from her, don't try to cheat or skip recording what you take." Of course, everyone understood that. So every mercenary carefully wrote down what they took in the little notebook. The mercenaries who had just gone into the showers found that the hot water was running out. The water heater's supply had been used up. If they wanted another hot shower, they'd have to wait. But who could wait? They hadn't bathed in 5 years. Many couldn't wait for the water heater to heat up again, so they just stripped and took cold showers. It was just as good. As long as they could scrub off that layer of grime, who cared if it was cold water? Other people would kill for the chance. "Honestly, I want to take a cold shower right now," Hua Chenggui said, stripping down to just his thermals. He stood barefoot in the snow, his usually refined face flushed red. "I took the strengthening fungus my sister gave me, and I'm burning up." Ija and the others once again realized that Shi Yuebai's strengthening fungus, though expensive, actually helped you resist the cold. Ija grabbed the bath token and went back to headquarters, fetched a backpack full of strengthening fungus, and handed one out to each person. The first thing the mercenaries did after eating the fungus was rush to the toilet and have a massive bowel movement. Afterward, they felt so warm they went straight for a cold shower. This stuff is incredible value for the price, Chin Young said, pale-faced and holding his stomach. I feel like I just emptied out decades worth of constipation. People in the Wasteland had terrible diets, so hardly anyone had a healthy gut. Constipation or diarrhea was common. But most were constipated. Except for Hu Chengui, nearly everyone in the mercenary group was constipated. So after that bathroom trip, everyone felt amazing. Ija ate a strengthening fungus himself. Afterward, he felt it was worth every point. He was full of energy, like he could go fight mutant beasts on the front lines for 3 days and nights. But now that the weather was getting colder, there weren't as many mutant beasts on the front lines. After all, mutant beasts were still animals, and most animals became less active in the cold. Especially with this weird weather in the Wasteland, it had been snowing for days. The snow on the ground kept piling up, since no one was clearing it. Sure, Yuebai's place was a bit better. Su Xuejiao arranged for people to clear the snow from the base every day. Other places weren't so lucky, especially in the big city. Every time Ying Ruiying went there, she'd curse out the city administrators. No one knew what those admins were doing. The city was covered in snow, and it never melted, just piled up thicker and thicker. Especially at the city gates, where there was a lot of foot traffic. That spot became dangerously slippery. Ying Ruiying slipped and fell every time she went in or out of the city gates. Eventually, she stopped walking through the gates. She just used the teleportation array, first jumping back to Sure Yuebai's place, then heading out from there. Back with the mercenaries, more than a dozen had already finished washing up. The washing machines and dryers were spinning nonstop. After eating the strengthening fungus, the mercenaries were all burning up, standing around in their thermals or boxer briefs, barefoot, chatting in front of the public restroom. It was quite the indecent scene. Iwa's phone was bombarded with texts from Sure Yuebai. Sure Yuebai, I can understand you guys hanging around in thermals, but what's with the boxer briefs and bare chests? Seriously? Ija turned around and saw the mercenaries in boxer briefs, some hugging piles of snow to cool off, some climbing onto the restroom roof to lie in the snow. Ija, sorry, I've known them for so long, and even I didn't know they were this uninhibited. Sure Yuebai, could you guys think about our feelings for once? We have a lot of young women here, you know. Sure Yuebai, if you don't put your clothes on, I'll chop off your junk one by one. Ija instinctively clenched his lower abdomen. He pinched the bridge of his nose and couldn't help but laugh. Ija, I'm properly dressed. After taking the enhancement bacteria, the mercenaries felt their bodies getting hotter the longer it stayed in their system. Each one of them was bursting with energy, as if they'd just gotten a shot of adrenaline. This was different from the enhancers provided by the upper management of the big city. Those enhancers could quickly boost physical abilities in a short time. They took effect much faster than the enhancement bacteria. Almost as soon as you used them, your body would react immediately. But just as quickly, the effects would fade. However, the enhancement bacteria that Sure Yuebai provided to the mercenary group seemed to have a slow release function. The strengthening effect had already lasted a long time. Hu Chengui was the first to take the enhancement bacteria. Every hour, he had to run to the bathroom, and he felt hotter and hotter. But it wasn't an uncomfortable feeling. Unlike the irritability brought on by injected enhancers, the enhancement bacteria just made you feel hot, so hot that Hu Chengui stripped down to just his underwear. Even then, he was sweating all over. I can't go on like this. Hu Chengui lay down in the snow, grabbing handfuls of snow to cover his chest. Captain, you've got to do something, or my sister really will come after us with a knife. Right now, he even wanted to take off his underwear. No, he wasn't being a pervert. He was just really, really hot. He felt like he was in a sauna. Ija put down his communicator and waved at Hu Chengui. Come on, put your clothes back on. Let's go hunt some mutant beasts. This was probably the first time their mercenary group had ever proactively gone out to hunt mutant beasts. After drying their clothes and taking the enhancement bacteria, the mercenaries were all incredibly excited. Before, they'd always been on the defensive against mutant beasts. They'd just finish one battle, barely have time to rest, and then get attacked again. Exhausted, it was always a cycle of defense-attack-defense. You never knew when you or the person beside you would die in a mutant beast's jaws. That would be the only real rest. But now, with the weather so cold, it should have been time to rest and recover. Instead, they were all full of energy, returning to the front lines. The mercenaries were practically howling to go fight mutant beasts, as if they were about to be reunited with family. Ija efficiently arranged for those with excess energy to go scout for mutant beast nests. He sent a second group of mercenaries, bath tokens in hand, to the public bathhouse. This time, Ija learned from experience. He waited until the second group was about to shower before giving them the enhancement bacteria. Before the bacteria kicked in, he had them take cold showers. At first, the mercenaries felt cold, but as they showered, the enhancement bacteria gradually took effect. After showering, while washing their clothes in the machine, they'd start to need the bathroom. By the time they finished, their clothes were clean. While the clothes were drying, some of them would have to run to the bathroom 2, 3, even 4 times. This way, none of the mercenaries would be running around in just their underwear after leaving the bathhouse. Ija's calculations were perfect. By the time their clothes were dry, the mercenaries in their boxers had pretty much finished their business. With half their old waste cleared out, the enhancement bacteria's effects started to ramp up. Before they got so hot that they'd roll around in the snow, Ija sent the second group back to the front lines to fight mutant beasts. Then the third group came, took the bacteria, showered, and so on. This rotation continued until nightfall, when Ija finally finished and returned to the command tent. Chin-Yong had just come back from the front. He rushed up to Ija like a gust of wind. "Captain, are you tired?" Ija looked at Chin-Yong, who was jogging in place. "Not tired. Aren't you tired?" It had been a whole day. Chin-Yong had just finished fighting a mutant beast nest, and he still had the energy to jog in place. Truthfully, Ija felt pretty good too. Before, he always had endless things to deal with, and at best, his energy was only a bit higher than the average person's. After several days and nights without sleep, he'd be exhausted. But now, it was different. He felt like he could go half a month without sleep and still be fine. Chin-Yong and Huichingue weren't as strong as Ija, but they clearly hadn't absorbed all the effects of the enhancement bacteria yet. Everyone thought that with this much energy, they'd never be able to sleep during rest time. But when it was time to rest, as soon as they told themselves to sleep, they'd be out like a light. In the darkness, Chin-Yong quietly crept over to Huichingue and whispered, "Did you notice? What Yuebai gave us is really good stuff." At first, some mercenaries had doubts, thinking sure Yuebai's price was a bit steep. 100,000 credits for a single enhancement bacteria. That was no small sum. But now, they felt the price was more than fair. Because this medicine didn't just boost their physical abilities, it also helped them resist the cold. Look at everyone in the military tent now, lying on the ground, sleeping shirtless. And sleeping really well, too. Huichingue squinted, arms crossed, and shot a glance at Chin-Yong. "Isn't that obvious?" He kept his voice low, but in a big military tent like this, everyone could hear even the smallest whisper. Ija didn't say anything, just closed his eyes and rested in the tent. Huichingue whispered again to Chin-Yong. "Think about it. Ever since we joined the garrison, we've been getting screwed over. All these years, everyone's treated us like a piece of meat to be chewed on. Has anyone ever let us off the hook? Has anyone ever given us any real benefits? Even the management system, which should have been the biggest logistics support for the garrison and mercenary groups, was like a blood-sucking leech, squeezing them for all they were worth, not caring if they lived or died. Has anyone ever made them feel like they got a good deal, or that something was worth the price? Never. Absolutely never. Except for Yuebai. The tent, already quiet, grew even more silent. In truth, many people weren't asleep yet. Even Ija's fingers, crossed over his chest, were tightly clenched. All these years, the mercenary group had swallowed their pain and kept going. When the garrison was disbanded, they were left alone, struggling to survive. Whoever helped them? Who took advantage of them and actually gave them anything in return? All these years, only Shuebai ever gave them a real benefit. No one knew how long the enhancement bacteria's effects would last. But after a full day and night, it had already outlasted half the duration of the regular enhancers. Shuebai is the true logistics support for the mercenaries. The next day, the effects of the enhancement fungus were still going strong, and the mercenaries hadn't felt even the slightest bit of fatigue. This had already far surpassed what the mercenaries understood enhancement to mean. Early in the morning, Ija, full of energy, organized the mercenaries and made several sweeps along the front lines. Every mutant beast they could take down, they did. Qinyong walked beside him, looking refreshed, and said, "Captain, we can push the boundaries of our safe zone forward now." Expanding the safe zone meant earning merit, and when the time came, the management system would probably reward them with another batch of enhancers. Of course, that was only if they actually secured the new area. They'd have to report it up the chain. Ija paused for a moment. "We're not reporting it." That meant no one would know they'd secured another safe zone. And it meant giving up the enhancer rewards from the management system. Huichengge gave Qinyong a shove. "What's that supposed to mean? Don't you know what happens when you report it? The day you report a new safe zone, the management system sends in their own team to sweep the place clean. They take everything they can get their hands on. Once the management system can't find anything else, the next wave of scavengers, those big civilian groups connected to the management system, move in to strip it bare. Only after these groups have picked it clean does the management system officially announce the existence of the new safe zone. Right now, the mercenary group already owed you by tens of millions of points. Their main way of paying off the debt was to use daily necessities to offset the points owed. Reporting the new safe zone wouldn't benefit ordinary scavengers at all. On the contrary, it would make it harder for the mercenary group to find large quantities of supplies. Even if, later on, the mercenary group did get the enhancer reward from the management system, would it even matter? Could it compare to Yubai's enhancement fungus? Duration of the enhancer, 18 hours. Duration of the enhancement fungus, 36 hours. Even an idiot would know which to choose. Huichengge shoved Qinyong out of annoyance at his cluelessness. "You know my sister needs supplies, and you want to hand them over to the management system? Qinyong, whose side are you even on? You're really turning your back on your own people, you know that? The mercenary group and Shuebai should be like one big happy family." After venting at Qinyong, Huichengge caught up with Ija. "Captain, if you ask me, why don't we tell my sister about this? Let her bring people over and sweep the new safe zone a few more times." Ija nodded. "Sure, let her finish sweeping it before we do anything else." When it came to your own people, it only made sense to look out for each other. Shuebai soon got the message. Ija sent her a hand-drawn map. The area outlined in red was the new safe zone. Before anyone else even knew a new safe zone existed, Shuebai was the first to get the news from the mercenary group. She looked at the supply yard behind the public restroom, which was already the size of 1.5 football fields. To be honest, she already had plenty of supplies. The new safe zone was so big, but Shuebai didn't have enough people to scavenge it all. Recently, Pang Zhongging's senior team had been busy clearing out the underground mall. Every day, they dug up huge amounts of supplies from there. Food, drinks, clothes, transportation, you name it. The drainage ditch was already overflowing with processed food. The Chow family, who lived in the ditch, had to struggle every day just to find the steps carved out of the cramped passage and climb out. So much processed food, it was unimaginable for them in the past. But now everyone under Shueibai's care looked down on these expired processed foods. To them, it was all just trash. Shuebai had to consider expanding the purification array. She might as well draw a huge array in the supply yard and pile all the excess processed food on it. So, all things considered, Shuebai stared at the map Ija had sent her. She wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. She'd be a fool not to take advantage. Soon, Peng Zhonggong, who was leading the team in the underground mall, and Yang Wenyao, who was working on the canal, were summoned by Shi Bai. She told them to round up all the elderly and children who were freezing on the riverbed and put them to work on the canal. Then she picked out more people to go scavenging in the new safe zone. It was Yang Wenyao's first time being assigned this kind of task by Shi Bai. Given his personality, his first instinct was to stay silent. His silence was a kind of quiet resistance, a refusal to go along. But then he hesitated. He thought of the people digging the canal. Except for a few troublemakers who always badmouthed Shi Bai behind her back and got ostracized by the group, and didn't even have their own tents, the rest ate well and slept well. Aside from being a bit tired, their lives were way better than anywhere else. Yang Wenyao nodded firmly. "You Bai, I promise I'll get it done." Shi Bai waved him off. But a while later, Yang Wenyao came back, hesitating. "You Bai, I have a neighbor, a widow with a kid. I mean, she's all alone, and since we're short on people, maybe she could." His voice trailed off. Seeing Peng Zhonggong and Shi Bai looking at him with knowing eyes, Yang Wenyao hurriedly waved his hands. Hey, that's not what I meant. There's nothing between me and that widow, nothing at all. He used to barely be able to take care of himself, but seeing the widow next door struggling to survive with her child in the wasteland, he'd help out when he could. But that was all, nothing else. Yang Wenyao just felt that life under Shi Bai was pretty good. Since they needed people anyway, why not let the widow next door help with laundry, cooking, or even digging? Yang Wenyao said, "She's pretty reliable. Her husband died 4 months ago. Her husband used to be in Scarface's team. She didn't just rely on him, either. She even helped build the city wall when she was heavily pregnant. The city wall was built when the boundaries of the big city were set. Back then, a lot of survivors joined the construction just for food and points. The management had grand plans for infrastructure. But in the end, only a wall got built. Because of all kinds of real-world difficulties, every other infrastructure project was permanently shelved." Seeing Shi Bai just raise an eyebrow, Yang Wenyao gathered his courage and added, "She was a cop before the Wasteland. A real cop." "Oh?" Now Shi Bai was interested. "Bring her over. Don't you and she both have houses in the city? Hand them over to Ing Ruoying. You won't need to live there anymore." Shi Bai called Ing Ruoying over. She asked her to tally up, aside from Yang Wenyao and that little widow, how many properties the rest of the people taken from Scarface's gang actually owned. Some lived with their families. Some were original residents of the big city, but their homes had long since collapsed, so they didn't own any property at all. Those who had no house, just a plot of land, were pretty pitiful too. The management allowed them to rebuild on their original plots, however they liked. The authorities wouldn't interfere with what they built. But the problem was, how were they supposed to build anything? In the Wasteland, even the management didn't have the ability to actually construct anything anymore, let alone an ordinary survivor. Those with no house, just a local resident status, could only squeeze into someone else's home. And there were plenty of people like that in the big city. Shi Bai had Ing Ruoying tally up all the existing houses and register them. She didn't realize it before, but once the numbers were in, even she was shocked. From Scarface's men, she counted a total of 10 standalone houses, each occupied by a single person. In addition, there were 5 land deeds. Just the land alone added up to 1,000 square meters. You have to understand, 5 years ago, the current big city was just the outskirts. Suburban villas, along with their vegetable gardens and front and backyards, were all quite large. Shi Bai thought, maybe she could do something with this. So, after some unconventional but harmonious and rather intense persuasion from Chao Lingyun and Yang Wenyao, all of Scarface's men who'd been brought over wrote up rental contracts for Shi Bai. They agreed, willingly and voluntarily, to lease all their houses and land to Shi Bai for an indefinite period. All Shi Bai had to do was provide them with 3 meals a day, plus a midnight snack and an afternoon tea. That was the rent she would pay. After their deaths, the houses and land would, according to their sincere wishes, be gifted to Shi Bai. They swore that, during the signing of the contracts, no one forced them, beat them, or threaten them in any way. Absolutely not. With a thick stack of contracts in hand, Yuebai happily gave everyone an extra meal. Those of Scarface's men who hadn't gotten tents before, each got one now. All the winter supplies they'd been owed were also distributed. With bruised faces, everyone hugged their warm water bottles, wrapped in military coats, and shed grateful tears in the freezing cold. Ahead of them, Su Xuejiao led everyone in song. There's no one as good as Yuebai in this world. With Yuebai, a laborer is a treasure. Without Yuebai, a laborer is just grass. Yuebai, in high spirits, went to find Guai Guai. She had Guai Guai draw her a map of the big city, marking all the houses and plots of land they now had access to and their locations. Then she gathered the management team from their base and teleported to one of the city's villas. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor, she looked around the villa, which Ing Ruoying had cleaned until it was spotless. Since her friendly negotiation with Scarface, he'd withdrawn his people from around the villa. Ing Ruoying could now come and go more freely. At least she didn't have to sneak through the teleportation array every time. She could openly send Bao Yi and Bao Zai to collect supplies at the city's street stalls. Scarface knew that Ing Ruoying was backed by a mercenary group. Soon, all the other teams knew it too. There were hardly any secrets around Scarface. Other teams planted people by his side, and he did the same to them. Unless he could control everyone the way Yuebai did, forbidding anyone from acting alone. Eating, drinking, sleeping, everything had to happen in Yuebai's nearly isolated territory. Otherwise, Scarface's crew would always be as leaky as a sieve. Bang, bang, bang. The big iron gate of the courtyard was knocked on. Yang Wenyao and the little widow lived not far from the villa Yuebai had acquired. It was Yang Wenyao who brought the little widow to knock on Yuebai's gate. Ing Ruoying opened the door for them. She glanced at the little widow behind Yang Wenyao. Come in. The little widow followed Yang Wenyao inside, holding her son tightly and gripping a rope in her other hand. At the end of the rope was a dirty little girl. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the little widow saw 6 strong men standing guard in the dilapidated yard. She shrank back a step, nervously glancing at Yang Wenyao. You didn't say there'd be men here. The little widow's mind was still fairly clear, but her 2 children didn't seem quite right. Yang Wenyao had been missing for a long time, and today he suddenly came to her, saying there was something she could do. The little widow and her children hadn't eaten in days. It was cold, and she and her kids were dressed in thin, ragged clothes. Ing Ruoying, walking ahead, snorted. Relax, you're not their type. The 6 men standing in the yard were bodyguards Yuebai had assigned to her. They looked strong, but none of them were too bright. Apparently, they hadn't always been this robust. Before, they were as skinny as sticks and even less clear-headed. That's why they'd been abandoned by the bridge team. Now they were a bit smarter, but still not up to their actual age. Sure enough, as soon as Ing Ruoying finished speaking, 2 of the strong men started secretly playing rock, paper, scissors off to the side. They were even afraid Ing Ruoying would catch them, 2 grown men sneaking around on duty. The little widow looked at Ing Ruoying, who just shrugged. With this lot, what could they possibly do to a little widow? Still uneasy, the little widow followed Yang Wenyao into the villa's first floor. What she saw was a clean and tidy space. A large hand-drawn map was stuck to the wall. The living room was full of people. Ing Ruoying ignored the little widow, clicking along in her high heels and shining Chongsam to the floor-to-ceiling window. She stood behind Yuebai. Webai, everyone's here. Yang Wenyao had brought an extra person. But it didn't matter. He'd brought the little widow to the villa because Yuebai happened to be there. Later, when Yuebai sent the little widow to dig at the canal, even if she wanted to leak the plan, there'd be nowhere to go. Yuebai turned around and glanced casually at the little widow, then leaned on her cane and walked to the map. Look here. Yuebai pointed at the base of the city wall on the map with her cane. Everyone looked at her, including Yang Wenyao and the little widow, who'd stumbled into all this by accident. This area here, there are still some gaps that haven't been connected. So cold, I'm so cold, so cold. Yuebai pointed at the map, which was covered in little red circles. Some of the circles were densely clustered, while others were scattered. But in the densely circled area she was pointing at with her stick, many of the houses didn't belong to her. Yuebai found this patch of territory particularly displeasing. So many circles and dots. Wasn't it an eyesore? Her intention now was clear. She wanted to turn that whole densely circled area into hers, every last bit. Yang Wenyao had the young widow sit with her children by the entryway near the living room. He spoke to her in a low voice. Don't worry, Webai is a good person. Just wait here with your kids. Trust me. You saved my life once, I'd never harm you. Before the apocalypse, the young widow had been a police officer. Frankly, the whole thing was a bit melodramatic, and Yang Wenyao didn't want to get into it, lest things get complicated. So the less he said, the better. He knew it looked suspicious, him suddenly reappearing after being missing for so long. But things really were good with Yuebai. If the young widow brought her kids over to see, she'd realize just how different Yuebai and her crew were from the usual management types. The young widow nodded hastily. She felt uneasy the moment she stepped inside. She and her kids were filthy, while everyone in this house was spotless. It felt like she'd stumbled into some exclusive circle. Everyone started chattering at once. Captain Xiao, who was often mistaken for a scammer, spoke up with the voice of experience. It's unrealistic to just ask those people to rent us their houses. They'll think we're con artists. Since they were already being mistaken for scammers, why not lean into it a bit? Spruce themselves up. Dress like successful people, slicked back hair with gel, a suit, a briefcase under the arm. Then go approach those starving folks whose ribs were showing. Guaranteed, they'd fall for it every time. Everyone looked at Captain Xiao like he was an idiot, turning to stare at him in silence. Dressed in a suit and tie, looking every bit the pre-apocalypse insurance salesman, Captain Xiao glanced around at everyone with a strange expression. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Su Xuejiao quietly reminded him in a low voice. Remember who you are, you're the captain, not a scam artist. See, that's the thing, people shouldn't get too attached to their jobs. Captain Xiao was having an identity crisis. All he thought about these days was how to use ready-made food to scam for points. Honestly, Captain Xiao hadn't wanted to do this at first. But for some reason, no one believed he actually had cheap ready-made food. So he was forced to scam. And after doing it for so long, he'd gotten quite good at it. He even started to enjoy the thrill of the con. Seeing Captain Xiao about to argue, Su Xuejiao lowered her head and covered her face with her hand. She whispered, "Just shut up already, will you?" In the end, it was Ying Ruoying who came up with an idea. Scarface isn't bothering us anymore, so why don't we just do business openly in the city? Xiaoling's business is doing well. All the hesitation, she took the chips and shared them with her son and daughter. The old couple next door haven't been seen in days. They must have starved or frozen to death. Why don't we check on them? If they're dead, we'll take over their house. If not, maybe offer them some food and a job digging the fields. Crunch, crunch. Amid the quiet discussion, the sound of munching on potato chips rang out. The young widow quickly nudged her daughter. She worried the crunching would disturb the meeting. But no one minded. In fact, the sound made several people's stomachs rumble with hunger. Yubai wants to see you. After the meeting ended, Ying Ruoying walked up to the young widow, arms crossed. She didn't bother to see how the widow reacted. Instead, she turned, swayed her hips, and clicked her high heels over to sit beside Yubai. Yubai was sitting on the sofa. She'd been on her feet all day. If she didn't sit down soon, her bones would be crushed under her own weight. The young widow held her son in one arm and led her daughter with the other. One adult, two kids, all of them dirty, shuffled forward. Her face was tense and uneasy. Ying Ruoying raised an eyebrow at her, then took out a bottle of nail polish and started painting her nails, minding her own business. Yubai didn't pay her any attention either. She just lifted the long staff in her hand and tapped the widow's leg with it. The widow had some trouble with her legs, walking with a slight limp. But it wasn't a big problem. Yubai asked, "Do you plan to come with me or stay in the city and work?" The widow's lips moved. Was this really her choice to make? If she could stay somewhere familiar, who would want to leave with a stranger and abandon everything they know? Can I stay in the city? I still have kids to look after. As soon as she finished speaking, Ruoying couldn't help but snort with laughter. So adorably naive. What's so great about this city? If Yubai hadn't left her here to work, Ruoying would have loved to stay in Yubai's base forever. Even sleeping in a tent there was better than sleeping in a house in the city. Besides, the weather was brutal. There was no heating in the city, and survivors didn't have the means to build any kind of heating system in their homes. The temperature in the base was 5 degrees Celsius higher than outside. What did that mean? Outside, it was -5 degrees Celsius. In the base, it was just regular cold. Outside, the wind cut right through your bones. It was a whole different world. The widow didn't understand what Ruoying was laughing at. She felt uneasy, as if Ruoying thought she'd made a terrible choice. But she knew nothing about the future. She could only choose what seemed best for her right now. Yubai just grunted in response, saying nothing more. After resting enough, she pushed herself up with her staff. From now on, you'll follow Ruoying and help her keep an eye on things. She paused, then added, I heard you used to be a cop, so you should know the ropes. Yubai didn't say anything else. She leaned on her cane and walked out the villa's front door. She didn't spend much time here, and Scarface didn't come looking for trouble anymore. But this was her territory, and she needed to leave her mark. Besides the teleportation array in the basement, Yubai started drawing a dizzying array in the courtyard. The dizzying array was what this body was best at. She meant this body. Because of all the fat, her soul couldn't use this body very well. It was like someone wearing layer after layer of clothes in the dead of winter. No matter how light you are at heart, you'll always seem clumsy. Yubai had started drawing dizzying arrays with this body when she weighed 750 gene. The muscle memory from all that fat made her especially skilled at drawing this array. Yang Wenyao was knocking on the door of the neighboring yard. He knocked for ages, but no one answered. But he'd clearly seen a shadow flicker past the window. These days, everyone was on high alert. Especially with the world outside frozen and barren, no food, and nothing to keep warm. There was no way that old couple next door would open the door. Yang Wenao could only scratch his head and head back to Yubai's villa. He glanced at Yubai, who was busy drawing in the yard, and, unfazed, went into the living room. When he heard the widow had decided to stay in the city and work for Yubai, Yang Wenyao's expression was just like Ruoying's. But, all things considered, this was already pretty good. Compared to that old couple next door, who didn't dare leave their house and would probably starve to death inside. At least the widow wouldn't have to worry about food and drink in the future. Her kids would be able to survive too. But Yang Wenyao had seen the kids at the base. He'd heard that Yao's legs used to be just like the widow's son's, her upper body grew, but not her legs. They said Yao's legs used to be the size of a 2-year-old's. But now, even though her legs still didn't look normal, at least they were the size of a 5- or 6-year-old's. Guai Guai had made prosthetics for Yao, adjusting them again and again. Yao never said anything, but everyone knew she'd sneak off to cry. Second sister-in-law had such sharp hearing, how could she not know her daughter was hiding to cry because her legs hurt? Everyone knew. Yang Wenyao, supervising the laborers digging the canal, had seen it many times. Whenever Yao ran to the riverbed to cry, Yang Wenyao would secretly watch. Afraid that Bai Hansong and Gong Chen's teams across the way would do something to Yao. The Shi family had good genes. Yao was a pretty little girl. She didn't want her aunt and family to worry, so everyone protected her pride. They pretended not to see her secretly wiping away tears from the pain. But every time Yao came back from the riverbed, when she was asleep, Guai Guai would take her prosthetics and modify them. And every time, the new bones and flesh that grew would rub against the prosthetics and cause wounds. But by the time she woke up, the wounds would be healed. Yang Wenyao never said anything, he was the quietest of them all. But he more or less understood, half guessing, half knowing. That's why he hoped the widow would take her 2 kids and move to the base. Sigh. Yang Wenyao sighed and looked at Ruoying. Ruoying was lazily leaning back on the sofa, admiring her freshly painted nails. She asked Yubai, who was limping back inside. "Yubai, do you think this nail color looks good?" Yubai didn't even look, replying perfunctorily, "Not bad." Ruiying happily continued admiring her nails. "I really like this new color." The widow envied the ease and relaxation in Ruiying's manner. She could tell that everyone she'd met today revolved around this person called Yubai. It was as if a single word from Yubai could decide whether someone lived in heaven or hell. She felt a little panicked, seeing Yang Wenyao and Ruiying's attitudes, worried she'd made a terrible mistake. But Yubai didn't ask her anything else. Yubai finished drawing an array and poured most of her soul power into it. She still weighed 679.4 gene. She placed a large bag of stone tokens on the coffee table and instructed Ruiying and the widow. "Only guests with one of these tokens can enter this house." She glanced at the widow and her two kids, then told Ruiying, "Clean them up, make them look presentable. If anyone comes to cause trouble, beat them to a pulp." On the roof of this 3-story villa, a lot of water buckets had been collected. Last time, after Yubai mentioned it to Ruiying, she kept it in mind. But because she was interrupted by Scarface's group, Ruiying never got around to cleaning the collected buckets. Yubai walked over to take a look. Before the Wasteland, tap water had been installed everywhere. But now, in the big city, nothing came out of the faucets. Any native who needed water had to go to the management building to buy it. And they had to bring their own containers. Yubai glanced at the water buckets. Inside, there was a thick layer of yellowish-black scale. All this water was 100% contaminated by radiation. It might not be lethal, but judging by the residue left in the buckets, drinking this water was definitely not good for anyone. A lot of substances would be filtered by the body and then accumulate inside, building up over time. Yubai could say without exaggeration that even urine was purer than this water. She turned over all the buckets and found a large water tank, the transparent, stainless steel kind. Before the Wasteland, these tanks would be placed on the roofs of self-built houses as water storage units. But on the rooftop of this villa, which Yubai had bought for 3 million points, there was no such thing. The person who built this villa was wealthy and had made the place very high-end, inside and out. There was even a swimming pool in the backyard. But now, in the big city, Yubai couldn't possibly fill that huge pool with clean water. She looked at the large stainless steel tank. It was about 1.5 cubic meters. Yubai still thought it was a bit small. But she had checked all the water storage containers, and this was the only large tank that hadn't been used yet. Ruiying had bartered for it, and it was still new. Yubai moved the tank indoors on the 3rd floor. She formed a seal with her fingers and filled the tank with water. 1.5 cubic meters would be enough for Ruiying, the young widow, and the others for a few days. Later, she'd have Guai make a dozen or so cubic meters worth of storage tanks for Ruiying. After all, there were a lot of people here. After solving their water problem, Yubai flashed back to her own base. Peng Zhenggong and Yang Wenyao moved quickly. As soon as Yubai gave the order to round people up, they set out that very night, leading a team with stockings over their faces. They rounded up all the old people and children stranded on the riverbed and herded them into the canal. The canal outside the second wall had already been extended to the supply depot. If Yubai hadn't later said she wanted to build a bathhouse, Xiao Lingyun and Yang Wenyao would have extended the canal all the way behind the supply depot. Topographically, they could have cut off both the underground mall and the underground commercial city. So everyone was sent to build the bathhouse. The bathhouse was planned right behind the supply depot, in what used to be the underground mall. Now, the underground mall had been cleared out quite a bit. There was a ready-made foot massage and bath center inside. Most of the facilities were broken, and even the ones that worked didn't have enough electricity to power the heating and hot water systems. But that was fine if Guai's tech couldn't be used. Yubai's mystical arts could. The collapsed parts of the bath center had all been cleared out. Yubai didn't have them redecorate. The post-apocalyptic look was just fine. They only retiled the places that needed it. The tiles were all scavenged. Some were whole, others were pieced together from lots of small fragments. So it didn't take long to fix up the bathhouse. Once everything was ready, Yue drew a small fire array in the main pool. Her abilities weren't strong enough for a big fire array. She could only use a small one, like boiling a frog in warm water, slowly and steadily heating a small pool of clean water. The fire was so gentle that, if there were no water in the pool, stepping on it would feel like stepping on a heated floor. Peng Zhenggong exaggeratedly went barefoot, sticking out his big belly, and tested the temperature at the bottom of the pool. He looked up, pupils shaking, and asked Yue, who was standing above. Yue, if you can do this, why do we even use electric water heaters? Because they'd hired a lot of mercenaries lately. The men's shower room was always short on hot water. Whenever they had a break, the mercenaries would grab their shower tokens and line up for a wash. But few of them ever got hot water. There was just never enough. Most of the electricity was used for heating water. So if Yue could heat water without electricity, why not do it in the men's showers? Yue snorted, spoil you? What's wrong with taking a cold shower at 0 degrees? If anyone has a problem, they can just not shower. If her little fire array worked outdoors, she would have put one at the bottom of the reservoir behind the public toilets ages ago. No matter how powerful mystical arts are, they have to withstand the overwhelming force of nature. Otherwise, it's just a useless trick. Luckily, this foot massage and bath center was underground. The pool was small, and when it was built, it had a layer of insulation. So Yue's little fire array actually worked here. Peng Zhenggong sighed, this place is great, so warm I could live here forever. But before he could enjoy it, he suddenly felt a surge of water beneath him. He scrambled up, soaking wet and shivering. Yue, I was wrong. How could he forget? You must never get too comfortable in front of Yue. There was still so much to do. Any lazy thought was unacceptable. The pool filled up, and after several hours of steady heating at this rate, the water would be hot enough. Yue drew nearly 30 more small fire arrays throughout the bath center. The temperature inside gradually rose. The shivering Peng Zhenggong soon felt comfortable again. Following Yue around, within 2 hours, his clothes were dry. This place is perfect for a sauna, Peng Zhenggong commented sincerely. News that the new bath center was open, with separate facilities for men and women, quickly spread through the base and the mercenary corps. Ija was leading a patrol along the newly established perimeter line. Hua Chenggue waved his communicator and said dramatically, "Wow, we can go have a sauna now." Hearing this, the mercenaries, already sweating from their long patrol, were all thrilled. The effects of the red Ganoderma still hadn't worn off. How many days had it been? Everyone had lost track of how long it had been since they'd taken the red Ganoderma. Just as everyone was looking forward to getting back to the teleportation array, a car approached from the distance. The smile on Eva's face slowly faded. It was a management system vehicle. Their off-road vehicle sped along a path littered with garbage. Finally, it stopped in front of a mountain of trash. Yue happened to be leading the Shi family's children, along with the women and elderly from their base, to scavenge in the new safe zone. Among these children was Shi Yaoao, whose legs were already as long as a 5-year-old's. There was Peng Ziyuan, who could use his mechanical arm to play cat's cradle and braid the girl's hair. There was little Jiao, who could perform basic staff techniques. And Big Jiao, a sweet-looking girl who wouldn't hesitate to stab someone. And then there was Shi Xiangrui, who would crawl everywhere if not held, and, even if held, would still try to crawl everywhere, already 8 months old. Also with them were the 2 slightly dim-witted new mothers, Ah Hong and Shi's second sister-in-law, who had just finished their postpartum confinement. These women were mainly there to look after the children. Yue had left her own mother back at the base to enjoy a sauna. She had also brought along the elderly who lived inside the second wall. This was the new scavenging team that Yue had organized after making some adjustments. There was no other choice. No matter how hard they tried to recruit people, there still weren't enough laborers for digging canals and the underground mall. As for the newly captured elderly and Scarface's subordinates, Yue hadn't brought a single one. Those people were restless and disunited. Sure, Yuebai couldn't manage them. She knew she had a bad temper and tended to deal harshly with anyone who displeased her. So, for the sake of having enough laborers, she left them behind, giving them a chance to live. Otherwise, if they said something she didn't like, she might just kill them. Ija looked ahead at the two administrators getting out of the off-road vehicle. Then he looked back at Yuebai's group, women, children, and the elderly. He didn't know what to say. By this time, the two ordinary administrators had already stumbled up the trash heap, wearing standard, distant smiles as they approached Ija. Captain E, long time no see. Why haven't you been to the big city lately? It doesn't look that busy on the front lines, either. Lately, it was as if the mercenary corps had lost contact with the city's management. At first, the management didn't care, figuring the mercenaries would show up in a few days to exchange supplies for points. They were certain that without enough supplies to exchange, the mercenaries' monthly points would never be enough for their needs. So they waited a few days. But the mercenaries still didn't come, and the management started to get annoyed. They thought, fine, if the mercenaries don't come to exchange points, let them worry. The management raised the points price for water and medicine. They figured the mercenaries must be getting anxious after hearing the news. Ija and his people would have to hurry and bring a large amount of supplies and food to exchange for points. Otherwise, with the price hikes, they'd have to bring even more supplies and food. And after this round of price increases, the mercenaries should realize that the management was unhappy with them. If Ija didn't want to be replaced, he'd have to find a way to curry favor with finished food and supplies. But as the days passed, the mercenary corps remained as steady as ever. Meanwhile, the management's stockpile of supplies was already half gone. The administrators couldn't sit still any longer. They had to do something to give Ija a hint. The two dark-faced administrators looked at Ija with fake smiles. Maybe it was their imagination, but why did these mercenaries all look so clean? The mercenaries, once mocked by management as black coal balls, shouldn't be this clean. In the distance, Yuebai raised her hand, signaling the group of women, children, and elderly to stop. She didn't let them get any closer to the mercenary corps. We'll scavenge here. Captain E has some private matters to deal with. A few children who had wanted to run up and greet the mercenaries stopped in their tracks at their aunt's words. They also saw that the mercenary uncles ahead seemed tense and on high alert. Ija rubbed his hands together behind his back, then wiped his face in frustration. His originally bronze face was now covered in grime. Yeah, long time no see. Are you here to give us aid? Facing the management, Ija showed no sign of panic. He knew this day would come sooner or later. Even without Yuebai providing them with food, water, and enhancement bacteria, as long as they were alive, they would eventually come into conflict with the management. Because the management was just too much. The administrators in the city not only treated the mercenaries like beasts of burden, but also squeezed their living space tighter and tighter. The enhancement agents that could be easily exchanged for merit in the early years became harder and harder to get. The price of water and medicine rose year after year, month after month. Who could stand such endless exploitation? Ija's silence didn't mean he had no thoughts. He had secretly been planning to break away for a long time. He just thought it would take another decade or so. In such harsh conditions, they needed that much time to survive and grow stronger. But Yuebai's appearance had sped up the process. The preparations were nothing more than a few things: food, water, weapons, and medicine. Now, except for weapons and medicine, Yuebai had solved the food and water problem for the mercenary corps in one go. Ija paused, glancing at Huichengue. He remembered that Huichengue had disappeared with Xiao Qian, Xiao Sun, and a few corpses. Ija knew they had come back from Yuebai. So maybe, in the future, they could talk to Yuebai about medical issues too. His gaze returned to the two administrators, and he put on a sincere expression. The two administrators chattered on, saying a lot of empty words. Honestly, Ija didn't really listen. It all boiled down to blaming Ija for not coming to exchange points lately. They also said that if the mercenary corps kept slacking off, this month's points payout could be delayed indefinitely. Threatening the mercenaries with points. Yong, who had a bad temper, jumped out with a scowl and pointed at the two administrators, shouting, "You can see for yourselves, we've got nothing left, and you still want to delay giving us our points? Do you even want us to defend the city or not?" Little Zhao also ran out and cursed. "Are you hiring us to defend the city, or just using us as beasts of burden for the management?" Of course, it was the latter. The two administrators smirked smugly. One of them said, "If you have complaints, there's nothing I can do. Times are tough for everyone. We don't want to make things hard for you, but if you slack off, we can't just be suckers and keep supporting you with points, can we?" The mercenaries all looked extremely grim. They hadn't been managing the lower ranks lately, instead using their supplies and ready-to-eat food to exchange for points. But what did that have to do with the 20,000 points they were supposed to get each month? The management had clearly promised at the start, hire the mercenary corps to guard the city, and pay each person 20,000 points a month as salary. These 20,000 points are our wages for guarding the city. Ija stared coldly at the two administrators. In other words, even if we never return to the city or exchange for more points with management, these 20,000 points are still rightfully ours. As long as the mutant beasts didn't break through the city walls and enter the city, management was supposed to pay those points. Besides, the mercenary corps was still trying to scrape together enough points to pay back you by. The administrator named Liang Qinyu was slightly higher ranked in the two-person investigation team. He stepped forward and said to Ija, "These 20,000 points are meant to help you better protect the city. They're a reward for killing mutant beasts. But look, there's not a single mutant beast on this front line. I haven't seen you seriously fighting any mutant beasts. All I see is you wandering around." Ija sneered, "We risk our lives killing mutant beasts every day. Of course you don't see any, because we killed them. If you ever do see them, it'll be too late for you anyway." Liang Qinyu frowned. "No need to be so harsh, Captain E. Then how do you want us to prove it?" Ija growled in a low, angry voice. "Release a horde of mutant beasts, let them charge the city, and only after a bunch of people die will you believe us?" He was almost laughing at the absurdity of the administrator's logic. Just because the administrators didn't see any mutant beasts, they assumed the mercenaries weren't doing their job and didn't deserve their monthly 20,000 points. What a joke. Why didn't Liang Qinyu think about the fact that in this wasteland, mutant beasts never show up alone? Whenever they appear, it's always in groups. And they're fast and strong. The mercenary corps patrols the city perimeter every day, constantly on the move. Whenever they spot a mutant beast pack, it's a brutal battle. At those times, even if Liang Qinyu and the others wanted to get close, they'd be stopped by the mercenaries on guard. So who are they to act all high and mighty in front of Ija now? Liang Qinyu remained calm. "If I haven't seen you seriously guarding the city, then I haven't seen it. It's not like you can force me to say I saw it and file a false report, right?" Ija snapped, "Screw you." He couldn't be bothered to argue with Liang Qinyu. "Go ahead, try not giving us the points. I don't care. Worst case, he'd just owe you by a little longer." Qinyong, Wachengui, and a whole crowd of mercenaries laughed scornfully. "Yeah, we don't need your damn points. Stop patting yourselves on the back. We're sick of being your beasts of burden. We'd rather work for you Bai than keep being your suckers." The guy who mentioned you Bai got elbowed by the brother next to him and quickly shut up. Everyone, angry and indignant, started shooing Liang Qinyu away. "Get lost, you shameless leeches. All you do is squeeze us dry. If you're so capable, fix up the city yourselves. That rundown dump, you won't see us back there again." Liang Qinyu and the other administrator had come in full confidence. They thought a few harsh words would make Ija and the others hand over supplies and food and come crawling back to exchange for points. Who could have guessed that as soon as he threatened their wages, he'd spark such outrage? Had these mercenaries eaten gunpowder today? Liang Qinyu's face darkened as he looked at the fists waving in front of him. He took 2 steps back. In the end, he could only scramble into the car. "You'd better think this over. Remember, if we can hire you to guard the city, we can replace you too." He spat out his threat, then drove off in his SUV. "Puh, what a joke," Qinyong spat at the retreating car. Even if they were up to their necks in debt, they didn't want those measly points anymore. Ija frowned and turned to Shuri Bai. Shirwebai was wearing a large, long-sleeved coat. Underneath, she wore pants and a top her mother had made from a bright red wedding quilt. Ever since Ing Ruiying had given her mother a sewing machine, her mother had been on a roll, making all kinds of clothes for Shirwebai. She was no longer satisfied with simple long tunics. Now Shirwebai had all sorts of tops, pants, and coats, every color and style imaginable. Shirwebai didn't stop her mother. Better to have her designing and sewing clothes at home than out scavenging for plastic bags. With the weather so cold, it was much more comfortable to stay in their hideout. And she could even enjoy a sauna now and then. Little sis. Hu Chengue came up from behind Ija, running to Shirwebai with a grin. Did you come to see us? I'm here to scavenge, Shirwebai answered honestly, leaning on her staff and pretending she hadn't seen what just happened. The mercenaries were in a sorry state. They'd probably end up falling out completely with management. But what did that have to do with Shirwebai? All she wanted in this life was to lose weight and turn her little den into a safe, cozy place to sleep. She had no interest in these power struggles anymore. Even if she did, her health wouldn't allow it. But the mercenaries didn't seem to notice Shirweibai's indifference. Chen Yong, Xiao Zhao, Xiao Qian, and Xiao Sun crowded around, all cursing the management. Everyone loved gossip. The women and elders behind Shirwebai were immediately riled up. Ah Hong said angrily, "Don't they realize the only reason they can sit safe and sound in the city is because someone is out there guarding it?" Second sister-in-law Shir added, "They're counting on the mercenaries not letting mutant beasts into the city, so they can say whatever they want." That was the infuriating part. Because the mercenaries were more responsible, they'd never risk innocent survivors' lives. So management could just turn a blind eye and claim they'd never seen any mutant beasts. It felt like being played. Shirwebai lowered her eyes and quietly slipped out of the center of the gossip. She had zero interest in any of this. These emotions were pointless. Worst case, just get rid of the management. So what? She walked aside, found a big rock to lean against, her chubby hands gripping her staff as she gazed out at the danger zone in the distance. Webai. Ija walked over and held out his injured hand. Can you heal this? Seeing Shirwebai look up at him like he was an idiot, Ija said seriously. Brother Ija doesn't have any points left to buy medicine. If you heal me, you can ask Brother Ija to do anything for you from now on. Shirwebai lifted her staff and opened Ija's hand. I can heal it. No need to test me. As she spoke, the wound on Ija's hand healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ija wasn't surprised that the wound on his hand healed so quickly. He'd long suspected that Yubai possessed some kind of healing ability. But this was the first time he'd seen a healing power that could restore injuries at such an astonishing speed. It was like some special effect had been activated. The wound vanished before his eyes, replaced by smooth, unblemished skin. Yubai, what exactly is this? Ija couldn't contain his curiosity. He really wanted to ask Yubai, what kind of ability did she have exactly? She could gather water, make plants grow, and now heal wounds. Even though Ija had seen a lot on the Wasteland, he could clearly identify every mutated beast species that had appeared so far. He still couldn't figure out what Yubai's ability was. Shirwebai shot him a sidelong glance. The world of ability users isn't something you'd understand. Unless you're one of us. Fine, that hit Ija right where it hurt. Even though he could sense Yubai's perfunctory attitude, he didn't ask again. Because he wasn't an ability user, he couldn't understand their world. Ija grinned at Shirwebai. Then let's talk about your medical fees. No doubt about it, mercenaries were broke. Whether it was food, water, a bath, laundry, or even a sauna, right now the mercenaries didn't have a single point to their names. Ija had decided to completely sideline the current management. The city had to be defended, that was true. A sense of duty, born from being stationed here, drove him and his fellow mercenaries. They couldn't just stand by and watch the survivors inside and outside the city get overrun by mutant beasts. But following the current management, the mercenaries had no future. If the mercenaries died out, how could the survivors inside and outside the city survive? Shirwebai snorted. Those in charge, had their brains been fried by radiation? Forcing the mercenaries into a corner, what good did that do the administrators? The mutant beasts were getting more active by the day. How long could the mercenaries hold out? Once the mercenaries were gone, the survivors inside and outside the city would follow. She really couldn't understand what those administrators were thinking. So-called city lord? Sure, Web-Eye could do a better job. She'd be better than that bastard anyway. But she was lazy and didn't have the energy to deal with all that. Besides, her personality wasn't suited to being in charge. If she ever took power, she'd probably turn everyone's lives into a never-ending battle royale. This life, sure, Web-Eye just wanted to keep a low profile. She stood up, trying to straighten her back as much as possible. Ija G, I'm not exactly a good person. We may be close, but I believe in keeping things clear between friends. It's obvious you can't pay back what you owe me. How about this? I don't need you to do anything else. Didn't you just secure a new safe zone? Sure, Web-Eye really had no intention of seizing power. She just couldn't resist staking out some land when she saw it. You keep this new safe zone under tight watch for me. It's mine now. Once you give it to me, no one gets in without my permission. Even if someone wants to dig up a rock, they need my say-so. She stood tall, her clear eyes fixed on Ija. The unspoken question, can you do it? Ija met her gaze. Her eyes really were beautiful. Sure, Web-Eye thought he was considering it, so she spoke with confidence. You've got about 200 mercenaries here, right? Including yourself. Here's the deal. You guard this land for me, and I guarantee not a single one of you will die. Reviving someone costs Sure Web-Eye a lot of soul power. Especially if many died at once, bringing them back in a short time could easily drain her soul force. But if she had one redeeming quality, it was that she loved pushing herself to the limit. Ija nodded slowly, reaching out to shake hands with Sure Web-Eye. You buy, deal? Sure Web-Eye rolled her eyes. The Wu people didn't shake hands. She propped herself up with her staff, formed a seal with her other hand, and pressed her fingers forward. A palm-sized circular sigil, shimmering with light, appeared. Radiant and intricate runes flickered across its surface. Sure Web-Eye sent the contract seal straight into Ija's chest. His brows furrowed, and he looked down at his chest. A layer of pallor appeared on his face, which had been deliberately smeared with black. This is a contract seal. Unless I release you or I die, I'll be able to find you no matter where you go, even to the ends of the earth. Sure Web-Eye snorted coldly. But if you die, I won't die. If I die, you definitely will. So don't even think about killing her to gain your freedom. Impossible. That's just how unreasonable the contract seal was. Sure Web-Eye could set Ija free. But Ija could never kill Sure Web-Eye to win his freedom. Told you, I'm not a good person. Sure Web-Eye walked forward, a chubby, round figure, but somehow imposing. Ija G, the price of bargaining with a tiger is that from now on, you'll have to listen to me. Get ready for your mercenary corps comeback. She stopped, her staff floating before her, a ball of light glowing at its tip. Ija blinked. Before the contract, he hadn't been able to see it, but now everything was clear. At the tip of the staff, red, blue, and gold light flowed out. The light swirled, wrapping around Sure Web-Eye in wisps and threads. A small amount flowed into Ija's body. He no longer needed to eat. His whole body was brimming with power, almost to the point of bursting. Ija punched a nearby rock, and his fist shattered it to dust. Shattered. Not just broken, blown apart. At this moment, Ija finally understood what Sure Web-Eye meant by, get ready for your comeback. With this kind of power, he was basically an ability user now. Sweat beaded on Iwa's forehead. This strength far surpassed what he'd felt after taking enhancement spores. He looked at Sure Web-Eye, wanting to ask more. But Sure Web-Eye had already turned away, squatting down to draw on the ground. Her soul power was low, but thin strands of it flowed into Iwa's body through the contract seal. It didn't affect her much. Are you feeling unwell right now? Iwa frowned tightly, staring at her back. Before, he could only see with his eyes. He knew it was hard for Web-Eye. With such a heavy body, even standing was a struggle. But that was just what he could see. Now, he could truly feel it himself. Sure, Yuebai turned around, her voice full of malice. Yeah, I feel awful. Want me to share the pain with you? I can open up the pain sharing, let you take some of it. Get lost. Stop bothering me. She'd already done more than enough. All this for a piece of land, was it easy for her? Setting up a contract seal, she even worried that Ija would share her pain and not take care of the land properly. So, considerately, she blocked her pain from Ija. Why was he even asking? Ask again, and we'll suffer and rejoice together. Ija took 2 steps forward and stood beside Sherwebai. He lowered his eyes to look at her and nodded. You open it. I'll help you bear half the pain. If possible, you can let me take most of it or even all of it. He wasn't the type to say mushy things. But Yuebai had given him a power equivalent to that of an ability user, so why couldn't he give something back to her? That was just basic human decency. He couldn't just keep taking advantage of Yuebai without ever giving anything in return. Sure, Yuebai looked at Ija as if he were an idiot. After a moment, she sneered, keep dreaming. Sharing pain with her would naturally mean sharing pleasure too. That was something only she and her man should do. Once this kind of thing was opened, even if the two of them were separated by mountains and rivers, they could still have a spiritual connection at any time. What on earth was Ija thinking? She swung a stick at him, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. I told you to get out of the way. Don't block me while I'm drawing the array. That's why the witch tribe's contract seals couldn't be used carelessly. But right now, Sure Yuebai had no choice. Her powers were weak, and she could only use this kind of thing to keep Ija in check. To make sure he kept a good watch over her territory. Once her powers grew stronger in the future, she'd lift the seal on Ija and use a different one to control him. In the distance, Ija landed on the ground. The rock behind him was smashed to pieces by the impact. He frowned, silently got up, and brushed the dust off himself. Other than that, he was completely unscathed. Far away, Sure Yuebai was surrounded by radiant light. No one else could see it, but Ija could. She looked like a little sun, shining brilliantly. Most of the light was golden. Under Sure Yuebai's feet, a circular glowing array appeared. The array was about 20 square meters in size, and in Ija's eyes, it shimmered with dazzling colors. He blinked. He'd never known that there could be such beautiful light in the wasteland. Nor had he ever seen Yuebai shining like this, from such a perspective. Sure Yuebai had finished drawing a simple healing array about 20 square meters wide. This array was smaller than the one in their main base. After all, Sure Yuebai had just drawn this one. The various arrays in the main base had been refined and perfected by her over the past 8 months. Internal injuries, external wounds, even death, any of these could be treated in the healing array at the base. But the simple healing array she'd drawn in the new safe zone could only treat the most basic external injuries. If someone died, they'd still have to be sent to the main base. The healing array there was supported by Sure Yuebai's spirit gathering array, providing ample spiritual energy for the soul summoning process. The main base had been painstakingly built by Sure Yuebai over 8 months. It was in a completely different league from these newly claimed territories. She stepped out of the center of the healing array. Aside from her and Ija, no one could see that on this seemingly ordinary patch of ground, there was an array that could rapidly heal wounds. Sure Yuebai then drew a new teleportation subarray on the edge of the healing array. This teleportation array was connected to the mercenaries' command center and Sure Yuebai's main base. That way, if anyone tried to invade Sure Yuebai's territory, the mercenaries could quickly set out from their command center, teleport straight to this new safe zone, and stop anyone trying to seize the land. But she felt that wasn't enough. Since the mercenaries had already handed this land over to her, she had to give it a name. Sure Yuebai took a deep breath, enduring the pain that felt like 10,000 ants gnawing at her bones, and wrote a few large golden characters. Sure Yuebai. The 3 golden characters grew larger and larger. In the distance, Ija looked up at the enormous Sure Yuebai in the sky. He couldn't help but find it amusing. Yuebai was just like a little kid. Like how a child writes her name on her own notebook to prove it's hers. Sure Yuebai had to write her name on her own land, too. The 3 huge golden characters fell from the sky, landing perfectly on the new safe zone's territory. No one could see them. except for Ija and Yue by herself. All right, Ija nodded. Now he didn't even need a map to know which land belonged to Webai. After writing her name, Webai was shaking with pain. Under Ija's worried gaze, she instantly teleported back to her main base. At the Sher family's place, Webai now had her own mattress. She no longer slept inside the Sher family's walls. Instead, she'd carved out her own space in the supply yard at the back. Using cardboard boxes and tarps, she'd built a space big enough to fit herself. After all, the Sher family's compound was now full of kids. Webai was afraid that if she moved in her sleep, she'd crush little Xiangrui, who always crawled over to her. That child would crawl to her the moment she saw Webai, especially in the middle of the night. Xiangrui would wait until everyone was asleep, then quietly crawl out of the inflatable tent and make her way to her sister's side. She loved snuggling up to her sister to sleep. It scared Webai to death. She could easily flatten Xiangrui with a single move. Especially now, in her current physical state, sometimes even Webai herself couldn't control her own strength. But no matter how cold Webai acted, Xiangrui was unfazed. Her thick skin was like a city wall. Every day, the little one persisted in crawling toward her sister. Webai couldn't deal with her, but at least she could avoid her. She just wouldn't sleep with Xiangrui. As soon as she entered the dark space built from cardboard boxes, Webai leaned against a supply box, writhing in pain. If she could actually roll, that is. She trembled with pain and cursed herself. Look at how weak she'd become. Just writing her own name had pushed her beyond her limits. Damn it, she'd had enough. Webai shakily got to her feet. In the darkness, she leaned on the supply boxes, staggering around in circles. The pain in her body helped ease the pain in her soul. The more her soul hurt, the more she tormented her body. No amount of pain could stop Webai from writing her own name. It was just a name. It's not like she'd broken any heavenly law. Webai trudged alone in the darkness, walking until the pain was too much, then stopping to rest. Then she'd go on. When her shoes hurt her feet, she took them off and walked barefoot. She left a trail of damp footprints on the ground. Even though she'd blocked the shared pain, she and Ija were still bound by the seal. On the front lines, the man was tearing apart mutant beasts with his bare hands. He paused, as if sensing something, and turned to look in Weibai's direction. It was a bond forged by soul power. Webai was in terrible, terrible pain. Ija felt it. Suddenly, he felt complicated inside, a deep ache in his heart. How much was she enduring in places no one else could see? No one could even imagine. The liveliness on the surface was just that, liveliness. But the pain behind Webai had already far outweighed all her moments of joy. After the floor of the supply space where Webai lived was covered in her wet footprints, the pain in her soul finally eased a little. She took a deep breath, her whole body of fat tense and trembling. At this moment, she still weighed 679 jin. After resting for a while, she finally stepped out of the supply space. Rounding the public toilet, Webai saw a little ball of chubbiness on the steps, holding a bottle in one tiny hand, huffing and puffing as she climbed up. Xiangrui had been crawling for ages before she finally made it to the top. Her little face was all dirty, both knees covered in snow. Tired from crawling, Xiangrui plopped down on the steps to rest, took a couple sips of spirit dew from her bottle, then continued her search for her big sister. Hee-ho, little Xiangrui is looking for her sister. Sister, where are you? Oh, there you are. Xiangrui lifted her chubby head, looked at Webai walking over, and grinned, showing two tiny rice grain teeth. Just like a little bunny. Webai walked over expressionlessly, glancing at the steps. Impressive, you actually climbed this high. She almost wanted to kick the kid back down. But then she remembered how chubby Xiangrui was. If she fell and something happened, Webai would have to waste soul power to summon her soul back. The little one's eyes sparkled. She stopped drinking her spirit dew and hurriedly crawled toward Webai, huffing and puffing. Jia jia, jia jia jia. Her little, but wiggled with excitement as she crawled. Shi Yuebai used her long stick to lift Shi Xiangrui up, giving her a smack on the butt. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Are you planning to cling to me forever? Shi Xiangrui giggled, reaching out her little hands toward Shi Yuebai. Her sister slid the stick through the back of her collar, hanging her from the tip of the stick. How fun! Shi Yuebai rolled her eyes. Using cuteness as a weapon is wrong. She carried Shi Xiangrui down the steps, hanging from the stick. Shi Xiangrui was overjoyed, dangling high up, hugging her bottle, gazing into the distance, and sipping her spirit dew. When Shi Yuebai walked into the tong-shaped enclosure, a burst of noise reached her ears. She turned her head. A paper airplane flew overhead. Shi Xiangrui, hanging from the tip of the stick, immediately opened her mouth wide, spirit dew dribbling from the corner of her lips, staring up at the Hui-Ji airplane above her. Jia jia, jia jia. Shi Yuebai grunted, "It's a plane." The paper airplane flew over the canal. The new batch of elderly people they'd just captured were wailing and crying. The ones who were calmer were the previous batch, Scarface's men. They looked at the panicking old folks like they were idiots. Go ahead, howl, scream, cry your hearts out. In a couple of days, they'd settle down. Then they'd realize Yuebai's place was actually wonderful. They didn't have to worry about finding food or fighting others for survival resources. All they had to do was dig, just keep their heads down and dig. In the little ditches, digging up little clumps of earth. And in return, they'd get full bellies, 3 meals a day, plus a snack and a pot of soup. Once you got used to this life, no fool would give it up for so-called freedom. Everyone thought this way, including Scarface's men. Shi Yuebai's paper airplane circled over the canal. There were 100 elderly people brought in from the riverbed this time. That number was pretty shocking. Most of the old folks had chronic illnesses. If Shi Yuebai hadn't taken them, they wouldn't have survived this weather. If they didn't starve, they'd freeze. Never mind the temperature, even though it was only -5 degrees Celsius, the snow never stopped falling. The snow in the wasteland wasn't white, but a dirty yellow-black. Here in Shi Yuebai's place, at best, that snow could be melted for hot water bottles. But on the riverbed, those elderly with serious illnesses were forced to eat it. It was said that people from the big cities had tested it with radiation detectors. This snow's radiation pollution was as high as 200%. Eating it was practically asking for trouble. But still, countless survivors ate it. There was no choice, the water in the big cities was just too expensive. Auntie. Across the canal, a disabled child happened to see Shi Yuebai carrying Shi Xiangrui on a stick. He immediately gave her a deep bow. Shi Yuebai's mouth twitched, no need to bow that deeply. Looking closer, she realized this was the kid who'd picked up bricks 100 times, the one with the claw-like hands. Shi Yuebai's gaze fell on his hands. They looked a bit flatter now, no longer spasming or curling uncontrollably into a claw. Much more relaxed. Come here. Shi Yuebai beckoned the boy over. He looked about 10, with a tough personality and a sharp mind. He was eager to improve himself, otherwise, he wouldn't have kept picking up those bricks over and over. Shi Yuebai, still holding Shi Xiangrui, asked the boy, "What can you do now?" As long as the people in her base didn't make trouble, Shi Yuebai didn't keep a constant eye on them. Her paper airplanes only flew outside. The boy answered respectfully and obediently. "I'm helping dig the canal now. I can use a hoe and I can carry dirt." Guai Guai could act as an excavator, but there wasn't enough power. Most of the electricity collected by the solar panels was used for the washing machines, water heaters, and lighting. The washing machines by the public toilets ran 24/7. There were just too many people. Everyone needed to wash their clothes every day. And with all the mercenaries already deep in debt, even several fully automatic washing machines weren't enough. Plus, with the constant snow, the solar panels were quickly covered. Shi Yuebai pointed to the public toilets behind her and said to the claw-handed boy, "Get a few kids together, the ones who can run and jump, and go clear the snow off the solar panels in the supply yard." It was hard work, and the protective barrier was thinner over there. The temperature in the supply yard was lower than in the main enclosure. Yuebai handed the boy a few stalks of red Ganoderma. Eat this before you start. These days, the red Ganoderma kept growing and faster. New shoots kept popping up. The biggest one was already larger than a wash basin. Every day, Yuebai had to cut a chunk off that big red Ganoderma to make soup for everyone. Ganoderma is like that. The bigger it grows, the more spiritual it gets. And the more powerful its effects. A red Ganoderma the size of a nail was as effective as a booster. But even just a fist-sized piece from the wash basin-sized Ganoderma, boiled into soup for hundreds, worked hundreds of times better than any booster. So Yuebai only picked the small ones for the mercenaries. The bigger ones she let grow as they pleased. Even though those annoying Ganodermas were absorbing more and more of her spiritual energy. But what could she do? She had plenty of spiritual energy to spare. Yuebai was just that extravagant now. The elderly, women, and children who drank the red Ganoderma soup every day. On the surface, they didn't look any different. But in reality, their physical constitution was now far stronger than people outside, by who knows how much. The longer someone had been with Yuebai, the better their health. Didn't you see how little Xiangrui, just a tiny kid, dared to crawl everywhere with a chunk of meat in one hand and a baby bottle in the other? Would any other kid in the Wasteland dare to do that? These children's physical strength was already on par with mercenaries. Just drinking the red Ganoderma soup alone probably wouldn't have had such a big effect. Yuebai wanted them to move faster, get more work done each day, sweep the snow off the solar panels a few more times, and get sick less often so they'd bother her less. So she had to let them eat red Ganoderma pieces as big as nails. She really understood the meaning of people-oriented. The chicken feet boy took the handful of red Ganoderma that Yuebai handed him with both hands. He was dressed in thin long sleeves and pants. Not because he didn't want to wear winter clothes. His aunt had sent people to give each of them several sets of clean, warm winter clothes. But since they had to work, wearing bulky winter clothes was inconvenient. And besides, it was hot. Even though it was snowing, just standing still, they all felt hot. Those 10 disabled kids who had been abandoned by the team under the bridge could all stand up now. Even the last child who had been unable to work could now pick up a hoe and dig. Chicken Feet Boy, holding the red Ganoderma, ran to the canal and shouted. All 10 disabled kids climbed out of the canal. Some moved quickly. Their reactions were already close to those of normal children. Some still moved very slowly. Their reaction speed and speech were both sluggish. Some even still wobbled when they walked. But it wasn't a big problem. With a bit more care, they'd recover to normal. Chicken Feet Boy led the 10 kids up a small path by the canal, climbing straight onto the public restroom roof. This little path had been made for the laborers' convenience, so they could use the restroom, bathe, and wash clothes. They wouldn't go to the main area. Yuebai's paper airplane watched as Chicken Feet Boy led the other 9 kids up to the supply yard to clear the snow off the solar panels. Only then did she turn to Xiangrui and say, "Let's go to the front line." There was still a group of people she'd sent to scavenge at the front line. Yuebai teleported over and handed Xiangrui to a Hong. Xiangrui pouted, looking at his sister with a wronged expression. The land at the front line was vast, but compared to Yuebai's base, it was much messier. But apparently, this used to be the most prosperous commercial street in Old Xiang City. Not a single mercenary was in sight. Ija had taken the mercenary group even further ahead to hunt mutant beast packs. Ever since he gained a bit of Yuebai's power, Ija had been full of drive. He left this whole area of land for Yuebai to do as she pleased. Ija left Yuebai a map. It was an old military defense map of Xiang City. Yuebai looked at the map and could tell that Ija treasured it greatly. Despite all the changes in the world, he had kept the map in perfect condition. He'd been stationed in Xiang City, so he cherished everything related to its defense. Yuebai studied the map for a while, but honestly, there wasn't much to see. It only showed where the city and suburbs were. All the military weapons and defenses marked on it were long gone. When the apocalypse hit, the stationed military defenses were scattered, let alone the weapons. Now, of course, weapons could still be made, like Guai Guai, who could build weapons as long as he had materials, even bullets. But ordinary people couldn't make them. Guai Guai was a mechanical genius. But even that was useless. He could make gun shells, but not the materials for bullets. Besides, guns and bullets were outdated now. In other words, guns were useless against mutant beasts or zombies. Now there were laser guns. Compared to bullets, they were far more effective. But laser guns weren't something ordinary people could get. Even the managers and lower ranks couldn't get their hands on them. The batch of laser guns Asia had was issued back when the defense system upgraded its weapons. Looking out at the ruins stretching to the horizon, Wei didn't care anymore. She told the people resting by the healing array, "Crush all these random rocks and junk and haul them back." There was no more empty space here to pile up rubble. The only flat area left had already been used by Wei to draw healing and teleportation arrays. When scavenging, just moving rocks from the east side to the west was pointless. Luckily, Wei had dug a canal outside her base. There were too many rocks to use right now, so she planned to pile them all around the canal outside her base. Wei picked out all the cosmetics and sent them by a teleportation array to the villa where Ruoying and the young widow were staying. Why are there so many expired packaged foods? Wei frowned, annoyed at the pile of expired food. She had nowhere to store it, and she'd have to purify all that radiated packaged food. Resources were quietly tilting in Wei's favor. The management was getting frustrated with the mercenary group's disobedience as supplies ran short. But Wei's side was living better and better. Besides daily scavenging, her people could bring back tons of packaged food and daily necessities. Ruoying's duck shop also brought in lots of packaged food and supplies every day. And right now, the only way to use up packaged food was to trade it for points with Captain Qiao's group. Thinking of this, Wei opened her communicator and checked her account. There were 10 million points lying in there. Wei sent a message to Gui. She asked him, on behalf of the mercenary group, to go to the big city and buy a few more houses for her. On the city map, she was just a few property deeds short of perfectly enclosing a whole plot of land. She left this task to Gui. After all, her last property had also been bought by Gui. He was pretty familiar with the management. Snowflakes drifted down over the ruins. The sky was oppressively dark and gloomy. Wei waited for Gui's reply. Before long, Gui came down from the front lines. Asia came back with him. On Asia's back was a blood-soaked man, Yong. Gui looked like he wanted to say something, his lips moving as he looked at Wei. But before he could speak, Wei said, "Just take care of what I asked you to do. Leave the rest to me." Just those two simple sentences, and both Gui and Asia felt inexplicably reassured. Asia laid Yong down on Wei's healing array. Now, with his naked eye, he could see a golden, shimmering circular formation on that small patch of ground. But right now, this precious healing array was piled high with all sorts of useless things, washing machines, packaged food, and so on. Honestly, Asia now felt these things weren't important at all. No wonder Wei always seemed so calm and unfazed by them. She could pull off miracles, bringing the dead back to life, healing wounds, and even granting Asia the power to tear mutated beasts apart with his bare hands. Who would care about these useless things? Asia found all the junk on the healing array quite an eyesore. A perfectly good healing and teleportation array was so crowded, it could barely fit Yong. But there were still plenty of wounded mercenaries on the front line. Asia had to carry them back. The mutated beast horde they'd encountered this time was a real headache. Despite the freezing weather, the beasts hadn't slowed down at all. They'd even tried to break through the defensive line and enter the safe zone. Asia had seen this kind of thing before. But this time, the horde was massive, at least 1,000 beasts. Eva's expression was grim. The growing size of the beast hordes was proof. The mutated beasts were breeding faster in the Wasteland. In the past, a fight like this would have meant at least a dozen mercenary casualties. But this time, Asia had managed to hold the line himself, and not a single brother had died. He'd even managed to snatch Qinyong back from the middle of a beast mauling. All thanks to you, Bai. Ija didn't know how to express his gratitude to her. Even though Qinyong was so badly hurt, and it was still uncertain if he'd survive. On his way rushing back to the front lines, Ija glanced back at Shiryu Bai. She was seriously giving Huicheng Gui instructions. She had a plan for exactly which houses to buy. Such a young girl, suffering so much, but on the surface she looked so calm and unruffled. Ija swallowed hard, then turned and ran back to his battlefield. He needed to do his part well. He realized that only by holding the line could he save Yu Bai some trouble. As Shiryu Bai was talking to Huicheng Gui, she glanced at Ija's retreating figure. Then she looked at Qinyong, sitting on the ground, covered in blood. His abdomen had been gouged open by a mutated beast. De Jiao, Xiao Jiao, Shi Yao Yao, and Peng Zi Yuan were all so frightened they stood off to the side, even forgetting to move rocks. They were terrified Qinyong would die. Uncle Qinyong might look fierce, but he was a good man. Every mercenary uncle was good to them. Auntie had always taught them, without these mercenary uncles, ordinary people like them, with no way to defend themselves, wouldn't even be able to go out scavenging. Huicheng Gui also glanced back at Qinyong. Then he looked at Shiryu Bai. Sis, I'm heading out. After spending so much time together, Huicheng Gui had come to understand Shiryu Bai's character. She never made promises she couldn't keep. And if she could do something, she wouldn't boast about it. So, no one really knew just how capable Yu Bai was. Because she never told anyone what she could do, and no one really knew. Huicheng Gui left for the big city with 10 million points, completely at ease. He used the teleportation array and arrived directly at Ying Ruoying's place. In that villa, Huicheng Gui didn't dare linger even for a moment. How to put it? Ying Ruoying had turned that villa, and the one next door, which Shiryu Bai had already secured a permanent lease for, into a den of debauchery. A decadent atmosphere, all kinds of people coming and going, together forming a world of eat, drink, and be merry today, for tomorrow we may have nothing. Huicheng Gui even spotted a few of Scarborough's men among the customers. Honestly, a place like this would have been considered high-end even before the apocalypse, with prices to match. Curious, really, just curious. Huicheng Gui grabbed someone and quietly asked about the prices. To his surprise, the man said it was cheap. You could pay with daily necessities, packaged food, or just a few thousand points. Packaged food was scarce, but daily necessities could be found if you worked hard enough scavenging. So most men came here to enjoy themselves by trading daily necessities. There's even VIP service here. The man chatting with Huicheng Gui winked at him. He pointed to the house next to Ying Ruoying's villa. That's the real den of luxury. As long as you have enough points, you can get a meal, a bottle of water, play mahjong with 4 people, and even have someone to sleep with. That was the so-called VIP. The man winked at Huicheng Gui. Apparently, it wasn't cheap, 10,000 points for 4 hours. And that wasn't even for a full day. Huicheng Gui clicked his tongue. That was half a month's wages. Actually, no, mercenaries didn't even get paid anymore. But compared to this place, except for the ducks you could sleep with, nothing here could compare to his sister's base. It was still best at Yu Bai's place. The prices weren't low, but you could run a tab. Honestly, the relationship between Yu Bai and the mercenary group had long gone beyond a simple matter of debts. What Yu Bai had given them, even if they paid with their lives, would never be enough. Huicheng Gui left Ying Ruoying's villa. He headed straight for the management office building. Shiryu Bai was still waiting for good news from Huicheng Gui. By evening, all the random junk piled on the healing array had been moved to the base. Peng Zhenggong, Chao Lingyun, and Yang Wenyao brought some elders and set up the washing machines next to the public toilets. They pulled up a tarp, making a spot just right for the washing machines. As soon as the machines were set up, people came to do their laundry. It looked like no matter how many washing machines they installed, it would never be enough. They'd probably have to set up a dedicated laundry room. The message arrived in Shiryu Bai's hands, and she frowned. Why are these people so troublesome? Now they want a dedicated laundry room? She still had so many rocks to clear from her land. Where was she supposed to find the manpower to build a laundry room for them? Did they even have enough energy for that? Sure, I wished she could line these people up and give them a good scolding. They were always making more work for her. But after thinking it over, she had to admit, the washing machines piled up in front of the public toilets really were too many. Building a laundry room wasn't out of the question. But the energy issue had to be solved. With just a few solar panels, there was no way to power a laundry room. Sure, I did have a few formation arrays that could be converted into energy. But those arrays burned spiritual energy like crazy, more troublesome than reviving a corpse. And she'd never used those arrays to generate electricity for the Wasteland before. She'd have to get creative and make some improvements. She'd never done anything like this before. Pre-apocalypse electricity and the Wu tribe's energy systems were completely different. If, for example, the fat in her body could be converted into energy, then into spiritual energy, and then absorbed by her to become soul power. That would be a new understanding of energy systems for her. But if she wanted to convert her body fat directly into electricity, that process would require drawing several much more complex and precise arrays. It was like solving a super complicated math problem. Sure, I had the conditions in hand, and she wanted the result. What she needed was to work out the process. Right now, she didn't know what that process was. She'd have to think. And think some more. Sure, I told Peng Zhonggong and the others to start building the laundry room, while she fell into deep thought. Beside her, Qinyong's mind was hazy. He was still somewhat conscious, but his injuries were so severe he couldn't speak. By now, the clutter on the healing array had mostly been cleared away. Qinyong had gone from sitting on the healing array to half lying on it. Behind him was a broken washing machine. At first, he didn't even have the strength to speak. Now, he could barely lift his eyelids and feel the life draining from him. It was a terrifying sensation. If, at the start, he'd been killed quickly by the mutant beast, he wouldn't have felt his life slipping away so acutely. Dead would just be dead. And the process would have been quick. But now, Qinyong had survived. He felt something strange. The commander had left him here, no one cared for him, no one treated his wounds. People came and went, but no one was surprised by his injuries. Yet he was still alive. His life was ebbing away, but some force was replenishing it in another way. It was eerie. He felt as if his body was a reservoir. As his life force leaked out, someone was pouring more back in. And the rate of replenishment was just barely faster than the rate of loss. Uncle Qinyong. Dajiao came over with a bag of potato chips. This was the kid's favorite snack at the base these days. She stuffed a chip into Qinyong's mouth, blinking her big eyes. We're about to have dinner. You should eat something too. Sure, Yao brought over a bowl of red lingji soup and fed Qinyong spoonful by spoonful. Qinyong had no appetite at all. A man on the brink of death would never think about filling his stomach at a time like this. But with two girls, one feeding him chips, the other soup. Even if he didn't want to eat, he didn't have the strength to refuse. With a little food in his stomach, the fist-sized hole in Qinyong's abdomen finally stopped bleeding. He figured he must have lost all his blood by now. Yet, strangely, he felt a bit of strength returning. No more, I'm full, Qinyong rasped out with difficulty. Sure, Yao and Dajiao stopped feeding him. The two girls returned to the scavenger team in the night, continuing to move rocks. The open space around the healing array gradually expanded. After a whole day of moving rocks, everyone realized this was actually the public area of an old residential complex. There were even a lot of green belts around the healing array. But those green belts all carried a strange smell. It was the lingering scent of biochemical weapons. After the apocalypse, mutant plants had run rampant, and humans had used massive amounts of biochemical weapons to wipe out all vegetation. There were consequences. Though the mutant plants were eradicated, the land itself had changed, radiation everywhere, and humans could rarely grow anything anymore. Sure, Yuebai stood at the edge of the healing array, gazing at the ruins in the night. Before her lay a patch of land, about 400 square meters. It used to be the complex's green belt. Even this soil, tainted by biochemical weapons, could be restored in Sure Yuebai's eyes. With a spirit-gathering array to nurture it, spiritual energy could return, and then she could plant some non-destructive crops. As long as something could grow, the land would begin to heal itself. That's how all things in the world worked. When humans recklessly destroyed and suffered the consequences, they always found an environment willing to forgive and give them another chance. Shi Yuebai told Shi Yaoao to go back to the base and fetch the Napa cabbage seeds they'd saved. She scattered them over the 400 square meter plot. Then Shi Yuebai drew a spirit-gathering array. She poured 15 gene of fat energy into the new array. After all the additions and subtractions, Shi Yuebai still had 678 gene of fat left. Wisps of white mist began to rise around the healing array. But it wasn't obvious, not as thick or overwhelming as the white mist at Shi Yuebai's base. At night, you could barely see any mist at all. By dawn, Shi Yuebai checked her communicator, still no news from Huichangue. Tents had been set up in a circle around the healing array. The Scavenger team member Shi Yuebai had brought over would sleep on the spirit-gathering array tonight. Tomorrow, at first light, they'd have to plant vegetables and keep moving rocks. Shi Yuebai didn't have time to wait for them to go back and forth to the base. Chen Yong did some mental math. He was lying out here in the freezing cold, his wounds still untreated. But after drinking the soup Shi Yaoao fed him, he felt warm all over, not cold at all. And now, with a bit of strength, he could even reach back and rearrange the pile of junk he was using as a pillow to make himself more comfortable. During this time, Isha had carried back several more people from the front line. Some were even more badly injured than Chen Yong. Some were less so. But without exception, all of them were placed beside Chen Yong, barely clinging to life. It was Saturday today. Isha carried Xiaoli back. He was the mercenary group's nominal medic. Nominal medic meant Xiaoli used to be a military doctor. But due to the lack of medical supplies, he had no way to put his skills to use. So now, Xiaoli was also carrying a laser rifle and heading out to fight mutant beasts. What happened to Xiaoli? Chen Yong, half leaning against a battered refrigerator, asked Isha. The mercenaries around him, some lying down, some propped up against piles of junk, opened their eyes and looked eagerly at their commander. This time, the mutant beast horde was enormous. Anyone who could still hold on was out there on the front line. Isha laid Xiaoli's body on the healing array. He moved his lips, then looked over in Shi Yuebai's direction. The girl was sitting in the ruins, eyes closed, resting. With her size, she couldn't fit into a tent. He's just asleep. Don't touch him. You all focus on recovering. Isha carefully placed Xiaoli on the healing array. He didn't disturb Shi Yuebai either. She'd been in pain all day and had just fallen asleep. Isha tiptoed back toward the front line. Just as he stepped out, Shi Yuebai suddenly opened her eyes. Huichangue is trapped. Shi Yuebai had sent Huichangue to the big city to buy a house from the management. But he still hadn't come back. Shi Yuebai had just sent out her paper airplane, flying through the snowstorm to the city. Huichangue was trapped inside the city management building. Isha stopped in his tracks. The wounded left on the healing array looked grim. This had never happened before. Huichangue, thanks to his silver tongue, had always had wide connections in the city. Even Scarface's team had a few people who were close to Huichangue. It was just that last time, Huichangue hadn't needed to use those connections. He had some very solid contacts in the management system. Yet even so, he was being held up this time. That meant the management was truly angry at the mercenary group. Isha turned and walked up to Shi Yuebai. I'll go get him out. Shi Yuebai stood up, leaning on her crutch. No need. I'll go. You focus on killing mutant beasts. She was the one who'd sent Huichangue on this errand. Now that something had gone wrong, it was only right for Shi Yuebai to clean up the mess. Isha was already swamped. Besides, if he went to get Huichangue, he'd either have to pull strings to get the door open, or just wait around with him. It would be a waste of time. Huichangue was still stuck outside the lobby of the management building. He didn't look good. There was a single light on in the lobby, but all the regular staff had already gone home. The person he needed to see was supposedly still in a meeting upstairs. But the passage to the upper floors was locked. Huichangue could clearly feel that the administrators were making things difficult for him. He'd never had to wait this long when coming to the management building before. Today, he'd waited in the building all day. Fine, if the person in charge of property sales was busy, it wasn't like he had to buy the house today. He could always come back tomorrow. But every time he got impatient and wanted to leave, an administrator would come out and tell him to wait a little longer. Just a little longer. And so he waited until everyone was off work. Before leaving, the administrators smiled and told Hu Changui that the person he needed was still in a meeting, but they'd definitely get things done for him today. Just wait a little longer. The meeting would be over soon. Then they turned around and locked the blast-proof door. Hu Changui also received a few text messages from his contacts among the administrators. They said all the nice things but told him to wait. If Hu Changui hadn't eaten Shi Yuebai's enhancement fungus, he'd have frozen to death in that lobby. In the freezing lobby, Hu Changui was so angry he wanted to kill someone. He kicked the door hard. In the Wasteland, everything was shoddy, even the city walls were like tofu. But the management building was built extra sturdy. Its defenses were top-notch. Even mutant beasts couldn't break through these blast-proof doors. Through the snow, Shi Yuebai approached slowly, leaning on her staff. Behind her was Ying Ruoying, who'd just been about to go to bed. Next to Ying Ruoying stood the now cleaned-up young widow. When they saw Shi Yuebai had come to the city, they followed her over. Ying Ruoying walked up to the lobby doors and looked through a side window, spotting Hu Changui inside. She pulled her down jacket tighter in disbelief. They locked Hu Changui in there? Seriously, Ying Ruoying thought these management people must be out of their minds. With the snow coming down so hard, did they really think mutant beasts wouldn't show up at a time like this? And they dared to mess with Hu Changui like this in such cold weather. What if he froze to death? How would the management explain that to the mercenary group? Shi Yuebai stopped at the lobby entrance. Inside, Hu Changui slapped his hand against the tightly shut window. When he saw Sister Yuebai, he looked as aggrieved as a child seeing their parent. He even felt like his savior had arrived. Shi Yuebai ignored the excitement in Hu Changui's eyes. She formed a seal with one hand and struck the blast-proof door. With a loud boom, the door, which even laser rifles couldn't penetrate, was blown to pieces by Shi Yuebai's palm strike. Hu Changui, who'd been standing by the window about to head to the door, dropped to the ground in shock, covering his head with both hands. As Sister Yuebai actually had that much destructive power? Wasn't she just good at growing vegetables and gathering water? And maybe a bit of healing on the side? Ying Ruoying and the young widow were equally stunned. Especially the widow. This was probably her first time witnessing power that surpassed human limits. She remembered the delicious food she'd eaten at the villa. She thought of the luxury of bathing in clear water. The widow stared wide-eyed at Shi Yuebai's back. She finally understood why, when she said she'd stay in the city, Ying Ruoying and Yang Wenyao had shown such strange expressions. Shi Yuebai was no ordinary person. And Shi Yuebai, who was considered no ordinary person, had never intended to hold back. Since she was here, hiding her abilities would be letting the management off too easily after all their scheming. Now it was time for Shi Yuebai to return the favor. She stepped over the shattered door into the lobby. Hu Changui, still crouched on the floor, rushed over with tears in his eyes. "Sis, back." Shi Yuebai extended her staff, pushing Hu Changui behind her. She kept moving forward, the tip of her staff adorned with explosive talismans, smashing at every door and window in sight. Surveillance cameras, lobby glass, all the blast-proof doors, even the computers behind the bulletproof glass. Every machine in the first-floor security room, every power unit in the mechanical room. Shi Yuebai blew them all to pieces. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Dust and debris filled the air. The entire first floor was reduced to rubble by Shi Yuebai. "Sis, there's gasoline and diesel over there." Hu Changui, hiding behind Shi Yuebai with his hands over his ears, tattled loudly. "Hu Changui, bully me. Don't you know who my sister is?" Amid the swirling dust, Shi Yuebai stood in the cold air and ordered Ying Ruoying and the young widow behind her. "Take everything away." She happened to be thinking about how to get her hands on some energy to power the washing machine. Since the basement of the system building was hiding so much gasoline and diesel, why not take it all? These days, the main use for this kind of fuel was to keep the management's cars running, so they could drive around the city. But sure, Yuebai felt that, for the whole group of survivors, gasoline and diesel weren't all that valuable anymore. Other than making it easier for the management to get around, what else could they do? Might as well haul it back and use it to generate electricity. Guai Guai could build a generator. With electricity, the washing machine could run, and no matter how many clothes there were, they could all be washed clean. They could even refuel the excavator and dig the water channel a bit deeper. The young widow was stunned for a moment. She never expected that one day she'd be entrusted with such an important task. To rob the management building. But Ying Ruiying had already turned around, clicking her high heels as she headed for the basement. The young widow could only roll up her sleeves and start counting the barrels of gasoline and diesel in the basement. These supplies had been stockpiled by the management building bit by bit after the apocalypse. All of it had been scavenged by foragers, who traded it in for points and ready-made food. Shi Yuebai watched as Ying Ruiying, the young widow, and Hu Changgui rolled barrels of gasoline and diesel together. In the dead of night, they gathered all the fuel in one place. Shi Yuebai drew a small teleportation array on the ground. Before long, the stacked barrels of gasoline and diesel vanished from where they stood. Teleported straight back to Shi Yuebai's base. In just about an hour, Shi Yuebai had moved away nearly half of the management building's fuel reserves. The huge basement didn't even look much different. For now, Shi Yuebai didn't want to draw too much attention. She didn't want her abilities exposed and to arouse wider suspicion. She staged the scene to look like a bandit raid, then took Hu Changgui, Ying Ruiying, and the young widow and teleported back to her base. As dawn broke, Guai Guai came over, looking like a long-suffering wife. Ever since he'd joined Shi Yuebai's bandit crew, he hadn't had a moment's rest. Looking at the piles of barrels stamped with the Tong character, Guai Guai didn't dare vent his anger at Shi Yuebai. Instead, he turned to Chao Lingyun and Yang Wenyao, scowling and speaking in a sarcastic tone. "We can't just leave all this gasoline and diesel piled up at Yuebai's door, right? I'm a tech guy, what if I hurt my hand and can't draw blueprints? Besides, we can't let Yuebai do this kind of grunt work. She's already done more than enough." Yang Wenyao and Chao Lingyun exchanged glances. Chao Lingyun still didn't get it. Why couldn't Yuebai do manual labor? She was as good as a whole team by herself. But Yang Wenyao was quicker on the uptake. He immediately jumped up. "No way. No matter how tired anyone gets, it shouldn't be Yuebai or you, Master Guai." Although Yang Wenyao had arrived later than Chao Lingyun, his intelligence hadn't been dulled by radiation. He saw things clearly. Before the Wasteland, Guai Guai had definitely been a top-tier technical talent, and his rank was high. There wasn't a single machine in the base that could stump him. Yang Wenyao often felt that Guai Guai's skills were wasted here. Just like Shi Qingyu. They both treated Shi Yuebai's place as a shell to protect them. Maybe out there, they'd be battered and bruised. So for them, Shi Yuebai's base was the best home. How could Yang Wenyao let Guai Guai do heavy lifting? He left the water channel project to Chao Lingyun and immediately called dozens of people to move the gasoline and diesel from the Tong warehouse. All the gasoline was stored in the supply yard. The diesel was split in two. One part moved outside the public toilets, the other to the water channel. They had a large excavator, and it was still in good condition. It had just been sitting in a pile of rubble far away. Without fuel, no one had bothered with it. Out in the open, Shi Yuebai handed Ying Ruiying a stone token. "This is the pass for getting in and out of the system building's basement. Go there regularly and bring back all the gasoline and diesel." With that, Shi Yuebai slipped away from the base. She still had to scavenge at the new site. Hu Changgui followed Shi Yuebai to the front lines. The whole way, he kept grumbling behind her, complaining about the cold one moment, then about how angry he was the next. Shi Yuebai shot Hu Changgui a glare. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Ija standing by the healing array, face cold, holding a communicator. There were too many wounded. The spiritual energy in the healing array was almost depleted. It had even drained most of the energy from the gathering array. I hadn't expected the mercenaries to be so good at getting themselves hurt. In just half a night, the little healing array was packed with mercenaries. There were even a few corpses mixed in. Qinyong was able to sit up now. He looked at Ija, then saw Bai and Huachengui had returned. So Ija and all the mercenaries on the healing array turned to look at Bai. Ija was still arguing with the management on the other end of the communicator. He snorted coldly. Your management building got blown up. What's that got to do with me? I've been on the front lines killing mutant beasts all night. With that much noise, it had to be a whole battalion. The city gates have been closed the whole time. Did you see my team go into the city? Huachengui came back ages ago. What, should he have stayed out there and frozen to death with the rest of you bastards? Ija wasn't mincing words. The management had come to work early and found the first floor blown to bits. The surveillance room was in pieces. The doors and windows on the first floor looked like shattered cookies. Now the entire first floor was useless. So much for their defenses. The other side was still trying to get information out of Ija. If it wasn't you, who else would have that kind of firepower? This kind of wanton explosion only showed the perpetrator's arrogance and contempt. Looking across the city, who else would dare challenge the management? Other than the mercenary corps, who else? All the civilian teams were kept in line by the management. Only the mercenaries had been a bit unruly lately. If I had enough points to buy that kind of firepower, would I still need to scrape by under you lot? Ija stuck to his story. Didn't do it, won't admit it, knows nothing. The other side was silent for a while. They only suspected the mercenaries had blown up the first floor, but had no evidence. And they knew the mercenaries. If they really had that kind of firepower, they'd use it on mutant beasts, not waste it blowing up the system building. So Liang Chenyu on the other end said, then you're responsible for finding whoever did it. Ija cursed, don't have time. Don't you have police? We're just volunteers who don't even get points, only good for killing mutant beasts outside the city. Even if we want to come into the city to do something, we have to wait at the very end of the line. We're not worthy of coming in. On the other end of the communicator, curses were flying. Maybe even they hadn't expected that after the management building was blown up like this, they would be completely at a loss. If there really were violent attackers, the city's police force alone would be no match for this kind of heavy firepower. Liang Chenyu was so angry that he hung up on Ija. He turned to the group of administrators in the second-floor lobby and asked, "What do we do now?" It had been a collective decision, made in a meeting, to stop giving the mercenaries their monthly points. Now, with Ija saying things like this, the basic safety of the management building couldn't be guaranteed. If they wanted to hire mercenaries to guard the building, Ija would just act all sarcastic and difficult. But if they decided to start giving points to the mercenaries again, none of them could swallow their pride. Besides, they'd just made some harsh statements a few days ago. If they turned around now and gave the mercenaries their points back, Ija would definitely take the opportunity to make outrageous demands. The administrators on the second floor looked at each other in dismay. How were they supposed to know what to do? Before the Wasteland, most of them had been people with money, power, and a bit of luck. After the apocalypse, they'd pulled every string they could to get into management. You could say that everyone who'd originally worked in this building had either left or died. The ones left behind were just this bunch of people from the old privileged class, only interested in holding onto their status and living a comfortable, superior life. No one actually wanted to do any real work. Who would want to deal with such troublesome problems? In the Wasteland, wasn't everyone just muddling through as best they could? Life is only a few decades long anyway. If you can live well in the Wasteland this lifetime, enjoy it while you can worry about the next life later. Liang Chenyu glanced at the group, both angry and anxious. Someone timidly raised their hand and said, "Those mercenaries really think they're something special. It's not like we don't have anyone else to use. There are so many civilian teams inside and outside the city. Do we really have to beg a single mercenary group for protection?" As soon as he said this, others started chiming in. "We don't necessarily have to use the mercenaries. They're not that great anyway. Yeah, look how long it's been since they took a new safe zone. Shows they're not all that." After much discussion, they finally decided to switch to a different team to guard the city. And soon, they spread the word to all the teams inside and outside the city. Team leader Qiao, carrying a briefcase and dressed in a suit, hurried to the front lines. Weibai, don't you think this management class is completely out of their minds? He looked at Weibai, fuming. Look around, what other team in or out of the city can do what the mercenary group does? Do they really think they're so powerful that they can control everything with a wave of their hand? Hearing this news, both team leader Qiao and Su Xiaojiao felt terrible inside. Anyone with a shred of responsibility could see this was a terrible decision. Qiao and Su had both been low-level staff in the management system. It was precisely because they were too capable and too responsible that they failed to look out for themselves. In the end, they were forced out of the city, left to lead a team of the old, weak, sick, and pregnant. Now, even the so-called bridge team was just a name, nothing left of it. Xiao's old territory had already been taken over by Hansing's team. Xiao and Su both knew exactly what was needed right now. The mercenary group was absolutely indispensable. But the current management class was just that stupid. What could they do? What could they possibly do? How was Weibai supposed to know what to do? She stood on the spirit-gathering array, channeling spiritual energy into it. Golden energy flowed from her feet into the array. The healing formation, which had been nearly depleted, was suddenly revitalized. Lying on the ground, Shaoli, who had already been a corpse, suddenly gasped for air. He opened his eyes. And the mercenaries on the healing array, whose injuries had been minor, were already up and bouncing around. When Ija walked over, team leader Qiao quickly turned and asked, Captain Yi, what are you going to do now? The mutant beasts on the front lines were getting fiercer and fiercer. Qiao hadn't seen the beasts himself, but judging by the injuries among the mercenaries, he could imagine how vicious they were. There was no way a civilian team could handle this. Ija let out a cold laugh. We'll keep killing monsters and living our lives as usual. They'd never gotten much support from the management anyway. Now that they'd been cut off, it didn't affect the mercenary group at all. In fact, it might even be a good thing. At least they didn't have to keep worrying about when the city would finally pay them the points they were owed. Now, they'd never get them. That was fine. Wasn't following Weibai more reliable than following the city management? Team leader Qiao quieted down, looking at Ija with deep sadness. He could relate. He'd been marginalized in exactly the same way. He knew that feeling of powerlessness. In the Wasteland, the bad always drives out the good. It was all too common. But Ija's gaze was fixed on Weibai. She was glowing with golden light. Vast energy flowed from her feet into the intricate patterns beneath her. Ija seemed to see the land beneath the spirit-gathering array, once scorched and cracked, gradually becoming moist and soft. To recharge the spirit-gathering and healing arrays, Weibai had burned through 3 whole gene of fat. She now weighed 675 gene. When a thin layer of mist began to rise from the array, Weibai finally stopped. She let out a slow breath and turned to Ija. Just do what you're supposed to do. You've already done right by your conscience. With the mercenaries holding the front line, the mutant monsters wouldn't make it into the city. So whatever chaos erupted inside the city had nothing to do with the mercenaries. They didn't need to ask the management for anything anymore. From now on, it was just a deal between the mercenary group and Weibai. As for Weibai's business with the management, that was between them. Liang Chenyu and the others still hadn't noticed that the gasoline and diesel in the basement were slowly disappearing. Ying Ruoying hadn't taken it all at once. She hadn't alerted anyone. She and the young widow just made a trip in the morning and another in the afternoon. Each trip, they took 7 or 8 barrels. Xiao Lingyun and his people had salvaged an excavator from the ruins and were using it to dig irrigation channels. The work was progressing rapidly. The channel was 5 meters wide, encircling Weibai's old base. All the stones brought in from the new land were piled up outside the channel. They'd filled in half the riverbed. Guai Guai had even repaired a steamroller, and every day Xiao Lingyun drove it back and forth over the flat ground. All this activity naturally attracted the attention of Bai Hansong's team. He brought someone with him, stepped onto the flat ground, his face creased with a smile. Sure-yi, do you still recognize this place? The second wall opened. The drawbridge, built by Guai Guai, was lowered as well. Bai Hansong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. To be honest, after all these years in the Wasteland, this was the first time he'd seen a place so outrageous. Not long ago, Bai Hansong and Gongchen had visited the Shi family. Back then, half of the Shi family's wall was crooked and sagging, while the other half was piled high with junk. A number of disabled children and elderly people lingered by that half-finished wall, slowly and absent-mindedly playing with bricks. No one knew what they were doing. But now, in such a short time, that wall was finished. And it was built pretty high. By Hansong's estimate, it was at least 3 meters tall. But that wasn't all. They'd also dug a moat outside the wall. The moat was about 5 meters wide. And that still wasn't all. Across the moat, the Shi family had actually built an ancient-style drawbridge, connecting the inside and outside of the wall. No one had ever taken the Shi family seriously. Everyone thought they were just a bunch of old, weak, sick, or pregnant people digging in the dirt. But looking at it now, the Shi family seemed to have something going for them after all. At the very least, they'd managed to build a drawbridge straight out of a movie. Bai Hansong couldn't help but sneer inwardly. With all that effort, wouldn't it be better to go scavenging in the ruins? Maybe then, the women of the Shi family wouldn't have to rely on the mercenary corps to scrape by. They might be able to support themselves a little. The drawbridge was lowered, resting steadily across the moat. From the open gate in the second wall, second sister-in-law Shi hurried out. Big brother. Her eyes were a bit blurry. After absorbing the medicinal effects of the red lingji that Yubai had given her, her vision hadn't improved, but her hearing and mental state were much better. Standing on the public restroom, second sister-in-law Shi had heard Bai Hansong calling Shi-yi's name from outside the moat, just by listening. She hurried across the drawbridge, groping with her hands until she found Shi-yi. Getting closer, she realized it really was her brother-in-law, who was supposed to be dead. Tears immediately streamed down her face. But this time, her tears were no longer black and yellow, but a cloudy yellow liquid. If Big Brother Shi was alive, then what about her own husband? What about Shi Yao's father? Bai Hansong watched second sister-in-law Shi up close. A flash of amazement flickered in his eyes. In the Wasteland, it was rare to see a woman so clean and beautiful. Before the apocalypse, second sister-in-law Shi had been a popular actress. Even without makeup, her natural beauty still shone through. On top of that, she'd been nourished day and night by Shi Yuebai's spiritual energy lately. Her skin was as tender as a boiled egg. She was spotless, and her clothes even carried the lavender scent of laundry detergent. Bai Hansong kept his gaze fixed on her. No wonder the mercenary corps was willing to support the women of the Shi family. Just second sister-in-law Shi alone could be called a peerless beauty in the Wasteland. Next, Shi's mother hurried across the drawbridge as well. She wore high heels and was dressed much like Ying Ruoying, Chongsam, and fur coat. But Shi's mother's outfit was even more extravagant. She wore 2 strands of pearl necklaces and pearl earrings. Her hair was styled in a bun. She even wore makeup. She looked absolutely resplendent. Bai Hansong's gaze shifted to Shi's mother. He didn't know how old she was, but she was definitely no spring chicken. Still, she looked dewy and smooth-skinned. Plus, she knew how to dress up and had a good temperament. Even if she was a bit older, she'd still be in demand in the Wasteland. As soon as Shi's mother saw Shi, she let out a dramatic wail. She rushed over and hugged Shi-yi's half-body. "My son, where have you been? Is your soul coming back to see your mother?" Yes, Shi was only half a man now. No one knew how he'd survived being eaten by a mutant beast. Both his legs, from the thighs down, were completely gone. He looked utterly defeated, lying motionless on the ground, silent. He seemed deaf to the cries of second sister-in-law and Shi's mother, showing no reaction to his former family. Bai Hansong kept glancing into the second wall, trying to see what was inside. But to his disappointment, all he saw was white smoke, nothing but white smoke. It was easy enough to create that effect. Even before the apocalypse, there were plenty of tools to make smoke. Bai Hansong was full of doubt. These Sher family people and the mercenaries sure knew how to put on a show, turning a chicken coop into something out of a fairy tale. Still, Bai Hansong had to admit, in the Wasteland, if you could find a place like this, hold a beauty in your arms, eat your fill, and get a good night's sleep, that was the ultimate luxury. That's why business was booming at Ing Ruiying's place in the big city. She provided her clients with emotional value. Soon, more people rushed out from inside the second wall. Gnome Yasi hurried out, glanced at Sher-Yi, and frowned deeply. She tried to persuade second sister-in-law and Sher-mother. Stop crying for now. Let's get him inside first. From her professional perspective, Sher-Yi was badly injured. But Sher-Yi didn't say a word, lips tightly pressed together, filthy and reeking. Clearly, he had some psychological issues as well. It was obvious he hadn't had it easy out there. Gnome Yasi had heard that Sher-Yi used to be a high-ranking officer in Xiangqing's garrison. But after the apocalypse, he'd suffered a brain injury while saving someone. After that, he left the garrison. Sher-Yi and Ija had been close. Back then, Ija had looked after the Sher family because of Sher-Yi. Anyway, no matter how badly hurt he was, now that he was back, there was still hope. Reminded by Gnome Yasi, second sister-in-law Sher quickly wiped away her tears. She reached out, trying to carry Sher-Yi on her back. But Bai Hansong reached out and grabbed her soft, delicate hand. "You're just going to take him away like that?" He squeezed her hand. Second sister-in-law Sher jerked her hand away, face cold as she turned to Bai Hansong. "So, what do you want?" Bai Hansong was the one who'd brought Sher-Yi back, and this man was no ordinary person. Anyone who could survive in the Wasteland with their wits intact was not simple. Bai Hansong wore a smile on his face, but his eyes were aggressive, even carrying a sleazy, disgusting air. He glanced at Gnome Yasi again. This Gnome Yasi was also clean and tidy, with great skin, moist and supple. It seemed every woman in the Sher family was well cared for. Such a good place, Bai Hansong was very tempted. He stepped forward, blocking Sher-Yi's path. "I don't want any trouble. I just want to have a chat with whoever's in charge here." Bai Hansong assumed this person was either Commander Qiao or Su Xuejiao. Neither of them were actually part of the Sher family. And both were very smart. Bai Hansong had his eye on the Sher family settlement. They'd built it up impressively. To put it bluntly, Bai Hansong wanted to swoop in and reap the rewards. At first, he thought the Sher family was just a bunch of chickens raised by the mercenary corps. But now, seeing how well this chicken coop was built, he was tempted. He wanted to move into the coop himself. Gnome Yasi glanced at second sister-in-law Sher, whose severe nearsightedness made it hard to read her expression. She only seemed to be frowning tightly. Meanwhile, Mother Sher did nothing but cry, crying with remarkable elegance. She even took out a handkerchief to delicately dab her tears, careful not to smudge her makeup. Her poor eldest son, how did he get so filthy? He needed a bath right away, or her daughter would be utterly disgusted. Mother Sher had always known her eldest son had gone to serve as a garrison soldier. He was a perfectly good rich second generation, who knew what got into him. He refused to inherit the family's billions, choosing instead to join the garrison. And now look, dirty all over and missing a leg, sob sob sob. Sher-Yi lay motionless on the ground, jaw clenched tight. His hair was a mess. Who knew how long it had been since he'd washed or trimmed it? No one even knew how much the radiation had affected his intelligence. Could Sher-Yi still understand what people were saying? No one knew. Gnome Yasi frowned at Bai Hansong. "I advise you not to talk to our boss. If it's not that important, just tell me. If I can make the decision, I'll handle it for you. But if you insist on talking to our boss, honestly, if she's in a bad mood, you'll be in for more than you bargained for." This was Gnome Yasi's honest advice. Bai Hansong, hearing this, put a foot on Sher-Yi's back and couldn't help but laugh. No matter how unreasonable Commander Yi is, we all live on this land. We have to give each other some respect. He didn't bother to ask who exactly Gnome Yasi's boss was. Whoever ran the Sher family, they were still backed by that mercenary corps. But what did Bai Hansong have to fear from the mercenaries now? His team had already established good relations with the city's management system. When the management system fell out with Ija's mercenary corps, Liang Qinyu immediately turned to Bai Hansong and Gong Chen's team. The city management's intention was for Bai Hansong and Gong Chen's team to replace the mercenaries in defending the city. Previously, every mercenary was paid 20,000 points a month by the management. It was almost as if they wanted Ija and his mercenaries to feel slighted. But when they hired Bai Hansong and Gong Chen's team, they promised each member 30,000 points a month. They were counting on the mercenaries being upset when they heard. That was exactly the effect Liang Qinyu and the others wanted. In fact, they even fantasized that if the mercenaries heard about this and came back to beg, they might accept them again. But only if the mercenaries got a new leader. Ija was just too stubborn. All he knew was how to kill mutant beasts on the front lines, never bothering to cozy up to the management. How could anyone survive in this world with that attitude? The truth was, the management just wanted more control over the mercenary corps. With Ija in charge, the management system felt powerless. So, they came up with this plan to hire a new, combat-capable civilian team to take the mercenaries' place and put some pressure on them. That's why Bai Hansong could stand outside the Sher family's canal today, so full of himself. Their status was nothing like it used to be. Their team was strong. They didn't have as many people as Xiaoling's old team. But Bai Hansong and Gong Chen's team had real combat power, which made all the difference. Xiaoling's team was large, with many strong men. That gave them an edge in scavenging compared to other teams. Back then, everyone said Xiaoling's team was number one outside the city. But in terms of overall strength, Bai Hansong and Gong Chen's team had the upper hand. They were great at finding supplies, and they had combat ability Xiaoling's team never had. The only reason they weren't as famous was because they'd always operated on the front lines, not like Xiaoling's team. Gnome Yasi saw Bai Hansong's stubborn look and snorted coldly. "You're the one insisting on meeting our boss. Fine, wait here. I'll go get her." With that, Gnome Yasi turned around, took out her communicator, and sent a message to Shiyue Bai. Bai Hansong watched, sneering inwardly. How long had it been since the mercenaries delivered food and supplies to the management system? Turns out, they'd been trading everything for points to buy things for the Sher family women. Otherwise, how could a nobody like Gnome Yasi have a communicator? Communicators were expensive, not something just anyone could afford. And using one required paying the management system a hefty fee in points. Even Bai Hansong and Gong Chen's team couldn't afford to give every member a communicator. They could only equip each squad leader with one. And even then, squad leaders could only use them during missions. Otherwise, just the communication fees would be a huge expense. Gnome Yasi put away her communicator and said to Bai Hansong, "Our boss will be here soon." Bai Hansong was impatient. How long is that going to take? No sooner had he spoken than Shiyue Bai's chubby figure slowly emerged from behind the second wall. Her movements were clumsy, as if she were carrying a mountain, each step heavy. As she walked, white smoke curled and rolled behind her. If only Shiyue Bai were a little better looking, she might even seem a bit ethereal. Silver coins, bright and shiny, clattered and flowed. Shiyue Bai was followed by Shi Yaoao. Shi Yaoao no longer had much impression of her eldest uncle, Shi Yi. Now, her legs were almost like those of a normal child her age. Because of this, Gnome Yasi believed that Shi Yaoao's legs needed to bear some weight. Otherwise, it would hinder her ability to walk in the future. So, on Gnome Yasi's suggestion, Shi Yaoao's prosthetics had been completely removed. In their place, she now used a pair of crutches. As a result, Shi Yaoao walked very slowly. But Shiyue Bai also walked slowly, so the two of them, one big and one small, moved at a leisurely pace. Inside the gate of the second wall, Shi Xiangrui was crawling on the ground in a pink baby onesie. After crawling for a while, she looked up, her chubby white face smeared with a noticeable patch of black dirt. Drooling at the corners of her mouth, Shi Xiangrui looked around for her sister and niece. Once she spotted Shiyue Bai and Shi Yaoao, Shi Xiangrui hurriedly crawled another meter or two forward. Every day, it was like a game for her, searching for her sister's whereabouts. Was it easy for Shi Xiangrui? Bai Hansong was waiting impatiently for the person in the Shi family who could actually make decisions. Finally, Shi Yuebai stopped in front of Bai Hansong. Her eyes were clear, but there was a violent glint in them. Shi Yuebai planted the long stick in her hand firmly on the ground, lifted her eyelids, and said, "Everyone in the Shi family is here now. Let my big brother go." Bai Hansong took a step forward, looking at Shi Yuebai with utter contempt. "I told you, I want to see the real decision-maker of your family." He hadn't even finished speaking. Shi Yuebai slapped him across the face. Smack, asterisk. The sound was crisp and sharp. Shi Yuebai said coldly, "Didn't you hear me tell you to let him go? Are you deaf or something?" Shi Yuebai was already being pretty polite to Bai Hansong. Although she decided to keep a low profile in this life, she swore she'd never be the nail that sticks out and gets hammered down, like in her previous life. Shi Yuebai's patience was just too thin, and her temper was explosive. Talking to someone like Bai Hansong, who couldn't understand human speech, was exhausting. Better to just use her fists, much more effective communication. Bai Hansong, after taking a slap from Shi Yuebai, flew into a rage and raised his hand to hit her back. This fatso, still so fat even in the apocalypse, eating so much. If he beat Shi Yuebai to death, it would just mean one less mouth for the Shi family to feed. But before Bai Hansong's hand could reach Shi Yuebai, her own fat, thick hand caught his fist in a vice grip. Shi Yuebai twisted his wrist behind his back and asked coldly, "Trying to hit me?" "Sorry, but even if you lived 10 more lifetimes, you wouldn't have what it takes." Shi Yuebai was living a miserable life right now. But that didn't mean she'd turned into a pushover. In fact, no matter how much she tried to swallow her anger, a leopard can't change its spots. If someone insulted her, she'd bite back twice as hard. And her pain wasn't emotional, it was physical. Physical pain could never stop Shi Yuebai from being fierce. What team was Bai Hansong from again? Oh, a semi-combat team? So what? Shi Yuebai slapped him again, this time on the other cheek. "When you came to my house, did you even bother to find out if this was a place you could mess around?" As she kept slapping Bai Hansong's face, Shi Yuebai fired off her questions. She just wanted to live a quiet life this time around. She hardly ever went out looking for trouble anymore, but trouble still found her, testing her temper. As if she'd ever swallow her anger. Bai Hansong, a big man standing so tall, couldn't even fight back against Shi Yuebai's slaps. With a loud crack, Shi Yuebai twisted his wrist until it broke. It wasn't until the pain finally hit him that Bai Hansong let out a howl. "Ah!" He doubled over, now half a head shorter than Shi Yuebai. "Let go, you fat cow. Let go of me, you damn fatty." Insulting Shi Yuebai was nothing new. She'd been called names her whole previous life. So insults didn't faze her at all. Shi Yuebai kicked Bai Hansong in the stomach and let go of his hand. He tumbled off the open ground by the canal and fell straight onto the riverbed. The back of his head hit a hard rock, splitting his scalp open. Blood streamed down the back of his head. Staggering to his feet, Bai Hansong shot Shi Yuebai a venomous glare, but self-preservation kicked in and he turned and ran. Shi Yuebai. That monster with freakish strength, her name was Shi Yuebai, right? That fat cow was nothing like the useless person he'd imagined. Bai Hansong knew about the Shi family. Back when the apocalypse started, the Shi family had been famous for giving away all their money and resources. Later, though, people said Shi Yuebai was a useless disgrace to her brother and parents. No one respected the Shi family's spoiled little princess, especially after the radiation made her so fat. Shi Yuebai's reputation only got worse. People spoke of her with even more disgust. "She's just a waste." If it weren't for that useless fatty, the Shi family wouldn't have fallen so far. If the Shi family didn't have Shi Yuebai dragging them down, maybe they'd be in the management class by now. These words spread everywhere, inside and outside the city. Ugly rumors always found their way back to Shi Yuebai's original self. She couldn't take the constant insults and sank deeper into self-loathing. In short, no one thought Shi Yuebai was good for anything. Bai Hansong used to think so too. Only the Shi family still treated Shi Yuebai like a treasure. If it were any other family in the Wasteland, they would have abandoned someone like her long ago. But today, Bai Hansong realized that the truth was nothing like what outsiders believed. On the contrary, that fat woman was incredibly strong. Bai Hansong ran off, full of hatred. Shi Bai glanced at him, then her attention was drawn to Shi, who was lying motionless on the ground. Memories of her big brother, Shi, flashed through her mind. The original Shi Bai's personality was actually a lot like hers. The only difference was, the original didn't have Shi Bai's strength. And, because she'd been pampered by her family since childhood, enjoying the best of everything, her mental resilience wasn't as strong as Shi Bai's. A few harsh words from others could wound her deeply. Eventually, she gave up on herself, spending every day lying around, binge-eating and doing nothing. That girl, deep down, just wanted her family to get fed up with her. She thought that once they couldn't stand her anymore, they'd abandon her. But the Shi family never did. No matter how much she ate or how bad her temper got, they kept caring for her. Never complaining, never giving up. Shi Bai looked at Shi's current wretched state. She had no idea where Bai Hansong had found her brother, but he was clearly not doing well. His body was covered in wounds, some from beatings, some from wild animal bites. Remembering how Shi had always been so hardworking and uncomplaining toward the original her, Shi Bai couldn't help but furrow her brows. Fixing Shi's injuries and cleaning him up wasn't difficult. But it was obvious that his mind was in a bad place. Shi's mother stood elegantly to the side, looking lost and with red-rimmed eyes. She asked Shi Bai, "Bai, what should we do now?" Shi Bai raised a hand to rub her brow. "What else can we do? Of course, we need to get Big Brother cleaned up first. Then she'd put him in the healing array for a while. Otherwise, with injuries like his, plus high-level double-leg amputation, and now psychological trauma, what physical work could he possibly do?" At Shi Bai's command, two elderly people came out from behind the second wall. They carried Shi into the tong frame. Shi still clenched his jaw tightly, saying nothing. He seemed completely unresponsive to everything around him, and to whatever was about to happen to him. Like someone with severe autism, he'd withdrawn into a shell, shutting out the world. Looking at him, Shi Bai was certain he'd suffered inhuman abuse. She took a deep breath, gripping her staff in silence. She simply watched as the two elders took Shi away. Grandpa Xia carried Shi to the sauna and bathhouse in the underground mall. "Come on, young man, let me give you a massage." Before the apocalypse, Grandpa Xia had been a veteran back scrubber at a bathhouse. He could scrub half a pound of grime off even the cleanest skin. So when the bathhouse opened, Grandpa Xia had volunteered to Shi Bai. He said he could scrub the mercenaries' backs, coaxing them into spending more points. Shi Bai thought he was a real talent. So she put Grandpa Xia on back scrubbing duty at the bathhouse. Sure enough, the mercenaries loved him. Every time they went for a sauna, they'd sign up for a scrub with Grandpa Xia. One back scrub, 5,000 points. In the past, mercenaries would never have spent so much. But now, they didn't care. With Shi Bai letting them buy on credit with no limits, they figured, it's just 5,000 points for a back scrub. Sign it. More debt. The more you owe, the less you worry. Shi, like a corpse that was still warm, was pressed by Grandpa Xia at the edge of the hot pool. His whole body was scrubbed red. Occasionally, he'd furrow his brows. But most of the time, he didn't react at all. "Young man, what's so hard about life, eh?" Grandpa Xia chuckled, scrubbing Shi's back with all his strength while trying to cheer up this handsome young man who'd lost both legs. "Look at us now after all those hard years. Aren't things getting better? Your sister's capable, and everyone thinks life is pretty good these days." Shi's brow twitched, almost imperceptibly. But his reaction was faint. Grandpa Xia talked himself hoarse and only got the slightest response from Shi. "Sigh, you should really look around. Things are different here now." Tired from scrubbing, Grandpa Xia sat down beside Shi. He washed Shi all over with warm water. The water in the bathhouse wasn't actually hot. But since it was underground, with the walls radiating heat and the space tightly enclosed, the warmth couldn't escape. So the whole sauna and bathhouse was toasty warm. Grandpa Sia had no more desires in life. He'd spent his whole life scrubbing backs in bathhouses. After surviving the apocalypse, facing death countless times, watching loved ones leave again and again, he'd ended up back here, scrubbing backs. He felt content with life. Nothing made him feel more satisfied or happy than a warm bathhouse. Anyone who felt hurt or wronged should come to the bathhouse for a massage. Young man, there's still a long road ahead. You're just getting started. I'm old, my life is here now. But you're different. You still need to go out there. Grandpa Sia rambled on as he dressed Shuri in fresh clothes. The person who'd taken Shuri to bathe carried him back. Shuri still didn't move, but his brows were tightly knit. He understood everything the old man said. But he couldn't walk anymore. He had no way to protect his family. He was just a useless cripple, not worth wasting any more resources on. Now, even an old man in his 70s or 80s was more useful than Shuri. They could run and jump better than him and had a better attitude. Some even had more strength than him. Shuri was just a piece of trash who should have died long ago, not someone who should still be here burdening his family. The elderly people in Shuryuebai's base, especially the first batch, all stood tall and straight. After these months, even the wrinkles on their faces had faded. They looked years younger and much stronger than before. When Shuri was carried back, Shuryuebai was inspecting the wheelchair that Guai had repaired. This was the same wheelchair Shuryuebai used to sit in. It had 4 large all-direction wheels. These wheels were shock-absorbing, so the chair wouldn't get stuck on rough ground. And whoever pushed it from behind only needed to use a little force to move the person sitting in it. Seeing Shuri all clean, Shuryuebai pointed at the repaired wheelchair. "Big brother, this is the wheelchair I used to use. Now it's yours." Shuryuebai looked at Shuri. Shuri closed his eyes, silently resisting. He was useless. He didn't want it. He was useless. Shuryuebai snorted and told the old men carrying Shuri, "All right, put my brother down. You're done here." She watched as Shuri was placed in the wheelchair. Since it had been made for Shuryuebai, it looked especially wide. Shur mother stood nearby, tense, not knowing what to do. Especially since her eldest son, upon returning, was acting so difficult. As a mother, she was heartbroken, but had no idea how to help him feel better. She'd always been a wealthy lady. Aside from dabbling in design, sketching clothes, and occasionally making a couple of outfits to win international awards, she'd never done any real caretaking, let alone looked after her own children. The Shur children had always had a whole staff to care for them from birth. She'd never had to worry or work hard. Now, with her eldest son refusing to speak, all she could do was sigh helplessly. "I often dreamed that I could walk down the street and pick up 1,000,000 yuan. Shuryuebai looked at her mother and sensed something was off. She had never seen this expression on her mother's face before. It was as if her mother had just remembered that her husband, her eldest son, and her youngest son had all suffered some kind of accident. A wave of deep sadness suddenly washed over her. Before Shuri could react, their mother had already started to cry, tears streaming down her face. "What are we going to do? What should we do?" Lost and helpless, she turned to look at Shuryuebai. "Yuebai, what about your big brother? It seems like your father and your second brother are in trouble." In the past, their mother had always lived in her own world, busy checking if her husband was having an affair, making pretty clothes for her daughter Webai, and, in her spare time, complaining that her eldest son, who could have been a good monk in Xiangchuan, had instead chosen to join the garrison. She also kept a wary eye on her second daughter-in-law. In short, their mother was always busy. Shuryuebai actually thought it was good for her to be so energetic every day. At least their mother was happy. She was immersed in her own little world, unaware of the dangers of this wasteland. But now it seemed like she was about to break out of the shell she'd woven for herself. Shuryuebai frowned. "Mom, why don't you go over there and make some clothes? Look, all my clothes are in tatters. Big brother just got back, too. You'll need to make him a few outfits. If my brother and I wear your clothes, we'll be the sharpest kids on the block." Hearing this, Shuri, who was sitting in a wheelchair, moved his eyes slightly. It was only then that their mother seemed to find her anchor again and nodded timidly. She gave her eldest son a few instructions. Listen to your sister. She's really something now. Don't make her angry, or I'll dock your share of the dividends. With that, as if running away from something, she turned and hurried off. She really wasn't a very good mother. Faced with her eldest son like this, and realizing her husband and second son might have met with disaster, her first instinct was to escape these feelings. She simply couldn't bear such overwhelming sadness. I understood her. That's why she didn't ask her mother to take care of Shuri. Instead, she sent her away. If escaping could make her feel better, then let her escape as much as she needed. After all, if the sky falls, Shuri will hold it up. This had nothing to do with radiation or whether her mother's intelligence had been affected. It was a psychological issue. Just like Shuri, both of them had psychological problems. After arranging for 2 elderly people to take care of Shuri's daily needs, Shuri set off for the front lines again. She still had so much to do. How could she wait around for Shuri to recover mentally? Meanwhile, Xiangrui had climbed all the way to the gate of the second wall. Her fair little face was smeared with dirt, and her tiny hands were covered in mud. She looked up to see that the gate was already closed. There was no sign of her sister anywhere. Xiangrui immediately broke down, plopping down on the ground and wailing. Why was life so hard? She'd struggled so much just to get to the gate, and now her sister was gone again. For Xiangrui, this was an insurmountable hurdle. She was devastated. Shuri, sitting in his wheelchair, frowned deeply. A child was crying like this and no one cared? Everyone in Shuri's base was busy as could be. One of the elderly caretakers glanced at Xiangrui but calmly finished what he was doing before finally hurrying over, crossing the ditch to the second wall, and picking her up. He pointed at Shuri and said to Xiangrui, "Little Xiangrui, look, this is your big brother." Tears still on her face, Xiangrui glanced at Shuri. Her little face twisted, and she started crying even harder. She didn't want her brother, she wanted her sister. Why didn't these people understand? She was just too sad. She was on the verge of depression. The old man was at a loss and looked at the others. They were equally helpless. Although Shuri had assigned them to watch over Shuri, she'd also given them other jobs. There was a lot of cleaning to do in the Tongzi compound. Even though the place was filled with white smoke, it didn't mean the floors didn't need sweeping. There was also basic inventory management. Every day, a new menu was posted on the public wall in the compound. Someone had to study these recipes, right? Everyone was working hard these days, and they were all getting on in years. Physically, they were only a little better off than the average survivor. So, it was especially important for the elderly to maintain a balanced diet. The menu had to be carefully planned and printed out. Now, even the mercenaries were actively negotiating to join Shuri's base for meals. Because Xiangrui said he'd been freezing all night in the system building, and now he had psychological issues too. He couldn't make tasty food anymore. So, since Dajia was already delivering boxed meals to the scavenger teams at the front line every day, she might as well take over the mercenary group's 3 daily meals too. They could pay with points on credit or barter with prepared food and supplies. Shuri agreed without hesitation. Now, Dajia was in charge of cooking for large groups. But she only had time to cook. After she finished, all her remaining time was spent practicing staff techniques with Xiaojiao at the front line. So, aside from actually cooking, all the prep work had to be done by others. For example, taking the food that Yu Zhizhen had packed, fishing it out of the ditch, washing and chopping it, all of that needed manpower. Besides, all sorts of supplies, gasoline, diesel, and so on, would pop up in the compound from time to time. When that happened, they had to be moved out quickly. Otherwise, the supplies would pile up until the whole compound was packed tight, with no room to even walk. Hey, did you hear? The team led by Bai Hansong has actually become the system's official contractor. At that moment, in the big city, Ying Ruiying's voice rang out. She and the young widow had just come out of the teleportation array. Their bodies hadn't even arrived yet, but their voices had. Ing Ruoying, in high heels and a sheen of sweat on her forehead, complained. What on earth is the management system thinking? She and the young widow went to the system building's basement every day to haul gasoline and diesel. Originally, Scarface had been suppressed by the mercenary group. But as soon as the system changed contractors, Scarface reappeared and started provoking the duck shop again. The young widow's gaze fell on Shuri, sitting in his wheelchair. His back looked familiar. When he turned around, the young widow was stunned. Shuri, where did your legs go? She didn't finish her sentence. Instead, she took 2 steps back, eyes brimming with tears. The young widow knew Shuri. Before the Wasteland, she had been a police officer. Back then, the Xiangqing police often interacted with the city's garrison. The 2 units held meetings every few days, forming a powerful network between those inside and outside the city. Even after the apocalypse began, the Xiangqing police still supported the garrison. The young widow was on the front lines at the time, pregnant, and even received supplies from the garrison. She had crossed paths with Shuri many times during those supply runs. Her impression of Shuri was that of a tough, upright man, a pillar of strength. She never imagined that such a towering figure would end up like this. It wasn't just that Shuri had lost his legs to a high amputation. His body had also grown so thin and frail that he was almost unrecognizable. If she hadn't remembered Shuri so clearly, she wouldn't have recognized him at all. Shuri sat motionless in his wheelchair as if he hadn't heard a word the young widow said. Ing Ruoying glanced at Shuri but said nothing more. Compared to the Shur family finding their eldest son, the small grievance suffered at the duck shop seemed insignificant. At this moment, Bai Hansong had hurried back to his own team. They were getting ready to move. They hadn't lived long in their current spot after relocating from the perimeter. But after receiving an olive branch from the management system, they decided to move into the big city. According to Liang Chenyu, the management valued their team highly. This time, they were granted privileges like never before. It was unprecedented for the management to be so generous. Bai Hansong and Gong Qin were excited, feeling that moving back from the perimeter was the best decision they'd ever made. Brother Bai, Duan Xiangtong, dressed in a down jacket, walked in from outside the tent. Her complexion was sallow, and she carried an unpleasant odor. Bai Hansong took a slight step back, looking at her with a distant expression. What do you want? He hadn't forgotten that his buddy Gong Qin was very fond of this woman, Duan Xiangtong. Bai Hansong was smart enough to know which women he could touch and which he couldn't. Messing with a brother's woman, something that would ruin team harmony, was absolutely off limits. But he could also tell that Duan Xiangtong was trying to seduce him. At least in her mind, she thought Bai Hansong was the kind of man she could control, just like Gong Qin. So whenever Gong Qin wasn't around, she'd look for opportunities to slip into Bai Hansong's tent. Just like now. Duan Xiangtong seemed completely oblivious to Bai Hansong's coldness. He stepped back, and she stepped forward. Her face was full of concern. Everyone's packed up already, Brother Bai. Where did you go? She suddenly moved closer, her concern even more obvious. Brother Bai, what happened to your face? Even though Bai Hansong's face was dirty and grimy, it was still obvious that he had some unnatural swelling. Duan Xiangtong reached out to touch the swollen spot on his face. But Bai Hansong slapped her hand away. He sneered. Does Gong Qin know you're sneaking into my tent? Duan Xiangtong yelped, clutching her wrist where he'd hit her, and looked at him with a hint of reproach. What are you talking about? We're all on the same team. I'm just concerned about you. What's it got to do with Gong Qin? Bai Hansong just looked at her coldly. She wasn't old, but she was cunning. Because Gong Qin truly liked her, none of the men in the team would touch her. Bai Hansong and Gong Chen's team actually treated their women pretty well. They supported the women, but didn't lavish resources on them like mercenaries did. So the women in their team, while they could clean up a bit, could never look as fair and delicate as the women of the Shur family. Thinking of Shur Heir's wife, Nong Yasi, and even Shur's mother, Bai Hansong's gaze grew heated. But he would never touch Duan Xiangtong, and she knew it. Because she was the one Gong Qin truly liked, she could flirt with the men in the team all she wanted, and she'd still be safe. Duan Xiangtong deliberately held out her hand, pouting, "Look, you made my hand all red. Get out. Scram. Don't come into my tent again, or I can't promise I won't tell Gongchen." Annoyed and restless, Bai Hansong drove Duan Xiangtong out of his tent. He'd lost all faith at the Shi family today. He had no patience for Duan Xiangting right now. The Shi family's women. The more unattainable they were, the more he wanted them. Compared to the strange smell on Duan Xiangtong, the Shi family's women were so fragrant he wanted to devour them. As for Shi Yuebai, forget it. No matter how clean that fat woman got, she was still disgusting. Bai Hansong clenched his fists tightly. He refused to believe that, as a team leader, he couldn't even win over a single woman. Shi Yuebai had humiliated him. One day, he'd beat her to death, punch by punch. The team began to break camp. Bai Hansong and Gong Chen's team entered the big city. Following them were Duan Xiangtong and her group of women. Except for Bai Hansong, everyone was excited. To go from a civilian team to a management system contracted team with fixed points, this alone proved their strength. Is it really that hard to climb the social ladder? Look how easily they did it. By the city gate, Scarface watched their team enter, his face twisted with envy. Liang Chenyu had personally arranged their area, a team of over 200, with women. Just like that, they entered the city. Meanwhile, Scarface had worked like a dog for the office supervisor, sucking up for ages, and still hadn't gotten his team fixed points. How could Scarface possibly accept this? In this wasteland, is everyone just going to step on my head and shit now? Scarface's eyes were vicious. Let's go. We have to get something out of this. Before, the mercenary group had the management system behind them. Scarface couldn't touch them. But now the management had abandoned the mercenaries. Scarface wasn't afraid of them anymore. He wanted to get his dignity back and also get something out of it to feel better. So this time, Scarface took nearly half his team. He was going to rob all of Ying Ruoying's villas. Scarface brought almost 200 people. At the same time, Shi Yuebai had already received word from Ying Ruoying. She returned from the front lines, bringing De Jiao, Xiao Jiao, and Peng Ziyuan with her. She was also joined by Chen Yong, who was pale and had just barely recovered enough to stand. As soon as they arrived at the designated spot, Ying Ruoying hurried over. Yuebai. Shi Yuebai raised her hand. Hu Changue has already been notified. Let's go, 200 laborers, not a single one less. The bull-sized hole in Chen Yong's abdomen had, after several days of treatment, completely disappeared. Now, all that remained was a ring of red marks where the wound used to be. This was something that amazed both Chen Yong and the other mercenaries. By all rights, with such a serious injury, Chen Yong should have been dead for sure. But, surprisingly, he wasn't. He'd been left on the healing array, unattended and ignored. Every day, De Jiao, Xiao Jiao, and Shi Yaoao would pass by and, if they remembered, toss him some cheesy soup. And now he was already able to follow Shi Yuebai into battle. There was no helping it. Shi Yuebai, while on the front lines, had received a text from Ying Ruoying. She said she was coming for a fight, and any mercenary who heard was welcome to join. Trailing behind Chen Yong were many other wounded mercenaries. Their thinking was, they'd never be able to pay Webai back what they owed, but at least by helping her fight, they could stay on good terms with their creditor. That way, maybe Webai would keep letting them buy on credit. Their captain, Ija, knew about this. Since he hadn't said anything, that was as good as giving his tacit approval. Behind Chen Yong was Xiaoli, whose face was even paler and who could barely walk without help. He was the mercenary who should have died. He'd lain on the ground for days, and somehow, miraculously, started breathing again. Shi Yuebai glanced back at the mercenaries who'd come to help, then teleported them all to the basement of the duck shop. For these frail mercenaries, they were really just here to make up the numbers and repay a favor. So Shi Yuebai didn't take them too seriously. It wasn't as if she couldn't handle Scarface's 200 men herself. The mercenaries' willingness was enough. After moving the mercenaries out of the way, she turned to Shi. Guai Guai pulled out a pile of weapons, his latest improved auto-return crossbow, razor-sharp steel blades, a staff with blades that could pop out at both ends. And, most notably, a newly improved mechanical arm designed for Peng Ziyuan's strength. This was what Guai Guai had been focusing on lately. Ever since he'd started following Shi Weibai, Guai Guai's food and safety had been completely taken care of. So, apart from helping Shi Weibai with her work every day, he now had plenty of time to tinker with his own projects. No one really knew what he was always fiddling with or what those random parts were for. But Shi Weibai allowed him to do his own thing in his spare time. So, none of Shi Weibai's people bothered him. In fact, as long as everyone around Shi Weibai finished her tasks each day, they were free to do whatever they wanted. After Ying Ruiying finished her work each day, she'd dress herself up. No matter how pretty she made herself, Shi Weibai never said a word. As long as, when danger came, she could escape and find Shi Weibai for help, that was enough. In the open yard, Peng Ziyuan looked down at his arms. The improved mechanical arm was much more refined than before. He'd have to test it out soon to see how it performed. Shi Weibai walked up to Shi Yi, her face expressionless. "Big brother, I've run into a bit of trouble. Come help me deal with it." Shi's mother stood by the wall of the Shi family compound, peeking over with worried eyes at Shi Weibai and Shi Yi. She suddenly remembered how, before Shi Yi's accident, he and Shi Weibai used to argue all the time. It wasn't that Shi Yi thought Weibai ate too much, but rather that he couldn't stand her attitude toward life. A few harsh words from others, and she'd given up on herself for years. Everyone in the Shi family tried their best to take care of Weibai, to meet her needs. Even as everyone's intelligence started to decline and they couldn't figure things out anymore, Shi Yi still instinctively felt that Weibai's behavior was wrong. He didn't know how to communicate with his sister. Every time she lost her temper and said hurtful things, Shi Yi would bang his head against a rock in frustration. By then, his own intelligence had already started to regress. He didn't know how to express his anxiety. But deep inside, a voice kept telling him that his sister hadn't always been like this. He hoped Weibai could pull herself together, or at least ignore what others said about her. That's why, back then, Shi Weibai and Shi Yi had the biggest conflicts. Whenever she saw Shi Yi, Weibai would always have a jab ready for her big brother. All these memories came flooding back to Shi's mother just now. She was so afraid her daughter and son would start fighting. Her son was a soldier. If he hurt Weibai, Shi's mother wouldn't stand for it. She was ready at any moment to step in and slap her son. Shi Yi stood motionless in the yard, not responding to Weibai at all. Shi Weibai let out a cold laugh and grabbed Shi Yi by the collar. "Big brother, who let you get so soft? Look at the mess we're in now. Pull yourself together." Ying Ruiying and the young widow hurried over, afraid Weibai would toss her brother to the ground. Shi's mother, meanwhile, was hiding by the door, delighted. "Hit him, Weibai. If you don't like your brother, just hit him." Second sister-in-law, standing nearby, pinched her brow. She'd always known that, in the Shi family, Weibai was the real treasure. Before she married second brother, Shi's mother had made it clear, 60% of the family assets would go to Weibai. The rest would be divided among the others. Shi's mother had said this to warn second sister-in-law not to covet what wasn't hers. Second sister-in-law understood. All these years, she'd never caused trouble in the Shi family. But now, seeing her eldest brother-in-law like this, she couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Not that she dared say anything. No one around dared say a word. Shi Weibai let go of Shi Yi's collar and dumped her disabled brother back into his wheelchair. She shook out her fists. "Widow, you know my brother best. You push him." The young widow immediately stepped forward and put her hands on Shi Yi's wheelchair. Shi Weibai didn't look at Shi Yi again. She used a bit of her fat energy to teleport the rest of the group outside the duck shop. Right now, Shi Weibai still had 673 gene left. Chen Yong, who'd arrived first, had already organized the mercenaries. With their professional expertise, they'd even gotten a map of the city layout and decided to guard the streets around the villa. As soon as Ying Ruiying landed, she pulled out a small mirror and touched up her lipstick. Imperial red, perfect for her grand entrance. At times like this, she couldn't let Weibai lose face. She had to show her big sister aura. Previously, Sure Yuebai had already rented out more than half the villas around the duck shop. The rest were just empty lots and ruins. No one really lived here. Overhead, dozens of paper airplanes flew by, a flurry of white, seemingly aimless as they circled the area. Snow was falling, the temperature holding steady at -5 degrees Celsius. At least it wasn't getting any colder. But as far as anyone could remember, it had been snowing over the city for a very long time. The paper airplanes fluttered through the wind and snow. Sure Yuebai pointed out a few directions, instructing the people behind her. Fill in the gaps where the mercenaries are thin. If you find anyone injured or dead, bring them back. Scarface led 200 people down a main road. He didn't take Ruoying seriously at all. He thought that with so many people on his side, he'd be able to get back both his pride and his standing this time. He also wanted to show the upper management of the city that, even though he usually acted like their lapdog, he was still someone with real strength. By Hansing's team had combatability, did that mean his own team didn't? So, part of Scarface's motivation for coming to rob Ruoying's villa this time was to prove himself. The sky was dark and gloomy. Even though it was daytime, it looked like dusk. A dense crowd pressed together on the main road. Chen Yang was standing in a side alley and shouted at Scarface's group. "What are you doing?" Scarface was already leading his people forward. Someone in the group turned their head and spotted Chen Yang in the dim alley. A few people immediately walked over. Before they could even start provoking Chen Yang, several mercenaries rushed out, beating and kicking them, dragging them deeper into the alley. The mercenaries didn't even bother hiding this from Chen Yang's people. Someone in the group heading to the duck shop pointed at Chen Yang in the alley and shouted, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Chen Yang started backing away, step by step. He still hadn't recovered to his peak physical condition. In fact, ever since he left the healing formation, his strength had been dropping rapidly. But it didn't matter, every mercenary here was confident. No matter how badly things went, Yubai would just revive them anyway. A dozen or so people were lured into the alley. The alley split into several branches, and in each one, a mercenary was waiting to ambush. They were all injured, but every one of them was a battle-hardened veteran. Against Scarface's ordinary survivors, the mercenaries had an overwhelming advantage. In just a few moves, Chen Yang and his group of wounded mercenaries had captured more than 20 of Scarface's people. Scarface, still at the front, hadn't heard about any of this yet. He was feeling triumphant, completely unaware that the rear half of his 200-strong team was being picked apart by Chen Yang and was starting to fall apart. On the third floor of Ruoying's villa, the emaciated Xiaolingya was wearing only a pair of leather pants. A dog collar hung around his neck, his hair was hacked unevenly by the last customer, and there was a wound on his forehead from the one before that. Xiaolingya didn't even have the strength to stand. He crawled to the window and, from behind the glass, saw Scarface's group surging forward like a dark tide. Xiaolingya couldn't help but smile. He had no teeth left in his mouth, he lost them to who knows which customer. In short, Xiaolingya was now living a life worse than death. He didn't care who these people were. As long as they could destroy this place, destroy Ruoying, even destroy him, he'd be happy. But the rescue team Xiaolingya was hoping for didn't storm into the villa. Instead, halfway there, Scarface noticed a commotion at the rear of his group. He quickly stopped and turned to look. The back of his team was already fighting with the mercenaries. Scarface immediately grinned. He looked at Chen Yang, who was pale and gasping for breath. "Well, aren't you that top mercenary, Chen Yang? How come you're getting beaten up like this now?" Scarface had just turned around in time to see Chen Yang being surrounded and beaten. So he naturally assumed his side had the upper hand. See? How impressive was that? Everyone said the mercenaries were tough. That only with mercenaries could anyone stand up to the mutant beasts. But if his people could beat up the mercenaries like this, then maybe the mutant beasts weren't as scary as the mercenaries claimed. It was all just a big lie the mercenaries made up to keep the survivors in the city dependent on them. With mercenaries like these, Chen Yang could be taken out in minutes. Yong, who had only just recovered, was still lacking in energy. All the mercenaries who came out with Shiyue by this time weren't in great fighting shape. They were all wounded, and some, like Shaoli, had only just been revived and could barely walk, yet still managed to take down a few people. So it was only natural that they were getting beaten up by Scarface's men. Behind Scarface, Shiyuebai's voice sounded. Isn't that normal? To keep the mutant beast population from growing and threatening survivors, all these mercenaries are carrying injuries. And this is after they've spent days recuperating with me. Scarface spun around and saw Shiyuebai standing behind him. Next to Shiyuebai stood the young widow. She was pushing Shiyi in a wheelchair. Scarface didn't know the others, but he recognized the widow. He narrowed his eyes, looking at her pale, delicate face, and waved her over. Come here. Before your husband died, he asked me to take good care of you. He'd said this to her before. He'd wanted her to serve the whole group as a way to give her and her children a way to survive. But the widow had refused him in silence. So Scarface had ignored her for a while. Eventually, he'd forgotten about her altogether. Now, seeing her again, he realized she was standing on the opposite side. The widow looked at Scarface with determined eyes. Her husband, like Yang Wenyao, had once been a member of Scarface's team. But one time, Scarface had gotten into a violent conflict with another team from the city, and her husband was killed in retaliation. You're not fit to be the leader of this team, the widow finally spoke. On the Wasteland, survivors banded together in squads, and squads formed teams. Every team had a leader who guided them through survival. Everyone was doing whatever they could to struggle on in the ruins. Even someone like Xiaolingya, living outside the city, spent all his time thinking about how to find more food or how to poach people from other teams to strengthen his own. But Scarface? How long had it been since he'd taken his team out to look for food? He controlled some of the best resources inside the city. He should have had the ability to lead his people to survive out on the wasteland. Even if they couldn't live well, he should have at least tried to help everyone meet their basic needs. But look at what Scarface had been doing these past 2 years. Fighting for turf, picking fights, currying favor with the system's management. He'd done everything except take his team out to scavenge. Scarface's expression twisted. It wasn't just because of the young widow's words, but also because, as the leader, he was used to everyone listening to him. Yet today, a wretched woman actually dared to rebuke him in front of so many people. You're looking for death. Scarface lunged forward, reaching to grab the young widow by the hair. Shiyuebai didn't move. The young widow, who had always seemed like the weakest member of Scarface's crew, simply sidestepped, then kicked out, sending Scarface flying to the ground. A hint of coldness flashed across the young widow's face. Scarface and everyone around were stunned by her move. Even Shiyuebai hadn't expected the young widow to be so capable. She'd always just seemed a bit tougher than other women. Who could have guessed? The young widow withdrew her foot, a little embarrassed, and explained to Shiyuebai. I've been a Sonda Chinese kickboxing champion since I was a kid. She was the children's Sonda champion in elementary school, the youth champion in middle and high school. In police academy, she was the young adult champion. After joining the police force, she became the national Sonda champion. Year after year, without suspense. Shiyuebai smiled. If you're that good, you do it. Kill Scarface and take the rest away. It wasn't that she wanted to waste Scarface's labor. But with Scarface around, Shiyuebai would have a lot more trouble. She already had more and more things to deal with, and if Scarface started stirring up trouble on the worksite with his old crew, a lot of people would die. If the laborers died, so be it. Shiyuebai didn't want to waste her soul power to resurrect them. A bunch of people who had nothing to do with her, who would only oppose her if they lived. Might as well let them die. From the alley nearby, De Jiao, Xiao Jiao, and Peng Ziyuan were already walking over. The two girls were in front, dressed neatly in thin sportswear. Peng Ziyuan trailed behind, walking slowly, head down as he adjusted his mechanical arm. Scarface's men spotted De Jiao and Xiao Jiao, the delicate-looking sisters. Grins of wicked delight spread across their faces. In this chaos, Who'd care if they dragged these two girls into the alley? In times like these, in this world, probably no one would stubbornly pursue what happened to two girls. Clearly, the boss had been right to send people to help Xiaolingya kidnap people. With these two fair, soft girls, if they delivered them to the office supervisor, their team would become a special contractor for the management. Eyes shining, a bunch of men rushed toward De Jiao and Xiao Jiao. They even forgot about Scarface. But soon, they were in for a rude awakening. Instead of running, De Jiao and Xiao Jiao charged straight at them. De Jiao slashed at bellies with her knife, while Xiao Jiao swung her stick. Anyone who wasn't knocked out by the stick would stagger and then get stabbed by De Jiao. The two sisters worked together seamlessly, chatting and laughing as they fought. Their casual attitude made Scarface's men grit their teeth in frustration. It was as if they didn't take them seriously at all. After a few of them were taken down, no one dared approach De Jiao and Xiao Jiao again. Someone set their sights on Pang Ziyuan. But before the fight had gone on long, Scarface was already down. Of the 200 men he'd brought, many had been scattered or knocked out. Some tried to run. One brushed past Pang Ziyuan, trying to slip away. Pang Ziyuan raised his hand, and two mechanical tendrils shot out from his arm. The tendrils twisted together, binding the would-be escapees. Pang Ziyuan found this highly amusing. He was already adept at using his mechanical arm. He could even braid the girls' hair back at their hideout. His fine motor skills were far beyond ordinary people's. So the first time he used the new mechanical arm, it felt completely natural. After bundling up a few people, Pang Ziyuan turned to chase those who'd run into the alley. And he said not a single one of the 200 could get away except Scarface, so not a single one would escape. In front of Ying Ruoying's villa, chaos reigned. On the third floor, Xiaolingya, full of hope that everything would be destroyed, pounded the glass in frustration. His body was so weak now that no matter how hard he hit, he couldn't even make the glass tremble. Useless. How did it come to this? Xiaolingya felt true despair. Wasn't Scarface supposed to be strong, back when he beat him up with his men? Why was he so useless now? He couldn't even beat a few kids. Back when Xiaolingya led his team outside the city, he'd long known Scarface was a major team leader inside the city. At that time, Xiaolingya's greatest wish was to get a spot to live inside the city. Life outside just wasn't sustainable. No matter how big a private team grew, their living conditions and development would always be limited. The only way forward for private teams was to enter the city and climb the social ladder. He'd wanted to be like Scarface, a team leader inside the city. Only by joining a city team could you hope to keep growing. Even among team leaders, there was a pecking order. City team leaders were a cut above those outside. And among all the private teams, mercenary groups were at the very top. But now, Xiaolingya felt his old beliefs had been completely overturned. No, even with all Scarface's men, facing Shi Yuebai's bunch of old, weak, sick, and disabled. What did it matter how many men Scarface had? They still got beaten like dogs. Next to the villa, only one elderly couple remained. Everyone else had moved away for various reasons. After all, this area was right up against the city wall. It really wasn't safe. The old couple hid in their upstairs room, peeking out through a crack in the curtains. Seeing Shi Yuebai's people gaining the upper hand, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, they didn't want Scarface to storm Ying Ruoying's villa. The duck shop here had brought them a lot of benefits. Sometimes, when business was booming and Ying Ruoying was short-handed, she'd ask them to help with cleaning. Just one day of cleaning, and Ying Ruoying would give them several days' worth of prepared food. Scarface's private team might be famous in the city. They strutted around and inspired fear in many. But Scarface had never given the old couple any prepared food. So, just looking at the little things, Scarface was neither here nor there. His team was neither here nor there. A massive, chaotic brawl involving hundreds of people was over in less than an hour. More than 200 people, along with Scarface's corpse, were hauled into Ying Ruoying's villa. Shi Yuebai stood beside Shi Yi, glancing down at her silent brother. Bro, did you see that? Shi Yi's head moved slightly. He wasn't sure what Yuebai wanted him to see. But just now, he'd witnessed an incredibly powerful force, someone who, in front of his little sister Yuebai, seemed as fragile as paper. Yuebai hadn't even needed to lift a finger. The entire group had fallen apart before her. Yi's head throbbed. At last, he moved a little, just enough to raise his hand and rub his temples. Yuebai hadn't expected much of a reaction from him anyway. She left Ruoying in charge of cleaning up, then took Yi with her, ready to head back to their base. Yuebai. A young widow called out nervously from behind. Yuebai stopped and turned awkwardly to look at her. The widow hesitated, wanting to ask if her son and daughter could go live at Yuebai's base. She hadn't understood Yuebai before, nor did she know such a place even existed. The first time Ruoying took her there, she'd been stunned. It was like a post-apocalyptic paradise. If her children could live in a place like that, they'd have a safe and happy environment, just like the other kids there. At this moment, the widow's feelings were a tangled mess. Every time she visited the base, she felt it was 1,000 times better than the bleak, hopeless world outside. Even the snow that fell there seemed more uplifting than the snow outside. She'd once had a chance to live at the base. But she knew Yuebai was a woman of her word. Once she gave you a chance, she wouldn't give you a second. Back then, the widow herself had turned down the offer to live at the base, choosing instead to help Yuebai. Now, bringing up the request again, she felt shameless. But the place was just too tempting. She was a mother, she couldn't just stay silent and let her kids miss out on the chance to live there. She looked at Dajiao, Xiaojiao, and Peng Ziyuan, then at Yaoao. They were all thriving at the base. Even Ruoying's daughter, Fuse, was rosy-cheeked and healthy. Though Ruoying only ever watched her from a distance, never getting close, the widow could tell she was at ease. Only when a mother is completely at ease about her child's safety can she have other feelings. If Ruoying's child couldn't even be guaranteed basic safety and food, she wouldn't have such complicated emotions. She'd only be thinking about how to keep her child alive, not about who the father was or anything else. Yuebai asked impatiently, if you've got something to say, just say it. She had a million things to do. If everyone spoke to her in circles, she'd never get anything done. She'd just stand there listening to people talk all day. Sensing Yuebai's growing irritation, the widow mustered all her courage and blurted out, I want my son and daughter to live at the base. Is that okay? She was already bracing herself for rejection. Even if Yuebai mocked or scolded her, she'd accept it. After all, she'd been the one to give up her chance. Yuebai replied coolly. They can't. I gave you the chance before, but you didn't take it. Just as the widow expected, Yuebai turned her down. But before she could even show her disappointment, Yuebai added, but now we're all going scavenging at the front lines. Your son and daughter can come with us. We won't be going back to the base at night, and no one will be looking after them. Back when Yuebai had 10 disabled children under her care, no one looked after them either. Dajiao would teach them basic things like bricklaying and digging. Other than that, those 10 disabled kids had to fend for themselves. Yuebai was annoyed that they always made a mess with their pee and poop, so she made them wear the kind of safety shorts girls use during their periods. If the widow wanted her kids to join the scavenging team at the front lines, they'd get the same treatment. Yuebai wouldn't assign anyone to look after them. They'd be left at the front lines in safety shorts, doing whatever work they could manage, just like the disabled kids before. As long as the widow could harden her heart, Yuebai didn't care. The widow nodded eagerly. Yes, that's fine. I'll go pack up and bring them over right away. She felt like she'd just won the lottery. She'd thought she'd missed her chance, but now she'd made up for it. She didn't want to waste a second. She rushed back to the little house beside the villa and got her 2 bewildered children ready. Since they couldn't take care of themselves, she'd already put them in safety shorts, otherwise, they'd make a mess while she was out working. She packed a few simple things for them, then carried her son in one arm and led her daughter with the other. Just as she hurried out, Yuebai came over and handed her a stone token. Take them straight to the front lines. It's too chaotic here, we need to leave early. The base was a mess. 200 laborers had just been brought back. Other than those who were unconscious or too injured to move, everyone else was howling and making noise. No one could get any sleep. Yue decided to take the whole group to the front lines to sleep. The widow hesitated. She'd never been to the front lines. But with the stone token from Yue, she knew she could visit her kids whenever she wanted from now on. Clutching the token tightly, she followed Yue and the others to the basement of the duck shop. After a dizzying teleportation, they all arrived at the front lines, including Yi, who was in a wheelchair. Ija rushed over from the danger zone, squatting in front of Yi and looking him over carefully. He couldn't hide his excitement. "Bro, you're back." Yue stood at the center of her new territory, with the healing array as the focal point. She organized a scavenger team, instructing them to pick up stones around the healing array. As soon as everyone returned to the front lines, they didn't even need Yue to say a word. They automatically grabbed their scavenging tools and started hauling rocks. Shuri paid no attention to Ija. In fact, he felt a kind of inferiority that made him not want to see Ija at all. Yue ignored Shuri as well. After dumping him onto the healing array, she turned and busied herself with her own tasks. She didn't give him any chance to collect himself. She just threw him onto the front lines in his current state. When Ija came over, Shuri turned his head away, his gaze falling on the people scavenging in the open space. Just a while ago, a few of these kids had been fighting and hurting others in the big city. Now, they looked just like the most ordinary children of the Wasteland, carrying baskets they'd found who knows where on their backs, weaving through the ruins in search of something. Ija's voice sounded beside Shuri. "These kids of yours are all pretty good. Webai has raised them well." There was a note of emotion in his voice as he looked at Shuri again. "Brother, I'm really glad you made it back." Shuri didn't move. His mind had been foggy for a long time. Things he used to handle with ease had become harder and harder to figure out over the past few years. Shuri had probably realized long ago that his brain had been damaged by radiation. That sluggishness in his thinking brought endless anxiety and irritability. He still remembered how he used to argue with Yue all the time. Because he was anxious. Back when he was still in the defense squad, his family didn't need him to do much for them. Because he could bring home food. But later, he couldn't do it anymore. His mind started failing and the defense squad disbanded. Shuri went home. In that home, his parents' and second brother's minds had deteriorated even more than his. His younger sister-in-law, a beautiful woman, was blind, and Yao Yao had been crippled by radiation. If it weren't for Shuri arranging for everyone to do something every day, scavenging for food, the whole Shur family would have starved to death. Back then, Shuri was frantic. He was getting worse by the day, and he could clearly feel his mind slowing down more and more. Every day, he lived in constant terror. If, with his failing mind, he made a wrong decision, the whole family could die because of him. In the whole family, only Yuebai's mind was still sharp, her eyes still good, her limbs still intact. Shuri pinned all his hopes on Webai. He hoped his little sister could pull herself together. He wanted to teach her all his survival and combat skills before he lost his memory completely. He hoped she could fight her cravings, that the rumors outside wouldn't matter. What mattered was how to survive better. He wanted Yuebai to stand up and take charge. That way, even if he became a fool from radiation, as long as he still had his strength, he could charge forward as soon as his sister gave the order. He could use his strength to protect the family from harm. Shuri did it all for the sake of his family's survival. But back then, Yuebai was emotionally fragile to the extreme. She was completely absorbed in her own despair over her weight gain. Shuri argued with Yuebai, and after every fight, he'd still have to go out and find food for her. The more he cared for Yuebai, the fiercer their arguments became. Later, as expected, Shuri made a wrong decision that got their father and second brother killed. When the mutant beast horde attacked, Shuri only had time to shove his mother into an oil drum. He couldn't remember what happened after that. All he knew was that when he woke up, both his legs had been eaten by mutant beasts. He'd been dragged by the beasts far from the big city. How did he end up here, covered in wounds? Because Shuri, using only his hands, dragged his half-dead body all the way back from a distant place. Yes, Shuri crawled for a full 9 months. There was no need to describe all the dangers and hardships along the way. Shuri didn't remember much of it anyway. His mind wasn't right, he only knew he had to come back. Dad and second brother were eaten, but what about Mom? Did Mom survive? What about Wei-Bai, his sister-in-law, and Yao Yao? Without him, what would all the women and children at home do? That was all Shuri knew. But as soon as he crawled back to the team under the bridge, he was caught by Bai Hansong. The rest, Shuri had only slowly pieced together over the past couple of days. With everything he'd been through, who wouldn't become withdrawn? Shuri's brow furrowed even tighter. Suddenly, he realized that his little sister Wei-Bai could stand on her own now. Even Yao Yao seemed able to walk around. The kids in front of him were different from the other children of the Wasteland. Yao Yao and the others weren't just here on the front lines to look for food. They were gathering rubble from the distant ruins, tossing it into their baskets, and then carrying the stones back to dump them on the open ground beside Shuri. Even the little ones, like Shi Xiangrui, sat by the pile, using their tiny fingers to sift through the small stones, imitating the adults. That was Shi Xiangrui, right? Shuri remembered someone mentioning in the past couple of days that she was the little sister born to his mother. Great, so the Shi family had another mouth to feed now? She was so little, she probably still needed formula. Shuri felt that old familiar anxiety, especially when he saw how Shi Xiangrui's once pretty clothes were quickly dirted from digging through the stones. Time to eat. De Jiao suddenly called out. Shuri turned his head and saw that he was sitting in the middle of a huge open space. Such a place was very unusual outside the big city. So his little sister and this group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people had actually managed to clear out a big area around the healing array? On the desolate ruins, the original city square had been revealed. For a moment, Shuri didn't know how to feel. He stayed silent, while Ija kept chattering beside him. Brother, it's okay. Your legs should be able to grow back. Have you seen Huichingue and Yao Yao? Yao Yao's legs grew back. Huichingue's are growing slower, but that's because he's been on the front lines for so long and doesn't think he needs legs. Huichingue, who was helping distribute disposable meal boxes nearby, immediately hopped over to Shuri. He lifted his leg and bent down to knock on it a few times. My leg is really tough now. I can kill a mutant beast with one kick, way better than my old leg. Honestly, the stuff Guai Guai makes is just amazing. If it weren't for the friction pain when Huichingue's leg was growing, no one would even be able to tell it was a prosthetic. And Huichingue used it so skillfully. He was even thinking about getting both his hands replaced with prosthetics, just like the ones Pang Ziyuan was wearing now. Given Shuri's current mental state, he could barely understand what Ija and Huichingue were talking about. He couldn't even follow their conversation, let alone think more deeply about the issues they raised. He simply didn't have the mental capacity to make sense of these things anymore. The sad part was, Shuri was painfully aware of exactly what his problem was. His mind was deteriorating. He knew his brain was deteriorating. He used to believe that, with his own strength, he could protect his family under his younger sister's guidance. That had always been Shuri's plan, and it was the main reason he'd pushed his sister so hard to grow up, to become the brains of the family. But now he had even lost his legs. How could he protect his family, survive in a world like this? The only reason he'd forced himself to crawl back was the sheer willpower ingrained in his bones. And, because he had to see for himself, how were his family doing? But beyond that, Shuri had no idea what to do next. In truth, Shuri didn't really care that much about Ija and Huichingue, these two brothers. It wasn't that he didn't want to care. It was just that he'd withdrawn into a shell. Mentally, this shell acted as a barrier, blocking out all information from the outside world. Maybe it was precisely because of this mental state that Shuri had the willpower to push through all obstacles, crawling for 9 months from the danger zone back to the Shi family home. If, at any point along the way, he'd allowed himself to really see how hopeless the world outside had become, he probably wouldn't have made it back alive. So, no matter how long Ija and Huichingue talked by his ear, Yi showed no reaction. His attention was only on the things that interested him. After a while, Ija patted Yi on the shoulder. He still had a lot to do. Even though it was freezing cold, the snow on this open ground had been swept completely clean by everyone. The people Yuebai had brought from her old base had all set up tents and were sleeping on the front lines. Ija needed to head to the danger zone ahead and take out another wave of mutant beasts. Only by doing this could he ensure that the children scavenging on this patch of land could do so in safety. Dusk gradually fell. The snow began to fall even harder. Jiao set up a pot over the healing array. The firewood for the pot had all been scavenged from the ruins. There was a lot of smoke. But the smell of the fire, mixed with the aroma of the simmering red Ganoderma soup, made Yi's brow twitch. He couldn't help but grip the wheels of his wheelchair and inch himself forward. That tiny movement was enough to make many people around him excited. Heaven knows how bad Yi's mental state had become. The aroma of the red Ganoderma soup seemed to finally draw Yi out, as if he was willing to interact with the outside world again. Jiao immediately ladled out a bowl of red Ganoderma soup for Yi. She brought the steaming soup over to him, and together with Yao, addressed him. "Uncle, would you like some?" Yi stared blankly at the hot soup in front of him. The enticing aroma made him lift his thin, scarred hands and cup the bowl. Warmth spread from his palms through his entire body. Just then, Yuebai returned from a circuit around the area. Behind her, Yao and Peng Ziyuan were shoveling snow. The children were laughing and planning to pile up the snow. After scavenging, they'd all build a few snowmen together. Yuebai's gaze landed on Yi. As if sensing something, Yi's lips moved. He looked up at his sister, Yuebai. Suddenly, he remembered the harsh words he'd said to her months ago, before he left. He'd even threatened her if she kept eating like that, he'd take the whole family and leave her behind. Let's see what she'd eat then. Yi's eyes reddened. He thought his sister had come over to scold him, maybe even hit him. After all, everyone in the family knew Yuebai had a terrible temper. She'd been spoiled by everyone. So when Yuebai walked up to him, Yi suddenly choked out. "I'm sorry, sis." He was apologizing for those harsh, threatening words he'd said to her. Yuebai froze. Memories suddenly surfaced, her predecessor lying on the ground, cursing Yi out. With such a rotten temper, her big brother had crawled back from the brink of death, and the first thing he did was apologize to her. Yuebai felt a complicated mix of emotions. Say what you will, her predecessor might have been weak and useless. But the family affection she'd received was something Yuebai had never experienced before. She couldn't help but feel she was taking advantage of her predecessor. Just by transmigrating to this world, Yuebai had gained a whole family who loved her deeply. Wasn't that taking advantage? She took 2 steps toward Yi, raised her chubby hand, and placed it on his head, releasing strands of her soul power. Those threads of soul power were like soft, fine needles, drilling into Yi's mind. Yi immediately felt a splitting headache. He gripped the wheelchair's armrests tightly. He didn't know what was happening to his head, but it felt as if a giant hand was kneading his brain. Yuebai was searching Yi's soul. Unlike amateurs whose soul-searching could leave the subject an idiot, Yuebai's soul power would only strengthen Yi's soul. In other words, Yuebai's soul search would enhance Yi's mental strength, helping him recall and process his current thoughts more clearly. Yuebai could also see why Yi had suddenly apologized to her. After seeing the images in Yi's mind, Yuebai fell silent. When the giant hand finally withdrew from Yi's mind, his headache vanished instantly. He felt clear-headed, as if all those fleeting thoughts he usually missed could now be easily grasped. With this new clarity, he could follow his thoughts deeper and further. Yi looked at his sister in surprise. "All 3 souls and 6 spirits are intact. You're fine. Rest at home for a while and your mind will get sharper." As Yuebai spoke, she stepped back 2 paces. She hid her hands behind her back, which were trembling. Just that one soul search had cost her 3 gene of fat. Sure enough, advanced spells consumed far more energy than anything Sure Yuebai had used before. Sure Yuebai's body swayed unsteadily. She turned around and, finding a pile of miscellaneous items, sat down beside Sure Yi. Unlike Sure Yi, who looked refreshed and clear-headed, Sure Yuebai was feeling absolutely terrible. The massive consumption of fat energy didn't make her feel lighter. Instead, it left her soul power utterly depleted, an unbearable emptiness. She was used to pushing herself, so she just sat there, lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing. Sure Yi glanced over, worry in his voice. Webai, are you okay? With his mind finally clear, Sure Yi managed to crack open the shell of his self-imposed isolation. Sure Webai shook her head. Even if something was wrong, what could these people do for her? There wasn't anything she needed from them anyway. After catching her breath, Sure Webai stood up. Her head hurt terribly, and if she kept resting, all she'd get was endless pain. Nothing would ease it. So she decided to move. In this snowy weather, she added another layer of protective array over the healing array. She wasn't doing it for the people on the front lines so they could sleep more soundly. She just needed to keep herself moving. Sure Yi's eyes followed Sure Webai wherever she went. He wasn't even sure if he was living in the real world or just one he'd imagined. His little sister had finally grown into the person he'd always hoped she'd become. She could handle things on her own now. Everyone in the family listened to her. Should he become what he'd once planned? Should he turn himself into a mindless fool, doing whatever Webai told him? That's what Sure Yi had originally intended. He lowered his head, looking at his legs. His hands gripped the wheels of his wheelchair, inching himself forward. Move. Even if it was just his hands, as long as he moved, there was still hope. Look at his sister Webai. She used to be so defeated. Now, even with her heavy body, she could lead a group of old, weak women and children to scavenge in the freezing cold. So there was hope. As long as you tried, anything was possible. While Sure Webai was drawing the protective array, she turned and saw Sure Yi wheeling himself out of the healing array. The healing array didn't just rapidly heal survivors' injuries. It could also repair some radiation damage to the body. Actually, Sure Yaoao and the other disabled children's slow recovery was partly thanks to the healing array. The rest was due to the combined effects of the spirit gathering and protective arrays. If Sure Yi left the healing array, it would be harder for his legs to regrow. Sure Webai couldn't say for sure what kind of constitution these Wasteland survivors had. In the end, her arrays only provided fertile ground for their bodies. As for how things grew, whether lost limbs could regrow, or how long it would take, Sure Webai couldn't guarantee any of that. She wasn't a doctor. If she could just give these vulnerable people something to eat, that was enough. No need to ask for too much. So, without a word, Sure Webai added another circle of runes around the healing array, quietly expanding its range. The bigger the array, the more it demanded from her. Every day, the array's operation required more soul power and spiritual energy. If too much energy surged out of her, it would become a heavy burden. It was like exercise. Moderate amounts are good for you, but overdoing it for too long can seriously harm your health. Same principle. Sure Webai pressed her lips together and saw that Sure Yi had already wheeled himself onto the spirit-gathering array. She kept her head down, drawing and writing. Ija came running from a distance, dashing up to Sure Yi. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Bro, don't go too far. Just move around near the base. He grabbed the handles of the wheelchair and turned Sure Yi around, pushing him back into the healing array. He didn't know what Sure Webai was thinking. But even from afar, Ija could see her drawing those glowing patterns on the ground. He knew that as long as an injured person stayed inside those glowing white patterns, they'd heal. This was something he'd seen with his own eyes after being bound to Sure Webai. Ija could also sense that Sure Webai was in pain again. The pain was piling up. If Shuri kept expanding his range of activity, Sure Webai wouldn't say anything, but she'd definitely push herself to the limit, making her drawings even bigger. Even though Webai had made it clear that binding with Ija was just so he wouldn't go back on his word and would guard this new patch of land for her. She told him not to worry about anything else, just to guard the land. But Ija still couldn't help himself. He pushed Shuri back. Shuri Webai didn't say anything. She worked late into the night, waiting until everyone had crawled into their tents before finally finishing the expanded healing array. This healing array was twice as big as the original. But that was normal since the area was bigger. In the snowy, late night, Shuri Webai leaned against a big stone, looking at the dozen or so snowmen piled up in the clearing. They'd been made by De Jiao, Xiao Jiao, Shi Yaoao, Pang Ziyuan, and the Little Widow's 2 daughters. The Little Widow's kids were in bad shape. Maybe it was their first time away from their mother, in a strange place with strange people. The 2 of them were even more withdrawn than Shuri. In the Wasteland, survivors with psychological problems were more common than not. But in the end, with Shi Yaoao's encouragement, they helped build snowmen. It showed the kids' strong self-healing ability. Shuri Webai didn't know what to make of it. Webai. From the ruins behind her, Ija climbed over and sat down beside her. He tilted his head to look at her. In the heavy snow, his hair was covered in black and yellow flakes. "How are you today?" Ija asked, a hint of worry in his eyes. Shuri Webai turned to look at him and rolled her eyes dramatically. "What does it matter if I'm fine? What does it matter if I'm not?" Pointless questions. She didn't want to say a single word about her pain. But Ija wasn't scared off by her harsh words. He reached out and patted her head. "Webai, how about we make a deal?" Shuri Webai raised her eyebrows, looking at Ija. What did he have left to bargain with? "You know we owe you a lot of money," Ija said, his eyes crinkling like 2 little moons. "How about this? Let me share your pain for 1 day, and we'll knock 10,000 points off our mercenary group's debt." He didn't talk feelings with Shuri Webai. Because Webai didn't like that. Fine, then they'd talk about something else. Just debts and repayment. Shuri Webai thought about it. It seemed like this kind of thing really could be traded this way. The mercenaries owed her way too much. Why should she let them owe her so much? They weren't related, and she wasn't some saint. Now she was acting like some great benefactor, and the more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. And when she felt uncomfortable, she couldn't stand seeing others doing well either. So Shuri Webai nodded. "All right, come here." She raised her hand, and when Ija leaned in closer, Shuri Webai grabbed his hand. Immediately, a wave of pain surged toward Ija. Shuri Webai let out a sigh of relief. The biggest benefit of a contract seal was that it balanced the pain and injuries between 2 people. But pleasure was still shared just the same. Shuri Webai didn't have much pleasure to share. Her body was constantly enduring inhuman pain. In this situation, even if Ija only took on 1/10 of her pain, Shuri Webai still felt a huge sense of relief. "All right, I'll knock 10,000 points off your debt." Seeing Ija lower his head and stay silent, Shuri Webai thought he was feeling the pain and regretting his decision. But regret was useless. Paying your debts was only right. Ija, however, just took a deep breath. He lifted his pale face and turned to look at Shuri Webai. She hadn't shared all her pain with him. He just knew. She'd probably only given him 1/10 of it. But even just that 1/10 was enough to make Ija feel pain deep in his bones. His eyes turned red. Shuri Webai frowned. "Hey, what are you crying for? If you really can't handle it, then don't make deals like this with me." Acting like it was so unbearable. Ija quickly hid the pity in his eyes and swallowed hard. "This isn't even worth the price of a bath. I still owe you a lot more. How about you share a bit more of your pain with me? I'll take it for a day, and you can knock off more of my debt." Shuri Webai snorted and stood up. "Stop trying to act tough. Even this 1/10 of the pain is already too much for you, isn't it? Any more, and Ija wouldn't be able to handle it." It wasn't that Shuri Webai didn't want him to pay off his debt. It was that Ija was still useful. No point in letting him die from the pain. In this wasteland, it was better to have a few more sincere people alive. Better than seeing nothing but scum every day. Hu Changue suddenly appeared behind Shuri Webai and Ija. Who knew how long he'd been eavesdropping? "Little sister, why don't you let third brother take on 1/10 of your pain too?" Even though Shuri was back now, Hu Changue hadn't changed at all. He still considered himself Shuri Weibai's third brother. After all, Shi's mother had acknowledged him as her son. Hua Chengue had no parents, so he became Shi's mother's third son. He was happy and so was she. Shi Yuebai spun around. You always want to join in the fun, but you'll just get yourself hurt. She got up and, leaning on her staff, walked off. Chen Yong popped up from the side. Yuebai, what about me? I'm strong, I can help you bear some of the pain. No one said it out loud, because Yuebai never talked about how much pain she was in. But that didn't mean people couldn't see it. With snow falling so heavily outside, and Yuebai still pushing herself after all this time, even an Iron Man couldn't stand it. No one really knew how much she suffered, but since even their leader said so, it meant Shi Yuebai must be in a lot of pain. If they could help, Chen Yang and Hua Chengue were both willing to share her burden. Even if it didn't reduce their debt, they were willing. Shi Yuebai punched Chen Yang so hard his nose started bleeding. She shivered all over. Cut the crap. Move aside. It was late, she needed to rest. Peng Zhonggong had recently found an outdoor gear shop in the underground mall. He dug out a huge tent, big enough for 10 people to sleep in at once. He brought this multi-person tent, made for extreme cold, up to the front lines. But it was for Shi Yuebai's use only. Once she crawled inside and lay down to sleep, Shi's second sister-in-law slipped in from next door. In the darkness, she sat cross-legged beside Shi Yuebai, silent. Shi Yuebai tried to ignore her for a while, but finally couldn't take it anymore. She rolled over, sat up, and asked, Second sister-in-law, what do you want? Can't you just say what you want to say? Before she finished, second sister-in-law's tears started falling. Yuebai. She choked up. If you're in pain, can't you let me share some of it? Or do you still see me as an outsider? Back when she'd first married into the family, aside from Shi, no one in the Shi family had really welcomed her. They were polite to her in front of Shi, but behind his back, they were cold. They didn't say anything especially mean, like in the dramas. But everyone thought she'd married into a wealthy family for money, so there was always a subtle distance. From the start, the Shi family had never really treated her as one of their own. Especially Shi Yuebai, proud and blunt as she was. Whether in public or private, she never showed second sister-in-law any courtesy. She never picked on her on purpose, but if second sister-in-law crossed her, Shi Yuebai never held back her temper. Because of this, Shi had scolded her several times. Back then, second sister-in-law knew Shi Yuebai never truly saw her as family. Now, watching her cry in the dim light, Shi Yuebai scratched her head in frustration. Those mercenaries can handle pain. Why are you making a fuss? Even a tenth of her pain was almost too much for Ija, let alone for a woman like second sister-in-law. This wasn't some hot commodity. Why was everyone fighting to take it on? Shi Yuebai thought back to her days with the Wu tribe. Those people weren't like the ones she'd met in the Wasteland. Everyone there fought to form a contract with someone stronger than themselves. The Wu were all combative. If you got hurt, if you were in pain, having someone strong to share it with meant a better chance of survival. At the same time, strong people didn't get hurt as often, so you rarely had to share their pain or injuries. Everyone calculated their own interests very clearly. No one wanted to get the short end of the stick. So, in the Wu tribe, Shi Yuebai was actually pretty unpopular. All these years, not a single man had tried to form a contract with her. Sure, she was strong, but she was too combative. She could fight from morning till night, from the first of the month to the last. Getting hurt was a daily occurrence. Anyone who bonded with her would end up getting hurt all the time for no reason. TCH. Did Shi Yuebai care? TCH, TCH, TCH. I know we're always troubling you and you're always in a bad mood. I thought you just hated us. Second sister-in-law Shi was the type who, once she started crying, just couldn't stop. Shi Yuebai frowned as she looked at her. Hearing this, Shi Yuebai was at a bit of a loss. I'm so stupid. I only ever thought you had a bad temper, but I never realized you were silently bearing so much pain. Second sister-in-law Shi sobbed, tears and snot running down her face. Shi Yuebai felt incredibly irritated. She really wanted to say to second sister-in-law, how about we go outside and have a fight? Either she beats her to death, or she gets beaten to death. Either way would be fine. What had Sir Webai done to deserve being tormented by these people in such a heartwarming way? Webai, don't be shy. If there's anything I can help with, just say the word. Ahong ducked into the tent, carrying a rechargeable outdoor lantern. It was a very stylish one. Her husband had found it in the underground mall. Sir Webai rolled her eyes. You know too. How do you all know everything? She was starting to suspect these people's hearing one after another. They were all as sharp-eared as second sister-in-law. Right then, Gnome Yasi also came running in with a lantern. The women all looked at Sir Webai with red-rimmed eyes. At that moment, Sir Webai actually felt a little weak. It was a strange feeling. Suddenly, she moved much faster than usual, almost 100 times more agile, and darted away to the big city. Second sister-in-law and the others were suffocating her. Sure, Yuebai had never experienced this before. She didn't know how to handle it, so she simply ran off to Ing Ruiying's place to catch her breath. The area around the duck shop was spotless. After all, everyone had been ordered by Sure Yuebai to go to the old base and dig the canal. With the help of the latest batch of 200 laborers, the canal project was moving quickly. Now Chao Lingyun and Yang Wenyao were reallocating people to use the rubble to fill in the open space around the canal. If there's one thing the Wasteland isn't short of, it's trash and rocks. Fatty Zhonggong had found a lot of outdoor gear in the underground mall, including a type of outdoor stove. These stoves were really well designed. You just toss the trash in, close the door, and the smoke vents straight up above everyone's heads. You could also put pots or kettles on top. That way, people resting could warm themselves up, and there was always hot water available. Ing Ruiying's place had a few of these stoves too. But her house was much more airtight than the old base. So, indoors, the stove could double as a heater. Sure Yuebai walked down the clean street. Because everyone had been cleared out, even though things had gotten pretty chaotic last time, the scene hadn't been left a bloody mess. The next morning, when the city police came by on patrol, not a single corpse was found. So they didn't say anything, didn't even bother to ask. Scarface worked for someone in the management system. But exactly which one, no one knew. There were so many people in power in the management system, and each of them had several civilian teams working for them. So when Scarface led his men to attacking Ruiying's duck shop, those not in the know just turned a blind eye and didn't ask or interfere. As a result, whether Scarface had actually managed to take over Ing Ruiying's duck shop, no one really knew. A huge brawl that had shaken the whole city vanished without a trace in just a couple of days. Sure Yuebai turned and entered a 2-story villa next to the duck shop. She pushed open the door. Ing Ruiying and the young widow were inside, warming themselves by the fire. When they saw Sure Yuebai come in, they both stood up immediately. I'm just stopping by, nothing major, Sure Yuebai said, finding a spacious spot to sit down. Thanks to the stove, the whole first floor was warm and cozy. Sure Yuebai didn't say a word about what had happened on the new frontline territory. So Ing Ruiying and the young widow didn't know anything about it. The young widow sat down next to Sure Yuebai, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Sure Yuebai knew what she wanted to ask, so before she could say anything, Sure Yuebai said, "Your son and daughter are doing fine. If you have time, you can go see them. They're already asleep." Actually, Sure Yuebai hadn't really looked after the widow's kids on the front line. Any child living with Sure Yuebai was pretty much left to their own devices. But the kids had a natural ability to bounce back. The widow had only left her kids on the front line for a day, but they were in much better shape than they'd ever been after years in the city. In the city, whenever the widow had to go out to work, she had to lock her kids at home. If she came back late, she couldn't take care of them properly. Her kids had no self-care skills at all. The widow would spend all day out scavenging for food, often coming home with an empty stomach and nothing to show for it. When she got back, she'd have to clean up after her kids' messes in the house. Life was just a mess of trivial troubles. Later, the widow started helping Ing Ruiying. Whether it was morally right or not, at least she didn't have to go out scavenging on an empty stomach anymore. She could finish work early and bring back cooked food for her kids. Her kids no longer went hungry. And she no longer had to starve herself while still dealing with all her kids' needs. Sending her kids to the front line to live with Sir Yuebai's scavenging team, the widow wasn't worried at all. She'd already prepared tents and warm clothes for them. After her night shift, she'd go check on her kids, mainly to change their diapers. Sir Yuebai and her people had already done a lot for her kids. She never expected them to do even more. It never even crossed her mind. After chatting with Sir Yuebai for a while, the widow picked up her police baton and went out on patrol nearby. That was the job Sir Yuebai had assigned her. It wasn't much different from what she'd done before the Wasteland, except before, she'd cracked down on illegal activities, and now she was protecting the duck shop. After the widow left, Sir Yuebai said to Ing Ruoying, "You've got more and more people here. I found another 100 washing machines at my supply depot. Why not set up a laundry room here? I think it's a great idea, no need to even build a new building for it." Peng Zhenggong was currently leading a team excavating an underground shopping mall, and inside, there was a huge home appliance and furniture store. Above that store was a massive warehouse. From that warehouse, Peng Zhenggong managed to find over 100 perfectly functional washing machines, refrigerators, color TVs, and more. Sir Yuebai simply didn't have any more space to store them. So she had Peng Zhenggong tidy up the warehouse on the spot, gathering up all the usable, intact, and brand-new household supplies. Everything was piled up in that warehouse. Since the warehouse was already packed with appliances and furniture, there wasn't much room for anything else. Sir Yuebai no longer had to worry about daily necessities. Her problem now was that she didn't have enough space to store all these supplies. Everyone following Sir Yuebai received plenty of winter clothing. Even the 200 former subordinates of Scarface, who had just been captured by Sir Yuebai, were no exception. Each person got 10 down jackets. Ing Ruoying glanced at Sir Yuebai. "We'd better not. We're already flashy enough as it is, we should keep a low profile." When the young widow finished her patrol nearby, she and Ing Ruoying would head down to the system building's basement. Every day, they'd bring back a few barrels of gasoline and diesel to their base. There was just too much fuel. Even now, the management system was still constantly collecting gasoline and diesel from elsewhere. Without mercenaries to take advantage of, the management system could still acquire daily necessities from other sources. It's just that the supplies the mercenaries provided were always in large, brand-new batches. Each type of supply was delivered to the management system's warehouse by the ton. Just like how Ija and his group now dumped supplies into Sir Yuebai's base. Whenever they found supplies, they'd deliver them by the ton to Sir Yuebai's stronghold. Sir Yuebai was actually a little afraid of them. If she woke up one day and saw the Tonzi box, storage space, stuffed full of supplies, and it was all the same type of supply, she'd know that her laborers had been busy all day. Ija and his group would keep dumping supplies into the Tonzi box. Sir Yuebai's people had to move even faster, transferring the supplies out and stacking them elsewhere. Otherwise, the supplies Ija and his group dumped in would burst the Tonzi box. So, the supplies from the mercenaries were the main source. The management system also acquired supplies from other channels, usually small civilian teams or scattered survivors who brought their own supplies to exchange for points. These batches were small, lacked uniform packaging, and had been buried in the ruins for so long that their quality was poor. The management system gave very few points for them. But the system controlled the only 100% radiation-polluted water. People needed water to survive. With this in its grasp, the management system forced civilian teams and lone survivors to trade their supplies, even ready-to-eat food, for points. They needed those points to exchange for water. Ing Ruoying didn't have much to say about all this. If they wanted to set up a laundry room here, they'd need to use a diesel generator. Diesel generators were loud and would attract attention. Plus, after Ing Ruoying's fight with Scarface's men, anyone who knew the inside story, or who frequented the duck shop, knew that Ing Ruoying had actually won, and Scarface had disappeared. Ing Ruoying was establishing herself in the city in a rather unique way. To the city's survivors, she was basically a female boss. Some people even whispered behind her back that Ing Ruoying was actually Ija's woman. Ing Ruoying's business was said to be Aja's business. Ing Ruoying never bothered to deny these rumors. She would never let anyone know that the person backing her was actually Shi Yuebai, an ability user. The best way to protect Shi Yuebai was to throw up a smokescreen. Let people think she was Aja's woman, so what? With her and Aja's notorious reputations, at least Yuebai would be safe. So, in this flashy situation, if people found out that Ing Ruoying even had extra water for laundry, you could imagine the chaos that would ensue. Shi Yuebai waved her hand, then there's no need to use a diesel generator and make all that noise. She planned to try converting her own body fat into electricity. That way, there'd be no engine noise to draw attention. As for the water, that was even simpler. Shi Yuebai didn't want Ing Ruoying to set up a laundry room as big as the one at their main base. The main base's laundry room had about 50 washing machines. Ing Ruoying's place would only need 2 or 3, barely any water required. The only thing Ing Ruoying needed to prepare was a bigger water tank. And this tank would be dedicated for laundry. That way, Ing Ruoying, the young widow, and the handful of oddballs working under Ing Ruoying wouldn't have to lug piles of stinky laundry to the main base every time. And after expanding the healing array on the front line today, Shi Yuebai still weighed 668 jin, about 334 kilograms. Her weight loss was just too slow. Even though she converted her body fat into soul power every day, and kept pouring spiritual energy into all her arrays, whether it was the main base's spirit gathering array or the new site's array. She stuffed them full of spiritual energy every day. Shi Yuebai's weight still stayed the same. Her rule was that her weight, at minimum, couldn't increase from the previous day. So her weight loss was slow. This kind of snail's pace would have driven her old self crazy. But Shi Yuebai stuck with it. She wasn't planning to return to the front lines for now. She didn't want to see those people crying. If the front line already knew, the main base certainly did. She'd left her mother at the main base to make clothes. Her mother was a huge headache. If she ever found out that Shi Yuebai lived every day in a kind of pain no normal person could endure, she'd cry even harder than second aunt. So this time, Shi Yuebai was planning to do something big with Ing Ruoying. If she really could convert her body fat into electricity, who needed diesel or gasoline? Yuebai, what are you thinking about? Ing Ruoying waved her hand in front of Shi Yuebai's face. She looked a little worried. She couldn't shake the feeling that Shi Yuebai's plan for a laundry room meant she was about to pull off something huge. Shi Yuebai replied to Ing Ruoying with a non-committal grunt. Faced with Ing Ruoying's worried gaze, she didn't bother to explain anything. She simply walked into one of the rooms in Ing Ruoying's house and said, "I'm going to get some sleep. You all go do whatever you need to do." Shi Yuebai had something very complicated to do next, so she needed to rest and restore her energy. The small building next to the duck shop had its original residents relocated by Ing Ruoying into the duck shop, where they did some simple work serving customers. Ing Ruoying provided them with 3 ready-made meals a day. The family was more than happy to hand over their house, letting Ing Ruoying, the young widow, and the widow's child move in. Before the apocalypse, a deal like this would have been unthinkable. But for normal survivors in the Wasteland, this was a great bargain. Having someone provide them with 3 ready-made meals a day was already more than they could ask for. And Ing Ruoying wasn't just providing 3 meals for the whole family as a unit, she gave every single family member 3 meals a day. Under these circumstances, not to mention giving up their house to Ing Ruoying and the widow, even if they had to hand over their very lives, they'd do it. Besides, the house they used to live in was already half collapsed. The whole family had been squeezed into a tiny area on the first floor for 5 years. After Ing Ruoying took over the house, she even got some people from Shi Yuebai's side to help fix it up. Only then did they barely manage to tidy up 3 bedrooms and a living room. So, on the surface, it looked like a 2-story house, but in reality, the usable living space was very small. Ing Ruoying watched as Shi Yuebai entered one of the rooms. She waited until the young widow returned from patrol, grabbed a large burlap sack, and then headed straight to the management-level basement with her. The management-level basement was not only stocked with large amounts of gasoline and diesel, but also plenty of daily necessities, ready-made food, and barrels upon barrels of water. The duck shop that Ruoying ran was offering better and better service to its customers. As long as guests spent the required points, they could enjoy a free ready-made meal inside the shop. All these ready-made meals were borrowed by Ruoying and the young widow from the management-level basement. The food for the cleaning staff at the duck shop also came from the management's supplies. As for herself, the young widow, Shuibai, and those oddball Shuibai had sent over, they ate vegetables provided by Shuibai every day. Shuibai never charged them any points for this. So all the points Ruoying earned were transferred directly to Shuibai. Every night, Ruoying and the young widow would go to the management-level basement to fetch a few barrels of gasoline and diesel, plus a sack of ready-made food and daily necessities. They took everything except for one thing. That was the 100% polluted water stored in the management's basement. For Ruoying and her group, this water was completely undrinkable. They wouldn't even use it to flush the toilet. After Ruoying and the young widow went to haul supplies from the basement, Shuibai, who had rested soundly for a while, opened her eyes. She sat on a stool and began calculating a formation that no witch clan member had ever attempted before. For Shuibai, this wasn't anything new. In her previous life among the witches, she often invented new formations. For a battle maniac like her, the usual witch formations simply couldn't satisfy her combat needs. To improve her strength and kill her enemies faster and more efficiently, Shuibai had taken formation innovation to the next level. But this time was different. This time, she wasn't just rearranging and combining the formations she already knew to create a new battle formation. Instead, she was trying to convert the fat energy in her body. No matter how hard she tried, she could never lose much of it, into electricity. Shuibai had a rough idea of how to layer her formations, so she got up and went upstairs. Ruoying and the young widow only had so much time each day. They had just finished fixing up the first floor. The collapsed and damaged parts of the second floor hadn't been repaired yet. Shuibai got to work immediately, tossing all the broken stones and collapsed bricks into the Tongzi pit. The two old folks cleaning the Tongzi pit had spent an entire day shoveling out all the accumulated snow inside and out. Just as they finished, they turned around to find the center of the pit piled high with rubble and broken bricks. There were even some rotten sofas and furniture mixed in. Both old people looked exasperated. Thanks to drinking 3 or 4 bowls of red Ganoderma soup every day, they didn't feel tired after a whole day of hard cleaning. But having new bits of trash appear every time they finished cleaning was just too much. They couldn't schedule a fixed time each day to clean. If new trash appeared and they pretended not to see it, letting it pile up in the pit, and Shuibai found out, she'd chew them out. And who could guarantee that the mercenaries or Ruoying's people wouldn't go crazy and start dumping supplies into the pit? If tons of supplies and random garbage got mixed together, Shuibai would want to kill them. What should we do with all this broken furniture? The two old folks often found piles of broken stones in the pit, but this was the first time they'd seen so much busted-up furniture. Usually, the furniture tossed into the pit was still in decent shape. Some of it was even scavenged by the laborers in the pit and taken back to their tents for use. Take it all apart. As usual, any scavenged broken furniture would be dismantled, and any metal parts would be handed over to Guai Guai. He always needed all sorts of odd metal bits for his inventions. If he was missing a particular part for a machine, he'd melt down the metal himself and forge it into whatever shape he needed. The wood, fabric, and anything else burnable from the broken furniture would be piled up together. Whenever a stove ran out of fuel, someone would come and take what they needed from the pile. The two old folks quickly sorted the trash. They called in the people responsible for filling dirt to haul all the rubble out to the empty lot beyond the canal. It was cold now, with dirty yellow-black snow everywhere. Ordinary survivors couldn't go out scavenging in this weather. So hardly anyone noticed that the dried-up riverbed outside the city was quietly changing. In front of the Schur family home, the width of the river had been cut in half. It was all thanks to the stones Yuebai's people had been dumping there over the past several days, gradually filling it in. A narrow, deep canal now circled around the Sher family's property. Beyond the canal was a newly compacted stretch of solid ground. This patch of land was often covered by snow. But before long, the snow would be swept clean by a few children. Such a flat, solid area was actually very hard to build in the Wasteland. After all, almost no one had the time or energy to bother with this kind of basic construction. Yet here was this huge open space, painstakingly filled in. They even brought in a steamroller to go over it again and again. But what was the point of all this? Were they planning to plant flowers? Or vegetables? Luckily, no other survivors had discovered what the Sher family was up to with this patch of land. Otherwise, they'd have become the laughingstock of everyone once again. With all that effort, wouldn't it be better to just dig through the rubble and see if you could find some ready-to-eat food? Yuebai didn't care what others thought or how they laughed at her. She intended to turn all the land outside the canal into this kind of solid, level ground. Once she'd finished, she'd lay concrete over the whole thing. Then, around the edge of the concrete, she'd build a wall. Don't ask Yuebai why she was doing all this. In her previous life, back in the Wu tribe, her home was constantly unsafe and subject to sneak attacks from all the other clans. Most of the time, Yuebai came out of fights with barely a scratch. With her formidable combat skills, whenever she was fully prepared to attack, it was always her enemies who died. She always won. But there were several close calls, all because her home base had been attacked. Although she'd transmigrated into the Wasteland and her personal safety had improved by leaps and bounds, she no longer had to live like she did in the Wu tribe, sleeping with her head practically tied to her belt, always ready for danger. In a way, Yuebai's life now was actually quite peaceful. If it weren't for the fact that she was stuck in this fat, heavy body, she might even find life in the Wasteland rather pleasant. But still, Yuebai's sense of crisis was etched into her very bones. Even though the mutant beasts were being held back by the mercenaries in the danger zone, who knew when they might break through that wall of flesh and blood? If a horde of mutant beasts ever stormed the city, the Sher family would be the first to get trampled. So Yuebai could only keep finding laborers to make her base in the Wasteland as sturdy as possible. Her goal was simple. She just wanted to be able to sleep soundly here in the Wasteland. And not just her main base, Yuebai was now busy fixing up her foothold inside the city as well. After cleaning up the second floor where Ruoying and the young widow stayed, Yuebai looked around. Half the second floor was missing its roof. That half was now piled high with black and yellow snow. The other half was the area Yuebai had just cleaned. Originally, it was covered in rubble and broken furniture and appliances. She'd already tossed all that into her storage space. Now, this half of the floor was empty. Yuebai looked down at the flat ground beneath her feet, then used a long stick to draw a circular formation about 2 square meters wide. This was the smallest type of spirit-gathering array. The spirit-gathering array was the most basic formation needed for any other formation to function properly. Before you could stack other formations on top, you had to lay down a spirit-gathering array as the foundation. Otherwise, the stacked formations above wouldn't have the energy to operate. Because this was a small array, Yuebai finished drawing it quickly. She stuffed about 2 caddies of fat energy into the small array. Almost immediately, white smoke began to billow up from the 2 square meter formation. It looked as if a pot of boiling water was bubbling away inside the circle. In the freezing cold, the white steam rose straight up. Since the array was small, pouring in 2 caddies of fat energy caused this effect, perfectly normal. Tiny, sparkling drops of spiritual dew even began to form on the array. Then Yuebai drew an energy conversion array on top of the spirit-gathering array. Next, she stacked a fire-gathering array. On top of the fire-gathering array, she added another energy conversion array. Then she drew a water-gathering array. Still not satisfied, she impulsively added a confusion array, a healing array, and after finishing this whole string of stacked formations, Yuebai began to modify the talismans on the arrays. But before she could finish, The mess of overlapping formations suddenly exploded. The blast sent Sher Yuebai flying from the second floor down to the first. Damn it. The explosion was loud, a bang that shook half the city. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The police hiding in the nearby stairwells barely lifted their eyelids. None of them wanted to go out on patrol in this weather. When they heard the explosion, someone glanced in the direction of Ing Ruiying's place. That area again. I heard the boss behind that area is Captain E from the old mercenary corps. Another officer, warming his hands over a fire burning in an empty oil drum, said. Then we don't need to worry about it. The higher-ups said to let that area stay chaotic. If the mercenaries can handle it, just leave them be. The other officers all kept quiet. Being able to hold down a steady job in the Wasteland was already hard enough. No one wanted to lose their iron rice bowl by sticking their nose where it didn't belong. When Ing Ruiying and the young widow returned from the system building, all of Ing Ruiying's people had run off to dig through the neighboring ruins. Ing Ruiying and the young widow were startled, thinking someone had planted a bomb in their home. The young widow frowned. Sis Ing, looks like someone's out to kill you. Was someone finally making a move against Ing Ruiying? They'd even gone so far as to use a bomb. Clearly, the other side was determined to blow Ing Ruiying to pieces. Ing Ruiying's face went pale. But after accepting reality, her eyes turned fierce. Kill me? I'm not that easy to get rid of. If she were that fragile, she wouldn't have survived until now. Back when Xiaolingya led a gang of punks to do as they pleased in her home. If Ing Ruiying couldn't take it, she'd have killed herself long ago. But Ing Ruiying survived. So a little bomb like this wasn't enough to scare her off. She still had a lot to do. Soon, the ruins were cleared away. But nothing was found inside. As for Sher Yuebai, who'd been blasted from the second floor to the first, she'd already teleported herself back to her base. She couldn't afford to lose face like that. She was covered in injuries from the explosion. Blood dripped steadily. Her wounds were serious, her skin split open and raw. Hiding in a corner of her old base, Sher Yuebai had a large healing array glowing right above her head. But for her injuries, it was only marginally effective. Sher Yuebai raised her hand and cast a smaller healing spell. Back when she was among the Wu tribe, she never dared to use healing spells or arrays like this. Because in the Wu tribe, Sher Yuebai was always short on spiritual energy, always chasing after it. Having spiritual energy meant having enough soul power. It meant having the confidence to fight. So back then, when Sher Yuebai got hurt, she mostly relied on her body's natural healing. She never had the heart to use a healing array on herself. But now, Sher Yuebai was willing. She still weighed 666 jin, about 333 kilograms. All that fat was energy and could be converted into spiritual power for her use. Gritting her teeth and enduring the pain, she couldn't help but find it a little funny. She was basically a spiritual energy tycoon now. If she were still in the Wu tribe, she'd have a healing array in her left hand, another in her right, one above her head, and one under her butt. It would make the spiritual energy-starved Wu tribe members green with envy. With an abundant supply of spiritual energy, the healing spell in her hand and the array above her head spun continuously. Her bleeding soon stopped. The torn flesh on her body quickly knit itself back together. These superficial wounds were nothing to Sher Yuebai, just everyday scrapes. In less than half an hour, her external injuries were healed. Just then, a message from Ing Ruiying popped up on Sher Yuebai's communicator. Ing Ruiying, the building here collapsed. Are you okay, Yuebai? After all, when Ing Ruiying and the young widow left to manage the system's basement, Sher Yuebai was still in the collapsed building. Ing Ruiying needed to make sure Sher Yuebai was safe before she could relax. Sher Yuebai stepped out from the corner, lowered her head, and replied on her communicator. Sher Yuebai, safe. The wild use of healing spells had cost Sher Yuebai 1 jin of fat. She now had 665 jin left. Sher Yuebai felt she could still keep going. Just as she was about to head out, she saw her mother rushing over. Yuebai, are you okay? Yuebai. Before she could finish, her mother burst into tears, hugging Sher Yuebai and sobbing uncontrollably. If anything happened to you, what would I do? Your big brother is unreliable. In the end, I can only count on you. If something happened to you, I might as well be stabbed to death right now. Sure, Web-Eye frowned tightly. Mom, what are you saying? She knew it. Every time she came back to the old base, she had to face her mother. That's why she'd been hiding out at Ruoying's place in the big city. Behind her mother, Sher-Yi was sitting in a wheelchair, gripping the wheels tightly, his face anxious as he rolled over. Standing behind Sher-Yi was Ija, looking a bit pale. Only now did Sher-Yi realize that ever since she'd returned injured from Ruoying's place, her family had been frantically searching for her. It all started because Ija shared 1/10 of her pain. So when Sher-Yi was hurt, Ija felt it too. Worried something might have happened to her, Ija rushed back from the front lines, planning to use a teleportation array to find her at the old base. On the way, he ran into Sher-Yi. Sher-Yi's mind had become much clearer. As soon as he could think logically again, his reasoning ability was outstanding. He'd somehow heard that Ija could share senses with Sher-Yi. Now, everyone on the front lines knew about this miraculous connection. Because Ija could share 1/10 of Sher-Yi's pain, he could sense 1/10 of her feelings. Seeing Ija's pale face, Sher-Yi, for once, asked what was wrong. Ija told him that Sher-Yi was injured. Sher-Yi frowned and also returned from the front lines to the old base. They hadn't told their mother about any of this. Everyone knew that their mother's mental state couldn't take any shocks. But she saw the blood on the ground. Following the trail, she found Sher-Yi. When she saw her precious daughter at the end of the blood trail, her whole world collapsed. She cried so hard, it was as if the sky was falling, worse than when her husband and 2 sons were carried off by mutant beasts. After a moment, while still hugging Sher-Yi, her mother suddenly stopped crying. It was as if she remembered something. Mom, what's wrong? Sher-Yi, still in her mother's embrace, felt like half her body was soaked with tears. But she didn't mind, instead focusing on her mother's face. The mental damage Sher-Yi had suffered from soul-searching Sher-Yi had been balanced out by the physical injuries from the explosion. Sher-Yi was tempted. Should she soul-search her mother and see what's going on? Maybe she could even cure her mother's madness. Her mother, face pale, didn't answer, just lowered her head. Sher-Yi turned and saw the look on Sher-Yi's face. Sher-Yi was finally less withdrawn. After just one soul search, his mental state had improved dramatically. He looked even better than before he'd disappeared. These survivors of the Wasteland, though living in a world full of darkness and despair, still had a tenacious side. Even if they had no healing spells or arrays, even if they couldn't tap into any energy from the Wasteland, give them a seed of hope and they could break through the fog of life and bravely keep living. Sher-Yi raised her hand to show everyone she was fine. I'm okay. Just did a little experiment. It was a failed experiment. Sher-Yi was too embarrassed to say more. She planned to find Gui later and get a stack of blank paper to record all the array combinations she'd tried. Isn't failure the mother of success? Sher-Yi would keep trying, one by one. Someday, she'd find a way to convert fat energy into electricity with an array. What kind of experiment? Sher-Yi, still in his wheelchair, frowned deeply. It looked like he was about to argue with Sher-Yi again. He'd just gotten back and didn't know she could heal so quickly. All he knew was that the Sher family was in chaos, and it all seemed to be connected to his little sister Web-Eye. So, the more things were like this, the more Sher-Yi needed to take care of herself. Just a harmless little experiment. Don't worry about it. Sher-Yi brushed off Sher-Yi and her mother, made up an excuse, and started heading toward the public restroom. Ija followed closely behind her. As Sher-Yi climbed the steps, she glanced back at Ija. She couldn't understand why Ija was following her. The look in his eyes left Sher-Yi puzzled. Right now, she was in a hurry to get back to her little experiment. She simply didn't have the time to deal with Ija. So, with a swift movement, Sher-Yi darted away from him. Ija stood on the long staircase, frowning as he watched the spot where Sher-Yi had disappeared. There was a contract mark between him and Sher-Yi. Society had bound him and Sher-Yi together, tying their souls with countless invisible threads. That's why Ija couldn't help but care about Shuri. It was instinct. He had to follow behind her to see what she was up to. Was she in danger? Why was she covered in injuries? Others might not have noticed her pain, but Ija knew that Shuri had been seriously hurt. Even sharing just a tenth of her pain had been almost unbearable for him. How severe must her injuries have been if even a tenth of the pain was so excruciating? What exactly was Shuri doing? Ija's gaze shifted toward the direction of the big city. He kept forcing himself not to head there. Maybe, for him, this was both instinct and inevitability. But Shuri wouldn't like him tailing her like some kind of stalker. Ija hesitated for a long time before finally suppressing his instincts and returning to the communal house. Shuri was sitting in a wheelchair, gazing at the wall across the ditch. In fact, ever since Shuri had returned to the Shur family, the thing he did most often was sit in his wheelchair. He could sit there for an entire day. The two elderly caretakers, worried that Shuri would get depressed, would wheel him out from the house every morning and park him by the edge of the ditch. Always the same spot. But this was the first time Shuri truly realized just how much the Shur family had changed. Ija walked up behind him, and Shuri tilted his head slightly, catching sight of his brother out of the corner of his eye. Shuri's lips moved before he finally asked, "How did it end up like this?" Ija replied, "After you went missing, I didn't have much time to look after Yue and the others. Every time I came back to check on them, something here would have changed. At first, the changes were small, so I didn't pay much attention. But gradually, I don't even know when it started, all those little changes added up and turned this place into what it is now. The Shur family home was no longer what it used to be. Everyone had gotten used to calling it the nest. Whether it was the mercenaries on the front lines or Ingruoying and the others in the city, they all felt a strong sense of belonging to this place. Like birds flying far and wide, no matter how high or how far they went, they would always return to their nest in the end. Shuri's gaze fell on the other side of the ditch. There were a few children there, holding cleaning tools, laughing as they walked in through the second gate in the wall. It was clear that these children were at different stages of development. Some looked no different from normal kids. But if you watched them move a little faster, you'd notice their gross motor skills were actually quite uncoordinated. Some of the children reacted very slowly. It was obvious that their intelligence lagged far behind what children before the apocalypse would have had. But even so, in the Wasteland, these kids were already considered the lucky ones. They wore brand new cotton coats, their cheeks red from the cold. Back in the nest, where it was 5 degrees warmer than outside, they started sweeping the snow inside the second wall. The nest had to be cleaned regularly. There were always people coming and going, busy with their tasks. If the snow wasn't cleared in time, someone could easily slip and fall. Nowhere else in the Wasteland would you find such meticulous division of labor. Especially on snowy days like this, if someone fell, so what? But here, under Yuebai's watch, that simply wasn't acceptable. Now, the task of clearing snow had fallen to these 10 children. Ija followed Shuri's gaze. The most normal-looking child was the boy with the chicken feet from a few months ago. He watched as the boy skillfully swept the snow, even taking the time to help the clumsier kids pile the snow together. Ija sighed with emotion. These kids only got this far because they met Yuebai. Who would have thought that just a few months ago, these children were still crawling on the ground, pooping and peeing everywhere. They were severely disabled, completely unable to care for themselves. Back then, even though Ija rarely visited Yuebai's nest, he knew that Dejiao would be driven to tears every day by these kids. She tried to teach them the simplest task, stacking bricks for the wall, but they couldn't do it. But now, these children were responsible for all the snow clearing inside and outside the nest. They had become indispensable to keeping the nest clean and tidy. It was thanks to these children that the nest was always spotless. Ija didn't say anything more. He just stood behind Shuri, keeping him company as they watched. After a long while, Shuri's trembling hand let go of the wheelchair wheel. He suddenly murmured, "This place is really good. And Yuebai is good too." Shuri realized that his little sister had done far better than he ever expected. As his own intelligence declined, all Shuri had hoped for was that his sister could take care of the family. But now, not only had she managed that, she had led the whole family to new heights. Shuri took a deep breath, lowering his head as his eyes grew hot. Aja, there's still something missing here. Since his sister Wei-Bai had already taken the family so far, why couldn't they go even further? Shuri's mind was clear. He had always had a big-picture view. Now that he'd come out of his shell, all he wanted was to do everything he could to give his family the greatest security. As for the other survivors, Shuri couldn't worry about them. He'd once been full of passion and ambition, wanting to change the world by himself. But cruel reality had dealt him a fatal blow. That was why his intelligence had declined so rapidly, why he'd left the defense squad, and why he hadn't joined Ija in rebuilding the mercenary corps. It was all because of that devastating blow. Reality had taught Shuri a bloody lesson. In a world like the Wasteland, dreaming of saving everyone was pointless. Because some people simply don't deserve it. Shuri wanted to set up armed defenses on the second wall. But all the weapons in the Wasteland had been used up during the apocalypse. Even the current major city management systems no longer had large quantities of firearms. Their weapons mainly relied on support from the outside conglomerates. Some of these pre-apocalypse conglomerates had managed to preserve their strength through the disaster. They developed laser guns and began cooperating with the management of various major cities. As long as mercenaries came to purchase laser guns, the management and these conglomerates would split the proceeds from food and daily necessities 50-50. At first, the price of these laser weapons was reasonable. With a bit of effort, even ordinary survivors could afford a laser gun. But later, by the 5th year of the Wasteland, the price of laser weapons skyrocketed day by day. Ordinary survivors could only look at these weapons from afar, unable to even consider buying them. By now, very few ordinary survivors still had laser guns. The ones they did have had mostly been sold off. After all, life was so hard, they sold whatever they could. When someone is desperate for a bite of food or a sip of water, and the only thing left is a laser gun that can fetch a good price, they'll sell it. Besides, an ordinary survivor holding a laser gun isn't much use. The magazines for laser guns are all specially made. Once the energy in a magazine is used up, you have to go to the management building to buy a new one. Now, a new magazine costs more points than several laser guns combined. Ordinary survivors work themselves to the bone hauling food and supplies to the management building, but the points they earn aren't even enough to buy drinking water, let alone a laser magazine. Many ordinary survivors had thought about hunting mutant beasts or scavenging in new danger zones to find more food and supplies. But life forced them to give up on hunting mutant beasts. All they could do was honestly scavenge as regular survivors. Shuri was one of those people. Before his intelligence began to seriously deteriorate, the Shur family's finances were still decent. He often took his younger brother Shur into dangerous zones. But back then, there were no such things as laser guns. The Shur family spent a fortune buying firearms, and Shuri even led his own small team. But because he was retired due to injury, his team was made up of ordinary survivors. By the time Shuri realized that regular firearms were all used up and the only way to get a laser gun was to trade scavenged food and supplies, the best time to get his hands on laser weapons had already passed. All the Shur family's efforts suddenly became insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But by then, with Shuri's declining intelligence, he couldn't think that far ahead. He had discussed with Shur about pooling money from the whole team to buy laser weapons from the management. But it's hard to manage people's hearts. Shuri and Shur didn't have the smarts to keep everyone in line. At that time, even Captain Qiao was struggling to take care of himself. The team under the bridge was full of unrest. Many in Shuri's squad suggested splitting off from the under the bridge group to go it alone. Some even said they should just split whatever food and supplies they found in the danger zones right there, instead of bringing them back to the team. Some didn't even want to share with the rest of the under the bridge group. With everyone disagreeing and talking past each other, the plan to buy laser weapons was shelved again. Things didn't get better, instead, they just got worse. Shuri's squad, once the muscle of Captain Qiao's team, had even helped mercenary groups fight mutant beasts outside the city. But that all faded away. Buying laser guns became a plan that was forever postponed. Now, Shuri's mind was getting clearer by the day. He didn't know what was happening to him. Every day, he found himself thinking more thoroughly and about more things. We went down the wrong path from the start. Shuri turned his wheelchair, his cool, clear eyes lifting to look at Ija beside him. The Shur family never should have spent so much, throwing everything into disaster relief from the beginning. Everyone was facing the apocalypse for the first time. It was their first time in the Wasteland. So when disaster struck, no one realized it wasn't an end, but a beginning. Back then, many well-off people with a conscience donated money and supplies to help, and the Shur family was no exception. But some conglomerates hid behind these wealthy families, keeping quiet. While others were fighting zombies and natural disasters, those conglomerates were quietly biding their time in the shadows. That's how the Shur family and the Ing family used to be. Given the Shur family's size, there's no way they should have been left with no means of self-preservation in a crisis. But when the first wave of conglomerates stepped up to donate, the Shur family never considered the cost or consequences. That directly led to their later fate. They gave away their fortune halfway through and ended up not even making it into the city's management. By the time families like the Shur family were beaten down and their wealth scattered, those hiding in the shadows were still focused on self-preservation. When the apocalypse passed, with most of humanity dead or wounded, the survivors built the great cities. Those silent conglomerates then came out with their newly developed laser weapons. That's why, even though laser weapons had been developed in the Wasteland, they never became widespread. The management didn't have the resources to make knockoffs. Ordinary survivors couldn't afford laser weapons. The once powerful, conscientious conglomerates lost their ability to develop new tech because they misjudged the situation. Shuri frowned and said to his close friend, "No matter what, since my sister has built this place up so well, we still have to find a way to set up a batch of laser weapons on the second wall. No one knows what the future will bring. After all, it's only the 5th year of the Wasteland. If things keep going like this, what will people become?" Shuri felt it was necessary to arm themselves first, just in case. Ija nodded. "I agree, we're definitely lacking in firepower here." He wasn't as pessimistic as Shuri. Or perhaps, after seeing Shur Yuebai's abilities, Ija felt that arming their base with laser weapons wasn't so urgent. Still, it was something that had to be done, and Ija would fully support Shuri. With the support of his good brother Ija, Shuri lifted his thin arm and patted Ija on the shoulder. "I heard the mercenary corps has already split with the city management?" Shuri had retired from service after saving someone, and it was Ija who brought him back to the Shur family. Later, when the defense system completely collapsed, Shuri couldn't do anything. He watched helplessly as Ija exhausted himself organizing the remaining defenders and roped in a mercenary corps. He also knew how Ija had to swallow his pride and negotiate with the city's management. To protect the remaining survivors, the mercenary corps led by Ija had been constantly exploited by the city's authorities. These past few days, Shuri had been sitting around in the communal barracks, listening to all sorts of gossip. The people here were incredibly chatty, talking about everything under the sun. But honestly, there wasn't much else to do. Everyone was well-fed and had no other entertainment. With several big bowls of red Ganoderma soup every day, everyone was brimming with energy. The amount of work they had now was just enough to keep them busy, but they still had energy to spare. So, when they had nothing to do, they gossiped about everything inside and outside the city. That's how Shuri found out the mercenary corps had actually been abandoned by the city management. Ija was just about to nod when his good brother Shuri asked, "So, with all the points you guys have been earning, you must have saved up a lot, right? Can you lend me some points to buy weapons, bro?" Clearly, even though Shuri had been listening to gossip for days, he hadn't heard the juiciest bit. The mercenary corps might have fallen out with the city management, but now they owed Shuri by a huge amount of points. Forget about saving up points, just mentioning it was almost a joke to the mercenaries. Points? Ija felt like he barely remembered what those were. He forced a smile, found a place to sit down seriously in front of Shuri and said, "Bro, let me be honest with you. It's not that I don't want to lend you points, I really don't have any." As he spoke, Ija wiped his face. No matter how you put it, it sounded like an excuse. Just like before the apocalypse, when a friend came to borrow money, people would always claim they were broke just to avoid lending. Shiryu's gaze toward Ija began to change. Ija quickly raised his hand and explained, "Bro, don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, ask your sister. She'll tell you why I'm so broke." With that, he put his hands in his pockets and turned them inside out. "Laugh all you want, but all my points are with your sister. I don't have a single one left." God knows how many points Ija owed Shiryu by now. Even if he took on 1/10 of Shiryu Bai's pain for her, the points he earned each day weren't enough to cover his expenses. Shiryu frowned, displeased. "Why are your points with my sister?" That was a long story. Ija didn't even know where to start. He wiped his face and opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Shiryu Bai teleported back from the city. She'd been running around because the small building where Ruoying and the young widow lived had been blown up by Shiryu Bai herself. Now the two of them were fuming, leading people around to find out who planted the bomb. Ruoying even swore that once she found the culprit, she'd tear them to pieces. Shiryu Bai just touched her nose and quietly slipped back to her own place from the city. She happened to overhear Ija complaining to her brother Shiryu about being broke and having no points. Shiryu Bai awkwardly walked up to Shiryu. "What do you need points for?" "I have some." Actually, she had a lot. She already had 100 million points on her communicator. Shiryu Bai had no idea how to even spend that much. Last time, when she only had tens of millions, she'd thought about asking Hu Chengui to buy a few more properties in the city. But Hu Chengui had been detained by the city management, which really pissed Shiryu Bai off. So that plan was put on hold. Those tens of millions of points just sat in her communicator untouched. Commander Qiao and Ruoying were just too good at making money. All the points they earned were transferred to Shiryu Bai's account. Ever since the management system abandoned the mercenary corps, they hadn't had any new points coming in. Instead, they'd been frantically dumping supplies and processed food into Shiryu Bai's communal barracks. They wanted to use these to pay off their debt to her. But no matter how much they sent, the amount the mercenary corps owed Shiryu Bai only grew larger, never smaller. Not to mention how broke the mercenary corps was. Shiryu turned his attention back to his sister, Shiryu Bai. He asked curiously, "Where did you get so much processed food to exchange for points?" Shiryu Bai jerked her chin, signaling Shiryu to look at the ditch ahead. White steam was billowing from it, making it look bottomless. If someone fell in, they'd probably be smashed to pieces. None of the survivors in the communal barracks ever dared to explore it. They were all afraid they'd never get out if they fell in. In fact, only a handful of people in the whole base knew that the ditch wasn't dangerous at all. In the past, Su Xuejiao had set up a lot of traps in there, killing off several groups who'd tried to rob De Jiao and Xiaojiao. But that was all in the past. Now, the ditch was just filled with a dozen centimeters of white steam. Other than that, it was packed full of processed food. The entire wide ditch was stuffed with it. The processed food piled up in the ditch would be purified into expired food with zero radiation. Commander Qiao sold huge quantities of processed food every day, exchanging it for points from scattered survivors. His business was booming. People who used to think he was a scammer were now loyal customers. Whenever Commander Qiao sent out a message, he'd get a flood of replies from people wanting to buy his processed food with points. But Commander Qiao still did things on the down low, like a typical scammer. He only dared to meet old customers outside the city for private transactions. Each deal was kept small. Otherwise, if the city management caught wind, he was afraid it would cause trouble for Shiryu Bai. Even so, despite how much processed food Commander Qiao sold, the ditch was always overflowing. Because it wasn't just the mercenary corps dumping processed food into the communal barracks every day. Ruoying's side would also occasionally send over a huge pile of processed food. Right now, Shiryu Bai didn't have much of anything except for her weight and a ton of points. She turned to her eldest brother, Shiryu, and asked again, "What do you need points for?" "I've got points here. However many you want, I've got them." 100 million points might seem like a fortune to others, but to Shiryu Bai, she was almost numb to the number. Because honestly, she had no idea what she could even do with that many points. She could probably buy dozens of houses in the big city with that amount. But now that the policies in the big city had tightened, nobody was buying property there anymore. The city administrators wouldn't sell houses to mercenary groups anymore either. They'd grown deeply dissatisfied with the mercenaries. Anytime a mercenary showed up at the system building with points to buy something, they'd be quoted a sky-high price. Sure, Yuebai felt indignant about this. No matter how many points she had, no matter how easily she could earn them, she refused to be taken for a sucker. Sure-yi thought for a moment, then turned to Ija and asked, "How much is a laser gun now?" Ija held up 5 fingers. 500,000. To Yuebai, that wasn't expensive at all. Points that were precious to the city administrators were practically like cabbages to her. But for ordinary survivors, earning that many points was almost impossible. Some might work their whole lives and never save up 500,000 points. Ija continued, "A laser gun is 500,000 points, but a single laser magazine costs 100,000. Seeing the surprise in Shuyi's eyes, Ija simply found a spot, dragged over a little stool, and sat down beside Shuyi. "We can still earn points, but no matter how much we make, we can't keep up with how fast prices are rising. 100,000 points for a laser magazine. Mercenary groups could scrape that together if they found a supply warehouse." They spent most of their time in dangerous zones, so finding processed food and daily necessities wasn't hard for them. But for ordinary survivors, it was a different story. They had to scrape together points a few at a time. When would they ever be able to afford a laser gun or a magazine? And the 100,000 points for a magazine, that was just this month's price. Next month? Who knows how much it'll be? Maybe 100,000, maybe 200,000. Shuyi made the decision, then let's buy laser guns and magazines. His logic was simple. The point system was designed by the city administrators in the first place. And every big city had its own point system, they weren't even interchangeable. So holding on to 100 million points wasn't actually all that useful. At least for now, for Yuebai and the Sure family, it didn't mean much. Yuebai thought her brother made sense. The power of laser guns and magazines wasn't all that impressive to her. But even if she went all out, she probably couldn't handle a laser gun. Besides, who knows, maybe one day the city administrators would end up destroying themselves with their own games. With the way things were going, Yuebai didn't think that was far-fetched at all. When that day came, there'd definitely be chaos. Or at least a period of total disorder. Now that they had walls, and Yuebai had drawn a protective array at their base, she figured they could mount a few machine guns on the second wall for defense. Once she'd made up her mind, Yuebai had someone go find Commander Qiao. Commander Qiao knew a lot of people, especially lately, since he'd been selling processed food everywhere. He'd picked up all sorts of strange connections. After hearing everyone's plan, Commander Qiao thought for a moment. He was still wearing his silver-gray suit, his hair slicked back like a movie gambler. He pulled out a cigar, sat down by the ditch, and smoked half of it before saying, "I have a way to get a large batch of laser guns and magazines from the administrators. But we'll probably have to pay a little service fee." This contact was a former office clerk who'd worked with Commander Qiao. Back then, the clerk's position was lower than Qiao's and Su Xuejiao's. But he'd chosen the right side. During the apocalypse, he didn't agree with Qiao and Su's sink or swim with the people approach. In fact, after the disaster, the old management split into 2 factions. One wanted to preserve strength, cut off those who didn't contribute to society, and only protect the useful. Chengyu was one of those protected by that side. The other faction was people like Commander Qiao and Su Xuejiao. They believed in saving everyone, no matter what. How could you know if the apocalypse was hopeless unless you tried everything? You had to try saving people to see how far you could go. In the end, the preserve strength side proved to be right. Administrators like Qiao and Su, most of them died or disappeared. None of them survived in good shape. If Qiao and Su hadn't met Yuebai, they'd probably have perished in the Wasteland too. The contact Qiao mentioned was named Zhuo Yufei. He was now an office clerk in the administrator's office. He and Qiao used to get along. But after picking different sides, Zhuo's life stabilized while Qiao's got harder and harder. Maybe Zhuo was even afraid Qiao would come asking for favors. So he'd cut off contact. If they wanted to buy anything from the administrators now, this was probably their last shot. Commander Qiao took a drag on his cigar, looking world-weary. He's no pushover. Anyone who can survive in the administrator ranks on their own is capable. Don't talk about feelings or friendship with anyone in the administration. Especially not now, in this ruined city. Shi nodded slightly. Let's give it a try. Anyway, those laser guns and magazines are just gathering dust in the system. Nobody even knew where the administrators kept the laser guns and magazines. Otherwise, Shi Yuebai would have just teleported in and taken them. Commander Qiao glanced at Shi Yuebai. She nodded. So he fished 2 packs of cigarettes out of the ditch, wrapped in some scrap paper from who knows where, tucked them under his arm, and headed for the city. The snow in the city was piling up thicker and thicker. The city gates, once bustling with people, were now desolate. Aside from a bit of foot traffic nearing Ruoying's duck shop, the whole city was eerily quiet. Commander Qiao walked into the city, frowning and sighing to himself. With snow this deep, it wouldn't be long before the whole city was buried. Commander Qiao didn't go to the system building. Instead, she went straight to Zhuo Yufei's home. Now, all the administrators in the big city lived together in a large apartment complex behind the management building. Before the apocalypse, this complex was built in the suburbs of the original Xiong city. It was marketed as a new, high-end development. And it came fully furnished. So when the administrators moved in, they didn't have to worry about renovations at all. Commander Qiao lingered outside the apartment complex, deliberately waiting until dusk before entering. Shi Yuebai's paper airplane circled above Commander Qiao's head the whole time. Only after Commander Qiao entered Zhuo Yufei's home did Shi Yuebai say to Ah Hong and Nong Yasi, who were busy nearby. When the apocalypse hit, all the buildings collapsed, but this 14-story complex managed to stay standing. That proves its quality was pretty good. The Wasteland was full of ruins, and the current management building was built later. Aside from the administrators, only this large apartment complex was still standing. Other than some cracks in the walls, there wasn't much serious damage. Shi Yuebai couldn't understand why those pig-headed administrators got to live in such a nice place. She even considered blowing the whole place up. Why should everyone else live in ruins while the administrators enjoyed luxury apartments? Shouldn't they live together with the people, share their hardships? Shi Urseo, second sister-in-law Shi, knew which complex Shi Yuebai was talking about and chimed in. That building was constructed by the Shi family back in the day. They used only the best materials. The Shi family had a conscience, and most of the buildings still standing in the wasteland were ones they had built over the years. But later, when they put everything into disaster relief, the Shi family sold off or mortgaged all their assets. That apartment complex hadn't belonged to the Shi family for a long time. Shi Yuebai nodded slightly and said nothing more. All right then, since it was built by the Shi family, maybe she shouldn't blow it up. Actually, both Shi's father and second brother Shi were shrewd businessmen. Shi's father was in real estate and construction, a leader in the industry. Second brother Shi might have looked like a playboy, with plenty of rumors about him and female celebrities. But the businesses he managed always had impressive annual reports. Now, after the remaining survivors finished building the management building and the walls, they had no energy left for more infrastructure. Otherwise, the administrators would have spent even more time and effort making their apartment complex even more luxurious. Talking about the administrators' apartment complex got Nong Yasi and Ah Hong chatting. They could talk about the current administrators, the apocalypse back then. And from the apocalypse, they'd talk about the Shi family of those days. Honestly, if the Shi family hadn't given everything back then, who knows who would be in charge of this city now? Sitting next to Shi Yuebai, second sister-in-law Shi fell silent when she heard second brother Shi's name. Her hands paused for a long time, then she silently continued folding the clothes in front of her. Every day, the whole family needed clean clothes. So every day, there was a mountain of laundry. which meant every day there was a mountain of clothes to fold. Second sister-in-law Sher came back from the front lines every day to wash the family's clothes, then hung them up in the huge glass house behind the laundry room, and brought them back in to fold once they were dry. The Sher children never did these chores. Sher Yuebai, even less so. She was like someone living on a cloud. She could fight, and she could provide for everyone here. But folding clothes? Sorry, she just didn't know how. Gnome Yasi had to take care of the kids and go to the construction site every day to check on the elderly with chronic illnesses. Sher's mother? She didn't do much anymore, just sewed clothes each day. Sometimes she'd gaze off into the distance, lost in thought. Second sister-in-law Sher kept herself busy. But no matter how busy she was, at this moment, she seemed unable to hold back her emotions, on the verge of breaking down. She put down the clothes she was folding, stood up, and headed toward the public restroom steps. Sitting among the piles of supplies, Sher Yuebai glanced at her, then turned to Ah Hong and Nong Yasi, who were still chatting. All right, go to your work. If you have time to gossip, you might as well put more effort into your current life. Right now, their old base and the new site were what everyone should be focusing on. Why keep talking about the past? No matter how great the Sher family used to be, that was the original owner's Sher family. Now that Sher Yuebai had taken over this body, she'd also taken on the shattered Sher family. And she thought this version of the Sher family was pretty good. Ahong and Nong Yasi exchanged a glance, finally realizing that second sister-in-law Sher had left at some point. Only then did they realize that talking about the old Sher family might have touched a sore spot for her. Second sister-in-law really missed her husband, second brother Sher. I'm going to the new site to move some glass. Ahong, realizing she'd made a mistake, quickly slipped away. The scavenger teams at the front lines had cleared a huge area. From that area, they'd found a factory that made sunrooms. A few days ago, Sher Yuebai had asked Ahong to get people to move all the glass back to the old base. She wanted Ahong to build a glass house next to the laundry room for drying clothes. After all, there were hundreds of people at the construction site, all working hard to dig irrigation channels and level the ground outside the second wall. Everyone was washing clothes like crazy. Hundreds of sets of clothes needed drying every day. If they hung them all on the corridor outside the public restroom, there'd be no space at all. And now it was snowing. If they hung clothes outside in the snow, they'd never dry. Even after 10 days or half a month, they'd just freeze stiff. So the glass house was essential. But right now, only a small part of it had been built. Sher Yuebai thought it still wasn't big enough. As soon as Ahong slipped away, Nong Yasi quickly found an excuse to leave too. She said she was going to check on the workers at the construction site. But there wasn't much she could do. Because with Sher Yuebai around, even people with the weakest constitutions would get better after staying with her and drinking a bowl of red Ganoderma soup every day. Their chronic illnesses would improve day by day. After Nong Yasi left, Sher Yuebai finally stood up. She first continued to reinforce the protective array in the old base, then infused spiritual energy into the spirit-gathering array inside. Lately, Sher Yuebai had been busy working on her new plot of land. Even though she was maintaining several arrays at the same time, she was suffering but also enjoying herself. After all, pain was something she'd gotten used to. Right now, she still weighed 665 jin, but she just pumped 5 jin's worth of fat energy into her lair in one go. Sher Yuebai's whole body ached. Inside and outside the Tonzi compound, the white mist was so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Hey, who did this? Guai Guai shouted loudly from his own yard. He was tinkering with some parts, but now the thick white smoke made it impossible to work. With weather this cold, why was there so much white smoke in the Tonzi compound? Guai Guai suspected it had something to do with Sher Yuebai, but he didn't dare blame her openly. All he could do was howl in frustration in his own courtyard. Shut up, Sher Yuebai shot him a glare. With the defensive array now perfected, Sher Yuebai had patched up the last loophole. The spiritual energy gathered by the array couldn't escape at all. This made the preservation and concentration of spiritual energy even more effective. So, If the people and things inside the defensive array didn't work hard to absorb the spiritual energy, it would just stay like this, so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. After being yelled at, Guai Guai sulked and put on his infrared night vision goggles. What else could he do? Sure, Yuebai was the boss. If she told him to shut up, he had to shut up. Sure, Yuebai turned away and found a spot to keep working on her stacked arrays. One array after another, piling up. Explosions kept going off. Even Shuri noticed something was off. He had just decided to fortify the family, and now someone was attacking the Shur family? But the place where Shur Yuebai did her little experiments was a tiny corner, and with Shur E in a wheelchair, he couldn't get over there to check. Meanwhile, Ija at the front lines sent Shur Yuebai several texts. Ija, take it easy, everyone's worried about you. Ija, I feel like I owe you too many points. Can we negotiate? Maybe let me share another 10% of the pain. Ija, honestly, I'm scared of pain too. I don't want this either, but I get anxious when I can't pay off my debt. Ija. He really was anxious. Shur Yuebai was just too productive. Usually, the last wave of pain hadn't even faded before Ija would be hit with a new round. But Shur Yuebai didn't reply to his texts at all. The explosions near the lair sounded like firecrackers going off non-stop. Covered in blood, Shur Yuebai simply drew a temporary defensive array on the pitted, ruined ground. She healed herself while continuing her experiments. With every operation, her weight dropped bit by bit. 0.01 gene. 0.06 gene. 0.04 gene. In the end, Shur Yuebai got her weight down to 656 gene. Her clothes were starting to feel a little loose. By now, Shur Xiangrui was already 10 months old. Shur Yuebai had lost nearly 100 gene. For a normal person, that would be an insane rate of weight loss. But for Shur Yuebai, it was just fine. Her skin didn't sag or loosen from losing 100 gene. On the contrary, being soaked in spiritual energy for so long, her skin was now fair and tender. She was a beautiful, supersized woman. Covered in blood, Shur Yuebai wiped the blood off her face. She shook her head, dazed from the explosions. Standing on the healing array, she could barely keep upright. If she fell, with her weight, it would be hard to get back up. That's why she only dared to sleep sitting up at night. By now, it was already dark. Dirty, yellowish snow was everywhere. Shur Yuebai glanced back. The stacked array she'd just made hadn't exploded. Instead, it was giving off a beautiful light. It looked a little like sunlight. But since Shur Yuebai had gone a bit overboard, she hadn't drawn the array very large. She walked over, and her communicator beeped. She took it out and saw it was charging, and charging fast. In no time, it had gone up by 1%. That was hilarious. The communicators sold by the city management all had solar charging panels on the back, but those panels were tiny and only worked slowly in strong sunlight. With old equipment, the solar panels probably needed replacing. But now, Shur Yuebai's communicator had already charged up 2%. Did this mean it worked? Had she just invented a new way to charge things? Wireless charging? Shur Yuebai grinned with delight. On the front lines, Ija frowned at his communicator. A hideous mutant beast charged at him. Without even looking, Ija punched it and sent it flying. He was racking his brains for what to text Shur Yuebai, but was afraid of making her mad and getting blocked. Just as he was getting frustrated, he suddenly felt a wave of lightness and joy. His furrowed brow relaxed. It seemed Yuebai had finished what she wanted to do. He could clearly sense her emotions, and couldn't help but feel happy for her too. Back near the lair, Shur Yuebai destroyed the array she'd set up. She returned to the Tongzi compound. As soon as she flew back, she crashed into a pile of diesel barrels. Shur Yuebai was instantly furious. Don't you know you can't see anything in here? Who piled all this junk up? Are you all looking for trouble? Two people hurried over, wearing infrared night vision goggles, and moved the barrels behind the public restroom. At the center of the Tongzi compound, Shur Yuebai drew the solar array. A gentle warmth spread from the roughly 2-square-meter circular array. She left it there and didn't bother with it anymore. She crawled back to bed. The temperature quietly rose by 1 degree. Inside the defensive array, it wasn't much, people couldn't even feel it. The soft glow turned the thick white mist to pale yellow. The light strips around the compound, and used for ages, flickered on. Behind the first wall, the lights above every household came on too. Because of the weather, the solar panels hadn't been able to store much power, so Ruoying and the young widow had to haul diesel and gasoline barrels from the management building's basement every night. With the new laundry room, the washing machines were being used more and more. Diesel and gasoline for power generation were running out. So, naturally, the lights in the Tongzi compound had been turned off. There just wasn't enough electricity to waste. Whatever could be saved for laundry had to be saved. Suddenly, a bright glow pierced the thick fog. The light even reached the edge of the second wall. People who were about to sleep in their tents all crawled out, marveling at the beautiful scene in the ditch. Yuebai set up the stacked formation and then went to bed. But when she woke up the next morning, she found that the spiritual energy in the spirit gathering array had thinned out a lot. Yuebai quickly got up and rushed to the Tong frame to check what was going on. The Tong frame, which used to be pitch black, was now filled with such faint white mist that it was barely visible. The spiritual dew hanging on the mercenaries' tents had also been almost completely absorbed. Yuebai was a bit shocked. She stood there, frowning and tilting her head in thought. No way. Is this stacked formation really that good at absorbing spiritual energy? This doesn't seem like a good deal. Who would have thought that her innovative stacked formation would absorb spiritual energy even more fiercely than the red Ganoderma? Just one night was enough to drain almost all the spiritual energy she'd stored in the spirit gathering array. Since this was a new formation, Yuebai hadn't known how powerful it would be. She'd only drawn a small 2-square-meter array in the center of the Tong frame. She hadn't even expanded it. If she made it any bigger, who knows how much more spiritual energy it would suck out of her. So, this fat energy being converted into electricity really isn't cost-effective. Yuebai did a rough calculation. To keep such a small formation running for one night would cost her at least 5 Jin of fat energy. Right now, her body could handle that much fat energy output. But if she expanded the formation, it would be dangerous for her. Excessive fat energy output could cause her body to be overdrawn. After thinking it over, Yuebai decided to go back to the spirit gathering array and input another 5 Jin of fat energy. She decided to keep using it for now. She wanted to see if this stacked formation was worth it. After finishing up, Yuebai went to find Commander Qiao. She knew he was back. Commander Qiao was squatting with a group of people on the open ground by the second wall, eating with disposable bowls and chopsticks. When he saw Yuebai's paper airplane fly by, he immediately gulped down all the food and soup in his bowl. He didn't bother with manners, just wiped his mouth with his sleeve, grabbed his ever-present briefcase, and hurried over to Yuebai. Zhuo Yufei agreed, but he wants a 100,000-point commission per transaction, he said. And if anything goes wrong later, he won't be responsible, and we can't mention his name. Commander Qiao looked like he was waiting for praise. Yi was sitting next to Yuebai. He'd stayed in the Tong frame last night. For some reason, his mind felt even clearer today than yesterday. So, early in the morning, before Yuebai woke up, Yi had gone to find Guai Guai. He'd gotten the blueprints for the whole base from Guai Guai. Yi was now studying them, planning for the circular open space Yuebai wanted to build next to the base. When he heard what Commander Qiao said, Yi frowned and instinctively looked at his sister. Yuebai was just checking her own weight. She still had 651 Jin left. Didn't feel much different from when she was 700 Jin, except her breathing was a little smoother. Noticing Yi's gaze, Yuebai met his eyes and said, "Give him the points. However many he wants, just give them. Honestly, this deal wouldn't be worth it for anyone else. Other people would have to scrimp and save to buy a laser gun. No matter how many they bought, they'd have to give Zhuo Yufei a 100,000-point cut each time. Who has that many points? If you did, wouldn't it be better to buy a few more tons of water? But, well, Yuebai just happened to have more points than anything else." Plus, she'd heard something funny from Ruoying. Apparently, even system-level administrators had become customers at her place. After all, Ing Ruoying's place was now super comfortable and luxurious. She'd brought in all kinds of mattresses and props from the supply depot where Shi Yuebai lived. Now, any customer who spent points to enter could stay overnight. During their stay, they'd get large portions of ready-made food and fine wine. There were also card tables and mahjong tables for entertainment. Since Ing Ruoying didn't have that many ducks anymore, it was now purely a place to relax. But even so, business was booming. Customers with points even had to make reservations with her every day. Ing Ruoying had renovated 4 houses in total, right next to the villa Shi Yuebai had bought. With business this good, giving Zhuo Yufei a 100,000-point cut per transaction was nothing to Shi Yuebai. Who knows, maybe Zhuo Yufei would just turn around and spend those points at Ing Ruoying's place. Commander Qiao said, "Webai, there's one more thing." Zhuo Yufei said the weapons he sells us can't be used in the big city or in the safe zones outside the city. In other words, Zhuo Yufei was just doing a side hustle. Those batches of laser guns were just gathering dust in the system warehouse anyway. Zhuo Yufei knew that no one could afford laser weapons now. The higher-ups didn't care about this, they only cared about squeezing the grassroots teams. The people below didn't care either. Everyone just lived for today. Nobody cared if others lived or died. Even if everyone in the big city ended up scavenging, no one would care. After all, it would take a long time for this fire to reach them. Zhuo Yufei would get the laser weapons out of the system warehouse. How he did it wasn't Commander Qiao's concern. He just had to get them out. After that, he wouldn't admit to anything or take any responsibility. Sure, Webai nodded. We'll just keep them on the walls. If no one comes to attack us, we won't use them anyway. She immediately gave Commander Qiao 50 million points. That very night, Commander Qiao brought back 50 million points worth of laser weapons. Shi stared blankly at the pile of laser weapons in front of him. Zhuo Yufei had loaded them onto a small refueling truck and driven them out of the city. The management system's vehicles couldn't go far anymore. There was snow everywhere. So they'd arranged to meet at a spot close to the city gate. Commander Qiao found a few sleds that could be dragged through the snow, brought a few people, and hauled the laser guns back from the gate. Zhuo Yufei was generous with the delivery, and Commander Qiao was generous with the hauling. In this freezing, bleak, and hopeless wasteland, who would have thought someone would be after laser guns? Even if someone saw them, no one would suspect that the sleds dragging through the snow were loaded with laser guns and laser magazines. Shi Yuebai nudged Shi Yi's wheelchair with her foot. "Big brother, what are you spacing out for?" Shi finally snapped out of it and wiped his face. "Oh, I just didn't expect it would be this easy to get a laser gun these days." A trace of bitterness welled up in Shi Yi's heart. Back then, when he retired from the garrison, he used the Shi family's money to recruit a combat squad. Later, he risked everything trying to get his hands on a laser gun. But no matter what he tried, it was nearly impossible to obtain one. And once they entered the Wasteland, the Shi family's money became worthless. Especially after the upper management of the big city introduced the points system, old money was nothing but scrap paper. All the financial clans who failed to seize the initiative found their fortunes instantly turned to waste. They fell straight to the very bottom of the survivor hierarchy. Shi had wanted a laser gun so badly back then. Now, seeing so many laser guns laid out in front of him, his feelings were complicated. At this moment, Shi was deeply grateful that he'd argued with his sister Yuebai every day, pushing her to be independent and strong. It had been the right thing to do. If it was his disappearance that forced his sister to stand up and take charge, then maybe his absence had been worthwhile. At least his sister had accomplished what he'd always wanted to do, but never could. Laser guns were no longer a rare treasure for the Shi family. Now, as long as you had points, you could buy one. Shi Yi's eyes grew a little red. He opened the map on his lap. Shi Yuebai pointed at the second wall and said, "I'm planning to make a few small openings here and mount laser guns in each one. But first, you need to tell me, what do you plan to do with this ring-shaped open space?" Shi hadn't had a chance to look around at the surroundings yet. It was snowing, and the days were growing darker and darker. The temperature wasn't extreme, Just a steady -5 degrees Celsius day after day. But the sun hadn't come out in a long time. For a while, Shuri had just sat in his little square room, zoning out. Only in the past couple of days had he walked around the front lines, the big city, and the old base. Sometimes, when Shuri went to the public toilets and looked around, all he saw was a mess of black and yellow. It was only after looking at the strange map that he realized there was a ring-shaped open area outside the old base. Shuri said, "Let's use it for growing vegetables for now." Originally, she just wanted to avoid letting scavengers toss stones from one patch of new land to another. That didn't help with scavenging at all. It only made her newly claimed land messier. In the end, everyone was just left turning over rocks. Supplies and ready-to-eat food were getting harder and harder to find. If those piles of rubble weren't cleared away, they were no help to scavengers at all. There was just too much debris on the ruins and nowhere to put it. So Shuri came up with the idea to move all the rubble outside the old base, creating a ring-shaped open space around it. She hadn't really decided what to use it for. Now that Shuri asked, she had to come up with a use on the spot. Anyway, Shuri already knew. Behind the first wall, those red mushrooms were a plague on the crops. Now, there was no room for her other vegetables to grow. The whole area was overrun with red mushrooms. Fortunately, her vegetables had grown like crazy before, so they still had a decent stockpile. And the 200 people she'd gotten from Scarface were all given ready-made food. Shuri didn't let them eat the spirit-infused vegetables. Jiao couldn't possibly cook for so many people. Besides, Shuri felt Scarface's people didn't deserve such good food anyway. So she just let the red mushrooms take over behind the first wall. She divided up a few plots behind the second wall to grow vegetables and other crops. Shuri said, "Let's plant the vegetables in the back." Ever since he'd regained his senses, he hadn't realized that their old, run-down place was actually a treasure trove of good fortune. Now that Shuri brought it up, his heart started pounding. How many years had it been since anything could be grown in the Wasteland? Rumor had it that some espers could control the growth of seeds. But no one had ever actually seen such espers. He suddenly turned to look at Shuri, and something clicked. He should have realized it sooner. Why had this place developed so much in just 10 months? Why was his sister, Shuri, able to gather so many people around her? Why did everyone keep silent about this place? Everyone was doing their part to protect Shuri, to protect this little utopia in the Wasteland. Shuri said, "If you want to grow vegetables, there's a big area behind the old base for that. The Shur family faces the big city. Anyone coming out of the city, if they cross the riverbed opposite us, can see our place. If we plant vegetables behind the Shur family home, everyone will see it. So my suggestion is, don't use the front area for planting. And we should build another wall around the outer edge of this open space." As for what to do with the open space in front, Shuri thought they could arm all those kids. Every day, they could practice grappling and combat drills out front. His sister Shuri had taught the kids well. Yao Yao and the others gathered every day for exercises, running, jumping. And Xiao Jiao taught everyone staff techniques. But Shuri felt that wasn't enough. He wanted the kids to receive formal military training. Shuri waved her hand, letting Shuri plan as he liked. She had no objections. But if we're going to build a third wall, it'll be much bigger than the first two. Nearby, Commander Qiao, who'd been eavesdropping, raised his hand and said, "The third wall will have to include the public toilets in the back." Looking at the map, if they built the third wall, it might even reach the underground shopping street. This was a much bigger project than digging the canal. Shuri glanced at Commander Qiao, who immediately lowered his head and fell silent. Back when Shuri first said she wanted to dig a canal, none of them thought it was possible. But now the canal was almost finished. Half the wide riverbed had already been filled in. So what's so hard about building another wall? Just roll up your sleeves and get to work. At first, Shuri thought Shuri would reject his suggestion. He was just throwing it out there to see what she'd say. But Shuri immediately agreed and had Commander Qiao spread the word. "Everyone get ready, we're going to start building the third wall." Everyone bustled about, heading back. The people who had moved to the new plot to clear stones and open up the land, everyone except the children had all come back. After all, building such a long wall would definitely require manpower. Fortunately, everyone had been under Yubai's supervision for over 10 months. By now, they were all used to this level of work intensity. They were the type who seemed to get more energetic the busier they got. Nong Yasi, Ahong, and the two women who had given birth to Shi Rui and Shi Jixiang were busy going in and out of the supply depot. During their scavenging trips, they'd also found some construction tools, all still brand new. Iwa's side had also supplied several tons of trowels, plastering tools, mortar boards, strategias, plumb bobs, spirit levels. As long as the mercenary corps were willing to deliver them and settle accounts, sure Yubai would accept them. Even if her supply depot was already overflowing with all sorts of materials, she never turned anything away. The upside was that now, with a big wall to build, they had enough tools. The downside was that, by accepting all kinds of odds and ends, sure Yubai's supply depot was packed to the brim. Luckily, the depot had expanded quite a bit. It now stretched from behind the public restroom's water tank all the way to above the underground mall. All the rubble in this area had been cleared. Any holes had been patched up with cement bricks on Sure Yubai's orders. She didn't bother with aesthetics, so long as there were no holes, she was satisfied. Her countless, miscellaneous supplies were just piled up everywhere. To gather all the tools needed for wall building, Nong Yasi and the others had to make many trips back and forth. Sure-yi sat inside the Tong frame, feeling out of place amidst everyone's busyness. He felt as if, with just a light word from him, his sister's people would immediately spring into action. How to put it? Sure-yi felt a sense of unreality. He had once witnessed the management system of the great city, and after the apocalypse, had also enthusiastically organized the remaining survivors to build a wall. Back then, although the survivors were sad, they weren't nearly as hopeless as now. This current sense of despair was the kind that came from knowing the human race itself might not survive. During the apocalypse, survivors had only lost their loved ones. Some optimistic survivors still tried hard to live well. They even had the energy to help others who had also lost family. They struggled to pull themselves out of pain. It was in this atmosphere that the management system began mobilizing people to rebuild a home. But as soon as the reconstruction project was proposed, a sense of stagnation hung over everyone. It was as if every decision made by the leadership was met with endless hesitation and months of back and forth. They had to define the city's boundaries, allocate funds, mobilize survivors. In short, every aspect had to be thoroughly prepared. Even then, getting people moving was tough, with all sorts of conflicts to coordinate and problems that couldn't be solved. In the end, the city wall they managed to build was nothing like what they'd originally planned. After a year, every able-bodied survivor had been put to work. Sure-yi remembered leading his own team to help build the wall. But with both human and non-human obstacles, only half the city wall was barely completed. The whole project ground to a halt. The remaining half of the wall was only finished in bits and pieces over the next 5 years of the Wasteland era. Even then, that half was shoddily built. At least in Sure-yi's opinion, it was mostly just for show. He could easily kick a hole through that half of the city wall with little effort. Naturally, Sure-yi thought that for his sister's people to build a third wall would take 7 or 8 years. He never expected them to move so fast. By the time he snapped out of his thoughts, a large group of adult men had already gathered on the second wall. In the wind and snow, dozens of paper airplanes flew overhead. Anyone who tried to run would have a paper airplane swoop down and crash into them. Cries of pain echoed from the edge of the clearing. Anyone trying to run was looked at like a fool by the others. Run? What's the point? Even if you got your freedom and went back to the big city, life there wouldn't necessarily be better than here. Yang Wenyao was among the men, working on their morale. The canal is finished, and we've cleared such a big area. What's one more wall to build? I'm just like you, I used to work under Scarface too, so I treat you all as brothers. Honestly, life here is as good as it gets. Ahong held a megaphone in her hand. We need to dig out the foundation for this area today. Yubai is watching us, if you slack off, you don't eat. Behind Ahong was the main gate of the second wall. This gate was a huge iron door that Shi Yaoao, Jiao and Xiao Jiao had found while collecting rubble on the new plot. If fully opened, it could fit 2 vehicles side by side. Shiryu saw that the iron door was still intact and had everyone bring it back to their base, installing it on the second wall. Behind the iron door, Jiao had set up 7 or 8 large cauldrons. Inside, potatoes and red Ganoderma were being stewed. The potatoes came from Shiryu's stores, but the red Ganoderma were all freshly picked from her backyard. The largest red Ganoderma she was growing was now as big as a bed. Xiangrui would often climb onto it and roll around for fun. Even though Shiryu had Jiao cut meat from this giant red Ganoderma 3 times a day, it would heal itself quickly. The roots of this red Ganoderma had grown deep into the ground. The more roots it had, the more spiritual energy it absorbed from Shiryu each day. Shiryu calculated that this bed-sized red Ganoderma absorbed about 1 pound of her fat energy every day. If not for her weight increasing daily, even with her size, she wouldn't be able to keep up with its growth. Aside from this one, Shiryu had Jiao treat all the other red Ganoderma in the field as weeds and clear them out. The newly sprouted small red Ganoderma were wrapped in plastic wrap and tossed into the ditch. At first, Shiryu was patient enough to wrap each one individually. Later, she got annoyed and had everyone bundle up handfuls of red Ganoderma in a single layer of plastic wrap. These weed-like red Ganoderma don't deserve individual packaging. You really couldn't blame Shiryu for being annoyed by all these red mushrooms. Even though these red mushrooms, when eaten by survivors in the Wasteland, had the same strengthening effects as enhancers. In fact, they were even better than enhancers and without any of the side effects. But just these tiny red mushrooms, each about the size of a nail, were harvested every few days. Altogether, they added up to several tons. Shiryu was practically driven crazy by these little nail-sized red mushrooms. The entire mercenary group only had 200 people. One little red mushroom was enough to give a mercenary an entire month of boundless energy. So Shiryu could only sell about 200 mushrooms a month. The space in the ditches that used to be filled with finished food products was gradually overtaken by the harvested mushrooms. Eventually, all the finished food Shiryu got could only be piled up in the supply yard. But where was there enough space in the supply yard? In the end, with no other choice, Shiryu had people renovate some of the shops in the underground mall, and all the newly acquired food was stacked up in those shops. The upper management always thought they had plenty of supplies and food stored up. That was only because they'd never actually come to see Shiryu's stockpile. Shiryu had a vague idea that his sister had hoarded a lot of food and supplies, but he'd never seen the full extent. Even knowing just a part of it, Shiryu felt that building this third wall was absolutely necessary. The men on the open ground gradually picked up their tools, and in the dim light, jumped down from the edge of the clearing to start digging the foundation. Because the third wall was such a massive project, meant to encompass the entire supply yard, the foundation had to be dug deep. This wall was being built even sturdier and taller than the previous 2. According to Shiryu's plan, the third wall needed to be thick enough that people could walk on top of it. That meant a huge amount of stone and concrete. Shiryu watched as everyone bustled about, already starting to dig the foundation. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, a Hong shouted loudly, "Hey, you, what's your name, Yang Wenyao? Send a team to the supply yard to look for cement." A Hong remembered that not long ago, the mercenaries had found a cement factory and sent a huge amount of cement through the teleportation array. For several days, the old folks responsible for clearing out the second wall had carried cement day after day. According to the mercenaries who'd come to bathe at the public toilets recently, there was still cement left at the factory. The main reason was that heavy snow had collapsed a building outside the factory, so the mercenaries had slowed down their cement deliveries. The cement they'd brought to Shiryu's base was only 1/10 of the factory stock. Sitting in his wheelchair, Shiryu looked at Yang Wenyao in surprise, then called over a group of his close friends. A team of 20 strong men took a path inside the second wall and headed for the public toilets. Soon, each of them came back carrying 2 bags of cement. Meanwhile, another team brought over a pile of aggregate and sand to the open ground. By the time the pit was dug, the concrete was already mixed. Someone even carried over discarded rebar from the supply yard. They worked so fast that in the blink of an eye, they dug more than 10 meters of foundation. It wasn't very deep yet, but this was only the first batch of workers. These were the people who'd just finished digging the ditches and were taking a break. I didn't give them any time to rest at all. Just transferred them straight to the third wall construction site to keep working. Shuri hadn't seen this kind of efficiency and organizational ability in a long time. His gaze fell on Ahong, who was still holding a megaphone, shouting here and there, coordinating the work on site. This woman had known nothing about construction before, but her organizational skills had been forced out by Shuri. Shuri couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. At this pace, building a wall wouldn't take 7 or 8 years. Once the second batch of workers arrived, they could dig the foundation deeper. The third batch could widen it. It would all go very quickly. From what Shuri knew, the canal project was already wrapping up. If the pace picked up on the ring-shaped clearing, it could be finished this month. Faster! Move faster! Ahong shouted through her megaphone. By now, Jiao had finished cooking the first big pot of potato and red mushroom soup. When she saw a laborer exhausted and dragged out of the pit, she went over and fed him a bowl of soup. Shuri noticed that after eating the soup, the laborer quickly regained his strength and got back to work. Chao Lingyun wouldn't let anyone slack off on the site. If she saw someone standing around, she'd kick them straight into the foundation pit. Keep digging. Dig, dig, dig. If you're not dead, you keep working. Life here is the most fulfilling in the whole wasteland. There's nowhere else like this, where you're given food and drink, and never have to worry about clothing or hunger. Su Shiwejiao's voice rang out through another megaphone. Ahong was still coordinating with hers, while Chao Lingyun patrolled the site with a wooden ruler, not allowing anyone to slack off. The place was bustling, everyone working with energy, and after a bowl of potato and red mushroom soup, it was as if they'd been injected with a booster full of strength. Honestly, it was just as Su Shiwejiao had said. Aside from the lack of women and the inability to indulge in vice, there was no shortage of food, drink, or warm clothing here. Shuri, sitting in his wheelchair, closed his eyes. His chest rose and fell. That long-lost feeling of passion boiled in his veins. Bye. Shuri turned his wheelchair, looking at his sister leaning against the wall. He had so much he wanted to say to her, but looking into her eyes, he didn't know where to start. As a man with ambition and a sharp mind, he'd wanted to do so much in the face of the apocalypse and the transition to the wasteland. But the timing was never right. He'd lost his mind, lost his opportunities, lost the right people and place. History's tide had swept past, never giving him a chance to shine. He'd never had a stage to show his talents. But now, Shuri suddenly realized that wasn't true anymore. His sister had given him a grand stage. Shuri even felt that no matter what he wanted to do, no matter how wild his ideas, Webai would always have his back. What exactly are you trying to say? Shuri Webai was only being patient with Shuri because he was her original body's older brother. Otherwise, she would have already beaten him up. She hated people who never finished what they were saying the most. Without waiting for Shuri to continue, Shuri Webai turned around impatiently and walked off. He could come find her again once he figured out what he wanted to say. At this moment, Guai Guai came over, slightly hunched, holding a half-empty laser magazine in his hand. Once you use this thing, it's useless. There's no cost-effectiveness at all. He knew how to make this thing, but he didn't have the materials. As long as he had enough materials, he could make either laser guns or laser magazines. As he was speaking, Guai Guai tripped over something on the ground and fell flat on his face. The laser magazine in his hand flew out. It landed right in the center of the Tong character frame, inside the nested formation Shuri Webai had set up. The energy cells on the magazine began to show a charging status. Guai Guai looked up stunned. There had never been a laser magazine inside the Tong frame before. As a master mechanic, Guai had participated in the development of many weapons and machines. Back then, there were many talented people, all full of ambition. No matter what their personalities were like before, or what industries they had come from, everyone gathered together. If you had light, you gave light. If you had heat, you gave heat. Some people had discussed laser weapons, but all the energy resources were controlled by the conglomerates. It was impossible to popularize laser weapons. When it was still just a concept, everyone in the industry had already shot it down. In the end, even they themselves became divided. Guai wasn't saying that everyone had to listen to him. But even if, back then, everyone had just worked together to finish one thing, wouldn't that have been enough? But they didn't. Everyone started out full of energy and passion. But in the end, reality cooled their blood, left them disheartened, and they walked away, despairing of human nature. Things could never get better. Even if the world could be saved, people's hearts couldn't. It was in this state of utter disappointment that Guai joined the Xiaoxia team. He was reclusive in his own way. He exiled himself outside the big city, spending his days scavenging for parts. Even if he was starving, even if he had to beg without dignity, he still refused to reveal his identity as a master mechanic. He'd seen through the faces of those in power, whether it was the city administrators, the higher-ups before the Wasteland, or even the teams within the Wasteland. Wherever there are people, there are disputes. And with disputes, nothing gets done. Guai scavenged alone, and over the years, the parts he'd found had already surpassed the shortages of the past. Back when they were building mecha to fight the apocalypse, they were always missing this part or that part. The supply was never timely. Everyone knew it was easy to build these things, but everyone also knew that actually getting a mecha built, it was becoming more and more impossible. Just like with laser weapons. They knew how, but couldn't build them. But now, the energy cells on the laser magazine were blinking. And at a surprisingly fast speed, one cell was fully charged. Guai's eyes grew hot. Shuri also saw this. One crawled toward the laser magazine, the other wheeled his wheelchair over. Neither of them noticed the sudden ugly expression on Yuebai's face. The 5 gene of fat energy she had just poured into the spirit-gathering formation was thinning out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spiritual energy, which had just grown dense, was now sparse again. The large amount of spiritual energy floating in the Tong frame was rushing into the nested formation at a terrifying speed. Even in the white mist in the ditch, you could faintly see traces of finished food. Once again, Yuebai felt that the speed at which this nested formation absorbed spiritual energy was just too outrageous. If the spiritual energy in her lair was all sucked up by this formation, then all her formations would lose their energy source. Even the protective shield would stop working. Yuebai had been planning to rest, but now she gritted her teeth and gripped her staff tightly. Her fat energy was pouring into the spirit-gathering formation on the ground. Strands of energy gathered from every part of her body, pooling at her feet. Her weight kept dropping. Yuebai poured another 6 gene of fat energy into the spirit-gathering formation. The white mist thickened again. Because the nested formation had just finished charging a laser magazine. Guai and Shuri could barely contain their excitement. No one had known before whether Yuebai's ability could recharge a laser magazine. Now it seemed her ability had gained another use. From now on, they only needed to buy laser guns. The problem of charging the magazines was now gloriously solved. Yuebai lowered her head and slowly made her way back to the Shur family's wall. But this little bit of charging was nowhere near enough. That nested formation would still be draining her spiritual energy at night. So she could only rest a little before continuing to pour energy into the formation. The massive energy output left Yuebai with a post-exercise weakness all over her body. It was as if her limbs weren't her own. But this bit of discomfort wasn't enough to make Yuebai even frown. That night, after she'd rested enough, she propped herself up with her staff and dragged her tired legs. Step by step, she walked back onto the spirit-gathering formation. Her weight kept dropping. Yuebai could clearly feel it. She'd put on a new outfit today. Her mother had tailored it exactly to her figure. So sure Yuebai had felt the clothes were a bit tight. But after just a while, that tightness was gone. Half an hour passed. Sure Yuebai sat on a crate in the tong frame. She gripped her staff with both hands, almost unable to hold it. Sure Yuebai closed her eyes, regulated her breathing for 10 minutes, then stood up and continued pouring spiritual energy into the formation. A gene, 2 gene. She'd lost count of how much spiritual energy she'd poured out. Whenever she was exhausted, she'd rest. After resting, she'd continue pouring energy. Since the nested formation could eat so much spiritual energy, Sure Yuebai figured she might as well give it enough in one go. Yuebai, where did this water come from? Sure crawled out of the military tent. He hadn't slept with the Sure family's women and children. It wasn't convenient. So Sure slept alone in Huichingue's tent. Who told that kid to steal his sister while he wasn't around? Now Sure snatching Huichingue's tent to sleep in was just returning the favor. Sure Yuebai still had 50 million points. She'd sent Captain Xiao to the big city again. From Zhe Yufei, she bought another 50 million points worth of laser weapons. Before Sure could say anything, Sure Yuebai had already rented this batch of weapons out to the mercenary corps on the front lines. Sure Yuebai still weighed 645 gene. Following Sure Yi's words, she glanced around. Beside her, Commander Qiao, who was counting the laser weapons, also looked around in confusion. Just as Sure Yi had said, everywhere inside the compound, whether on the ground, the walls, or even the mercenaries' tents, everything was damp. It was as if it had rained here without anyone noticing. Sure Yuebai didn't answer Sure Yi. She told Commander Qiao to get back to his work, then looked down at her big brother and said, "Big brother, I'm going to take a break. Watch over the construction site for me. Don't worry about the water on the ground. It'll dry up on its own soon enough." With that, Sure Yuebai turned and crawled toward the public restroom. At the bottom of the steps, past the second wall, there was a large, flat area. The 10 disabled children Sure Yuebai had cared for before had been sent by Su Xuejiao to plant vegetables. Each type of vegetable used to take up only about 2 parking spaces. But now, with such a big, flat plot of land, Su Xuejiao planned to expand each vegetable patch. After the debris was cleared from the new land, a lot of bare earth was exposed. Su Xuejiao had the disabled children carry soil to the new plot, spreading it over the ring-shaped area outside the second wall. These were all children, though their bodies were much more coordinated than before. They were still small and frail. Each child could barely carry much dirt in a big basket. But every one of them worked with enthusiasm. Smiles lit up their faces. Many of the children who once couldn't even speak were now talking to each other, slowly and awkwardly. Sure Yuebai stood on the high steps and listened for a moment. "This dirt, is it spread out? It's done. Let's go play then. Let's play rock, paper, scissors." A group of kids stood on the freshly spread soil and started playing rock, paper, scissors. They thought it was the most fun game ever. Sure Yuebai watched for a while, feeling a bit sleepy. Seeing how happily the kids played, she shook her head and kept climbing. Although these children were still far behind Sure Yao in intelligence, and their recovery wasn't as fast as hers, they were already much better than before. At least in their own world, they were happy. Now they could walk and talk, and every morning Sure Yi would organize them to exercise together. These kids would only get better from here. After slowly climbing up to the restroom, Sure Yuebai returned to her spot in the supply yard to rest and sleep. No one knew when Sure Chengyu had walked along the outside of the second wall and arrived at the large, muddy open space described in the book. She pressed her hands against the rough wall, her eyes full of fear. She walked forward cautiously, observing her surroundings. Since coming to Sure Yuebai's base, she had gradually calmed down from her initial panic, and only recently had she finally felt a bit of safety. But it didn't last long before Sure Chengyu felt threatened again. There were more and more people here. Whenever the crowd grew, Sure Chengyu felt uneasy. As she walked, she saw a few children ahead playing Eagle Catches Chicks. This open space was behind the base, with ruins in front. The third wall hadn't been built yet, so there was a large area for the children to play, with no adults watching over them. Their cheerful laughter rang out. Shi Chengyu leaned blankly against the wall, watching the happy children. She remembered scenes from her past. Back when she was still in school, there were always children playing games outside her window. There was no apocalypse, no disaster. The biggest worry in a child's life seemed to be too much homework. Some kids would squat sadly outside her window, staring down at their zero-mark test papers. Those were peaceful, safe days. Later, Shi Chengyu kept moving up, eventually going to university. Her reputation grew, and her research in history became ever more profound. She became a leading figure in historical studies. Until one day, the air pressure grew so heavy that everyone struggled to breathe. Someone knocked on her door and took her away. After that, Shi Chengyu's memories became muddled. The only fragments she could recall were full of oppression and darkness. Shi Chengyu didn't dare think about it. She hugged her head, feeling a headache coming on. After she was taken away, where did she go? What did she do? She couldn't remember a thing. Maybe she just didn't dare to remember. Children's bell-like laughter rang out. No one knew who noticed Shi Chengyu first. A group of children saw her pale face and rushed over. "Grandma, are you okay? Grandma must be sick. Grandma, sit down." Some of the children, whose speech was clearer, looked at Shi Chengyu with curious, caring eyes. Others, whose minds hadn't caught up yet and who were slower to react, just stood by and watched, not knowing what was happening or how to respond. But without exception, every child's eyes shone with innocence. Shi Chengyu's eyes reddened. She suddenly came to herself and looked down at her feet. She was wearing a warm cotton coat and thick cotton shoes. No ragged clothes, no suffocating, hopeless despair. It was as if she'd just woken from a terrible dream. But thankfully, that dream was over. Shi Chengyu opened her mouth, her voice awkward and unnatural. "I need to teach. I have to teach class." She didn't know how long she'd been silent, only that her throat was unbearably dry and itchy. It felt like she hadn't spoken in ages. Even her tone was hard to control. You go get Webai right now. I need to teach. I need to hurry and teach." Shi Chengyu remembered. An urgent feeling rose in her heart. She had to pass on all of history. Humanity once had a brilliant civilization. All the children should know how their ancestors, step by step, made it to today. Those kings and generals, those battles and heroes. Those dazzling figures who could change the course of history on their own, every child should know about them. Shi Chengyu knew she was old and might not live much longer. And now, in this wasteland, there was no one else like her who remembered the entire course of history so clearly. There was no one left. So, she had to hurry. Shi Chengyu's loud shout startled the children in front of her. But they quickly recovered. Living in the wasteland, even the kids here have strong nerves. One of the quicker children immediately pressed himself against the wall, ready to run and find their aunt. But before he could climb the steps, Shi Yuebai's round figure jumped down from above. With a heavy thud. It sounded like something heavy had hit the ground, sending up a spray of slushy snow and mud. There was no helping it, the freshly hauled dirt was mixed with snow. Some of it had melted, some hadn't. Shi Yuebai barely managed to steady herself. She had just closed her eyes in her own quarters when she heard Shi Chengyu shouting. The voice wasn't very loud. But even the paper airplanes in the sky could hear it. Those paper airplanes were Shi Yuebai's eyes and ears. When Shi Yuebai jumped down from the edge of the public toilet's platform, she used a bit of soul power and even stepped on a flying talisman. Unfortunately, the small flying talisman couldn't possibly support her weight. So it was perfectly normal for Shi Yuebai to fall. She grimaced in pain. But none of the children around her laughed at her. They didn't even see what was funny about it. Auntie, are you okay?" The kids swarmed over, helping Shi Yuebai up with many hands. Shi Yuebai nodded at them and brushed the snow and mud off her clothes. Shi Chengyu rushed over, face full of anxiety, grabbing Shi Yuebai's clothes. "I need to teach. I have to start classes as soon as possible. History can't be cut off. The apocalypse can't be the end of our civilization. It can't be like this. It shouldn't be like this." Shi Yuebai frowned. Back when Commander Chiao brought this nutcase here, he'd said the same thing as Shi Chengyu. Shi Weibai tried to put herself in her shoes. If the history of the Wu clan was cut off, what would happen to the Wu people? Oh, nothing much, actually. Because the Wu clan has long lifespans, those who remember everything. Those who don't remember are the weak who got killed off in the law of the jungle. They don't really have a collective history of struggle. All they have is individuals, how they went from being beaten to beating everyone else. Doesn't seem like anything worth remembering. All right, don't get worked up. Shi Weibai raised her chubby hand and pried Shi Chengyu's grip off her clothes. It wasn't easy for Mother Shi to make this outfit. Even if it got a bit muddy, she couldn't let it get wrinkled. She took 2 steps back. Shi Chengyu, unable to control her emotions, shouted, "I need a textbook first, and the children, every child needs to come to my class." She suddenly stopped, her eyes shining so brightly that even Shi Weibai was stunned, staring right at her. There are no textbooks. All the books were burned. Why are people in the wastelands so calm when faced with this endless snow? Because during the apocalypse, many people had already survived extreme cold. Back then, survivors burned anything they could. The books in the library were the first to go. Any scrap of paper they could find was used for a bit of warmth. Where would you find textbooks now for Shi Chengyu to teach with? It doesn't matter. Shi Chengyu muttered to herself, staring at Shi Weibai. Give me a classroom. I'll write the textbooks myself. She had once helped compile and edit books for a university history department. She could start from scratch and teach the kids. Shi Weibai didn't need to find her any textbooks. In fact, the history textbooks probably weren't as clear or as comprehensive as what was in her head. All Shi Weibai needed to do was give her a classroom and gather all the students. Shi Weibai nodded repeatedly as Shi Chengyu rambled, promising, Okay, I'll make it happen. All the kids will come to your class, I promise." She just wanted Shi Chengyu to calm down. It wasn't that Shi Chengyu's soul had any problems. Her mind was perfectly fine. Soul-searching spells were useless on Shi Chengyu. Her mind was never confused, and her intelligence was intact. She had just selectively forgotten a lot of things. The memory Shi Chengyu wanted to remember formed a complete, logical loop in her mind. She hadn't forgotten a single bit of the knowledge she'd learned. What she forgot was her age and all the bad things she'd experienced. Shi Weibai had a child bring over a stack of A4 paper and a box of pens. She also set up a table and an inflatable tent for Shi Chengyu. She told her to write whatever textbooks she needed inside the tent. The tent was big, similar to Isha's command tent. It could fit more than 20 children at once. Ahong, having gotten the message, brought over several thick, fluffy white mats from the supply depot. Weibai, we couldn't find proper desks. Peng Zhenggong and Commander Chiao came to help too. They couldn't find individual desks, so they brought over a long, oval conference table instead. There weren't that many kids here anyway. Even counting Shi Xiangrui and Shi Fuse, they probably couldn't fill up that table. Shi Weibai looked helplessly at her team. An elderly woman with graying hair, dressed in a long cotton robe that looked a bit like an old-fashioned cheongsam. She'd already buried herself in a pile of white paper, handwriting the textbooks. History had become a part of her. Recreating the most basic introductory history textbook was no problem at all for Shi Chengyu. The only issue was that she thought it was too simple, too general, not detailed enough. So she went back and improved the content of the first lesson herself. Shi Weibai watched her writing furiously and couldn't help but purse her lips. She really couldn't understand these people's obsession. Every single one of them was like this. Shi Guai, even Commander Chiao and Peng Zhenggong. They all seemed too fixated on something deep inside. Shi Weibai decided not to bother with them. Let them be. She just walked a lap around the big tent. Even though it was set up at the back of their base, quiet and facing the ruins, that didn't mean it was safe. Shi Weibai glanced back at the protective array in the base. Maybe she should go to the trouble of expanding the protective array a bit more? After all, it was all for losing weight anyway. If Shi Chengyu and the kids ran into danger, there'd be nobody left to haul dirt. Not to mention, Shi Yaoao and Shi Xiangrui would be attending class here too. Nong Yasi had even prepared baby chairs for Shi Xiangrui and Shi Fuse. Shi Yuebai was a woman of action. She went back to her storage and poured another 10 jin of fat into the spirit-gathering array. Then, head down, she started expanding the protective array bit by bit. She'd just taken a nap, and her weight had gone up a few jin. But it was fine, the overall trend was still downward. Shi Yuebai's current total weight, 638 jin. Everyone moved quickly. Commander Qiao had originally brought Shi Chengyu here to have her teach the children history. But Shi Chengyu had been withdrawn and kept to herself, which left him rather disappointed. Now, seeing Shi Chengyu finally willing to put her skills to use, Commander Qiao let out a heavy sigh of relief. To be honest, he'd been worried that Shi Chengyu would just keep freeloading here, and that one day, Yubai would kick her out. It took only about half a day for everyone to get the classroom ready. Someone even put together a class schedule for the kids. 6:30 a.m., wake up, brush teeth, wash face, make beds, tidy up. 7 a.m., breakfast. 7:20 a.m., 10-minute walk around the playground. 8 to 8:40 a.m., self-defense and combat training. 9 to 9:40 a.m., history class. 10 to 10:40 a.m., basic staff techniques. 11 a.m., clean up the new grounds. 12 p.m., lunch. After lunch, the whole afternoon was spent scavenging. In the evening, they did history homework. Given the current circumstances, the kids only had half a day of classes. All the children were sent to school. Even De Jiao was no exception. Su Xuejiao brought the schedule to Shi Yubai. She frowned as she read it, then asked, De Jiao's gone to school, so who's going to cook? Even though everyone's standard of living was low and meals were just big pots of stew, they still had to cook over a dozen huge pots at once. The space under the second wall couldn't fit that many pots anymore. Either they had to find a new place to cook, or move the people living under the second wall and resettle them somewhere else. No matter how they planned it, they needed someone dedicated to cooking. Su Xuejiao said, "We have a team of several hundred people now, and we're also responsible for feeding the mercenaries." De Jiao's been overwhelmed for a while. Among them, Scarface's 200 men are still eating prepared meals. Actually, De Jiao was very fast. She'd gotten much quicker and more efficient at cooking over the fire. But no matter how fast she was, having to handle meals for so many people in a day, she just couldn't do it alone. Su Xuejiao had already assigned a few elderly people to help with washing and prepping the vegetables. That was the only way De Jiao could barely keep up. So, Su Xuejiao's point was, whether or not De Jiao keeps cooking, they still needed to recruit more people for the kitchen. It wasn't that Su Xuejiao was just worried about her daughter. It was simply the reality. What's more, Scarface's 200 men seemed to have noticed something lately. They were eating prepared meals. But some of the laborers were eating vegetables. What the hell? Why? They were all doing hard labor, all young and strong. Why did those guys get the prepared meals? And those frail-looking old folks, many with chronic illnesses, why did they get vegetable soup? Scarface's laborers had completely forgotten why they were here in the first place. All they knew was, they were doing the same work, maybe even more than those old folks who couldn't lift or carry anything. So, resentment was starting to brew on the worksite. Su Xuejiao was busy trying to mediate. Yubai had never intended to give those men vegetables, especially with so few hands to help. Cooking for 200 more people. That meant even more pots on the fire. Don't underestimate what a few extra pots meant. More pots meant a lot more work. Washing and prepping vegetables doubled. Lighting fires and finding wood to burn also multiplied. And it wasn't just one meal a day. Now it was 3 meals and 2 snacks, double the workload. But Su Xuejiao couldn't tell them the truth. All she could do was try to coordinate. Just as Su Xuejiao and Shi Yubai were talking, they heard someone shouting by the third wall. "Why are we eating this again today? Why can't we go inside the second wall to eat?" The voices were loud, clearly full of discontent. But soon, those who were shouting and complaining about the food were whipped down by Yang Wenyao and Xiao Lingyun. The crack of the whip rang out, followed by cries of pain. Someone shouted angrily at Yang Wenyao. "Weren't we brothers before? How can you side with the enemy?" Everyone here knew Yang Wenyao. Back in Scarface's crew, Yang Wenyao had been a nobody. No one treated him especially well or badly. But still, they'd all been on the same team once. So now, seeing Yang Wenyao and Xiao Lingyun whipping them. Yang Wenyao was a traitor. The men who'd been whipped off the open ground outside the second wall pointed at Yang Wenyao and cursed him out. Yang Wenyao didn't react. He stood on the open ground, coldly watching the men below. You think you're my brothers? I never saw you that way. Scarface's men, maybe not all of them were hardened criminals, but to survive in the Wasteland, to have strength and follow Scarface for so long. Who hadn't done some shady things? Even Yang Wenyao himself had once turned a blind eye to bullying and worse. He'd been numb, too afraid to resist. Some of the men he stared at left silently, picking up their tools and getting back to digging. Others stomped and cursed in rage. Bai sneered. Looks like some of them still don't know what their place is. She turned to Su Xiuejiao. Let Jiao go to class. I'll cook. Besides cooking the big pots, Jiao also had to hand out prepared meals to the workers. No wonder she was always running around, never able to finish everything. Su Xiuejiao's eyes widened in surprise. Wait. Did she hear that right? Bai said she'd cook? Ever since they'd known Bai, no one here had ever seen her do any chores. Su Xiuejiao wondered if Bai had been triggered by something. Bai looked at her coldly. What, I can't cook? Were they discriminating against her or something? Sure, Bai had never cooked before, but even if you haven't eaten pork, you've at least seen a pig run, right? Seeing that Bai was getting a little angry, Su Xiuejiao quickly nodded. Of course you can, Bai. Why wouldn't you? You're so capable, your cooking must be amazing too. As she spoke, Su Xiuejiao even looked genuinely excited to try Bai's food, her eyes sparkling like stars. The coldness on Bai's face eased a little. She waved her hand, telling Su Xiuejiao to get back to work. Jiao went with the other kids to scavenge the new grounds that afternoon. That evening, Bai officially took over Jiao's job and became a proud cook. The open ground outside the second wall was quite large. It took up about half the width of the riverbed. Before the Wasteland, this area would have been big enough for a square dance. Now, after so many people had worked day and night, a short section of a new wall had already been erected diagonally across from the second wall. It was about 15 meters long and 3 meters high. According to Yi's plan, there would be another gate directly opposite the main entrance of the second wall. Originally, no laborers were allowed to wander or linger in this open space. They weren't allowed near the gate of the second wall. From the second wall inward, all the way to the Tong frame, this stretch was already considered the core of Bai's stronghold. Bai's protective formations and all her arrays only covered the Tong frame and the public toilets behind it. She didn't even have the ability to draw arrays for the supply yard. So, only people who had been with Bai for a long time could enter the second wall. Those old vagrants who had just been captured, or people taken from Scarface, weren't allowed inside the second wall. There was a strict class hierarchy. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame their own bad luck. Why hadn't they met Bai earlier? Some people were very dissatisfied with this kind of class division. Those who could enter the second wall were the ones who got to eat vegetables. Of course, what other benefits there were inside the second wall, only those who had been inside knew for sure. When Scarface's people tried to find out, the people inside the second wall would just look mysterious and say nothing. Now, those men were working hard, digging foundations at the front of the open ground. So, during breaks, many people would climb onto the foundations and wander around the open area. Some were very curious about what was inside the second wall. They would walk over and crane their necks to peek inside. They saw Bai inside the second wall, setting up a big pot. Someone shouted at her, "Hey, fatty, give us a bowl of food. How come you're not dead from eating so much? You must have eaten all the food in there yourself." The malice and mockery in their tone was obvious. Bai paused, her hand holding the big ladle. The more people there were, the harder they were to manage. Even though Yang Wenyao and Xiao Lingyun were holding whips, driving away those who were shouting and causing trouble, some people who weren't making a fuss would sneak over to the gate of the second wall whenever Yang Wenyao and Xiao Lingyun weren't paying attention, peering inside. Shi Yuebai casually stirred the cold water in the pot. She hadn't even started the fire yet, and already some annoying flies were buzzing around outside the gate. Shi Yuebai shot them a glare, then impatiently kicked a pile of firewood under the big pot with her foot. Her impatience and perfunctory attitude were obvious. An old man nearby reminded her, "Webai, it's time to start the fire." Although it wasn't mealtime yet, just getting the fire going would take a long time. Jiao always started the fire very early every day. At Shi Yuebai's current pace, if she wanted to boil all the water in the big pots and cook all the chopped vegetables, it would be an hour or two later than before. Shi Yuebai grunted in response, but didn't bother to crouch down and light the fire under each pot. Instead, she picked up her big ladle, turned, and walked to the gate of the second wall. Behind her, the firewood under the big pots suddenly roared to life, the flames burning several times higher than usual. As Shi Yuebai walked to the gate, her body blocked the view of those peeking in from outside. So no one saw that the firewood she'd casually piled under the pots had spontaneously ignited without a spark. "Want something to eat?" Shi Yuebai hefted the big ladle in her hand. The people outside the gate all nodded in unison. Shi Yuebai raised the ladle and cheerfully knocked each of them hard on the head. They saw stars and were left dizzy. Shi Yuebai said coldly, "Isn't there enough prepared food for you? Now you want to fight the old folks and kids for their rations. Shameless, aren't you? Fine, don't eat then. Spoiling you. Eating too much will only do harm." Shi Yuebai was nothing like Jiao. When Jiao was busy cooking inside the second wall, she didn't have time to deal with the nosy people outside the gate, let alone pull out the short knife hidden in her sleeve and stab them. Not that Jiao was easy to mess with either. But Shi Yuebai was different. She had plenty of free time, and despite her chubby appearance, if she really got into a fight, even mercenaries might not be her match. Outside the second wall, a chorus of wailing and crying broke out. Shuri had been talking to Guai Guai in front of a pile of strange parts. Hearing the miserable cries, his face went pale. Shuri hurriedly wheeled himself out of Guai Guai's enclosure and over to the tong frame. He wondered how to get his wheelchair across the ditch. Maybe a mutant beast had shown up outside, or maybe their little paradise had finally been discovered by the people of the Wasteland. If someone was attacking, Shuri was frantic. Why had he lost his legs? Why couldn't he cross the ditch? Why did it have to be him? Shuri kept asking himself these questions. In the end, he could only pick up his laser gun and aim it at the gate of the second wall. Ever since he'd regained consciousness, he'd sworn to defend this place with his life. He would never let his family or anyone living in the stronghold suffer the slightest harm from the outside. But soon, the screaming outside the second wall stopped. Shi Yuebai walked back in through the gate. Her big ladle was still dripping blood. The old folks who were about to help her start the fire stared at her in shock. Shi Yuebai didn't care at all. She just washed the bloody ladle in the pot of water. "Where are the vegetables?" Shi Yuebai asked what veggies they were cooking today. A few old men were hauling vegetables through the ditch. They crawled out through the only small passage, arms full of baby bok choy. "Webai, we might need to hurry up, or we won't have time to cook the veggies." They were already running late today. The people in the stronghold didn't mind, but the mercenaries always ate on time. Shi Yuebai waved her chubby hand. "To save time, don't bother chopping or dicing, just throw the veggies straight into the pot. Everyone's got teeth anyway. They'll chew it up and swallow it just fine." The elderly folks nearby stared wide-eyed at Shi Yuebai, looking a bit confused. They didn't seem to understand what Webai meant at all. Shi Yuebai raised an eyebrow, starting to doubt these old folks' intelligence. After being nourished by her spiritual energy for so long, they still hadn't returned to normal? So, Yuebai picked up the big ladle in her hand and banged it against the pot of boiling water. She repeated herself. "Just throw all the vegetables in and boil them whole. That's the best way to save time." Everyone's faces twitched. How could she do things like this? This was way too careless. But then Yuebai's voice turned icy cold. What? No one listens to me now. Ungrateful bunch, she thought. They eat her food, drink her water, take her things, and yet when she says something, no one listens. Startled by Yuebai's frosty tone, everyone snapped to attention and started tossing the vegetables they'd pulled from the ditch straight into the big pot. Potatoes the size of basketballs, Napa cabbages taller than a person, cilantro and chives as long as hair, everything went straight into the boiling pot in one go. Since none of the vegetables were chopped up, it only took a few before the pot was full. Yuebai looked at the overflowing pot of vegetables with satisfaction, giving it a stir with her big ladle. Then she handed each of the old folks a big ladle as well. There are a few more big pots. Let's work together and we'll have the food ready in no time. See? Cooking a big pot of stew isn't that complicated. Yuebai made it look easy. She wore a smug expression on her face. No one dared say a word. Everyone followed Yuebai's instructions, clutching their big ladles and tossing the vegetables from the ditch into the pots, one by one, handful by handful. Someone saw Yuebai shaking a bag of salt over one of the pots she dumped in half the bag. Their hearts trembled right along with the salt. No one dared speak. If anyone said anything now and upset Yuebai in her high spirits, they'd get a tongue lashing. No one wanted to be kicked out of their home. They'd finally earned Yuebai's trust and were allowed to fetch vegetables from the ditch. No one wanted to lose this honor. Everyone knew how strict the hierarchy was under Yuebai. Those living outside the second wall envied most the people who could freely come and go from the Tong compound. Even though only a ditch separated them from the Tong compound, those allowed in were all Yuebai's trusted people. On the other side of the ditch, Shi, having put down his laser gun, pursed his lips. Watching his little sister Yuebai's antics, he wondered if he should say something. Nearby, Guai watched for a long time. When Yuebai dumped almost a whole bag of salt into a pot, he finally couldn't hold back. In a hoarse voice, he asked Shi, as the eldest brother, shouldn't you step in? No one else dared intervene. In their stronghold, Yuebai's word was law. So sometimes, even if Yuebai made a bad decision, no one dared say anything. They just had to grit their teeth and follow her lead. By seniority, the only ones who could say anything to Yuebai were Mother Shi, second sister-in-law, and Shi. Mother Shi and second sister-in-law were out of the question. If anyone tried to get Mother Shi to lecture Yuebai, she'd chase them for 10 miles. To Mother Shi, her daughter was always right. Second sister-in-law had no opinions of her own and poor eyesight, she just did whatever Yuebai said. So now, Guai could only hope for Shi. Shi was the eldest son of the Shi family, Yuebai's big brother. In the past, whenever Shi saw Yuebai doing something wrong, he'd always call her out, even if it led to a huge argument. He'd try every way to talk sense into her, just like before. Yuebai would lazily lie on the ground, not moving at all. The rest of the Shi family, doting on her, wouldn't say a word. Only Shi would nag and nag until Yuebai finally got annoyed. Guai looked at Shi with hopeful eyes. Right now, he was really counting on Shi. But Shi just turned away expressionlessly, refusing to meet Guai's gaze. He even spun his wheelchair around, turning his back to the ditch, pretending he hadn't seen how his sister was cooking. What could he say? In times like these, having food at all was already a blessing. A little extra salt might even help kill some germs. So, what if it's salty? A lot of people couldn't even get pickled vegetables to eat. No point in being picky. It was a tough time, and they were short on hands. If Shi nagged Yuebai too much, she might just refuse to do anything, like before, lying on the ground, only interested in eating. That would be even more of a headache for Shi. If she did nothing but stand around drawing, that'd be fine. But when Yuebai had nothing to do, she'd just fold paper airplanes and send them flying. The planes could fly to the big city or to new territories. If anyone slacked off, the paper airplanes would yell and scold them. With Yuebai bored, her constant surveillance made it even harder for people to slack off. So, better to let her keep busy. Hadn't there been a lot fewer paper airplanes since Yuebai started cooking? Su Xuejia walked over, staring blankly at Yuebai's smooth, practiced moves. After a while, she tried to comfort Guai Guai. I think Yuebai's doing a pretty good job. She didn't really mean it. Su Xuejia didn't know what else to say. After all, Yuebai seemed to be having fun. Plus, Yuebai had offered to help Dejiao, so Dejiao could go to class in the morning and scavenge in the afternoon. Su Xuejia couldn't refuse Yuebai. Guai Guai's hopeful expression faded. Really? Was there truly no one left in this wasteland who could stop Yuebai from cooking? But then he thought, well, it's not like he's the only one eating this stew. If they were all going to die of salt, at least they'd die together. With that to hell with it attitude, Guai Guai gave up protesting. On the other side of the ditch, the old folks looked worriedly at the basketball-sized potato in the pot, which was nowhere near cooked through. This big potato probably needs to be cut up, one of them hinted to Yuebai, trying to suggest the vegetables should be chopped. Otherwise, they'd never cook through. Yuebai poked at the giant potato at the bottom of the pot with her ladle. She kept stabbing until the basketball-sized potato broke into pieces. Only then did Yuebai smile in satisfaction. Now it'll cook through. Everyone watching. Well, I guess that works. Originally, sure, Yuebai took over the cooking just to teach a lesson to those peeping from outside the second wall. And, incidentally, to free up Dejiao's labor so she could do what she was supposed to. But as it turned out, sure, Yuebai found cooking rather interesting. After she finished cooking all the dishes in the big pots, she personally delivered them to the new territory. Back when Dejiao delivered food to the front lines, she used buckets, filling them up and carrying them over. The mercenaries would then line up with disposable bowls and chopsticks to get their food from the buckets. But sure, Yuebai did things differently. She thought that was way too much trouble. She simply teleported the entire big pot directly to the new territory. The disposable bowls and chopsticks were prepared by the mercenaries. Ija and the others had already found a wholesale market for large disposable tableware. They'd also stockpiled a lot of supplies near the healing array. So when Sure Yuebai teleported over with the big pot, everyone was already lined up, bowls and chopsticks in hand. When they saw it was Yuebai herself delivering the food this time, the mercenaries were stunned. Hu Chengue even said angrily, "Didn't Sure Yi already go back to the Tongzi frame? How could he let his little sister work so hard?" Honestly, having Yuebai cook and deliver food for them made everyone feel flattered and pampered. But then Sure Yuebai just tossed the big ladle into the bucket and said directly to the mercenaries in line, "Serve yourselves. Dejiao's busy today, so I cooked. If it doesn't taste good, please be understanding." When she said be understanding, a faint smile appeared on Sure Yuebai's chubby, fair face. For some reason, everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they saw that smile. Hu Chengue, who was first in line, plastered a big smile on his face. "What are you saying, little sister? You're a fairy. How could your cooking not be delicious?" As he spoke, he scooped himself a huge bowlful. But looking at the food, Hu Chengue felt something was off. Why did he have a bad feeling about this? A single leaf of cilantro filled his entire bowl? And these disposable bowls were the largest size, each one as big as a serving platter. Hu Chengue looked down at the giant cilantro leaf in his bowl and froze. But he chose to trust Yuebai. Yuebai was so nice, her cooking had to be delicious. So Hu Chengue squatted to the side, picked up his chopsticks, and happily took his first bite of the dish Yuebai made for him. His face immediately cracked. Sure Yuebai was supervising the mercenaries as they served themselves, all the while keeping an eye on Hu Chengue's reaction. "What's wrong? Doesn't taste good?" she asked, baring her teeth in a smile. Had she ever smiled so brightly before? Hu Chengue's scalp tingled. He shook his head at once, looking at Sure Yuebai with the most sincere eyes he could muster. "Yuebai, what are you saying? How could your cooking not taste good? Look at my sincere big eyes, you have to believe me. Have a little confidence in yourself, okay?" Sure Yuebai nodded. It was her first time cooking and the first time making food for others. So, honestly, she felt a little nervous inside. Maybe, since she was in a rush, the taste couldn't compare to Dejiao's. But she was the Grand Witch of the Wu tribe, fighting and killing. She could do anything the best. Cooking a meal couldn't be that hard, could it? Even if it didn't taste as good as Jiao's, it couldn't be that bad. Hearing Hu Qinggui's affirmation, Shi Yuebai looked proud, as if to say, I knew it. Someone like her, even in the Wasteland, could live better than any other survivor. So even if it was her first time cooking, she could do it well. The mercenaries who had already started eating squatted next to Hu Qinggui, silently lowering their heads and eating their food one bite at a time. Until Ija came over and all the mercenaries on the ground looked up at him with sparkling, hopeful eyes. As if he were their savior. Ija didn't get it at first. He served himself as usual. Then he saw, in his big bowl, a chunk of potato the size of a rock. Without a word, Ija turned and squatted next to Hu Qinggui. Hu Qinggui asked gleefully, Captain, how's the food? Webai made it herself. Ija paused with his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said to Webai, It's delicious, but I prefer lighter flavors. Next time, maybe skip the salt. Sure, Webai snorted, neither agreeing nor disagreeing about the salt for next time. But at least she didn't get angry. Everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Some mercenaries, squatting far from Webai, took the chance to gulp water from their canteens when she wasn't looking. At this point, they didn't care how many points they owed for buying water from Webai. They just drank as much as they could. Even Ija quietly chugged half a canteen. Sure, Webai was delighted. She really felt she was a born chef. When she saw Shi Xiangrui crawling toward her, she happily picked him up and, carrying the now empty pot, returned to the Tongzi frame. As soon as she left, Ija gathered the mercenaries for a meeting. The situation is serious. We need to send a few people to help Webai chop and prep the vegetables. The mercenaries knew that all the kids had gone to school now. They supported this. Some even thought about attending Shi Qingyu's classes themselves. After all, their lives had improved. They wanted to remember the history and culture of humanity. Everyone knew that as long as Jiao was in class, Webai might be cooking. To avoid eating cilantro and chives as long as hair again, the mercenaries had to take action. Qinyong nodded gravely. Better to eat unsalted food than let Webai touch the salt again. No one objected to this. They drew lots and picked 2 people. Each day, they go early to the Tongzi frame to help Webai chop all the vegetables. With their speed, chopping veggies like they chopped mutant beasts, it wouldn't take long to prep all the day's food. Remember, don't say anything to Webai. Just say you volunteered and wanted to chop veggies. Ija reminded his mercenaries. Everyone nodded, faces solemn. Each mercenary carried 2 or 3 big basins. In total, there were about 6. Once they teleported to the Tongzi frame, they said nothing, went straight to the trench, and hauled out the vegetables for dinner. Then came a frenzy of chopping, chopping, chopping. Chop, chop, chop. A few elderly folks stood nearby, ready to help if needed. Watching from the sidelines, their hearts pounded with anxiety. Was there something wrong with these mercenaries' minds? They were just chopping vegetables, so why did they look so fierce, as if they were out for blood? By the time Shi Yuebai came over to start preparing dinner, the mercenaries had already chopped up a pile of vegetables as tall as a small mountain. Shi Yuebai took out her communicator and snapped a photo of the mercenaries chopping vegetables, sending it to Ija. What's the meaning of this? Was this his way of complaining that she never chopped vegetables, so he sent people over just for that? Shi Yuebai sneered inwardly. How picky could he get? She was a grand witch, and cooking for these people was already a blessing for them. And yet, they still had the nerve to complain. Ija replied quickly. These mercenaries have terrible knife skills. I specifically told them to practice by chopping vegetables like this. Webai, don't overthink it. I feel like you've been a bit too sensitive lately. On the front lines, Ija frowned as he typed out his message to Shi Yuebai, looking completely serious. After reading Ija's explanation, Shi Yuebai raised an eyebrow and put away her communicator. Was she really getting too sensitive lately? Shi Yuebai couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about these mercenaries. But she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. She took a closer look at the busy mercenaries. To be honest, Shi Yuebai had to admit, their knife skills really were terrible. Once she lost some more weight, she'd have to show these Wastelanders what real knife work looked like. Let them see what true dexterity with a blade meant. Sure, Yuebai decided not to dwell on it, and everyone around her breathed a sigh of relief. But now that someone else was chopping vegetables, Sure, Yuebai started to get annoyed at how slow it was to light the fire, wait for the water to boil, and then cook the vegetables. It was just too slow. She racked her brains, looking at the 8 large pots in front of her. Without further ado, Sure Yuebai took her staff and drew a fire-gathering array under each pot. This meant that with the fire-gathering arrays in place, the pots couldn't be moved anymore. Unless someone wanted to go through the trouble of building a new fire somewhere else, finding another huge pot, and boiling another massive batch of water. But everyone agreed that would be a hassle. Especially Sure Yuebai. To save time, she drew a total of 8 fire-gathering arrays. Each one supported a large pot. The 8 pots were evenly spaced out, directly in front of the tong-shaped enclosure. The elderly folks who used to live in that area moved out at Sure Yuebai's request, leaving the space for the 8 big pots. They relocated to the open area outside the second wall, closer to the back, where Sure Chengyu held his classes. This also made it easier for the elders to help with the farming. Now, there was much more open space. It wasn't like the cramped backyard of the Sure family, where there were only a few parking spots. They had a huge area to plant crops. So, more people were needed to tend the fields. And now, with the 8 fire-gathering arrays drawn in front of the tong-shaped enclosure, these 8 big pots would have hot water available 24/7. It was much more convenient. Sure Yuebai was very pleased. When it was time to eat, she could just toss the chopped vegetables straight into the pots. Everyone else just needed to make sure the water in the pots didn't boil dry. And even if it did, it wouldn't affect the fire-gathering arrays. But it would melt the big pots. After all, it hadn't been easy to find 8 pots this size for their base. They'd salvaged them from the ruins of a collapsed cafeteria. With everything set up, Sure Yuebai glanced back at the mercenaries furiously chopping vegetables. They really were here to practice their knife skills by now. They'd chopped up 2 more mountains of vegetables. It was like playing some kind of vegetable chopping game. Honestly, it looked pretty satisfying. Sure Yuebai watched for a while, suppressing her own urge to join in the vegetable chopping fun. She turned away and poured another 9 gene of fat into the spirit-gathering array. She still had 627 gene left. Running the fire-gathering arrays 24/7 constantly drained the spiritual energy stored in the spirit-gathering array. Plus, there was the overlapping formation from before. The spiritual energy in the array was being used up quickly. So Sure Yuebai had to burn through even more of her fat reserves. But at her size, the only difference she could feel was that her clothes weren't as tight. To everyone else, she didn't look much different. If there was any major change in her figure, it was that her body's curves had gotten a bit rounder. Her thighs and calves no longer looked like 2 slabs of meat, roughly hacked into the shape of a butterfly. Now, the 4 chunks of meat on her legs had shrunk a lot. When she wore long clothes, her legs no longer flapped awkwardly as she walked. The thick fat on her but didn't jiggle around under her long clothes anymore either. She felt a lot less awkward. And her skin was much better than before. Sure Yuebai used to be fat, smelly, and had a terrible temper. Now, she was still fat and had a bad temper, but she smelled nice. Not much of a difference, really. Anyway, losing over 100 gene of fat had changed her figure a little bit. Sure Yuebai looked at the 8 big pots she'd set up, feeling satisfied. The others noticed too. And they also saw the mercenaries starting to chop up a 3rd mountain of vegetables. Ahong tilted her head and quietly messaged Su Xuejiao. Honestly, doesn't this place look kind of like an altar? Su Xuejiao shot Ahong a warning look. Don't stir up trouble. Yuebai's taste might not fit pre-Wasteland aesthetics. But this was the Wasteland now. No matter how she built the base, it didn't look out of place. Ahong shut her mouth. But Sure Yuebai wasn't finished yet. Now that the 8 fire-gathering arrays were done, and the chopped vegetables had been tossed into the 8 big pots, she turned around and, taking advantage of the free time, went out to beat people up. That's right, Sure Yuebai hadn't forgotten her main purpose as a chef. A chef who doesn't fight isn't a real chef. Outside the second wall, there were still some people poking around today, not realizing the danger. As soon as Yue went out, she spun her staff with a whoosh. Soon, the air was filled with wails and screams. Some tried to run, some didn't make it. But none escaped a good beating. Inside the tong-shaped enclosure, Ahang tugged at her collar, feeling a bit parched. The temperature was still -5 degrees Celsius, but it felt even colder than that. So everyone inside wore thick down jackets. But for some reason, Ahang actually felt a bit hot. She looked up in confusion at the black and yellow snowflakes falling from the sky. "Sister Sue, look, the snowflakes are blocked now." Ahang pointed in surprise at the sky above the enclosure. Everyone looked up. Maybe it was because there had been a lot of construction projects completed recently. The laundry room expansion was now finished. It was right next to the public restroom. Peng Ziyuan had cut those huge stones into rectangular blocks. Then, using cement scavenged from the ruins, he mixed it with sand and built a huge laundry room. Inside the expanded laundry room, there were now 100 washing machines. Pretty much every brand new washing machine that could be found in the Wasteland had been put to use. Each washing machine was hooked up to a water pipe. The pipes were connected to the reservoir behind the public restroom. The wastewater from the laundry would flow through special drainage pipes into the restroom sewer. Before, whenever anyone went to the public restroom and opened the door, an indescribable stench would waft up from the squat toilet pipes. It was a smell that was hard to put into words. Anyway, the whole wasteland was filled with this kind of rotten, dead fish stench. But after a while, with Yubai's purified water and the laundry wastewater flushing through the sewer pipes, that indescribable stench disappeared. No one could really explain why. But in Yubai's words, purified water naturally has the power to dilute and cleanse everything. With 100 washing machines running non-stop, the daily water consumption was staggering. Plus, with hundreds of people sharing a single public restroom. Whether it was for peeing or pooping, everyone used the reservoir's purified water to flush. Even Yubai's wastewater could clean out the sewers. Maybe, compared to the whole wasteland, her purification powers were tiny. It was impossible to clean out the entire city's sewers. But at least she could clear out some of the filth under the public restroom. It was only natural that the stench gradually faded. So everyone's attention was drawn to these subtle changes happening all around. That's when they noticed there was no snow falling on the Tongzi Pavilion. The blackish-yellow snowflakes drifting down from the sky would simply slide off the pavilion's dome. Before, a few snowflakes would still manage to drift inside. But today, not a single one made it in. The floor inside the pavilion was spotless, and at some point, a ring of white wildflowers had bloomed in the corners. Su Xuejiao couldn't help but take off her thick winter coat. It feels a bit hot. Ever since Yubai's 8 giant cauldrons could boil water on their own, without anyone lighting a fire. Waves of heat had been pouring into the pavilion. Guai Guai took out a thermometer. The temperature inside was almost 10 degrees Celsius. Incredible. This is beyond what science can explain. Guai Guai took off her heavy clothes and stretched, feeling completely relaxed. In other words, inside the pavilion, nobody needed to bundle up anymore. A thick sweater was enough. At night, they didn't need heavy blankets to sleep. It was so warm here, it almost made people want to cry. And the one behind all this, Yubai, had already run outside the second wall. She'd been wanting to expand the protective array for a while. Now, taking advantage of a break from cooking, she went to draw the array. The mercenaries who had finished chopping vegetables looked on with satisfaction at the first cauldron, where the chopped veggies were already boiling. They'd chopped the vegetables so finely that, after simmering, it was more like veggie porridge. But after being traumatized by Yubai's godlike cooking skills before, the mercenaries were now quite happy with this finely chopped veggie porridge. They ladled the yellow-green mush from the cauldron into big buckets. They glanced at Yubai. To be honest, everyone was pretty familiar with Yubai by now. Seeing her drawing on the ground, they knew she was probably using some kind of supernatural power. As for what her ability actually was, no one even bothered to guess anymore. As long as they knew Yubai was all-powerful, that she was everyone's goddess, that was enough. One mercenary picked up a big bucket. The rim was still smeared with some of the thick veggie mush. Honestly, it didn't look like food for mercenaries. It looked more like pig slop. You keep busy. We'll head out first. No need to deliver the food to the front lines anymore. We'll take it ourselves. With that, the 4 mercenaries each carried 2 big buckets. Each bucket was full of yellow-green mush. They used the teleportation array inside the pavilion to head to the new territory. Today's veggies were all chopped. Tomorrow, 4 more mercenaries would be chosen by lottery to chop again. People gradually noticed that vegetables stored in Yubai's lair never spoiled. Otherwise, all those leftover veggies from previous harvests would have gone to waste in the ditch in front of the pavilion. Yubai's powers could even keep vegetables fresh. So the mercenaries agreed to send people every day to chop veggies. Just chop them up as finely as possible. They could store the chopped veggies in big baskets, piled up next to the 8 cauldrons. They wouldn't spoil anyway. Even if they sat there for a year or 2, Yubai said it wouldn't be a problem. Sure, Yubai, who was busy drawing at the base of the second wall, didn't even look up. She just waved at the 4 mercenaries as they left. She didn't think anything was odd about it. Everyone else excitedly gathered around the remaining cauldrons. At mealtime, everyone had disposable bowls and chopsticks in hand. Then they looked at the yellow-green mush in the cauldrons. Someone whispered, "Weren't there a few mercenaries helping you by cook today? Don't even mention it, they're even less reliable." As they whispered, they kept an eye on the paper airplanes in the sky. The person at the front of the line ladled themselves a bowl of yellow-green veggie mush. At this point, Yubai had finished drawing the protective array in that area. She was putting away her staff and heading back in. She saw Peng Zhonggong squatting by the wall, holding a bowl of yellow-green mush, looking like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yubai blurted out, "This kind of looks like snot." The person next to her, holding a disposable bowl and about to take a sip, froze. Yubai added, very seriously, "And not just any snot, really thick, like when your respiratory tract is infected with bacteria." Gnome Yasi couldn't help but put down her bowl. Expressionless, she looked up at Yubai and delivered the day's most savage line. "It really does look like that. If someone's snot looks like this, their respiratory infection is already very serious." Better to gag together than alone. Who was Gnome Yasi? She was the representative of modern medicine in the lair. If she said so, it must be true. Everyone stared at the yellow-green mush in their bowls. It really did look like a bowl of bacteria-infected snot. Yubai didn't need to eat, so she didn't find those snot-like vegetable mushes disgusting at all. She left the others behind without a second thought and walked outside the second wall to continue drawing protective arrays. The array was made up of talismans, and each talisman could be broken down into individual sigils. Every sigil had its own unique function. When Yubai infused her soul power into these special sigils, they became tools at her disposal. So every time she drew a sigil, her hand felt as heavy as if she were lifting 1,000 pounds. Her soul power was often running low. But Yubai had long gotten used to the feeling of her soul power nearing depletion, temporarily converting fat energy into spiritual power, then desperately absorbing more spiritual energy and turning it into her own soul power. That race against death was actually kind of exhilarating. Yubai could feel her 627 gene, about 314 kilograms, slowly decreasing. With every stroke of her long staff, a golden sigil invisible to others appeared on the ground. Maybe a single sigil wouldn't do much in this harsh wasteland. But that didn't matter. Yubai was going to draw a huge protective array. She was just getting started. When her weight dropped to 625 gene, someone suddenly shouted from behind her. "Yubai." She turned around. A man was standing in the clearing. Yubai wasn't good with faces. If someone wasn't important to her, she couldn't even remember their name. Wu Haoran was skin and bones, his clothes in tatters, staring in shock at the changes in the team under the bridge. He never expected that when he came back, desperate and with nowhere else to go, the place would look like this. Seeing that even the fat Yubai could stand up and was out here drawing weird symbols beyond the second wall, Wu Haoran could hardly believe his eyes. "I can't believe our team's gotten so good," Wu Haoran said, his eyes shining with excitement. Great, he thought. Coming back was the right choice. Captain Xiao, who was squatting at the gate of the second wall, finished his bowl of mush with a frown. He wiped his mouth and stepped outside. When Wu Haoren saw Captain Xiao, a smile appeared on his gaunt face. Captain Xiao, I didn't expect you to lead our team so well. I heard you guys have hooked up with some mercenaries, ha ha ha. Does that mean I can be a squad leader now? Actually, Captain Xiao had never cared much about who got to be squad leader. He'd survived the apocalypse up to now, always busy with endless tasks. He didn't have the time or energy to manage the team's internal turnover and power struggles. Looking at Wu Haoren, who'd been gone for almost a year and suddenly showed up again, Captain Xiao's expression was cold. There are no squad leaders here. This place wasn't called the Under the Bridge team anymore. Everyone called it the Lair now. They knew this was Yuebai's turf. She'd turned it into a fortress. That was just her personality. She demanded absolute security in her own domain. So this was sure Yuebai's lair. And it was their shared home. But Wu Haoren ignored Captain Xiao's indifference. Shivering from the cold, he winked at Captain Xiao. How can there be no squad leaders? If there aren't any, how did you manage to build this place up so well? Sure enough, Wu Haoren thought, Captain Xiao was acting all high and mighty now that he'd latched onto the mercenaries. So he wouldn't let him be a squad leader, huh? But that wasn't up to Captain Xiao. Squads were the backbone of any team. Whoever a squad leader brought in would become part of their squad, and thus part of the team. When Wu Haoren integrated the people he'd brought with him into a squad, even if Captain Xiao objected, he'd have no choice but to accept it. Wu Haoren figured there was nothing to discuss, so he dropped the subject. Instead, he reached out and tugged at Captain Xiao's coat. Captain, I'm freezing. That coat of yours looks really warm. As he spoke, envy and jealousy flashed in his eyes. He could worry about being a squad leader later. Right now, getting some warm clothes was more important. Who knew why this damned weather was so different from before? Wu Haoren also wanted to know why the temperature in this ever-changing wasteland had stayed so low for so many days. All the winter clothes that could be stolen had long since been taken. With his abilities, Wu Haoren could rob winter clothes from the old, weak, women and children. But he couldn't stop someone stronger from taking his winter clothes in turn. Just look at what Captain Xiao was wearing. A long black wool coat on the outside, giving him a scholarly air. Underneath, a silver-gray suit, both high-end, pre-apocalypse pieces. Now, Captain Xiao looked downright respectable. By contrast, Wu Haoren had originally taken a woman and joined Xiaoling's team. But after the food in Xiaoling's team was all stolen by insiders, Wu Haoren moved to another group. But things just got worse for him there. Back in Captain Xiao's team, he might not have had enough to eat, but at least no one beat or cursed him. If everyone went scavenging together, whatever they found was divided up equally. Most of the time, the survivors under the bridge could scrounge up a bit of food. Especially Peng Zhongging's scavenging squad, when they were still with the team, there was always enough to eat. It was only after so many people left that food shortages started. But looking at it another way, fewer mouths meant less to share. Back then, Wu Haoren had abandoned his wife, determined to go out and find a better life. But once he was out there, he realized that only the Under the Bridge team treated people like human beings. In Wu Haoren's mind, Captain Xiao had always been weak and unwilling to fight. Taking Captain Xiao's winter coat would be a piece of cake. But Captain Xiao took 2 steps back, eyeing Wu Haoren warily. He wondered how someone like Wu Haoren had managed to cross the construction site and make it to the second wall. Sure, Yuebai was curious too, so she didn't immediately smack Wu Haoren into the distance. Instead, she just stared at him. Wu Haoren clicked his tongue. Come on, Captain, don't be so stingy. You're dressed so well, don't be so tight-fisted with your old buddy. He thought Captain Xiao was still as easy to push around as before. Just a little pressure and Captain Xiao would shrink back like a quail and quietly do whatever was asked. But Captain Xiao's face was cold as he said, "Winter clothes don't come for free. If you want to steal something here, that's impossible." Wu Haoren felt a bit surprised. He looked closely at Commander Qiao, thinking that Commander Chiao seemed just the same as before, still with a good temper and easygoing personality. But there was also something a little different. Maybe it was because Wu Haoren had been away for too long this time and had become a bit out of touch with the team under the bridge. And when he came back, he was so shocked by how much things had changed here. So he hadn't bothered to ask anyone what exactly had happened to make this place like this. But honestly, he didn't need to ask. Wu Haoren had long known that the Shi family had some kind of connection with the mercenary group. Wu Haoren felt a trace of contempt for Commander Chiao in his heart. He only managed to build up to this scale because of the mercenary group. What's so impressive about that? If Wu Haoren had been given the chance, he could have cozied up to the mercenary group too. Besides, mercenary groups weren't even that popular anymore. He'd heard that the management in the big city had already switched to a different team to guard it. The mercenary group led by Ija had long since become a rogue band. This mercenary group was just like any other civilian team in the Wasteland, nothing special about them. Wu Haoren reached out to Commander Chiao again. Commander Chiao stepped back 2 more paces. Because there had been a few incidents of people snatching things at the construction site before. Whenever something like that happened, someone would get hurt. Then everyone would stop working and just crowd around to watch, which seriously affected the progress of the project. In the end, Shi Yuebai got angry and issued an order. From now on, anyone who tries to steal from others will go without food for 3 days. Steal once, starve for 3 days. Steal twice, starve for 6 days. It's not like she hadn't given people things to eat. When the weather turned cold, she handed out thick winter clothes and thermos bottles for warmth. Even Scarface's 200 laborers were given tents by Shi Yuebai, so that after a long day's work, they could rest inside. Although those tents were all outside Shi Yuebai's protective barrier, they were all high-quality camping gear suitable for extreme cold. In this respect, Shi Yuebai really valued her laborers. She was afraid that if even one froze to death, that would be one less worker. Every day, 3 meals and 2 snacks, Shi Yuebai never shortchanged them. Even though Scarface's people weren't allowed to eat the vegetables Shi Yuebai grew, they were always given enough prepared food to fill them up. Those meals included drinks and bottled water. So every day, their hydration was well taken care of too. With everyone warm, well-fed, and well-hydrated, what reason could they possibly have to steal? Tell Shi Yuebai, please. So, in this situation, anyone who still tried to steal wasn't doing it out of survival. It was because they were rotten at the core. People like that needed to be starved, to have this dark side of human nature thoroughly stamped out, right down to their bones. If there were still those who, no matter how many days they went hungry, kept trying to steal from others, Shi Yuebai wouldn't be polite anymore, she'd beat them half to death. And even then, they'd still have to work for her. After this crackdown, incidents of stealing at the construction site became very rare. But now here comes Wu Haoren, who actually tries to snatch Commander Chiao's clothes right in front of Yuebai. Commander Chiao was sweating bullets for Wu Haoren. Shi Yuebai didn't say a word, just fixed Wu Haoren with her clear gaze. When Wu Haoren saw he couldn't get Commander Chiao's clothes, he turned his eyes to Shi Yuebai. To be honest, with Wu Haoren's current physical condition, it was already a struggle just to stand upright. He hadn't had a single good day out there. At first, Xiaolingye's team had taken him in. But in the end, because he wasn't as strong as the other members. And when they went out scavenging, Wu Haoren fell back into his old ways from Commander Chiao's team. Slacking off whenever he could, sitting on the sidelines and refusing to move if he could help it. Everyone in the team saw his negative attitude. So the people in Xiaolingye's team started to look down on him. Later, Wu Haoren left Xiaolingye's team for another group. The treatment there was even worse. After going hungry for a few days in Xiaolingye's team, Wu Haoren was so weak he could barely lift anything when moving rocks. The people in that team beat and kicked him. They even withheld his food. Even though he went out scavenging with them, he always got the smallest share. Wu Haoren wanted to join a squad in this new team to find a place for himself. Maybe get some protection. But because he was so weak. In other people's teams, he was seen as the old, weak, sick, and disabled. So no squad wanted him. Eventually, the other squads didn't even want to take him out scavenging. He found less and less to eat, and his hunger just got worse. In the end, Wuharan was heartlessly kicked out by the team he was with. He didn't want to leave. He had originally left the team under the bridge with 2 women. These 2 women followed him to Xiaoling's team and then to the new team. If he had to leave, Wuharan wanted to take the 2 women with him. After all, as long as he had 2 women with him, he still had a way to survive. If push came to shove, he could put them to work on the street outside the city gates. With those 2 women, he could at least get a bit of food. But the other team leader not only refused to give the women back to Wuharan. He even threatened that if Wuharan stayed, they'd roast him and eat him. Wuharan had no choice but to leave that team. He wandered around the wasteland with other drifters and eventually made his way back to the team under the bridge. He was excited to find that the place had changed. "Fatty, all those clothes you're wearing are useless to you. With all that blubber, you don't need anything to keep you warm." Wuharan tried to talk Shi Yuebai into giving up her clothes. Most people in the wasteland were idiots, he thought. Shi Yuebai was probably no exception. If she wasn't an idiot, how could she have gotten so fat? But then again, Wuharan thought the sagging flesh on Shi Yuebai's cheeks seemed a bit tighter than before. She didn't look quite so much like a fat pig anymore. Seeing Shi Yuebai stay silent, Wuharan reached out toward her, trying to grab the clothes off her body. Shi Yuebai raised her hand and struck Wuharan's hand with a long stick. Wuharan immediately clutched his hand and looked down. His palm was covered in blood, with a deep gash down to the bone. "Toss him into the foundation pit to dig dirt." No food for 6 days. Wuharan had tried to steal Commander Qiao's clothes once and Shi Yuebai's clothes once. So that made 6 days without food. Shi Yuebai was short on labor. Since Wuharan had delivered himself, there was no way she'd let him leave easily. "Shi Yuebai, what do you mean by that?" Wuharan stared at Shi Yuebai in confusion. His hand was still pointing at her. That punch from Shi Yuebai had left Wuharan grimacing in pain. His emotions completely collapsed, and he glared fiercely at Shi Yuebai. To Wuharan, Shi Yuebai didn't seem dangerous at all. He thought Shi Yuebai was just another weak, sickly, and disabled person struggling to survive in the wasteland. Shi Yuebai was even considered disabled. But just then, Qiao Lingyun and Yang Wenao rushed out. They came straight up and each grabbed one of Wuharan's arms. "What are you doing? Who are you people? Why are you grabbing me?" Wuharan clearly hadn't figured out what was going on. He was still stuck on the idea of beating Shi Yuebai to death. The next moment, the 2 of them twisted his arms behind his back and forced him face down onto the ground. Wuharan struggled desperately. "Why are you arresting me?" "Why? Because of this." Yang Wenao pressed his knee into Wuharan's back. "You showed up here. That's reason enough for us to arrest you." Wuharan shouted loudly, struggling to lift his head and look at Captain Qiao. "Do something. Look at these people. Is there any order left here?" Back in the day, no one would have dared act so brazenly in front of Captain Qiao. Later, when the Qiaoxia team was on the verge of breaking up, things did get chaotic for a while. Wuharan and Captain Qiao didn't get along at all back then. But now, seeing the current state of the Qiaoxia team, it seemed order had been restored. So was it really appropriate for Captain Qiao to just stand there and watch him get pinned to the ground by 2 big guys? Not to mention, what kind of shape was Wuharan in? He'd been starving outside for so long, dressed in nothing but thin, tattered clothes. He was skin and bones. There was no way he could fight off 2 muscle-bound men. So now, Wuharan could only turn to Captain Qiao for help. But Captain Qiao just squatted down, looking very serious as he said to Wuharan, "We don't steal from others here. Even stealing a piece of candy from a child isn't allowed, let alone trying to take Yuebai's clothes. You're lucky we didn't kill you. Enough talk, take him away." Wuharan glared at Captain Qiao. "How did you become like this? Don't get too cocky. Tell them to let me go now." Even now, Wuharan still hadn't realized that Captain Qiao wasn't the one in charge here. Sure, Captain Qiao was still the captain in name. But in reality, everyone listened to Yuebai. Shi Yuebai held all the power here. Someone who didn't even understand the most basic situation still wanted to be a squad leader? Captain Xiao stood up and waved his hand dismissively. Xiao Lingyun grabbed Wu Haoren's hands and dragged him off toward the foundation pit. Yang Wenyao stood in front of Shi Yuebai. Shi Yuebai asked, "How did this guy get in here?" Yang Wenyao lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Yuebai. That was our oversight." Yang Wenyao was just too busy. There were 200 or 300 people on the construction site, and only he and Xiao Lingyun to watch over them. There was no way they could keep up. Especially now that the land leveling, canal construction, laundry room by the public toilets, and the glass drying room were all finished. All the workers had been pulled over to work on the third perimeter wall, rushing day and night to get it done. Yang Wenyao and Xiao Lingyun were run ragged, their eyes wide with exhaustion, spinning like tops every day. They were so focused on preventing people from running away, they hadn't thought anyone would try to sneak into the base, let alone make it onto the leveled ground. Shi Yuebai tilted her head slightly. "Don't apologize to me. What's there to apologize for? If today it had been someone with stronger attack power and greater destructive ability, it wouldn't have been me who died anyway." Shi Yuebai was telling the truth. Her tone was harsh, and her personality was always a bit arrogant. But if real danger came, Shi Yuebai would have no choice but to save herself first. What happened to others? How could she worry about that in the moment? The people living in the base now had no ability to protect themselves. Shi Yuebai was no exception. She might look all high and mighty now, running such a big operation. But in reality, it was all as fragile as a bubble. Compared to other people in the Wasteland, she was all-powerful in daily life. But only Shi Yuebai herself knew. If someone showed up now with a bomb strapped to them and rushed her, she'd be blown to pieces all over again. Sure, she could resurrect herself, even summon her own soul back. But if she was blown to bits, what about the people around her? Forget resurrection, who knew if their souls could even be gathered within 4 hours? Even though Shi Yuebai's drones were flying overhead, she still made mistakes. These people relied on Shi Yuebai not just for daily life, but for safety too. That was extremely dangerous. Shi Yuebai looked coldly at Yang Wenyao. "You used to be in a team too. I don't believe you were this careless when you were with Scarface's crew." Yang Wenyao lowered his head even further. "I'll be more careful from now on." "We all will." Yang Wenyao admitted that ever since he started following Shi Yuebai, his life had become much more comfortable. So, without realizing it, he'd let his guard down. Even though his job was to be a tough guy and he was exhausted every day, psychologically, Yang Wenyao felt safe. Especially after learning that Shi Yuebai was an ability user. Yang Wenyao had never felt life could be this good. That sense of security and hope for the future. It made him content with the present, no matter how tired he was. He just wanted to do his job well and keep this happiness going as long as possible. In other words, Yang Wenyao never thought there could be any danger here. Seeing Shi Yuebai's cold, slightly mocking expression, Yang Wenyao wished he could slap himself. But Shi Yuebai didn't say anything more. She turned and walked into the second perimeter wall. Who isn't tired of living? Everyone wants comfort. Everyone here relied on Shi Yuebai, but who did Shi Yuebai rely on? She provided for their survival. In return, they had to build her base for her. Basic security was part of building the base. If they couldn't even keep strangers from approaching the base, what was the point of Shi Yuebai keeping these useless people around? Everyone treated her as the savior, so they needed to realize, if the savior dies, they're finished too. When Shi Yuebai crossed the ditch, she saw Shuri. The first thing Shuri said to her was, "We need to speed up the construction of the third wall. Our current defenses are as flimsy as tofu." Shuri had heard the commotion outside the second wall. From his vantage point, he could see Xiao Lingyun dragging a screaming Wu Haoren toward the foundation pit. If one Wu Haoren can show up today, 100 more could show up tomorrow. Shuri knew Wu Haoren. Back when Shuri was still with the team under the bridge, before his mind had started to deteriorate, Wu Haoren had been a member of his squad. But Wu Haoren had never participated in killing zombies or fighting mutant beasts. Mostly, he just followed behind Shuri's squad, scavenging for food. At that time, Yi's combat team was fairly large. Many people from the Under the Bridge group wanted to join Yi's squad. So a common phenomenon occurred. The brave ones would follow Yi to fight all kinds of monsters, while another group would trail behind, desperately scavenging for food. As the survival situation worsened, Wuhaoren became one of the loudest voices demanding that everyone keep the food they found for themselves, refusing to share it equally with the rest of the team. Everyone would only take what they personally found. As more people started to think this way, the conflicts within the squad grew. Some members fought monsters at the front, while others scavenged at the back. It was inherently unfair. After all, the ones fighting couldn't search for food at the same time, especially with ruins everywhere. At any moment, a zombie or mutant beast could leap out from the rubble. Those fighting at the front were also responsible for protecting the scavengers behind them. In this situation, if the scavenged food wasn't shared equally, the ones risking their lives at the front got nothing for their efforts. Who would want to keep doing that? And as Yi's mind grew more and more muddled, he was barely able to keep track of his own family's affairs, let alone manage such complex team dynamics. So, in the end, Yi's squad fell apart. Now that Yi's mind was clearer, he remembered all those little conflicts within his old team. But what's past is past. The team dissolved, and he didn't feel any deep regret about not handling things better back then. As long as his family was safe, Yi felt there was nothing to regret. Still, seeing Wuhaoren again brought back memories of his ugly behavior. Yi realized just how important the things his sister Yuebai was doing were for people surviving in the Wasteland. From his perspective, there was a real risk that his sister could be taken away and imprisoned by others. Never underestimate the darkness in people's hearts in the Wasteland, nor the capabilities of Wasteland survivors. There's more than one big city in the Wasteland, and far more survivors than just those here. To the survivors inside and outside this city, the city's ruling class may seem like an insurmountable obstacle. But in the grand scheme of things, this city is actually tiny in the context of the Wasteland. There are cities out there even bigger than this one, and powers even more disgusting and formidable than the current city's rulers. But the Wasteland is littered with ruins and broken walls. Safe zones are extremely rare. Everywhere outside the safe zones is a danger zone. That's why survivors in the Wasteland aren't keen on traveling around. To the survivors inside and outside this city, this patch of land is their entire world. Yi was acutely aware of their own weakness and helplessness. They had to arm themselves and grow stronger to face the challenges ahead. Yi felt an urgent need to improve himself. His thinking was in perfect sync with Yuebai's. Yuebai walked over and sat down in front of Yi, saying coolly, "We can't take in any more people. The construction is already moving as fast as it can. With the weather this cold, survivors are either freezing or starving to death. Those still alive are huddled in their own little corners, refusing to come out and scavenge. And the location of their base means there's no more food left to scavenge for survivors inside or outside the city. Only some desperate elderly, sick, or disabled people might wander here. Otherwise, if Yuebai wanted to expand her labor force, she'd have to take it from other teams. Just like last time, when she took down Scarface's team and instantly gained 200 laborers. That huge operation happened in the dead of night, without alerting anyone. And not a single one of those 200 laborers managed to escape afterward. But this brought up a problem. Taking down another team wouldn't be difficult for Yuebai's people. But right now, she simply didn't have enough supervisors. Chao Lingyun and Yang Wenyao, who managed the laborers, were already overwhelmed. If they took on any more, there'd be a risk of escape. If even one laborer escaped and started talking outside, it could have irreversible consequences for this place. Yi looked down at his hands. They were no longer as rough and scarred as when he first came back. After so many days at home, all his wounds had healed. He'd even put on some weight. With plenty of food, his skin was better than ever, almost as if it had been smoothed out in Photoshop. Then let's have them work around the clock. Yi gritted his teeth. To keep his sister safe, he could only make the laborers work a little harder each day. Besides, if they're so exhausted that even walking is hard, they won't have the energy to think about running away. After he finished, Shuri looked up at his sister, worried she'd scold him for saying something so inhumane. After all, everyone's stamina is limited. Right now, the laborers still had some time to rest. If they were pushed to their limits, it'd be no different from being a heartless boss. Sure, I nodded. I think that's a great idea. If they eat my food, wear my clothes, and use my things, then they should work non-stop for me. But we can be a bit more flexible, set up more rules so they make mistakes. Those who break the rules will willingly accept punishment. Directly telling people to work longer hours would be a bit too crude and simplistic. After all, Shuri had inherited the original owner's memories. She knew that before the Wasteland, the world had been one that valued rules. People here believed in reasoning with others. So, Shuri called Su Xuejiao over. In addition to the confidentiality rules and the rule that not flushing the toilet would get you assigned toilet cleaning duty as punishment, Shuri had Su Xuejiao draft 2 more clauses to increase the amount of hard labor. The first labor clause was no wasting food. No matter which wall a survivor lived behind, everyone had to follow these rules, kids included. If any survivor didn't finish their prepared food, even if they dropped a single crumb on the ground, they'd be penalized with extra hours of physical labor. Swearing and uncivil speech were also strictly forbidden. Anyone who swore would get an extra hour of labor added to their shift. Say 100 curse words, and that's 100 extra hours. Only 2 new rules were added, but they immediately caught 99% of the laborers on the worksite. Because in the Wasteland, there wasn't a single survivor who didn't swear, unless they were so brainless they couldn't say a word. Besides, in a world like this, with people living in such despair, how could you expect anyone to be civilized? People naturally spoke as roughly as they pleased. Su Xuejiao printed these rules on white paper and posted them on the 3rd wall. Someone pointed at these idiotic rules and rolled their eyes. Damn. Yang Wenyao immediately jumped out, his expression stern as he said to the man, "The rules have just been posted and you're already breaking them knowingly. That's intentional, so your punishment is doubled." Shuri had said that these first few days were all about killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, making an example out of someone. If they didn't take action, these rules would never be enforced. If you wanted the laborers to work more, you needed a solid reason to punish them. Yang Wenyao and Xiaoling Yun had to enforce the rules strictly. Originally, swearing only meant an extra hour of labor. But during this, make an example, period, the punishment was doubled. So the man who just swore would have to work 2 extra hours today. The man who had just cursed rolled his eyes at Yang Wenyao. He used to be Yang Wenyao's neighbor, so he knew exactly what kind of person Yang Wenyao was. The kind of guy who couldn't even fart if you hit him with a stick. Yang Wenyao used to be timid and afraid of trouble. So the man sneered. So what if it was intentional? Damn it. That was another 2 hours. Off to the side, Chao Wenxuan held a small notebook and wrote down 2 + 2. The man standing in front of Yang Wenyao saw what Chao Wenxuan was doing, but didn't care at all. He simply didn't take Yang Wenyao seriously. Even though he'd been brought here, he felt at ease. There were over 200 people brought here in total. A large group of them were just like him. On their first day here, after being given a meal of prepared food, they realized how good this place was. So many people were actually content with the status quo. They didn't feel overworked at all. They weren't like the others, who would sneak over to the open ground and try to peek into the second wall, only to get beaten up by Shuri. The daily workload was within their physical limits. And for them, it was relatively easy to complete. Even if given the chance to leave Shuri's base, they probably wouldn't want to go. The reason they looked down on Yang Wenyao and felt like deliberately going against him was because they thought Yang Wenyao wasn't fit to be a supervisor. So who was? They thought they were. The only reason they were laborers and Yang Wenyao was their supervisor was because they'd had bad luck. They hadn't arrived here early like Yang Wenyao and ended up as supervisors. Who did Yang Wenyao think he was? If they were given the supervisor job, they'd do it better than him, no question. The man in front of Yang Wenyao started cursing him out, one insult after another. He didn't take Su Xuejiao's posted rules seriously at all. Chao Lingyun kept writing furiously in his notebook, +2 +2 +2 +2 +2 +2 +2 +2. Yang Wenyao didn't react immediately. He just waited for the man to finish venting. Of course, there were plenty of others nearby, pointing at Yang Wenyao and Chao Lingyun, cursing and swearing up a storm. After about half an hour, when everyone saw that Yang Wenyao and Chao Lingyun still hadn't made a move, they felt triumphant, full of smug satisfaction. What bullshit rules? This was the Wasteland, and they were still making up rules like these. It was a joke. They'd cursed up a storm and hadn't seen any real punishment. So to them, it was just childish nonsense. No deterrent at all. When they'd finally cursed themselves hoarse, they quieted down. They drifted off in small groups, found places to sit, and waited for the old folks from behind the second wall to wheel out the food carts. Once today's prepared food was delivered, they started digging in. But after waiting and waiting, they didn't see the usual old folks who brought the food. Instead, they saw the widow. They all knew this woman. Her late husband used to be on their team, and he died saving Scarface. Thinking of this woman, a glint of excitement appeared in their eyes. It was rare to see such a spirited woman in the Wasteland. And by spirited, they didn't mean she was strong physically, but that she had a strong personality. Long ago, Scarface had taken an interest in the widow. He'd even hinted that she should sleep with the group. But she refused. At first, a few people in the group had looked after the widow and her kids out of respect for her late husband. But ever since she'd turned Scarface down, no one cared about her or her children anymore. So when they saw the widow appear, they naturally assumed she was here for them. Someone sitting on a rock whistled at her. "Hey, sweetheart, come over here, sit on my lap." He patted his thigh, inviting her to sit. Everyone started jeering and egging her on. But none of them noticed that the widow wasn't wearing her usual clothes. She was dressed in a police uniform from before the Wasteland. The young widow couldn't hide her excitement. The police uniform she wore was the same one she'd had before the Wasteland era. The badge pinned to her chest was also her old badge. This uniform had been tucked away at the very bottom of her trunk, untouched for 5 years. In those 5 years, the young widow had been through a lot. Back then, the uniform had fit her perfectly, but now it hung loosely on her frame. Over her uniform, she wore a specially made police overcoat, and in her hand, she held a patrol baton. That baton had long since lost its use. She'd only dug out this set of gear from the bottom of her trunk after receiving a sudden transfer order from Shi Yuebai. She hadn't really expected much. She was just following Shi Yuebai's instructions, making sure she had all her gear ready, preparing to provide one-stop service, so to speak. Who would have thought, as soon as she arrived at the Tongzi compound via the teleportation array, the baton in her hand, which had been completely drained of power, actually started charging up again. She had no idea how that happened. Was it another one of Shi Yuebai's abilities? Hard to say. The longer she knew Yuebai, the more she felt Yuebai was capable of anything. Yuebai had used her abilities to fully recharge the baton. The young widow walked through the second wall of the Tongzi compound. Her police boots crunched on the black and yellow snow, really making her feel like she'd stepped back in time. Hearing the jeering comments from the crowd, she pressed her lips together. She raised a pale hand to adjust her police cap, the badge gleaming. Her expression was stern, brows furrowed, baton in hand, standing behind Chao Lingyun and Yang Wenyao. She asked, as a matter of routine, what happened here. When Shi Yuebai's voice came through her communicator, the young widow honestly had no idea what Yuebai wanted her to do. Yuebai had been pretty vague. She'd just told her over the comms to bring her old police gear. Yuebai had set a few rules here and needed someone tough to enforce them. Since the young widow had been a police officer, Yuebai immediately thought of her. Chao Lingyun quickly grabbed his little notebook, already filled with +2/+2 marks. He climbed up from the foundation pit and stood beside the young widow, saying, "Yuebai just announced a few rules. No swearing, no uncivilized language. But these people have been cursing nonstop. No sooner had he finished speaking than the group, who'd just quieted down, started cursing at Chaolingyun again. You got nothing better to do? Why don't you ask why today's rations still haven't been handed out? It's already this late, we've been working all morning, and you still haven't given us any food. Someone kicked a stone away in frustration. Chaolingyun immediately lowered his head and started making more notes in his little book. The young widow glanced back at the rules posted on the third wall. She gripped her baton and tapped it against her palm. Since Yuebai set these rules, they're the law here. Every one of us has to follow the law if we want this ecosystem to keep going. She'd memorized these lines long ago, only tweaking them a bit for the current situation. But her words made the group of foul-mouthed men burst out laughing. Someone pointed at her. What are you trying to pull here? Dressed up all proper, who are you trying to scare? Everyone knows the only reason you're standing here is because you're sleeping with Yang Wenyao. Most people knew the young widow worked for Ng Ruoying. Yang Wenyao was also part of Ng Ruoying's crew. They all knew that everyone here talked about some fat deadbeat named Yuebai all day long. But as for who that fatso really was, nobody knew. So they figured the young widow had cozied up to Yang Wenyao, and that's why he'd brought her onto the team under the bridge. The young widow didn't say a word. She jumped down from the ground into the ditch, raised her electric baton, and zapped the guy who'd been laughing the loudest. He was still laughing when his body suddenly convulsed violently. He collapsed at the bottom of the foundation pit, foaming at the mouth. How can you hit people? Another man shouted from behind her. The young widow spun around and struck him with the baton as well, leaving him just as defenseless. Expressionless, she addressed everyone. If you're here, you follow the rules here. I'll say it again, I'm the police here. I just enforce the rules. Whoever breaks the rules will be punished. She knew everyone here by name. All 200 laborers, she could call out each one. Chaolingyun had written every name down in his notebook. He didn't miss a single hour of extra labor anyone owed. The young widow showed everyone the densely filled notebook. How many times did you curse just now? Take a look. I'm going to settle accounts one by one. Not a single hour of extra labor will be missed. Someone jabbed a finger at her nose. You bitch. She handed the notebook back to Chaolingyun and said coolly, write it down. Then she zapped the man who'd pointed at her with the baton, sending him twitching. Either get to work or get zapped. Your choice. Let me be clear, you all know what I used to do. I'm a professional at this, and it's legal. After you get zapped and wake up, you'll still have to do your work. The rest, who hadn't been zapped, kept grumbling under their breath. Chaolingyun just kept his head down, taking notes. No one bothered to stop them from cursing or using rough language. There was no need. The worst offender already owed half a month's worth of extra labor. And that was without food or even an hour's rest. Eventually, everyone was too exhausted to keep cursing, and still, the food rations hadn't arrived. Someone finally couldn't take it anymore and pointed at Chaolingyun, Yang Wenyao, and the young widow. Do you people have no bottom line, no morals? You just want us to work, right? If we starve to death, where are you going to get your labor? If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Even if these were their own people, if they kept piling on the work, they still had to give them something to eat. The young widow turned to look at Chaolingyun. She saw that Chaolingyun was simply bowing his head, pen in hand, recording the time in his little notebook, looking for all the world like someone who was oblivious to everything around him, focused solely on his studies. So the young widow quietly asked Yang Wenyao, did Yuebai ever mention that, when increasing labor hours, we could provide them with some necessary rest and physical nourishment? Yang Wenyao shook his head. No, Yuebai never said anything like that. She just told us to strictly enforce the rules that have already been issued. The young widow then gripped her baton and said to the wailing people in front of her, you heard it yourselves, there's no rule allowing you to eat or rest. Now get back to work. Of course, you're welcome to keep cursing here. I don't care. I'll just keep watching you until you finish all your required labor hours. The cursing from those in the foundation pit quieted down considerably. But there were still some people muttering under their breath, cursing in voices so low that others could barely hear. But they underestimated Chaolingyun. After all, Chao Lingyun had been nourished for so long by Sher Yuebai's spiritual crops and red Ganoderma. His hearing was now exceptionally sharp. Even those muttered curses, he could hear them all. Chao Lingyun lowered his head and began furiously scribbling in his notebook. For some reason, whenever the more clear-headed among them saw Chao Lingyun writing like that, their scalps tingled. We're all in the same boat. Why make things so hard for each other? They really couldn't understand why Chao Lingyun was so intent on strictly following these rules. After all, these rules weren't made by any normal person. They could understand being punished for murder, arson, or stealing food. But getting punished just for cursing or using foul language, that made no sense. Yet no matter how much they objected, the young widow showed no mercy, strictly enforcing the rules posted on the wall. There was nothing anyone could do. In order not to rack up even more labor hours, they had no choice but to work hungry, hauling stones and digging dirt. In reality, during this period, everyone had been getting 3 meals and 2 snacks a day. Even though the work was hard, the regular meals had made their digestion much smoother. They were exhausted during the day, but at night, sleeping in warm tents, they had no time to overthink. They fell asleep quickly. With better sleep, they naturally felt more energetic the next day. So missing a single meal wasn't really a big deal. The young widow, baton in hand and dressed in a police uniform, Yang Wenyao and Chao Lingyun standing at the other end of the foundation, pacing along the edge. The 3 of them, 6 eyes in total, stared straight at the people in the pit, like 3 magnifying glasses, just waiting for someone among the hundreds to slip up so they could add more labor hours as punishment. The rest looked on with sympathy at those whose names Chao Ning had written down. About half an hour later, a few elderly people each pushed a cart out from behind the second wall. The carts were piled high with all kinds of packaged food, chips, biscuits, canned goods, bottled water, beautifully wrapped candies, chocolates, hash browns, and so on. Though these packaged foods were technically expired, none had gone bad. Some had even been dug up from the ground with their packaging still perfectly intact. Standing atop the foundation with her baton, the young widow called out to the laborers on break. Anyone who hasn't used foul language can come up and collect food. Eat up so you'll have the energy to keep working. Some people answered her, but their eyes darted around. They didn't rush over to the open space, nor did they crowd around the gate of the second wall, peeking inside. Nor did they curse or speak rudely. But getting them to obediently finish their food and then work hard, that was another matter. Many exchanged meaningful glances as they collected their rations. After eating their fill, most people gradually went back to work. But those who liked to slack off gathered in small groups, though they appeared to be working, tools in hand. A closer look revealed their digging was half-hearted. When moving stones, they'd only pick up the smallest ones. The big rocks? They'd just pile them up and wait for someone else to move them. And now, with the foundation extended, the wall builders were still slowly stacking the 3-meter-high wall at the back. So Chao Lingyun, Yang Wenyao, and the young widow paced back and forth along the foundation. It took a long time for the 3 of them to make a full round. These slackers had figured out the rhythm of their patrols. Whenever the 3 supervisors weren't around, they'd toss aside their tools and sit down. But as soon as Yang Wenyao and the others approached, they'd hurriedly pretend to be busy. The young widow was very experienced. Each time she passed this group, she noticed their odd expressions. To be honest, their acting was good. But because they were trying so hard to look busy, they actually stood out even more. On her 4th pass by this group, the young widow frowned, spun around, and ran up to the open space with her baton. She crossed the second wall and the ditch, and found Sher Yuebai, who was practicing breathing exercises in front of the public restroom. Is there a punishment for those who slack off and try to get away with it? Because of her professional background, the young widow felt this was extremely unfair to everyone else. After all, everyone ate the same food and did the same work. If these people slacked off and pushed their workload onto others, it was easy for them. But the others would have to pick up the slack. Back when she worked on building the city walls, the young widow had always hated this kind of thing. Now, as a supervisor, she wanted to do her part to change it. Clenching her fist, she said to Sher Webai, "Among these hundreds, there are some who truly want to turn over a new leaf and live well. I can see how hard they eat, how hard they work. Webai, the rules you set, they haven't broken a single one. There aren't many like that, but those who just take up space and do nothing, when they slack off, they're insulting those who are working hard to live a better life." Sher Webai, pen in hand, lowered her head and quickly wrote a new rule on a blank sheet of paper. No slacking off. Anyone found slacking will have their labor time extended by 1 week. Slacking off was absolutely not allowed under Sher Weibai's watch. After all, the whole point of setting up these new rules was to make these hundreds of people work longer hours. They were expected to work hard without complaint, with no breaks, constantly laboring for Sher Weibai. Both she and Sher agreed. The third wall needed to go up as quickly as possible. If anyone slacked off, the whole project would be delayed. That's why anyone caught loafing around would face the harshest punishments. The young widow eagerly accepted the handwritten paper from Sher Weibai. She glanced at Sher Weibai's handwriting. It was messy, almost like a child's scribbles. But this was the new set of rules. Beaming, the young widow slapped the new regulations onto the third wall, then turned to catch those who were slacking off. The group of slackers closest to her had no idea the young widow would show up at such an odd time. They'd somehow gotten hold of a deck of cards, and 7 or 8 of them were sitting in the foundation pit, braving the wind and snow, playing cards in a tight circle. The game was intense. Their stakes? The rations they'd secretly saved from the last food distribution. The young widow stood over the group of men, looking down at them. Beside them was a pile of food, stacked up like a small mountain. She couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Clearly, Weibai had been too generous with them. How else could they have so much food left over? Without a word, the young widow signaled to Yang Wenyao and Xiao Lingyun. The 3 of them suddenly jumped down into the pit. The young widow, wielding her electric baton, took down 2 or 3 of the men before they could react. The remaining few were quickly subdued by Xiao Lingyun and Yang Wenyao. All 8 were dragged up to the edge of the foundation, forced to squat with their hands on their heads. Once the elderly worker in charge of distributing rations arrived and swept all the gambling food into a plastic bag, the young widow climbed up and announced their punishment. An extra week of labor. And for the next 7 days, they would have to work nonstop, without food or water. One of the men couldn't help but protest. 7 days and nights without food or water, just working? If you want us dead, just say so. No need to torture us like this. How could anyone work for 7 days straight without eating, drinking, or sleeping? Even the worst slave drivers before the apocalypse weren't this cruel. Hey! Another man jumped up and pointed at the young widow. Go ask around. Have Sher Weibai go ask around too. Even the strictest scavenger teams never made people go 7 days and nights without food, water, or sleep. What's more, there'd already been someone punished with half a month of labor for swearing too much. The young widow sneered, brandishing her baton, which crackled with electricity. The man who'd been pointing at her immediately shut up, squatting down with his hands over his head. Everyone was secretly grumbling. How could there still be fully charged electric batons in the Wasteland? Watching the baton spark and sizzle, their gums itched with frustration. Honestly, getting beaten up would be less painful than this. And the young widow's baton seemed to never run out of juice. Weren't these things supposed to drain batteries fast? Didn't they need to be recharged once or twice a day? How was hers still so powerful? Everyone was disgruntled, but all they could do was squat there, hands on their heads, listening to her lecture. As evening fell, the day shift laborers finished up. Some people passed by the ditch, casting mocking glances at the punished men. Everyone knew they'd been caught slacking off and playing cards on the job. That's why they were here. The ones who hadn't slacked off had already gotten their dinners. After a hard day's work, they could take their meals back to their quarters to rest. Honestly, Yuebai's place was a good one. Not only was the food plentiful, but once you were back in your quarters, Yuebai basically didn't care what you did. Even if you wanted to play cards during your break, no one would stop you. So those who got caught slacking off and playing cards during work hours were just asking for trouble. They were lazy and always looking for ways to get out of work. Night had fully fallen, but the sound of work still echoed from the foundation. The night shift hadn't arrived yet. Currently, the only ones working in the pit were those being punished for swearing and bad behavior. Everyone was starving, but Yang Wenyao stood guard over them. The pit was getting deeper and deeper, and there were about 30 of them. If they wanted to run, they'd have to climb out of the deep pit first. By the time they got out, Yang Wenyao would have spotted them. So, for now, there was nowhere to run. Someone quietly sidled up to the laborer who'd been sentenced to half a month of work and whispered, "They really won't give you food or water. You have to work for half a month like this." The man was so exhausted his eyelids were drooping. He shook his head, gripping his hoe. As he swung it down, he nearly collapsed. So far, he'd already missed both lunch and dinner. That familiar hunger gnawed at his stomach again. At this moment, he truly regretted showing off. No one else had cursed as badly as he had. He just kept going, spouting off nonstop. All for a moment's satisfaction, and now he was the one starving. Was it really worth it? Just then, people from inside the second wall came out with a cart. The cart held a huge insulated water container. They took out disposable cups. Chao Lingyun brought the slackers over and called out to the group being punished for swearing. "Line up and get some water, then get back to work." The water had been boiled, with just a few pieces of red Ganoderma meat floating in it. Webai had said to just put a few palm-sized pieces in the water for them. Normally, she'd only use one piece to make soup for the people inside the second wall. Now, there were 4 pieces in the insulated container. The strengthening effect was many times greater than any enhancement serum. It was even more effective than the tiny nail-sized red Ganoderma that Webai sold to the mercenary corps. 1 cup, and even the most exhausted worker would feel more energized than after a shot of serum. The laborers who had already been working for a long time all showed disappointment in their eyes. They had thought that things would be different here with Shui Webai. It was true that they had been captured and brought here. But after that, life in this place had actually been pretty good. Who could have guessed that after such a short time, this team would end up just like all the others, repeating the same old patterns? Not only were they being forced to do this kind of backbreaking manual labor, but they weren't even given any food. Just water. Granted, water was valuable. And the water here at Shui Yuebai's place was especially clear and sweet. Compared to the yellow, bitter water in the big cities, it was 100 times better. Out of a kind of defiant stubbornness, the dozens of men called up to the foundation site lined up to drink water. Each of them filled several big cups and gulped them down. The old man manning the insulated water barrel didn't stop them. It was as if they could drink as much as they wanted. Some of them were holding back their frustration. Instead of going to the 3 supervisors, Chao Lingyun and the others, they asked the elderly men who had brought out the water barrels. "You live inside the second wall, so you must know more than we do. Has that Shui Webai ever said how many days she plans to starve us?" The 2 old men in charge of the water barrels shook their heads and waved their hands. Seeing that no one was drinking anymore, they quickly dragged the empty barrels back inside the second wall. They were afraid to say even a word too many. If they said something wrong and upset Webai, it wouldn't be worth it. Recently, new rules and regulations were being established in the base. According to Su Xuejiao, the confidentiality rules also needed to be improved. If they leaked any secrets from inside the base, they'd probably be kicked out of the second wall. Maybe they'd even be sent to do hard labor in the third wall. Even though they were still in decent shape now, this kind of intense labor was more than they could handle. Watching the 2 old men run off as if for their lives, the 40 remaining miserable laborers could only grit their teeth in frustration. But before long, the 40 of them started to feel hot all over. It was like they had endless energy. Just standing still made them feel restless. Someone, feeling impatient, said, "Whatever, I'm going to get to work. If you guys still have questions, stay here and ask. Once you figure it out, come tell me." He couldn't hold it in anymore and needed to let off steam. For him, working was the best way to vent. Once one person jumped down to the foundation and started furiously digging with his hoe. One after another, several others also began to feel hot all over. If they didn't move, Their hands and feet felt like they had nowhere to go. It was like they had ADHD. Many of them grew impatient waiting around for food. Maybe they'd passed the point of hunger, because now they didn't even feel hungry. They jumped down to the foundation and started working like mad to burn off all their energy. In no time, all 40-plus men had joined in. Don't ask them why. If you did, they'd just say it was because they didn't feel hungry at all. Now, every one of them felt as strong as an ox. Their strength had increased noticeably. Of course, some people felt something was off. The first to realize it smacked his lips and, while working, whispered to the others, "What do you think was in that water? Why does it feel like a stimulant or something?" Even though none of them had ever actually taken a stimulant. But they'd all heard about it. And in the Wasteland, stimulants were legendary. It was like some kind of miracle drug out here. Getting your hands on even one dose would cost a fortune. Another man paused his digging. He thought for a moment, feeling hot, and pulled off his heavy clothes, tossing them aside. Then he bent down and kept digging hard. Don't overthink it. If it really was a stimulant, there's no way we'd get any. It's probably just some kind of energy drink or something. Before the apocalypse, that stuff was pretty common. It wasn't hard to get if you had the right connections. Some athletes would secretly use it. They said some stimulants had those ingredients too. But they were tough on the body. If it really was a stimulant, something so precious, it would be saved for the mercenary corps, not given to laborers to help them work. The other men who'd been suspicious nodded. That made sense. Sure, Uebai's place was pretty good, and there was always plenty of food. But even so, sure, Uebai or the mercenary corps behind her, no matter how capable, there was no way they could get that much stimulant. Stimulants were something you couldn't even buy with points. There's no way they'd be so abundant that they'd be handed out in insulated barrels for them to drink from disposable cups. And drink as much as they wanted. Unconsciously, these laborers, now bursting with energy, worked all night long. When the second shift arrived for the night, they saw that the project had advanced a huge amount thanks to these 40 men. Everyone was shocked by how desperately these guys were working. Were they really that motivated by Uebai's new rules? Working this hard, did they not care about their lives anymore? The work these 40 men did in one night was equal to what hundreds of them could do in a day. The key thing was, when the night shift arrived, those men still hadn't stopped. If they stopped, they'd feel restless all over. After all, they were just brimming with energy. Standing on the foundation, the young widow who'd been secretly observing the whole time watched the 40 men. They'd been digging the foundation for over 10 hours straight without a single break. She nervously whispered to Chao Lingyun beside her. After all, Chao Lingyun had been with Uebai the longest and should know more than Yang Wenyao. Are they going to be okay? Will they die after finishing this round of work? Chao Lingyun shook his head. Do they look like they're about to die? The young widow took another careful look at the men digging away in the foundation. They really didn't look like they were about to die. In fact, they all seemed calm. Their expressions weren't twisted with pain. Their muscles didn't show any abnormal spasms either. Back when ordinary people had access to stimulants, the young widow had seen someone inject 2 doses at once. In the end, his heart rate shot up, his blood was pumping too fast, and he collapsed and died. The young widow couldn't help but feel curious about the water these laborers had drunk. But she didn't dare ask. She was afraid that if she violated the new confidentiality rules, she'd be sent down to the foundation to do hard labor herself. At first, the young widow thought these people were just being pushed to work at this intensity for dozens of hours straight. She figured that once the effects of the enhancers in their bodies wore off, they wouldn't be able to keep working so desperately hard. But by noon the next day, the young widow looked at those 40-some laborers, still energetic, full of vigor, as if they had endless strength. She started to feel uneasy. Did these laborers really not need to eat or sleep? They looked radiant, showing no signs of fatigue, still tirelessly digging away at the foundation. The young widow was genuinely worried. But as it turned out, all her worries were unnecessary. Thanks to the hard work of these 40-some laborers, the foundation project advanced by dozens of meters in just a few days. Many people whispered in private, saying these laborers were probably going to drop dead. They were going to die. But even when the laborer who had received the lightest punishment finally finished his shift, he simply returned to the line to collect his rationed food as usual. Everyone watched him closely, half expecting him to collapse and die on the spot at any moment. But that laborer, still brimming with strength, calmly stood in line and took his share of food with a steady demeanor. He even glanced down to see what he was eating that day. He found a clear spot, sat down, and quietly ate half of his food. Someone tentatively asked him, "Why aren't you eating the other half?" The laborer, just released from his punishment, shook his head. Not that hungry yet. In fact, he felt fantastic. He felt like he could punch a tiger to death with one blow. If Sir Yuebai wanted to punish him with another week of hard labor, he could handle it. So he decided to save the other half of his food for later, in case he needed it when supplies ran low. People on the Wasteland have a certain obsession with stockpiling. The person who spoke to him was nervous, afraid that if the laborer got irritable, he'd get beaten to a pulp. After all, people who took enhancers often experienced discomfort, which could easily trigger violent outbursts. But this man, who had just finished a week of intense labor, calmly packed up the rest of his food and went back to his tent to rest. His punishment was over. From now on, he could work regular shifts with the other laborers. As more and more people finished their punishments, the young widow and the onlookers finally realized the water Sir Yuebai gave them to drink wasn't just more effective than the enhancers, it lasted much longer too. Enhancers could never last this long. The young widow couldn't help but ask Yang Wenyao, "How do you think we could get a chance to drink Yuebai's water?" She was thinking a bit too much, really. She'd survived the apocalypse and knew that the only reason they could live safely outside the big city was because mercenaries were carrying the burden for them. The wasteland was full of dangers. Back then, the 3 men of the Sher family had all died or disappeared after a mutant beast horde attack. When Shuri returned, both his legs had been amputated above the knee. So danger was always present. The young widow had to be ready to pick up a weapon and fight at any time. Yang Wenyao glanced at her, understanding what she meant. So he didn't question her motives. Ever since the young widow moved inside the second wall of the base, she'd been training with the kids every day. Her own children were among them, but she trained harder than anyone. She was always preparing, everyone knew it. "Looks like you don't know yet," Yang Wenyao said to her. "Actually, the soup we drink every day is made with chiji meat. Every big pot had a bit of chiji meat added daily. But a palm-sized piece of chiji meat would be cut into a dozen pieces and put into 10 big pots of soup for everyone to drink. So the effect wasn't as strong." The young widow was confused. She let out an "ah." "What's chiji meat?" She knew that outside the second wall, under the public toilet, there was a large plot of land. It had already been covered with soil and seeded. She and her children lived nearby. She'd set up a 2-bedroom tent there, well-equipped. Right outside her door was a layer of fine soil. That morning, as she was putting on her shoes, she noticed some roots poking through the soil, with a few green sprouts. She had no idea what kind of plant it was. As for this chiji meat, she'd never seen it. Yang Wenyao patted her on the shoulder. "If you want to keep earning Yuebai's trust, only by showing your true loyalty will you see just how incredible she really is." Yes, the longer Yang Wenyao knew Yuebai, the more he felt she was extraordinary. She could do anything, except cook. That, he admitted. The young widow nodded, stretched her arms, and suddenly realized. She didn't know when it had started, but her stamina had gotten much better. Now, if she had to run 10 laps around the base, she'd have no problem at all. But she hadn't felt this strength arrive suddenly. It had crept up on her, quietly changing her body. She thought of her son and daughter, who drank that soup every day. No wonder they'd become so much more responsive lately. And before, her children used to get sick all the time. Whenever they fell ill, she'd have to search desperately for expired medicine from before the apocalypse. Those old medicines still had some effect on survivors. But the effect was getting weaker and weaker. Especially with radiation, medicine couldn't solve that at all. But ever since she'd brought her children to live in the base, they hadn't gotten sick again. Her heart pounded. She was more convinced than ever she'd made the right decision. Just then, Su Xuejiao came over with a roll of paper under her arm. She waved at the young widow. New rules and regulations. Come take a look. This time, it's a welfare policy. If anyone is willing to work overtime, they can exchange their extra hours for fixed amounts of food and enhanced water. Su Xuejiao's words were like a shot of adrenaline for the young widow. Several other laborers nearby, who had the same idea as the widow, couldn't help but secretly rejoice in their hearts. Although those laborers who had been forced to work for days on end without sleep or food were being punished, it also let everyone witness the miraculous effects of the enhancement water. The key point was, with Shiyue, this enhancement water could be earned simply by working longer hours, no need for connections, no need to spend a huge amount of points. Several laborers, including the young widow, were quietly calculating how much rest time they'd have left after their shifts. According to the notice Su Xuejiao had posted, everyone was required to work 8 hours a day. That was the base requirement. But if you voluntarily worked an extra hour, you'd earn a little red flag. Collect 10 little red flags, and you could exchange them for a chance to drink the enhancement water. The enhancement water came in 50 milliliters vials, a much larger amount than the enhancement serum. Was a single dose of enhancement serum even 5 milliliters? Most importantly, as long as you worked enough hours, there was no limit to how many bottles of enhancement water you could exchange for. The group huddled together, whispering excitedly. They felt like they'd stumbled onto an incredible bargain. In the big city's management system, enhancement serum was priced strictly by the dose. Because enhancement serum was so precious in the eyes of survivors, Shiyuebai's enhancement water seemed dirt cheap by comparison. I heard that the farm doctor back at the base was a top student at the medical school before the apocalypse, someone speculated, trying to make sense of it all. Maybe that doctor figured out some alternative substance to replace the enhancement serum. The young widow, listening nearby, was clearly dissatisfied. She scoffed. Who says our enhancement water is just a substitute for the serum? I think our enhancement water is way more effective than that serum. And it doesn't have any of those side effects that mess with your emotions. The young widow's heart was now completely loyal to Shiyue. Any criticism of the base was like stepping on her tail. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's true. I think our enhancement water is way better than the serum the city management came up with. Those city managers treat the serum like it's some kind of treasure. Getting your hands on it costs a fortune. We don't even care about it anymore. Everyone started talking at once. Originally, most people had planned to clock out, pick up their rations, and head back to their tents to rest. But now, one after another, they picked up their digging tools and jumped back into the foundation pit. They were in good shape now. If they worked hard for 10 hours tonight, they could exchange for enhancement water the next morning. According to news from the rest tents, the first person who drank the enhancement water after work was already snoring away in their tent. This showed that, even though a bottle of enhancement water was 50 milliliters, 10 times the dose of the serum, it didn't affect survivors' sleep like the serum did. When survivors who'd taken the enhancement water wanted to sleep, their sleep quality was better than anyone else's. So the laborers threw themselves into their work without a care. Su Xuejiao watched everyone jumping back into the foundation pit with a beaming smile. Even the young widow was itching to join in, thinking maybe she'd dig for a few hours after her shift to earn a few little red flags. Su Xuejiao stopped her. Webai said, as long as you keep an eye on the laborers and make sure they follow the rules, you'll get a bottle of enhancement water every day. If you catch more laborers breaking the rules, there'll be extra enhancement water as a reward. For the 3 supervisors, the young widow, Yang Wenyao, and Chao Lingyun, Su Xuejiao had set up a separate reward system. She copied the old pre-apocalypse model, base salary plus commission. Catch 10 laborers breaking the rules, and you'd get a performance bonus. The young widow's eyes lit up at this, feeling like life suddenly had hope again. She patted her chest and said to Su Xuejiao, "Leave it to me. I'm a pro at this." Back when she first became a police officer, the young widow used to catch pickpockets at train stations, airports, and busy pedestrian streets, places packed with people. So she'd trained her eyes to be sharp and quick. She turned around and made a circuit of the construction site, catching over a dozen people slacking off, swearing, or acting uncivilized. Su Xuejiao, meanwhile, went back to meet with Shi Yuebai and Shi Yi to discuss new rules. In addition to the previous rules, no stealing, no slacking, no swearing, no uncivilized behavior, there were a few new ones rolled out alongside the new benefits. No leaving early or arriving late. And early departure or tardiness would be counted by the minute. For every minute, you'd have to work an extra hour. To enforce this, a facial recognition time clock was installed on the only path out of the worksite. A product of Guai Guai, guaranteed quality. The time clock could accurately scan faces and even display people's names. After every shift, everyone would head to the open area to collect dinner. No one would skip a meal in the Wasteland. So, as soon as the new rule was announced, that very day, the young widow, Yang Wenyao and Chao Lingyun caught over 150 people leaving early. Each had left about 25 to 45 minutes early. Some even left a full hour early. Chao Lingyun looked at the names and early departure times on the time clock, wrote them all down in his notebook, then printed the list and the extra work hours on A4 paper. He posted it inside the third wall. The laborers gathered in small groups on the open ground, eating dinner. When they saw the list of names, someone asked a friend in surprise, "With such good working conditions, you guys still left early? You're being punished now. Even if you work 10 hours, you won't get any red flags." Those whose names were on the list looked constipated. Someone muttered, "How was I supposed to know that counted as leaving early? I saw others leaving, so I left too." I mean, the work was all done anyway. Some people were quick workers and finished their assigned tasks early every day. So they'd clock out early and wait at the food distribution area, basically finishing work ahead of time and resting. Someone complained, "It's always been like this. How did it suddenly become a crime?" They really couldn't understand it. And now there were police catching them for leaving early. All 150-plus people squatted on the ground, hands on their heads, feeling miserable but not daring to curse out loud. They were afraid that even one swear word would mean another hour of work. Although as a punishment, the extended work hours would still come with a bottle of the minimum guaranteed strengthening water. Once you entered those punitive hours, your 3 daily meals and 2 points would be deducted. In other words, if you earned little red flags through voluntary extra labor, not only could you still enjoy your 3 meals and 2 points a day, you could also freely choose when to work and when to rest, heading to the rest tent area to play cards with the other laborers, or find some other way to pass the time. What's more, after drinking the strengthening water, the laborers would naturally feel full. They didn't need to eat much actual food at each meal. In fact, they could save more than half of each meal as their own stash. After 5 hard years surviving in the Wasteland, it was only here with Shi Yuebai that these laborers finally had a bit of their own reserves. So their attachment to stockpiling was still very strong. No one wanted to be put on punitive labor. The construction site kept clanging deep into the night. Over 200 people worked nonstop, without sleep. The foundation kept extending forward, quickly stretching from the front of the lair all the way to the back. The towering walls were being built just as fast. To prevent anyone from seeing that a lush vegetable patch had already grown on the empty ground beside the lair, Shi Yuebai kept drawing protective arrays as long as she could bear it. The larger the protective array, the more spiritual energy it consumed. In fact, the spiritual energy needed for such a large array was almost the same as the overlapping array in the Tong character frame. Not dainty at all. Every day, Shi Yuebai poured a lot of spiritual energy into the spirit-gathering array. Now, the clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and it had been days since anyone had seen the sun. The ongoing cold snap had covered the entire wasteland in a thick layer of blackish-yellow snow. Visibility in the wasteland was low. There wasn't as much radiation as before. Shi Yuebai's daily weight gain had slowed, and the rate was dropping. Plus, she was spending more and more spiritual energy each day. Her weight was now 618 jin, 309 kilograms. The slowing pace of weight gain was starting to worry her. The arrays she needed to maintain were getting bigger and bigger if one day her weight stopped increasing. All the arrays powered by her spiritual energy would stop working. Yuebai paused in the middle of drawing a protective array. She looked up at the gray-black sky. Blackish-yellow snowflakes drifted down onto her, but her soul power bounced them away. She didn't have to be especially cautious or do anything extra. After so much body training, her soul power had grown stronger and stronger. It could now form an invisible shield around her, so the filthy snow couldn't get close. Yuebai lowered her head and continued drawing the protective array. The expanded array stretched from the gate of the second wall all the way to the back of the lair. She made sure to include the entire vegetable patch within the protective array. Big sister. Xiangrui came over, clutching something in her dirty little hands, wobbling as she walked. No one knew exactly when Xiangrui had suddenly learned to walk. No one really had time to look after Xiangrui or the other kids. Every day, Xiangrui just crawled after Yuebai. After enough crawling, she managed to stand up and toddle along on her little feet. Yuebai didn't pay her much attention, just handed her a corner of her clothes. Xiangrui's chubby little hand grabbed her sister's clothes tightly. She tried hard to lift her other little fist, tiptoeing and looking up at Yuebai. Sis, here. Because she was straining to look up, the chubby Xiangrui lost her balance and started to fall backward. Only then did Yuebai turn around. She tugged on the corner of her clothes, pulling the falling Xiangrui back upright. Yuebai looked at what Xiangrui was holding, a few grains of rice. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked the little one, "Where did you get those?" "Get those." Xiangrui didn't have much vocabulary. Most of the time, she just repeated what Yuebai said. Yuebai could only point at the dirt under their feet. "Since you found those seeds, you plant them yourself." "Plant." Xiangrui looked down at the mud under her little feet. She tossed the grains of rice into the soil. Then she lifted her little foot and stomped them into the dirt. "Done." Xiangrui's big eyes sparkled. She looked up at her sister and grinned. Yuebai ignored her, just kept drawing the protective array. Xiangrui held onto her sister's clothes, following her step by step as she worked her way out. Muttering to herself, no one knew what she was saying. When Yuebai finished drawing the array from the edge of the vegetable patch to the big tent that served as a classroom, she grabbed Xiangrui by the back of her collar and tossed her into class. Because the kids were all at different levels, many of them couldn't understand a word Chengyu was saying. Yes, even the most basic history was beyond them. After several times of getting so angry her head hurt, Chengyu finally recruited a retired university Chinese professor from among the elders. She added a language class for the kids. Starting with the simplest words, heaven, earth, people, you, me, him. Sometimes, when Yuebai passed by, she'd stop outside the classroom to listen for a bit. There were no such classrooms among the Wu tribe. Because it was so hard for the Wu to have children, every child was raised and taught by their own parents. They never gathered all the kids together to sit in class, reading from printed textbooks, mouths wide open, going AAA. Yuebai found it quite interesting. After tossing Xiangrui back into the classroom, she went back to drawing protective arrays. After making a round, when Yuebai returned to the front of the lair, Shuri had come out of the Tong character frame and was outside the second wall, adjusting a pile of laser guns. "Yuebai, there's only one kind of laser weapon in this big city. I had Uncle Monster modify a few types. Come take a look." Shuri waved her over. When his little sister walked up, Shuri was stunned. She looked like she'd just walked out of a pile of ice shards. Sweat had frozen into frost on her face. Shuri looked at her with a complicated expression as she plopped down on a stone stool beside him. The stool had been specially made for people to rest on. She casually picked up a laser weapon shaped like a mortar. "This one." Shuri nodded slowly, watching his sister's exhausted face. The range of the laser mortar, after Uncle Monster's modifications, is much farther than the original laser guns. He paused for a moment. He saw his sister, leaning on the mortar, fall asleep with her eyes closed. Shuri looked at his sister's face. He could barely remember what his sister was like before the apocalypse. That disaster years ago had reduced everything the Schur family owned to ruins. Then the internet collapsed. No one in the Schur family had the time or the means to go online anymore. All those family photos that had once been stored online now, not a single one could be found. For the past 5 years, Schur had lived in constant anxiety, always in a rush, always thinking about how to push his sister to grow up faster. How to hold up the entire Schur family. He'd forgotten that his sister had only just turned 20 this month. Before the Wasteland, 20 was still an age of innocence, a young girl, naive and carefree, unaware of the dangers of the world. But at 20, his sister had to shoulder the lives of so many and support several whole families. To be honest, sometimes Schur felt a deep ache in his heart. He remembered that when he left, his sister was even chubbier than she was now. She couldn't even stand up. But now, not only could she stand, she seemed much thinner than a year ago. She must have been under tremendous pressure to lose over 100 pounds in just 1 year. Schur sighed and gently draped the blanket from his own lap over his sister's back. He moved carefully, afraid to wake his sister, who was already exhausted. As the eldest brother, if there had been any other way, Schur would never have wanted his sister to suffer like this. In truth, Schur had always felt guilty towards his sister. The snow was falling heavier now. The place where Schur and Schur were sitting didn't have one of Schur protective barriers. So the snow landed on both of them. Schur didn't notice that some of the snowflakes bounced right off his sister. He simply took an umbrella from the back of his wheelchair and quietly held it over her head. For a moment, everything was silent and still. Visibility was low, and the air was freezing. Schur said nothing, just waited for his sister to wake up. In fact, Schur hadn't slept for long. She was simply too tired, so she dozed off for a bit. She woke up as soon as Schur put the blanket over her. At first, she just thought Schur was fussing over her for no reason. Schur wasn't afraid of the cold. In this kind of weather, if she didn't care about standing out, she wouldn't even bother wearing such a thick coat. Extreme weather like this might be hard for most Wasteland survivors. But Schur had long since gotten used to the harsh climates of the Wu tribe. So she didn't open her eyes. She was a little curious what Schur was planning to do. Until he held an umbrella over her. He just stayed quietly by her side, waiting for her to wake up. Only then did Schur feel something a little different inside. Maybe this was what family felt like. Schur was so much weaker than Schur now. He knew that, with his current abilities, he was in no position to take care of her. He was the one who needed her care. But just like their mother, he wanted to do what little he could for Schur. Slowly, Schur opened her eyes. When she looked at Schur, he was already wearing a stern expression, speaking to her seriously. These next couple of days, I'll have Uncle Guai make a few more laser mortars and install them on the 3rd wall. We're running out of time. As soon as the weather clears and visibility improves, there's no way we can hide a place this big. The only reason no one had come looking for them yet was because it was too cold. No one wanted to be outside. Even the administrators of the management systems were too lazy to leave the big city. Everyone was just getting by day. No one knew when this low visibility weather would clear up. Maybe the next moment, maybe tomorrow. As soon as visibility improved, everyone would see that, not far from the big city, a massive wall had appeared. Schur just replied, and then, without any objections to her brother's plan, she stood up and said calmly, I'll leave this to you then. I'm going to get back to what I need to do. Schur didn't know much about firearms in the Wasteland. She only defended herself in her own way. Watching her turn to leave, Schur's lips moved. Schur stopped and looked back at him, her clear eyes full of confusion. She didn't know why Schur was calling her. Schur hesitated for a long time before finally steeling himself. It's nothing. Go on. Watching his sister still unable to fully support her own weight, still walking so awkwardly, Schur's heart ached with countless pinpricks. Just a moment ago, he'd wanted to say to her, it's okay. Take a break. Maybe the weather wouldn't clear up so soon. Even if they were discovered and someone wanted to take what they'd built, It wouldn't happen in just a day or two. He could buy himself a few more days to prepare. But when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them. He was always the kind of person who prepared for every possibility. If he finished all the preparations, all the defenses and weapons, even a minute earlier, that was one more minute of safety for everyone. You never know what might happen. What if, when the enemy came, they were just half a day short? Shiyi's heart ached for his sister's hardship. But for now, he could only grit his teeth and say nothing. When Shiyi shot him a strange look and turned to leave, Shiyi finally took a deep breath. With a hint of self-loathing, he pounded his crippled leg a few times. It was all his fault for being so useless. He couldn't support the Shi family, couldn't hold up their stronghold. So his sister had to work so hard. The clearer his mind became, the more useless he felt. The more he hated that, because of his own weakness, there was so little he could do. Why couldn't he be a little stronger? Why couldn't he try a little harder? As Shiyi walked away, paper airplanes fluttered around her. She had actually seen Shiyi left behind, hurting himself in frustration. But she didn't look back. Ever since Shiyi had regained his senses and come out of his shell, he'd always tried to act strong. He didn't want Shiyi to see him upset about his own uselessness. And Shiyi wouldn't turn back to comfort him over something like this. Sometimes, fate is just strange like that. Even though Shiyi's soul had come from another world, deep down, she and Shiyi shared the same stubborn strength. In order to make the most of her time, Shiyi only took a short nap of 12 minutes before getting right back to drawing protective arrays without a moment's rest. If the protective array was to be expanded, then the corresponding spirit-gathering array would also need to be enlarged. After all, the bigger the spirit-gathering array, the larger the container for storing spiritual energy. If you keep pouring spiritual energy into a spirit-gathering array the size of a single character frame, the end result would be that the spiritual energy inside would become more and more compressed. Eventually, the whole character frame would become damp and soggy. It might even get flooded by spiritual dew. As Shiyi was able to convert more and more fat into energy each day, this scenario was not impossible. So, to keep things dry and to prevent the character frame from being flooded with spiritual dew, it was necessary to expand the spirit-gathering array. At her current pace, Shiyi had already drawn a much larger container for storing spiritual energy. This meant she could fill the array with spiritual energy even more recklessly. As a result, she was losing weight rapidly. She was now down to 610 gene. Fortunately, thanks to her efforts, she managed to finish before the laborers dug the foundation all the way to the vegetable patch. She also managed to draw the protective and fog arrays there in time. What's that dark and gray stuff up ahead? One of the laborers was the first to reach the area above the foundation, craning his neck to look at the open ground ahead. From what they knew, this patch of leveled ground should be quite large. After all, they were the ones who had cleared this ring-shaped flat area. They knew that the largest part of the flat area should be right here. Another laborer, unfazed, pointed behind him and said, "The sun doesn't come out anymore. These days you can't even tell day from night and visibility is low everywhere. What's so strange about that?" After he said this, the rest of the laborers didn't find it odd anymore. There was still a long way to go before the third wall was finished, so they went back to digging the foundation, heads down and working hard. By this point, they were well past the riverbed. So, there was more and more rubble and trash. The laborers even organized a special cleanup team to sort and clear the debris ahead. Any stones found in the ruins were piled up outside the third wall, on top of the riverbed. A wide riverbed was now split in two, bypassing Shiyi's base before merging again downstream. Although there was no water now, this was how Shiyi had designed it, and Shiyi had checked and found no problems. What if this endless snowstorm finally stopped? With snow piling up everywhere for so long, there was already a thick layer of accumulation. If the snow stopped, wouldn't there be water in the riverbed? So, the rubble was used to separate the riverbed. If anyone found books in the ruins, they were to be sorted and sent to the gate of the second wall. There, an old man would be stationed to collect books. For every book collected, The laborers would get a small red flag as a reward. 10 red flags could be exchanged for a bottle of enhancement water. Of course, other supplies found in the ruins could also be exchanged. But Shuyuebai already had a supply depot the size of 3 soccer fields. Every tarp they could find had been used to cover these supplies. Without a doubt, the amount of supplies Shuyuebai now possessed far exceeded that of the city's management. The supplies were even piled up above the underground shopping street. So, the supplies found by the laborers in the ruins weren't worth much. A thin book could be exchanged for a red flag, but it took 10 gen of supplies to get 1 red flag. Everyone knew that books were more valuable than supplies. So, in order to get red flags, everyone kept their eyes peeled, desperately searching for books in the ruins. Shuyuebai accepted all kinds of books, from racy novels to scientific and agricultural textbooks. As long as you brought a book to exchange, you'd get a red flag. With this incentive, even the children and mercenaries understood the importance of books. Although the mercenaries owed Shuyuebai a lot of points, when Huichangue asked her, she was still willing to exchange a bottle of enhancement water for every 10 books the mercenaries found. This had nothing to do with points. And books couldn't be used to offset points owed. The mercenaries were all fired up. As soon as this policy was implemented, they cleared out an entire library for Shuyuebai. Looking at the pile of books in the character frame, stacked half as tall as a person, Shuyuebai didn't even have a place to stand. Luckily, she hadn't let the character frame get wet, or all these books the mercenaries had transported over would have been soaked. In this kind of weather, drying out books would be a real hassle. How come there are so many? Shuyuebai frowned, asking Ija and Huichangue, who had just been teleported over and were now sitting right on top of the book pile. There weren't many books left in the Wasteland. Anything that could be burned had been used for warmth during the apocalypse. Even now, many survivors would burn any books they found to keep warm. So when Huichangue asked her, Shuyuebai hadn't expected Ija and the others to find so many books. She thought there'd be at most a few dozen, maybe 100. Ija's handsome face was full of helplessness as he said, "We found a bookstore half buried in the ruins." Before the apocalypse, this kind of bookstore probably had a literary vibe. So it was located in a bustling area, right in the city's commercial and financial center. When disaster struck, everyone in that area turned into zombies. Survivors couldn't get into such a zombie-infested zone. So, none of the supplies in that area were ever used up. That's why the books in that bookstore were preserved perfectly until now. Shuyuebai frowned at the pile of books in front of her, stacked half as tall as a person. There were so many that some had even been pushed into the ditches. Looks like we'll have to build a library. Shuyuebai mused. Beside her, Peng Zhonggong, Commander Qiao, Su Xuejiao, and the others didn't look surprised at all. They more or less understood what Webai was thinking. The supply depot was already full. And these books were meant to be read anyway. The more people read, the better for everyone. Sure, Webai herself would sometimes flip through a book. So, it made sense to set up a dedicated library to store all the collected books. It was only natural for Shuyuebai. Webai, we also found this in the bookstore. Ija took out a black waterproof bag from behind him. Inside were a dozen or so USB drives. Ija explained, these are all ebooks. There should be quite a lot. They're all yours. Shuyuebai was still frowning, not having said anything yet. Ija quickly added, these don't count for the exchange. If 10 ebooks could be exchanged for 1 bottle of enhancement water, it would be way too much work for Webai. She'd have to give out a huge amount of enhancement water. And making enhancement water wasn't easy for her either. These ebooks stored on USB drives don't require internet access. All you need is a pre-apocalypse computer to open and read them. Shuyuebai frowned as she looked at the USB drive in Fatty's hand and asked Guai Guai, "You have a computer?" Guai Guai nodded. He did have computers. In fact, he had quite a few. But they couldn't connect to the pre-apocalypse internet. The computers he had could only access the kind of network hacked together from the management system. Otherwise, how could Guai Guai have used his homemade communicator to connect to the city's comms network? Connecting to the current network in the city was a piece of cake for Guai Guai. It was no trouble at all. Bai didn't need to access the old internet anyway. She just said, "The library is short on books, so let's print all these out." As soon as he heard this, Guai jumped up, shouting in a hoarse, incredulous voice, "There are over 100,000 books on these USB drives. You buy, am I crazy or?" Seeing Bai's impatient glare, Guai immediately said, Okay, I'm crazy." Once Bai set her mind to something, not even 1,000 horses could drag her back. But over 100,000 books. Even the largest pre-apocalypse libraries didn't have that many volumes. Guai thought this was getting a bit out of hand. If they really printed 100,000 books, how many printers would that take? And how much paper? Even if he could repair the printers, printing that many books would burn through so many spare parts. This was the Wasteland. Those parts couldn't be mass-produced anymore. If any part ran out, it might never be found again. Even if you turned over every stone and wore your fingers raw searching, you still might not find a single matching replacement part. Guai would have to grind and make new ones himself. It was a huge hassle and a waste of time. Right now, Guai's top priority was to scavenge for parts. People's lifespans in the Wasteland were much shorter than before. Guai didn't know how much longer he'd live. But he didn't dare say any of this out loud. With his temperament, Guai was also afraid of Bai's temper. As soon as Bai turned and left, everyone immediately started discussing. Given the situation, not only did they need a team to repair the library, they also needed a team to print books. We also have to consider wear and tear on the books. After all, they're made of paper, pages will get damaged. Su Xuejiao said, pen in hand, jotting down all the problems they were facing. There weren't many people working on the third wall to begin with, and now they had to build a library and print books too. But in reality, out of the few hundred people on the worksite, more than half had already been mobilized by various means. They were already working overtime, day and night, without rest. If they added even more work, they couldn't split themselves into more people. Yang Wenyao hesitated and said, "How about we bring over Scarface's remaining 200 people?" Everyone discussed it and thought it was a good idea. Actually, Scarface's 400 team members were all strong and capable, perfect for hard labor. It would be a waste not to put those bodies to work. Su Xuejiao went to ask Bai for instructions. Bai nodded. They can't enter the third wall. Round them all up to help build the third wall. And get another 200 people to help print the ebooks. We'll finish in no time. Hearing this, Su Xuejiao opened her mouth, speechless. She was dead set on building a supersized library. Luckily, during this period, they'd collected enough printers, over 200 in fact. And they had dozens of tons of A4 paper, all packed in waterproof cargo containers. All of it was stored in the supply yard behind the public toilets. If they could use up those dozens of tons of paper, they'd actually free up some space in the supply yard. Before Su Xuejiao could respond, Bai turned and called over Ing Ruoying. She asked Ing Ruoying about the remaining 200 or so people from Scarface's group. What were they up to now? Ing Ruoying knew the city inside out. She was the big boss here now. They're not doing anything at the moment. With the weather like this, everything's buried in snow. All the scavenging teams in the city have stopped going out. Some of Scarface's old crew are decent folks. They have families. Lately, they've been thinking of forming a small team to go scavenging outside the city. With their current stockpiles, if they don't go scavenging soon, they won't last much longer. Bai thought for a moment. Then bring over the whole families of those people. There must be some people out there who can't survive in the city and are still forced to go scavenging in this weather. Send a few people to guard the city gates and round them all up. Have Yang Wenyao lead the way and go door to door to Scarface's team members. Bai called Yang Wenyao over and gave him a thick stack of teleportation talismans. These were single-use talismans she'd cut from white paper and drawn with a black marker. They didn't cost Bai much soul power, she could make hundreds at a time. But they were single-use. Once used, they were gone. Yang Wenyao and the young widow each took 100 talismans and teleported into the city. They knocked on the first door. As soon as the door opened, the young widow slapped a talisman on the person's forehead. The person inside vanished on the spot, teleported into the holding cell. The women and children inside started screaming. The young widow and Yang Wenyao worked together, and in just a few minutes, all the screaming women and children had talismans slapped on them and were sent back to base. Over there, Peng Zhonggong was already waiting with his team. As soon as someone teleported in, they rushed over and tied them up. Before the newcomers could even get their bearings, Peng Zhonggong's team dragged them off to the third wall construction site. Children were sent to the bathhouse for a good wash, dressed in thick winter clothes, and then sent to school. Every now and then, the base echoed with wails and howls. Yubai had the young widow pick out a team early on, giving each member a bottle of strengthening water per day and 3 meals plus 2 snacks as pay. They were put in charge of managing the worksite. People in the Wasteland came from all walks of life, and this team was handpicked by the young widow. She knew everyone in Scarface's crew, who were the good ones, and who, like Yang Wenyao, were just numb to reality because they felt powerless. Who exactly are you people? Do you have any sense of decency left? The people who had been teleported into the same holding area looked utterly panicked. Some still had white slips of paper stuck to their faces. When they turned around, they saw their wives, children, and parents had also been inexplicably dragged to this place. They shouted helplessly at the people around them. But what good did yelling do? Once you were in here, there was no way out. The area within the third wall was enormous. Not only did it include the space of the first 2 walls, but it also encompassed the public toilets behind the holding area, a supply depot the size of 3 football fields, a commercial street, and even an underground mall. It was more than enough to house the several hundred laborers that Yubai had captured. Those who hadn't yet been dragged away clung tightly to their families. The women and children were all terrified, on the verge of panic. Their first instinct was to think they'd been captured by a cannibal gang. That damned widow and Yang Wenyao, they disappeared for so long, we all thought they were dead. Who would have thought they'd actually join the cannibals? What is this place anyway? To be fair though, the cannibal gang's living conditions were actually pretty decent. No one expected that, in this extreme weather, when the city had been without electricity for years, the cannibal gang's base would still have power, even though they couldn't see what lay beyond the walls. And the sky was a constant, oppressive gray. It was rare, in this hopeless wasteland, to find a patch of ground without snow as soon as you stepped outside. The temperature here even seemed warmer than at home. But that wasn't the point. The point was, they'd been caught by the cannibal gang. They were about to become food for them. Why was their fate so miserable? In such freezing weather, they could barely find food as it was. Their household supplies were almost gone. Now, their whole family was going to become someone else's meal. Why did such tragic fate have to befall survivors like them again and again? Just surviving the apocalypse was already hard enough. They'd managed to hang on for years in the wasteland. Every day was a struggle, a constant, desperate struggle. Chaolingyun didn't care how much these people cursed or what they thought. He let the holding area descend into wailing and chaos, a scene of human misery. With a few people he'd picked from the construction site, Chaolingyun rushed in and started dragging people out one by one. Women and children reached out, crying and screaming, while the men tried to rush forward to hold their families. But they were held down as well. Men, women, and children were separated and taken in 3 different directions. Despair washed over them. They felt certain they'd never see each other again. Many cursed Chaolingyun. Yang Wenyao and the widow were working so fast that, before Chaolingyun's group had finished dragging people out, more were being teleported in. Chaolingyun didn't say a word in the face of all the abuse. If he tried to explain to everyone, one by one, that they'd been brought here to work, he'd probably talk himself hoarse and still not get the message across. Yubai stood at the edge of the field, looking at the rice grains Xiangrui had tossed into the soil last time. It had only been a few days, but the rice seeds had already sprouted into green shoots. A few screaming children were slung over the laborers' shoulders as they walked by. Yue straightened up, leaning on her staff, and looked up at the gray-black sky. Visibility was even worse than a few days ago. They'd worried before that the Wasteland weather was unpredictable, and visibility might improve at any moment. So everyone in Yue's base had been racing against time. But the sky only grew darker, and the cold wind howled. The temperature, which had only been -5°C, was driven down even further by the biting wind. And yet, in such harsh conditions, the rice seedlings had still managed to sprout. Even Yue had to admire their tenacity. They ignored all external conditions, clinging to Yue's spiritual energy and absorbing it for all they were worth. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Yue and the others could eat rice again. The laborers stopped when they saw Yue. Carrying the freshly washed children, they greeted her respectfully. These laborers, now called the base's administrators, helped the widow, Yang Wenyao and Chao Lingyun manage all the people captured by the base. They were clear-headed enough to know what choices were in their best interest. And, by nature, they weren't bad people. So after being chosen as administrators, they got access to some of the base's higher-level information. They knew that everyone inside the second wall respected Yue. Yue nodded slightly at them, her gaze falling on the struggling children on their shoulders. These kids had already been scrubbed down in the bathhouse. Their tangled, matted hair had been shaved off, boys and girls alike. All the bathhouse helpers were elderly people now, and with so many children captured at once, they simply couldn't keep up. There was no time to hold the kids down and painstakingly untangle years' worth of unwashed hair. So the old folks just shaved it all off. Luckily, once the kids were bald, the ringworm patches on their scalps were revealed. Survivors lived in such harsh conditions that everyone had some basic health issues, especially on the scalp. Scalp fungus was all too common. After shaving the kids' heads, the old folks even fetched Yue's spiritual dew and dabbed it on their scalps. Who knew if it would help, but at least it was something. Each child was also given clean, warm clothes. Once the kids were sent to the classroom, Yaoyao, Dejiao, Xiaojiao, and Pang Ziyuan would keep them under control, give them something to eat, and start teaching them. Yue waved for the administrators to take the struggling children away. Then she bent down again, expanding the range of the spirit-gathering array. Seeing the rice seedlings, Yue decided to hold on a little longer. She stretched the array even wider. At the very least, she wanted to cover the entire rice field. That way, the rice would grow faster under the spirit-gathering array. Of course, this would cost Yue even more of her fat reserves. Besides her daily energy expenditure, Yue now had to set aside extra energy just to keep her body going after so long without rest. Yue burns about 5 Jin of fat energy every day. Only by doing so can she keep her body spinning like a top, constantly in motion. Otherwise, she would have collapsed long ago. For the past month or two, Yue has barely slept. Of course, she could drink the fortified water made with red Ganoderma. But by burning her own fat for energy, she can actually lose some weight. Besides, with her body type, if she drank the fortified water, who knows how much weight she'd balloon up. So Yue would rather burn a bit more fat and avoid the hassle of gaining weight. After all, it took her so much effort to lose over 100 Jin of fat. If she gained it all back just by drinking a little fortified water, her mother would probably have to scramble to make her new clothes all over again. Right now, Yue still weighs 606 Jin. She plans to finish drawing this last spirit-gathering array in her hand, and then finally get some rest. From a multi-person tent in the distance came the sound of children reading aloud, mixed with a few kids shouting and yelling. One was calling for their mom and dad, another for their grandparents. Yue leaned on her long staff, shook her head, and turned to walk back toward their base. Chengyu, at her age, simply couldn't handle all these crying, whimpering kids. And most of these children weren't very bright. Out of the 20 kids they'd brought in, if even 1 or 2 had normal intelligence, it was a pleasant surprise. The other 99% had various intellectual disabilities. It's only when you compare that you realize Those 10 disabled kids from the bridge team, once thought to be slow, are now moving freely and communicating without barriers. Compared to the 20 new kids, they seem so much sharper and more capable. So Shi Chengyu had no choice but to have the kids look after each other. She herself would close her eyes and start teaching. There was no way to enforce classroom discipline. If she could just barely get through a lesson, that was enough. The rest would have to be reinforced slowly over time. In short, Shi Chengyu's class was a mess. The other adults were all busy, and no one could help her. Shi Yuebai was even less likely to help. After finishing her work, she followed the light from the string of lamps along the way and crawled back to her own quarters. Thanks to the efforts of the young widow and Yang Wenyao, in just a few days, they managed to bring all of Scarface's former team members and their families into the base. A large number of original city residents disappeared in this harsh weather. Yet it didn't cause the slightest ripple in the city. Not even the neighbors noticed. After all, the days were getting darker and darker. It was as if the sun had vanished from the sky. The survivors hadn't seen the sun hanging above for a long time. At first, the city's management class could still keep things under control. But when the daylight disappeared completely, when not even a thin, gray light remained, the management class finally lost their composure. Liang Chenyu found by Hansong, his face cold and arrogant. Your team is turning in too few supplies. Compared to the mercenary corps, you're only bringing in half as much. This was the management class's crisis mentality at work. They were afraid the environment would keep getting worse. Now, none of the survivors were trading supplies for points anymore. The 2 female clerks at the points exchange just sat around all day, doing their makeup and dressing up. But this wasn't a good thing. The supplies the management class had stockpiled would eventually run out. Once there were no more supplies to exchange for points, what would the management system survive on? By Hansong, as the leader of the civilian security team hired by the management class, looked at Liang Chenyu exhausted. Be fair. If the mercenary corps hadn't stopped giving you supplies, you wouldn't have switched to us in the first place. And besides, with the weather this bad, who else but us can still find this much? The supplies they delivered to the management class were all obtained by Gong Qin and the others risking their lives in dangerous zones. The real combat teams had disappeared without a trace. The scavenger teams didn't have the ability to enter the safe zones. So for now, their team was the management class's best option. Liang Chenyu lowered his voice. It's still not enough. The higher-ups say they can lower the price of water for you, increase your points reward, and even give you spots to live inside the city. But you must provide as many supplies and ready-made food as the mercenary corps did at their peak. In other words, he was telling Bai Hansong and his team. The management class was now desperate to buy up supplies and food, no matter what. Bai Hansong's eyes were frosty as he looked at Liang Chenyu. For a moment, he wanted to tell this Liang guy, go to hell. Before they became the management class's designated team, they had plenty of food. Their stockpiles could have lasted them years. But after agreeing to guard the city and replace the mercenary corps, Bai Hansong realized the management class did nothing but sell them overpriced water and points. They didn't do any real work. So how had Ija and the other mercenaries managed to hold out for so long? Bai Hansong discussed it with Gong Qin. They were co-leaders of the team. Bai Hansong handled scavenging, Gong Qin handled fighting mutants. Gong Qin looked haggard. I only agreed to work for the management class because I thought we'd get laser weapons. But now? After all their hard work, not only had they failed to get enough laser weapons, they were barely able to feed the management class. Gong Qin muttered bitterly. How can they be so greedy? If he'd known all their stockpiles would be drained and they'd still be criticized by the management class, why did they ever agree to this partnership? Bai Hansong said slowly, they have water. After all this time, even though they hadn't gotten any laser weapons, the management class had water. And now Liang Chenyu had promised to lower the price. They'd get water for half the market price. That alone was enough to keep them obedient. Gong Qin fell silent. He clenched his fists tightly. Water. Forget about laser weapons. Right now, whoever controls the clean water supply controls the management class. Those mercenaries must have found a big water plant. Otherwise, why would they break away from the management class so decisively? Gongchen gritted his teeth. All this time, the mercenary corps hadn't come crawling back to beg the management class, which meant the water plant they found must have a huge stock of clean mineral water. Agree to it. In the end, Gongchen gave in. He was in charge of combat in the team, and, honestly, agreeing to this kind of thing didn't bring him much benefit. It meant he'd have to risk his life again, going into dangerous zones to clear a path for Bai Hansong and the others behind him. If only they had a few laser weapons. Gongchen lowered his voice and said to Bai Hansong, "We're the ones risking our lives, while those administrators just sit back and reap the rewards. I really can't accept it. Tell them we need a few laser weapons. If they can provide them, we'll do it." Right now, they were in a partnership. The truth was, everyone knew that apart from Bai Hansong and Gongchen's team, no other civilian group was willing to be the management system's patsy anymore. So Gongchen and his team had no choice but to cooperate with the management system. And the management system had no choice but to work with Bai Hansong and Gongchen. Reluctantly, Bai Hansong turned around and, braving the wind and snow, started negotiating with Liang Chenyu, who was bundled up in a thick coat. Liang Chenyu still wore that arrogant, nose-in-the-air expression. "You're asking for too much. We're already giving you water at a bargain price. That's a huge favor. Not to mention we've raised the points reward for you. Go ask around." Other civilian teams exchanging points now only get half as many as last month. Bai Hansong pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Honestly, he wondered if the commander of this city's management system had lost their mind. It was obvious, people were starving, freezing, and dying of thirst one after another. Yet they kept raising the points required for supplies. Just ask any of these civilian teams. After digging through so many ruins, how much ready-to-eat food could they possibly find? Without laser weapons, civilian teams couldn't even leave the safe zone. And this tiny safe zone had already been picked clean for food, water, and supplies over and over again. There was barely any living essentials or food to be found in the first place. And now, even fewer points could be exchanged for what little they did find. They could work themselves to death and still not earn enough for a sip of water. So why keep falling into this consumption trap? Bai Hansong frowned and said, "Aren't you worried something will happen if you keep pushing the survivors like this?" Liang Chenyu burst out laughing. "It's not like we'll be the ones dying. Those people who can't even make it into a civilian team are just wasting survival resources anyway." To put it bluntly, the management class had long since made up their minds. There were only so many survival resources. No way to make more, no way to achieve a sustainable cycle. So just force all the dead weight to die off, and keep only enough people to support the management class. In the next 3 to 5 years, a lot of people would die. But for those who managed to survive, there'd be enough rations. Bai Hansong clenched his fists. Looking at the smile on Liang Chenyu's face, he felt nothing but disgust. These administrators were all the same, only caring about themselves, indifferent to everyone else's fate. But then again, Bai Hansong was no different. His family had long since died. Now, in this wasteland, he was all alone. The only reason he chose to cooperate with the management was because both he and Gongchen wanted to climb higher. Reality had left ordinary survivors with no way out. Maybe, once they climbed high enough, they'd find the answers they were looking for. And in the process of climbing, some people would have to be sacrificed. As long as it wasn't them, that was all that mattered. Liang Chenyu glanced at Gongchen behind Bai Hansong, sneered, and turned to get in the car. Next to him, another administrator was driving the off-road vehicle back toward the city. As he drove, he asked, "They want weapons, are we really not giving them any?" Honestly, it was understandable that Gongchen wanted laser weapons. The original reason for restricting laser weapons was because they were so deadly, perfect for fighting mutant beasts. But by the same token, if laser weapons became widespread, anyone with an agenda could use them against the management, just as deadly. So the higher-ups set an outrageously high price. They didn't want survivors to get their hands on laser weapons so easily. As a result, With the worsening survival conditions, fewer and fewer people could afford them. If they didn't give Gongchen laser weapons, he might not be able to lead his team to the danger zones to find supplies. Liang Chenyu said mockingly. Just give them whatever they want, huh? Spoil them. He paused, then added. We'll give them the weapons, but let them sweat a little first. Make them beg us a few more times. The administrator driving fell silent. Liang Chenyu's father was close to the commander. So even though Liang Chenyu was just a regular administrator now, he'd be promoted sooner or later. Which meant anything Liang Chenyu said might be a hint from higher up, including the idea of forcing all those ordinary, useless survivors to their deaths. The two of them drove into the city. On the way, they saw the young widow and Yang Wenyao, both bundled up in thick, brand-new down coats. There weren't many coats like that left these days. Liang Chenyu's eyes lit up. He told his colleague to stop the car. Rolling down the window, Liang Chenyu held out a small bag of biscuits and waved it out the window. Hey, are you two selling those down coats? He waved the biscuits at Yang Wenyao and the young widow, who had turned to look. The two of them shook their heads in unison. They'd already dealt with Scarface's whole gang. Now, every day, they stood guard at the city gate. Whenever they saw a few scattered survivors heading out to scavenge, they'd go up and stick a teleportation talisman on them. Every day, they could pick up several survivors for their own base. So their down coats were like their battle armor. If they took them off, they'd have to stand at the city gate all day, freezing in the cold. These are biscuits, real food. Liang Chenyu didn't recognize the young widow or Yang Wenyao. People who'd licked their plates clean at the bottom rung of society were doomed anyway, not worth remembering their faces or names. He thought the young widow and Yang Wenyao were a couple of idiots who didn't even know what biscuits were. He even made a show of eating the biscuits. The young widow and Yang Wenyao looked at Liang Chenyu as if he were the fool. Did he really not know that he was trying to trade a tiny bag of radiation-laced biscuits for their down coats? Sure, they had plenty of down coats in their tent. But every time one got dirty, they'd wash it clean in the washing machine. Their base didn't have a dryer. Clothes dried in the glass house took forever to dry. If you changed clothes often, like the young widow, who insisted on a clean set every 2 or 3 days, you'd never have enough to wear. Lose one winter coat, and you'd have to wear dirty ones for longer. All that, just for a tiny bag of radioactive biscuits? Even an idiot knows that's not worth it. Liang Chenyu pressed his lips together, staring at the clueless couple outside. Did they have any idea what time it was? Just for a set of clothes that were barely warm, they were willing to risk their lives? This was the Wasteland now, ruins everywhere. Ordinary fools like them should know their place, as long as they had a bite to eat, enough to fill their empty stomachs even a little, that was already good. What were they being stubborn for? A howling wind whipped up the dirty yellow snow on the ground. A flash of cruelty crossed Liang Chenyu's face. These damn burdens, give them food and they still don't want it. All a bunch of ungrateful troublemakers. Dark thoughts swirled in his mind. His fingers stroked the hilt of the knife at his waist, his gaze fixed intently on the man and woman outside the car window. It was just too cold. Because there weren't enough supplies, even the administrators hadn't received winter clothes. As for them, the administrators, they either had to dig out their old winter coats or pile on layer after layer of thin clothes. Liang Chenyu was considered lucky, but even he was wearing 7 or 8 layers. Some administrators in worse shape were wearing a dozen or even 20 layers. Back before the Wasteland, a single warm-down jacket would have solved all this. Aren't you two heading out to look for food? Liang Chenyu said, face cold and stern. His gaze fell on the down jackets worn by the young widow and Yang Wenyao. They were spotless. So clean, in fact, that it made Liang Chenyu uneasy. The young widow's fair, plump fingers clenched tightly into fists. This Liang Chenyu. Wasn't this the same rich second generation from Xiangqing before the Wasteland? She knew him. She'd once helped organize a major forced assault case involving him. Although she hadn't participated in the investigation herself, she remembered that group of perpetrators vividly. Liang Chenyu was one of those rich kids, the ringleader, in fact. The young widow's body trembled, her eyes locked on Liang Chenyu. Liang Chenyu's pupils shrank. He finally realized what was off about this couple. They still had flesh on their bodies. At first, he thought maybe they'd just cleaned their faces well. But on closer look, that wasn't it. These days, you could smell survivors from a distance. But this couple had no scent. They'd kept themselves very clean. Let's go. Don't mess with these administrators, Yang Wenyao whispered, standing close to the young widow. He tugged her arm, pulling her away from her frozen stance. Liang Chenyu quickly stuck his head out the window. Hey, wait. But the car couldn't turn around and visibility was poor. Soon, the young widow and Yang Wenyao had disappeared from sight. Go after them. Something's not right with those two. Liang Chenyu shouted to his colleague. By not right, he meant he was sure the couple was hiding a lot of supplies. At the very least, they had enough water and winter clothes. If he could get his hands on their stash, his own life would be a lot easier. His colleague tried several times to start the off-road vehicle, but the wheels wouldn't budge. Frustrated, he said, "The wheels are stuck in the snow." This was supposed to be the best off-road vehicle the administrators had. Before the Wasteland, it was said to be top of the line, able to handle mountains and rivers. When they left the city, they'd smugly assumed this car would never get stuck in the snow. But now, right at the city gate, it was completely immobilized. Liang Chenyu cursed furiously. What the hell? Why does it have to break down at the worst possible moment? Didn't they realize how much trouble this caused? On the surface, the administrators seemed calm, but in reality, everyone was anxious. The competition was fierce. Liang Chenyu seemed to have a powerful background, but in truth, his family's stockpile was running low. His father had hinted more than once, since he was in the administration, he should look out for himself. If he came across any supplies or ready-to-eat food, he shouldn't hesitate, just take it home. His colleague in the car gave a wry smile. It wasn't like he wanted this to happen. What could he do? The snow was so deep, and the administration had never sent anyone to clear it. No matter how good the off-road vehicle was, it could still get stuck. Enduring Liang Chenyu's scolding, the colleague opened the driver's door and walked around the vehicle. Then he said to Liang Chenyu, who sat coldly in the passenger seat, "We'll have to get out and shovel the snow around the wheels if we want to get the car moving again." There was no other way, the snow was just too deep. He hadn't driven out to do errands in a long time. If Liang Chenyu hadn't insisted on taking the car today, Yi Honglang had planned to suggest they walk out of the city to find Bai Hansong and Gongchen. But once they drove out, the snow was even deeper than Yi Honglang had imagined. Liang Chenyu glared at his colleague. "And after we shovel?" By now, it was probably too late to catch up to that well-supplied couple. The snowstorm was fierce, but those two moved quickly, full of energy. Clearly, they weren't malnourished like the average survivor. And if Liang Chenyu wasn't mistaken, the off-road vehicle was almost out of gas. It was just too cold. Many administrators, relying on the system's stockpile of gasoline and diesel, would sit in the cars and run the engines for warmth. As a result, the already limited fuel was quickly drained from each vehicle. Liang Chenyu strongly suspected his colleague had done the same. Yi Honglang's brow furrowed so tightly it could crush a fly. He didn't actually want to go against Liang Chenyu. He'd always endured working with this well-connected partner. But now, Liang Chenyu's attitude made Yi Honglang deeply uncomfortable. His hands were covered in frostbite. If he, like the other administrators, had spent his days sitting in the car burning fuel for warmth, he wouldn't be in this state. Yi Honglang pressed his lips together, deliberately raising his hands to show Liang Chenyu the frostbite. But Liang Chenyu just sneered, his voice full of irritation. "Manual labor like that isn't for me. Figure out how to shovel the snow yourself. I'm going to get some sleep." Maybe it was the frustration of letting two big fish get away, but Liang Chenyu was in a foul mood. He deliberately made things difficult for Yi Honglang, folding his arms and sitting motionless in the passenger seat. He even rolled up the car window in front of Yi Honglang's gaze, making it clear that no matter how hard Yi Honglang worked, he wouldn't lift a finger. Yi Honglang had no choice but to swallow his anger, turn around, and head back through the city gates to find other survivors to help shovel the snow and push the car. After entering the big city, Yi Honglang took a walk around and discovered something quite surprising. The survivors who were supposed to be living near the city gates were nowhere to be found. You have to understand, life for survivors inside the city wasn't much better than for those outside without concrete shelters. To be honest, Yi Honglang thought that in this wasteland, nobody, no matter their status, had it easy. According to the original plans of the city's management, only those with real abilities were supposed to live in the city center. But reality proved otherwise. There were actually very few survivors truly capable of living in the city center. The vast majority still lived along the city walls. Yi Honglang believed that, no matter what, there shouldn't be absolutely no one living by the city walls. He walked a bit further and arrived at the duck shop run by Ing Ruoying. Ing Ruoying was now quite famous in the city. Yi Honglang didn't have enough points to buy anything from her shop. But he'd heard that her business was doing very well, and many people from the management system liked to spend their points there. Everyone seemed to have adopted a live for today, worry about tomorrow when it comes attitude. Yi Honglang took a couple more steps forward, only to be stopped by two burly guards. Our car got stuck in the snow. We need some help digging it out, Yi Honglang said, showing them his administrator ID. He pointed back toward the city gate. You two, go help us get the car out. These two guards were all muscle, clearly strong enough for the job. Rumor had it that Ing Ruoying was backed by a mercenary group, and it looked like that was true. Otherwise, how could she get ready-made food and afford to hire two muscle-bound men as guards? The two guards exchanged a glance and laughed. We're not a charity here. If you administrators want help getting your car out of the snow, just pay some points or food. Isn't that simple? The management didn't provide them with food, winter clothes, or water. So why should they help Yi Honglang get his car out of the snow? Besides, when Sister Ing hired them, she'd made it clear the boss would provide food, lodging, and winter clothes. Their only job was to guard this small area and not let anyone cause trouble. If the boss paid them about the same as other groups, they might slack off now and then. But the truth was, the boss paid them way more. Their pay was confidential, no one was allowed to talk about it. If anyone leaked the secret, Sister Ing had said, they'd either be kicked out or disappear on the spot. At first, none of the guards Ing Ruoying hired took this seriously. But when they saw how much food, supplies, and fresh bottled water they got every day, they clammed up tight. Who'd be stupid enough to risk such a good deal? If they broke the confidentiality rule and got fired, who would compensate them for losing such a cushy job? Yi Honglang studied the two muscle-bound men in front of him. He'd never met survivors, inside or outside the city, who treated administrators so rudely. They actually refused him? Didn't they know that cozying up to the management could help them survive in the future? These two muscleheads must be idiots. Yi Honglang was fuming, his face icy cold. As an administrator, I order you to help us get our car out of the snow. These two guards were Wasteland desperados. Anyone who'd survived 6 years of apocalypse was a desperado. They sneered at Yi Honglang, faces full of mockery. So, what if you're an administrator? Are you giving us food? Seeing Yi Honglang just seething in silence, one of the guards laughed even more sarcastically. You management types love making empty promises, always want us to work, but never give us food. If you can give us a few 100,000 points, sure, we'll dig your car out. Yi Honglang glared at the two, memorizing their faces. Once he got back to the management building, he'd bring people to settle the score. But for now, he was alone. These two weren't just muscular, they were bigger than him, too. He could only clench his fists and walk away, looking for other survivors. He circled the area. Yi Honglang was puzzled. It seemed this whole area had been completely locked down by Ing Ruoying's people. In the Wasteland, nobody cared about things like this. If he hadn't needed help digging out the car, he wouldn't have bothered circling the area. He noticed that every road leading into the area was guarded. If it was just a duck shop, why so many guards? Besides running her shop, what else was Ing Ruoying doing in the city? No matter what it was, keeping so many people just to guard this area. Wasn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? From what Yi Honglang knew about the city's various groups, even though some had a lot of people, in this weather, everyone either stayed home or went out scavenging in teams. No one would waste resources keeping so many idle people just to guard a patch of land in this freezing weather. With these questions in mind, Yi Honglang headed back to the city gate. He was about to share his suspicions with Liang Chenyu when Liang, sitting in the passenger seat, opened the car door with a sour look. "What took you so long?" "We're out of gas." The tank had been nearly empty to begin with. Liang Chenyu thought Yi Honglang would be back quickly with a group to dig the car out. But Yi Honglang had been gone so long that Liang Chenyu had sat in the car, burning fuel, for ages. His face was dark with blame, as if accusing Yi Honglang of incompetence. Yi Honglang shut his mouth, swallowing his own resentment. He decided to keep his discovery to himself. Lowering his eyes, he said, "Looks like everyone around here is dead. There's no one left. Let's just walk back." Liang Chenyu was full of complaints about Yi Honglang. Although the two had been partners for quite some time, Liang Chenyu was increasingly convinced that Yi Honglang's abilities were limited. Liang Chenyu believed that all his recent setbacks were because his partner just wasn't capable enough. Not only was Yi Honglang unable to help, he even dragged him down every time. If it weren't for Yi Honglang being so useless, Liang Chenyu felt he would have been promoted long ago. At the very least, he would have achieved something by now. But Yi Honglang not only failed to recognize his own mistakes, his abilities seemed to be getting worse, and he was making more and more errors. This time, he left the management system's vehicle at the main city gate. This was his most serious mistake yet. If an administrator can't even manage his own car, how is he supposed to manage an entire city? Yi Honglang was just occupying a management position, doing nothing of real value. It's freezing cold now and the management level already has limited supplies, yet you went and lost a car at the city gate. All the way back, Liang Chenyu kept nagging and criticizing. "If the higher-ups ask about this, it's all on you. Don't even think about dragging me down with you or making me take the blame." "No way," Liang Chenyu warned Yi Honglang. He meant for Yi Honglang to take full responsibility for the car getting stuck in the snow. Yi Honglang pressed his lips together, fuming inside, as he walked back to the management sector with Liang Chenyu. Was it really his fault the car was left at the city gate? Wasn't it because Liang Chenyu insisted on driving out in such cold weather to meet with Bai Hansong and Gong Chen? With snow that deep, anyone would know the wheels would get stuck. But Liang Chenyu believed that, as administrators, they had to maintain their image. They didn't have much real ability. It was only thanks to their family backgrounds that they even had these jobs. Liang Chenyu thought that if they went out on foot, it would ruin their reputation as administrators. So he insisted on driving. Later, when the car got stuck at the city gate, Yi Honglang went out to find help. Meanwhile, Liang Chenyu kept the engine running for the heater. They burned through all the fuel, and the car was left stranded at the gate. And now, all the blame was being dumped on Yi Honglang. But because of Liang Chenyu's connections, Yi Honglang couldn't say a word. Ignoring Liang Chenyu's constant finger-pointing, Yi Honglang kept trying to think of a solution. In his mind, the car was now stuck at the city gate. If they couldn't get it back, no one else would be able to do anything with that off-road vehicle either. So all he needed to do was get some fuel from the management sector, bring it back to the gate, refuel the car, and then figure out how to get the wheels out of the snow. But before Yi Honglang could even get the fuel, Liang Chenyu dragged him straight to the supervisor's office and reported him. "Get the car back. If you can't, don't bother coming to work anymore." The office supervisor looked at Yi Honglang impatiently. He had so much to deal with every day, and tonight he wanted to spend his points at Ruoying's duck restaurant. He had no time for trivial matters like this. The supervisor waved them away irritably, telling them to get out. "You heard the supervisor. Get the car back now." Liang Chenyu shot Yi Honglang a mocking look before turning and leaving. Yi Honglang hung his head, his eyes red. He'd blamed others before, made ordinary survivors take the fall for him. But now that it was happening to him, Yi Honglang couldn't describe how miserable he felt. In the past, with his old temper, he would have just quit. After all, his family was rich. Even if he never worked another day in his life, just lazing around at home, he'd still live better than most. But now he had no choice. If he lost this job, his whole family would starve. Before the Wasteland, the Yi family had been one of the most powerful in Xiang City. Though not quite on par with the Shi family, they were still very smart. While the Shi family was spending money to save the world, Yi Honglang was already scheming to get into the management sector. But after years in the Wasteland, all that money had become worthless. Most of the Yi family were either dead or missing. The few who survived were growing dim-witted. Gradually, the whole family came to rely on Yi Honglang alone. He couldn't afford to lose this job. Pulling himself together, he started running around to get the necessary permits for fuel. After much effort, he finally got the permit and rushed to the warehouse. But the warehouse, once packed with gasoline and diesel, was now completely empty. The warehouse guard, who had been on duty for ages, was opening the fuel storage room for the first time in a long while. He and Yi Honglang stood at the empty doorway, both stunned. "Where's the gasoline and diesel? Where did it all go?" Yi Honglang turned to the warehouse guard, face dark. The guard's face went pale, and he shook his head desperately. "It's not my fault. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything, I swear." This was a huge problem. Gasoline and diesel were incredibly valuable resources now. Many administrators were using cars to burn fuel for warmth. Soon, more and more would come to claim fuel. But with the storage room empty, the warehouse guard had no explanation. The higher-ups would probably want him dead. The guard started backing away as he spoke. Then he suddenly turned and ran off. Yi Honglang cursed and chased after him. With the warehouse empty, if he couldn't give the higher-ups an explanation, wouldn't he get blamed again? He had to catch the warehouse guard and bring him to the supervisor. But that guard, who usually seemed useless, turned out to be surprisingly slippery in a crisis. He ran ahead, grabbed something, and swung it at Yi Honglang's head. Yi Honglang blacked out. The warehouse guard, not stopping there, searched Yi Honglang for anything edible or drinkable. He even stripped off Yi Honglang's warm clothes. Then he hurried back to his own workstation. After packing up his things, he went to the warehouse where food and supplies were stored. This place was in better shape than the fuel warehouse. He stuffed every pocket with as much food as he could carry. Then he ran out of the management building. He went home, told his children, and the three of them quickly packed up. In a rush, they fled to Ing Ruoying's place. He had a relative working for Ing Ruoying. He found out that Ing Ruoying was hiring from a relative who worked as a warehouse manager. Because of confidentiality rules, his relative didn't say much. He just vaguely mentioned that the pay over there was pretty good. In the big city, most of the warehouse managers knew each other. Somehow, everyone was connected by blood or marriage in one way or another. After all, before the Wasteland era, families prospered together. When the apocalypse hit, whole extended families huddled together to survive. Now, even though life in the Wasteland was hard for everyone, survivors inside the big city still had a much lower death rate than those outside. Warehouse managers, having squeezed their way into the management class, used to look down on their less fortunate relatives. But then, one day, that relative, who'd been on the verge of not making it, suddenly showed up in brand new winter clothes, looking healthy and radiant, and moved his whole family out. The warehouse manager chatted with him, half out of curiosity, and learned that his relative was now working for Ing Ruoying. After sharing a little about what it was like over there, the relative quickly packed up and moved away with his family. These days, the big city was so desolate that the managers spent all day hanging around, gossiping and complaining. Everyone was lazy, drifting through life as if their wits had dulled. Even the warehouse managers in the management class were just muddling along. If it hadn't been for the warehouse theft, he probably wouldn't have rushed over to Ing Ruoying's place with his kids. As soon as they entered Ing Ruoying's territory, the warehouse manager and his children were stopped. He gestured and named his relative, explaining he was here looking for work. Soon, someone came to take the three of them to see Ing Ruoying. That was when Yi Honglang, looking battered and desperate, caught up with the warehouse manager. He saw the warehouse manager and his kids about to enter a courtyard. "Stop. Did you collude with outsiders to steal the supplies and fuel from the warehouse?" That was the only explanation. Otherwise, how could so many supplies, food, and fuel just vanish? The first thing Yi Honglang did after regaining consciousness was check the management's surveillance footage. But most of the cameras were broken, and no one had bothered to fix them. The few working cameras showed nothing, no one coming or going, no one moving supplies. Yi Honglang tracked the warehouse manager and his family all the way here, following their trail. The warehouse manager was terrified he'd bring trouble to Ing Ruoying. He turned and yelled at Yi Honglang. "What nonsense are you spouting? I already told you how the supplies went missing. I don't know anything about it." Ing Ruoying was definitely hiring. But no group wanted to get mixed up in trouble these days.